Chapter 421 David's Throne. In addition to these two options, Sparta could also cross the Aegean Sea and land directly in Asia Minor. Considering that there are a large number of islands in the Aegean Sea, it is even simpler than landing directly across the sea on the Apennine Peninsula. However, David had previously requested that the Kingdom of Sparta occupy all of Europe. So Tyndareus' attack direction was always on the European continent, not eastward. Of course, Asia Minor will definitely be captured by the Kingdom of Sparta. In the future, the Black Sea and the Mediterranean Sea can be turned into the inland sea of the Kingdom of Sparta. With the support of Winter City, these goals will sooner or later be able to reach the Kingdom of Sparta, which has no opponents at all in their world. As long as David is patient, the whole world will become his vassal world. When that day comes, I wonder if I can draw energy from that world and make myself stronger. David thought it should be possible, as long as he found the right way, just like he absorbed Tiamat's power to strengthen himself. Everything is going well over there in Sparta. Helen's world didn't seem to need David's extra attention. Even the slightest benefit thrown out casually was a huge gift to the people of the Kingdom of Sparta. High-yielding crops such as potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes laid the foundation for the Kingdom of Sparta to increase its population, coupled with a variety of powerful weapons. The Spartan kingdom's military force is proud of the entire world. Only they can beat others, and no one else dares to beat them. As the country became stronger, and the people's lives became better and better, the whole country became more and more devoted to the god David, completely different from the gods believed in by many surrounding kingdoms. After the Kingdom of Sparta believed in David, it really received a lot of care. Currently on the Balkan Peninsula, the Kingdom of Sparta already has a reputation as a land of gods. According to legend, the Kingdom of Sparta had endless food, powerful and gorgeous weapons and armor, and the drink that the gods liked to drink, tea. The Spartans lived in a clean, tidy, majestic city, wore beautiful clothes given by the gods, and lived a happy life unimaginable by mortals. Actually, similar rumors have begun to spread in Iron Tree Fort. When talking about this matter, Helen smiled very happily, because these circumstances once again proved how correct her original decision was. If I had chickened out at that time, how could I have such a happy and comfortable life now? It is even more impossible for his motherland, the Kingdom of Sparta, to become as powerful as it is now. It is impossible for him to cross the mortal realm so easily and become a transcendent being. Helen, who had eaten golden apples, used strengthening potions, and mastered arcane energy, could no longer be called a mortal. Even without wearing power armor, Helen could easily defeat a group of elite soldiers from the Kingdom of Sparta. The bards who came to Winter City before did a good job of publicizing your majesty. After the coronation ceremony, bards from all over the world left Winter City one after another. Some of these bards are planning to visit Port Tylan, while others want to wander around the northern plains and see the snowy scenery on the northern plains. There are also those who fall in love with Winter City and decide to stay here for a while. Naturally, there are also those who have made new works and can't wait to sing them to others, so they go all the way south. This group of bards had to pass through Iron Tree Fort, so the people of Iron Tree Fort became the first audience to hear about the wonders of Winter City. Does Marquis Morgan have no objection to this? This kind of rumor should cause some trouble for Marquis Morgan's rule. Right? This Marquis didn't come to complain to me? Are you so sensible? Marquis Morgan should not care about these things. He is still staying in Winter City and has not returned. David thought that after he went to the immigration ship group for a while, these people who came to watch the ceremony would leave Winter City one after another. Especially big lords like Marquis Morgan, who had their own territories to manage. He hasn't left yet? Yes. Marquis Morgan wants to completely remodel Iron Tree Castle. He has been walking around Winter City during this period, visiting Digger and Edwin Van Cleef. Edwin Van Cleef is the chief designer of Winter City, and Winter City was designed by him. Later, the addition of Digging Tiger only accelerated the construction speed of Winter City, and Edwin's design was still used. Even though Winter City continues to add various new facilities, these new facilities still do not deviate from the original design framework. Marquis Morgan visited Edwin Van Cleef to consult on how to rebuild Iron Tree Fort, and he found the right person. Rebuild Iron Tree Fort. Iron Tree Fort is located at the key entrance to the south of the Northern Plains, equivalent to the southern gateway to Winter City. People living in the eastern part of Brenia continent must pass through Iron Tree Fort if they want to go to the Northern Plains. It can be said that Iron Tree Castle will be the facade of the Winter Kingdom. From this point of view, the city must be rebuilt. Tell Edwin to come see me. David was going to have a good talk with Edwin Van Cleef and relay his thoughts to Marquis Morgan through Edwin. According to David's idea, the entire city of Iron Tree Fort would be demolished, both the outer city and the inner city. Various infrastructures were laid from scratch, and then facilities were built. The construction of residential houses should be started at the end. But before that, the people of Iron Tree Fort will be arranged to live in the northern plains. All the residents of Iron Tree Fort can choose. Winter City will provide them with temporary housing. After the renovation project of Iron Tree Fort is completed and new residences are built, they can choose a new home. Winter City provided them with new accommodation in exchange for their home in Iron Tree Keep. Of course, the real trouble lies in the farmland of Iron Tree Fort, whether it belongs to nobles or farmers. When Iron Tree Fort is demolished and rebuilt, what will happen to these farmland? Abandoned? I'm afraid no one is willing. Let them continue farming on their own. In that case, there will be more trouble to solve. Looking for someone to farm for you. After thinking about it, it seems that the simplest and most straightforward way is to throw away the farmland and let Winter City compensate the owners of these farmlands. That's the general direction. David doesn't need to worry about the specific details and operations. Weatherby and his men are responsible for these tasks. After such operations, Tayashubo will become a brand new modern city, no longer the smelly and backward posture it originally had. At the same time, various illegal buildings outside Tayashubo can also be completely cleared, and the city's appearance will be greatly improved. These lower-class civilians who originally lived in the slums may become residents of the Northern Plains after living in the Northern Plains for a period of time, and can fill a large population for the newly built port of Thailand. Let David continue to move forward with his plan to continuously expand the scope of Winter City until the entire Northern Plains becomes a city. After listening to David's ideas, Edwin Van Cleef knew what he should do, regardless of what Iron Tree Fort looked like now. He just needed to design a new city based on the terrain around Iron Tree Fort. In recent times, you can think carefully about what kind of new city you should design. After giving instructions to Van Cleef, David looked at the position of the sun outside and found that it was already afternoon. After most of the day's questioning, he already knew the situation in Winter City during his absence. After finishing these trivial matters, David went downstairs to take a look at the newly built front hall. Because it is an empty main hall, it was built very quickly. This front hall is located on the south side of Glamorgan Castle, in front of the main entrance. It is connected to Fort Glamorgan by a corridor and does not affect access to the main entrance of Fort Glamorgan. The narthex is kept well away from Glamorgan Castle to ensure that this building will not affect the lighting of any area inside Glamorgan Castle. Walking into the front hall through a short corridor, there are two passages leading to the left and right sides. You can walk into the side of the front hall by taking any passage. After exiting the left passage and turning your head slightly to the right, you can see the throne on the steps, facing the front door of the front hall. The entire front hall is empty and tall. There are only a few thick stone pillars outside the throne, and there are no other objects. Is this throne made of bare iron? David could see at a glance the main material used to make the throne, and the high similarity with the holy light was too easy to identify. Sitting on it, David could feel that the holy light in his body had established a certain connection with the throne. In just one breath, David knew that there were a lot of holy light spells attached to the throne, including divine shield, powerful healing, etc. It can ensure that David sitting on the throne will not be threatened in any way. Even if the entire front hall collapses, the holy light energy contained in the throne will form a huge energy shield in time, causing the falling stones to be bounced far enough to ensure that the throne and the area around the throne will not be destroyed, buried. But for David, these functions have no practical significance. The purpose of enchanting David's throne with so many spells is simply to make a throne that is special enough. Otherwise the craftsman will think it is not worthy of the great David His Majesty Glamorgan. Fortunately, the actual feeling when sitting on it is not as cold and uncomfortable as it looks. Craftsmen who know His Majesty Glamorgan's preferences very well, of course, cannot produce a throne with powerful enchantments that looks extremely gorgeous, but is very uncomfortable to sit on. Anyone who is familiar with David knows that he attaches great importance to comfort and practicality. If it is uncomfortable to sit on, no matter how powerful or special it is, the end result will only be kicked to pieces by the king. Therefore, this cold and hard throne made of many special metals feels similar to a lazy chair when sitting on it, except that the user does not sink into the chair, but into a ball of energy. Chapter 422. A group of ace pilots. After feeling it carefully for a while, David found that it was comfortable. but sitting slumped on it like this would probably undermine the king's dignity. I tried to sit in an imposing posture and found that the energy around me would automatically adjust to support my body. Although it was not as comfortable as directly slumping into the energy, it was not bad. Yeah, a nice throne. More importantly, this thing won't stick to itself and won't make you unable to get up after sitting on it. After all, this throne doesn't look like a toilet. He stood up from the throne and stood on the steps to look over. He had a clear view of the entire hall, including those coming from the back, who had to enter the hall through the two side passages. These two exits are also within his sight. And behind him is a very thick wall. It is said that there is a thick vibranium plate hidden inside, making it almost impossible to sneak attack from behind. But this bare wall doesn't look very nice. Helen, who came with David, explained the craftsman's ideas by the way. The plan is to paste the map of the Winter Kingdom on it. Eva, who also came with her, heard this and looked at Helen curiously. Why isn't it carved on it? In that case, we would have to directly engrave the entire territory of Brunia. David guessed the craftsman's thoughts and chose the texture to facilitate replacement. The current actual territory of the Winter Kingdom is only the Northern Plains and Iron Tree Castle. But the Winter Kingdom's army is fighting in the south. If nothing unexpected happens, almost the entire territory of the original Thailand Kingdom will be brought under its rule within a year. At that time, just draw a new map based on the territory of the Kingdom of Thailand. Later, it can be continuously updated according to the expansion of the Winter Kingdom, until all places in Brunia are occupied. And then it can be carved directly on the wall. After walking around, David found that although the front hall was tall and empty, it was not big enough for Cybertronians to come in at will. Edwin said that because Glamorgan Castle itself is not tall enough. If the front hall is built too high, it will make Glamorgan Castle extremely small. When building the front hall, Helen happened to ask this question. So she directly answered David's question and asked David a question by the way. David, haven't you considered building a larger and more luxurious castle or palace? In the past, David was only the lord of the Kingdom of Thailand. At that time, the size of Glamorgan Castle fit David's status very well. Now that he is king, it is foreseeable that he will become the only emperor of Brunia in the future. With his identity, status and legend, it seems a bit inappropriate to still live in such a small house in Glamorgan Castle. A bigger palace? The first thing that came to David's mind was the Forbidden City. Is that too exaggerated? The next thing that comes to mind is the Palace of Versailles. This is not that exaggerated. Moreover, it is relatively simple to convert Fort Glamorgan into the Palace of Versailles. The current area of the Winter Fortress is enough to complete the reconstruction work, and there is no need to increase the land area. In that case, wouldn't this front hall be built in vain? No, it should be used frequently in the next period of time. Eva just said it casually, but she didn't expect that her judgment would soon be proved correct. Since the front hall was built, many conversations with his subordinates and guests have been arranged here. Elias always took the trouble to remind David to pay attention to his appearance, especially the crown that symbolizes status, which must be worn on his head. Superior. Although David does not need to be as gorgeous as what he wore during the coronation ceremony, the dress with many accessories has still become his main daily wear. He met with Marquis Morgan here, listened to Norrington and Hood's detailed reports on the west side of Winter City, the area at the mouth of the Winter River, and also met here with the lords, who came to surrender one after another. As the Winter Army rampaged, the lords, who had not taken David seriously at first, simply chose to surrender. The lords who had sent envoys earlier had already rushed to Winter City in person, and one after another came to the front hall to greet the new king. The king swore allegiance. This has also become David's main job these days. It was not until the first snowfall of the year in the northern plains that the constant stream of allegiance ceremonies became less frequent for fear that he would be late. However, David did not expect that he would be able to receive some special guests in the front hall. I thought you two would come to visit Winter City earlier. David looked at Osmal Lee and Michael Brown in front of him, as well as young Dyson, who didn't expect to come to Winter City so soon. So you're actually the king here? Although Luca had already explained the situation to several people, Osmal was still a little confused at this time. On the contrary, young Dyson, who was completely unfamiliar to everyone and had never met David before, acted more casually. He just came to see the situation in Winter City, and after seeing with his own eyes the side effect-free enhancement technology and advanced exclusive fighters that the other party promised to him, and making sure that the other party could offer a price that he was interested in, he would go back and apply for resignation. When he first came to Winter City, Young was a little disappointed, thinking that he might have been deceived. There was no reason for him to give up his SMS job and work on such a backward planet. It wasn't until Luca made an introduction that Young realized that he didn't use a special space jumping device to reach a certain planet, but directly went to another world. Although he was skeptical about this, after Satom Art's introduction to Winter City, Young became slightly more interested and prepared to see more. Ozma and Michael have not yet recovered from the shocking news. How come the other world? His Majesty the King of the Winter Kingdom, and the various powers filled with the aura of a magic stick sound so nonsense? If they hadn't seen the real thing soon, they would have seriously suspected that Luca and Art Satom were hypnotized and brainwashed by some strange device, and a bunch of strange things were implanted in their heads. Even so, they still didn't fully come back to their senses, and their heads were still buzzing until they saw David. Welcome to Winter City. After welcoming several people, David took a closer look at young Dyson. This man seemed to be in his prime, and he seemed to be younger than Ozma. The main reason is that although Ozma is not very old, she has a sad stubble on her face, which makes her look particularly aged. What do you want to see first? Airplane. Young didn't ask the opinions of the people next to him at all. His purpose of coming here was very clear, let alone the mysterious power. He wanted to see the plane first, and make sure there was an airplane that met his requirements before he could talk. Other things. Follow me. The latest fighter planes have not yet been designed. Maybe you can make some personal requests. The technology obtained from the Macross world has been handed over by David to Tony Stark, the Cybertron Technology Research Center, and the Winter Alchemy Workshop. Although Harry Osborn also established a laboratory in Winter City, Harry has not yet fully understood the current technology in Winter City, so David did not give him the new technology. After letting Elias arrange the car and greeting Tony in advance, the group went directly to Stark Manor. Although there are new technologies in the Winter Alchemy Workshop, and they are ready to integrate these technologies into the existing technology in Winter City, the focus of the Winter Alchemy Workshop is not on this aspect. The same is true at the Cybertron Technology Research Center. The current research focus of these two places is on magical creatures like Bajura. Please ask Luca to bring corpse samples, artificial mass production of folding crystals, and the connection between folding crystals and modern technology. There is a fusion of technology. Only when Stark is free, he will design new fighters. For him, it is equivalent to playing a small game in his spare time. It does not take much effort at all, and can well regulate the mental fatigue accumulated when he practices spells. Therefore, if David wants young Dyson to visit the new aircraft, he needs to come to Stark Manor, where the design drawings of the new fighter aircraft can be found. In addition, Winter City has an average production capacity, so once the design is finalized, it won't take much time to create a prototype. David also explained briefly on the way that Winter City's production capacity is very strong. Don't think that only the design drawings mean that Winter City is still far away from building a truly new aircraft. In an emergency, it only takes a few hours from finalizing the design drawings to formal production to final completion, David also emphasized, including the time for painting. Sitting in the car, several people looked outside curiously. Winter City does not look very advanced, but several people have seen many magical sights, especially when they got off the car and saw someone flying overhead. Several of them are ace pilots with far better eyesight than ordinary people. It is impossible for them to see wrongly. But how is such a thing possible? Is that human? That's a Kryptonian. David glanced at it. The one who had just flown past was Kara. She was the only one in Winter City who liked to fly around in the sky when she had nothing to do. She took the opportunity to see if anything happened in the city. Very a powerful race. How strong is it? Young's interest was aroused, and he became curious about this race that can fly directly without the help of external objects. Can these people withstand the powerful overload of the VF fighter? You can physically enter and exit planets and fly in space. This sentence shocked several people to a standstill. Even Luca was frightened. Although he had been to Winter City several times, he didn't know that Kryptonians were so strong. It was even the first time for Art Satom to hear these contents. He only knew that Kryptonians were very powerful and had many strange abilities besides flying, but he did not expect them to be so strong. Isn't this the same as Wajula? At the same time, several people began to wonder, since Winter City has such a powerful race, why do we still want to recruit them? Chapter 423 Ace Combat. Lack of pilots? Missing an ace driver? Is this reason valid? If Kryptonians are so powerful, it should be easy to train them to become ace pilots, right? Or to put it further, If the Kryptonians are that strong, do they still need to fly fighter planes? Could it be that Winter City's fighter planes are more powerful? Several ace pilots from the Macross world followed David into the laboratory of Stark Manor with various questions in their minds. Why did you come to me all of a sudden? I thought you were busy dealing with those counts, viscounts, and barons. Tony Stark looked at these strangers for a few times, and after seeing Luca and Saom, guessing that these people should all be pilots. Want to see the aircraft design drawings? David was not surprised that Tony could guess the identities of these people. What surprised him was Tony's state. How much arcane energy have you absorbed? Tony's eyes emit a blue-purple light like a light bulb, which is a typical manifestation of excessive energy in the body and insufficient control of energy. No wonder Tony hasn't been going anywhere recently and has been staying at the manor. Is there something wrong with his cultivation? I'm just testing my own limits. Don't worry. I know my current state very well. After Tony completed the initial basic knowledge learning, he started his habitual strides forward again. It just takes me some time to solve your own problems. It's better to be cautious. I'm not sure if you can be resurrected if you are killed by arcane energy. I dared to test my limits so boldly, but it's all because of my trust in you. Tony firmly believed that even if he really killed himself, David could use the huge holy light to resurrect him. Ordinary holy light users cannot resurrect the dead. But David is not an ordinary holy light user. It is not enough to call him the Lord of Holy Light. The residents of Winter City from Thailand capital will definitely raise their hands. Agree. While chatting, the two led everyone into the laboratory and came to the holographic operating platform. Jarvis, show the design drawing of the improved VF-25. Okay, sir. As Jarvis's voice sounded, a very realistic image appeared on the holographic console. But Ozma, Young and others did not look at the fighter plane design drawings in front of them, but were concerned about the voice just now. AI? Yes. Ozma wanted to say something, but remembered that she was just a visiting guest, so she swallowed it back. Young Dyson's originally relaxed face became a little more nervous. David knew that this was due to the artificial intelligence crisis that had erupted in the Macross world. So people in that world had always been cautious about artificial intelligence, with some resistance. However, several ace pilots, including Young and Ozma, were soon attracted by the design drawings in front of them. Artificial intelligence and other things have been thrown aside by a few people. The first few people didn't pay much attention to this new fighter in Winter City, because at first glance, this new fighter seemed to be a copy of the VF-25. But when a few people began to pay attention to the various equipment and specific parameters on this fighter plane, they discovered that the thing in front of them only had the same appearance as the VF-25. The composite materials newly developed by LAI for the VF-25 fighter already have exaggerated and terrifying strength, and they also maintain good flexibility, making the new fighter's fuselage extremely strong. Under a standard gravity environment, dropping the VF-25 fighter jet directly from an altitude of 10,000 meters will not cause any damage. At most it will be stained with mud. But compared with the parameters marked on the design drawing in front of me, the F-25 seems to be worth mentioning. Winter City has collected many strange materials, in addition to those on Brini itself. These materials also come from other worlds, such as vibranium. In addition, David also asked for some URU metal, a specialty of Asgard. From Thor, Wolverine's arrival also brought a sample of adamant metal to Winter City. In addition, various mysterious metals in the world of Azeroth, various alloy technologies in the civilization of the Marvel Universe, the mysterious materials used in the double-headed sword that David obtained from Thanos, and so on. There is no shortage of rare materials for Winter City's new fighter planes. If Tony is willing, he can use various materials in different proportions, and then build several prototypes for comparison to select the one with the best actual effect. In addition, the inertial buffer, a key piece of equipment that has finally been miniaturized so that the VF-25 fighter jet can finally be officially manufactured, has also been strengthened by Tony. According to the parameters given in the design drawing in front of me, the new inertial buffer integrated with a large folding crystal can allow the driver to no longer worry about overload caused by high maneuverability under full power. Questions arose in the minds of several pilots. In this case, ordinary pilots can also fly those powerful fighters, right? But can such a thing really be created? Only Luca knows that the YF-29 currently in the testing phase uses similar technology. I didn't expect that not long after Winter City obtained the inertial buffer and folding crystal, it would actually create something similar in such a short period of time. Winter City's scientific research capabilities are much stronger than Luca originally expected. The rest, such as more powerful engines, powerful energy shields, missile bays with an amazing amount of bombs, and external cannons, are nothing. As for the more powerful deformation ability than the original VF fighter, it is also not surprising. The design drawings of the fighter plane looked scary, and Ozma felt that if he was given such a powerful VF fighter plane, he could wipe out all those damn bugs, he thought. In addition, when he realized that this place was another world, he understood what David meant when he said to himself, "It's better for his sister." Indeed, no matter how terrifying Wojula is, it is impossible for her to escape to another world. Where's the enhancement technology? Although the fighter plane in front of us has a more powerful inertial buffer, all the ace pilots present understand the impact of physical fitness on fighter piloting. Not only the ability to withstand overload, but also reaction speed, operation speed, etc. included. These abilities will continue to decline with age, especially the reaction ability. Although young Dyson still has amazing driving skills, he can clearly feel that his reaction speed is far less than when he was young. As for the fact that he can still defeat other pilots, many people still don't understand that the gap between geniuses and ordinary people is wider than that between humans and pigs. David gestured to Tony, and Tony directly called up the current list of enhancement technologies in Winter City. These include marked strengthening potions that can be accelerated by using mysterious power or strengthening warehouses. There are also spontaneous strengthening methods through devil training and learning mysterious power. Currently, Winter City mainly uses these two strengthening methods, and the two methods do not conflict with each other and have mutually reinforcing effects. My personal suggestion is to use strengthening potions first, then conduct limit-breaking training, and learn some mysterious knowledge at the same time. If you have good talent, you may have mastered some mysterious power before the strengthening potion exerts its full effect, allowing the strengthening to be completed in advance, even if the talent is average. After receiving strengthening, it will be easier than ordinary people to master those magical powers. Of course, if you are not interested in learning mysterious power, you can also just use strengthening potions, and then use the strengthening warehouse to quickly complete the strengthening. How could you not be interested? It's just that a few of you here don't know if you can learn it. Ozma has no confidence in learning magical things such as arcana and holy light. As for the specific effects after strengthening, although it is slightly different depending on each person's situation, it can definitely make people easily transcend the ordinary level and step into the extraordinary realm. Looking at these data, young Dyson is ready to accept Winter City's invitation. As long as he proves that Winter City can really do these things, he can sign a work contract with Winter City today. David was willing to satisfy Young's reasonable request, and the method of proof was not difficult at all. The Tony Stark in front of him used the strengthening potion, and he was the best showcase. If you think this is not enough, then I can inject you with a tube of strengthening potion and use the strengthening chamber to help you complete the strengthening today. The strengthening potion has been produced for quite some time, and Tony also has a lot of inventory on hand. It is not too troublesome to help young Dyson complete the strengthening on the spot. In that case, you will have to stay in Winter City. That's what I came here for. Young accepted Tony's suggestion without any hesitation. If he could immediately complete the enhancement without any side effects, it would prove that what Winter City showed him was true and credible. Then of course, he would be willing to accept the other party's invitation. But I still have to ask clearly before strengthening. Is it right to just let me be a fighter pilot? Don't worry. Our Majesty will not force his men to do work they don't want to do. Then I have no problem. Let's start strengthening immediately. As Young takes the lead, Ozma and Mikhail quietly watch the excitement. Art Satom looked excited. He also wanted to use strengthening potions to make himself stronger, but he just didn't know if Winter City liked him. Just when Art Satom hesitated to ask for shelter, Tony had already injected Young with a strengthening potion and instructed Young to lie down in the strengthening chamber that could complete the strengthening in a short time. Normal people need some time to adapt to the new power after completing strengthening, especially after using the strengthening warehouse to strengthen quickly. But young Dyson is not a normal person. After this guy completed the enhancement, he proposed to fly one of the fighter planes originally manufactured by Winter City that ordinary people could not fly. While constantly exploring his own limits during flight, he had to adapt to the surge in his body. The power of woo, this feels so good! Chapter 424 for the eldest niece. Young Dyson chose a variable forward sweep wing fighter. The body shape was designed by David, directly copied from the Talon fighter in Top Secret Flight, and it adopted many advanced technologies from Cybertron and the Marvel Universe. Has very amazing fighting power. In addition to its ultra-large bomb load, this fighter can easily break through the atmosphere alone. It's said to be an airplane, but it's actually a one-person spacecraft. In addition, unlike the original fighter in the movie, the Talon fighter produced by Winter City has a very advanced interior design in the cockpit. Apart from the high-quality requirements for the pilot, it has no shortcomings. Of course, strictly speaking, this is the driver's shortcoming, not the aircraft's. Just like now, after using the strengthening potion to greatly improve his own quality, Young Dyson can now withstand the various loads brought by this powerful fighter. I suddenly felt that there was no need to install the enhanced inertial buffer on the new fighter aircraft. He felt that this way he could feel the status of the fighter more intuitively, and it would be more enjoyable to fly. You can set a limit threshold, and it will not start unless it reaches a certain level. The people standing on the ground raised their heads and watched Young flying the fighter plane in the air, making various unconventional maneuvers, which made several pilots feel itchy. Okay. Young felt that the Talon fighter he was flying now was very good. The forward-swept wing design was very much in line with his preferences. The only drawback was that it was not a transformable fighter. Besides, flying alone is a bit boring. It would be nice to have a rival. Just as Young was thinking this, he suddenly discovered that there was an antique fighter plane on the side and behind him. I am Nitrogen Zeus. Do you want to compete? The greeting from the communicator made Young excited. He didn't know what the situation of his opponent was, since someone was willing to play with him. Of course he would not refuse. Very happy to. Although he agreed happily, Young had to land first, change his weapons into practice ammunition, and then take off again. Only then did he realize that the Nitrogen Zeus who challenged him was actually a Cybertronian who could transform into a fighter jet at will. Now his fighting spirit became more intense, while David and others found a better position to watch the aerial duel. Just as David and the pilots from the Macross world were enjoying an extremely outrageous aerial battle, Bruce Wayne brought Wonder Woman Diana, Aquaman Arthur Curry, and Flash Barry Allen and Cyborg Victor Stone came over. Looks like recruitment for the Justice Avengers of the Multiverse is going well. Bruce wanted to complain about the name, but held back. After Diana was scouted by Steve Rogers and understood why she was called the name, she didn't bother to complain. Only Aquaman Arthur and Flash Barry, who are still unclear about the situation, would care about this name. Cyborg Victor said it didn't matter what they were called. At this time, he was more interested in the two planes in the sky, because one of them didn't seem to be a plane. It's best not to try to hack a random Cybertronian. That's a very bad thing to do. Others didn't know what Cyborg was doing, but David could see Cyborg's current state at a glance, even if David didn't use the Cybertron transformation at this time. Feel sorry. Cyborg immediately realized that a fighter plane in the sky was transformed from a so-called Cybertronian. He had only seen part of the image message through some secret information, the information RC left when she was in the DC universe. It was precisely because of his curiosity about this kind of mechanical life that he agreed to Bruce Wayne's invitation to join the so-called Justice Avengers of the Multiverse. At this time, Cyborg finally realized that the name of this organization was actually a bit ridiculous. Flash Barry and Aquaman Arthur are looking around. Both of them are curious about everything in Winter City. When he learned that the people around him came from another world, Barry directly turned on the chat mode and chatted endlessly with them. Whoa! Immigrant fleet? Are everyone living on a spaceship? What kind of spaceship is it? Mihail and Luca were not disgusted with Barry's chatter, and they were also curious about these new people, especially when they learned that these people came from the same world as the powerful Kryptonians, the daughter of Zeus, king of Olympus, the son of the queen of Atlantis, a young athlete who became a mechanical life due to a magical square box, and a chatty man who accidentally gained super speed after being struck by lightning. In addition, he is said to be the strongest Kryptonian. What kind of terrible world is it that there are so many strange guys? Michael looked at Bruce, who was standing next to David. This man with gray hair and a strong body had no idea what abilities he had. Is he a Kryptonian? No. I'm from Earth. So what are you capable of? I'm rich. Michael and Osmal looked at each other, unsure if the other was joking. But when they heard the chat between this man and David, they confirmed that the other party was not joking. This was indeed a very rich man. I asked Wayne Group to invest in Kent Technology Company for Clark. Oh, is it still open after all? Yes. It is indeed a good thing for the Earth to spread various advanced technologies in a reasonable manner. In addition to being beneficial to the people on Earth, it will also be of great help to Clark himself, After Kent Technology Company gets on the right track, it can continuously provide Clark and his family with generous living security. This way, Clark can focus all his energy on defending the Earth. Should we start with civilian products? No. Develop in many aspects together. Bruce looked up at the two fighters fighting in the sky. He had long known that the Talon fighter was not something ordinary people could fly. Judging from this performance, the driver doesn't look like a novice. Coupled with a few people standing next to him, the answer is already clear. David has recruited very powerful pilots. After glancing at the other people around him, Bruce told David about the process of recruiting Aquaman and the Flash. In general, it was not too difficult to recruit these two people. The Flash joined almost immediately after finding him. Aquaman, although a little more troublesome, also chose to join after persuasion. But after the team is formed, no one knows what to do next. Is it just a name? If there is no accident, there will be an accident on your side soon. David estimated the time. Although there was no battle between Batman and Superman, and there was no Luthor creating the Doomsday that killed Superman, Steppenwolf should be arriving on Earth soon. Although it is said that Superman's death is one of the reasons for Steppenwolf's appearance, it is not the whole factor. It is inevitable that Steppenwolf will come to Earth, and there will not be much change in time. Should we let these people go directly to Paradise Island? As soon as Steppenwolf appeared, the Justice Avengers, who had been waiting for a long time, swarmed forward, letting this guy understand what a surprise is. While the two were discussing, Shirley suddenly appeared. David looked at the large group of people from all over the world in front of him, and felt that today's scene was particularly chaotic. Is something wrong? After asking, David found out that Shirley was not coming to him, but to Jill for help. Help? Sansa is in some trouble. I want to find someone to help. Shirley was worried that she was not strong enough, so she wanted to find some help. In fact, she didn't want Gil to follow her to help Sansa, but she wanted Gil to notify Leon and call him over. Shirley's identity is quite special. Leon told her not to go back to her original world until she could, so she needed to find someone to spread the word. You don't have to let Leon do this kind of thing. Right. She looked at the embarrassed Shirley in surprise, and realized that Shirley felt embarrassed, so she wanted to ask an acquaintance for help. How about I arrange for a few winter nights to go with you? Isn't this too exaggerated? Although Shirley does not work in the army, she also knows the strength of the winter knights. Although they are not all paladins yet, they are not much different. Even those who have not yet become paladins have powerful combat power that far exceeds that of ordinary humans. Coupled with the blizzard power armor, if such a guy goes to a world with a medieval background, even if there are only 3 or 5 people, he can dominate the continent of Westeros. Right? When you say that, things suddenly become interesting. The continent of Westeros is not an advanced and developed world. To David, it seems to be similar to the world where the kingdom of Sparta is located. But there are some mysteries in that world, in addition to special minerals unique to that world. There are also dragons, magic, white ghosts, etc. If we support the Stark family to unify Westeros, wouldn't it mean that Winter City would have another world attached to it? If she moves quickly enough, Dragon Mother, who is still on another continent at this time, will be surprised to find that the continent suddenly changes into a different style when she assembles the fleet and heads to the continent of Westeros. That scene should be quite interesting. Your expression tells me that you are thinking about something very interesting. Tony, who had a pair of glowing light bulb eyes, was watching the excitement quietly, but his clever brain allowed him to immediately guess what David was thinking. Do you want to take over that world? It's too exaggerated. I just want to win a continent for the time being. David glanced at Tony next to him, raised his hand, and patted his shoulder. Your niece is in trouble, and your uncle won't help. As a member of the Stark family, you can't just ignore me. Right. You want me to come over and help. Unless you make Westeros my fiefdom. It's not like we can't consider it. In this case, for the sake of my eldest niece, who I have never met, and who is not related by blood, I will go there. Chapter 425 Savior. Tony Stark, who is equipped with black technology and has learned a lot of arcane magic. He has recently absorbed a lot of arcane energy, and his magic power is almost overflowing. The team is led by Tony Stark, 10 Winter Knights, who have mastered the Holy Light and where blizzard power armor accompany them, coupled with Shirley and Gil, who borrowed some equipment from David. It would not be difficult for such a team to directly blow up King's Landing, let alone help Sansa. Of course, this is not the most outrageous. The most outrageous thing is that Diana, Arthur, Barry and others who came to visit and find the way felt that it was magical to be able to travel to another world. When this world is the continent of Westeros, the magical index will continue to increase. So, this group of people also went together. By the time young Dyson and Nitrogen Zeus ended their duel and stood in front of David again, most of the large group of people who had been around him had already left, leaving only these few people from the Macross world, still waiting here. In fact, several people who just listened to the whole content are also curious about the other world and want to go there and see the excitement. But they are different from those who have joined Winter City. These few have only received invitations and have not yet truly become a part of Winter City. So I didn't dare to make such a request casually. I could only watch these people leave with envious eyes. However, everyone's visiting activities are basically over. David has already led several people to see what they want to see. Next, they have to think carefully about how to make a decision. Should they accept the invitation of His Majesty the King and join Winter City? Or refuse and return to your own world to continue your original life? In fact, after they saw the magical things in Winter City with their own eyes, it was difficult to refuse them outright. Ozma and Michael did not agree directly, mainly because they had some details that needed to be inquired about. For example, after joining Winter City, do they have to stay here permanently? How should they deal with their interpersonal relationships in the original world? Can I bring my family members? What kind of accommodation can the family members get? How is the education situation in Winter City? What about future employment prospects? If you join, how much time will you have to deal with your original work? These two people were not alone and had many things to consider. So naturally they did not make a decision so quickly. David wasn't in a hurry, and wouldn't mind the two of them visiting him more often before making a real decision. In fact, it would not be bad for David to delay for a longer time. Maybe when these two people make a decision, they can recruit more people to Winter City. Even if you agree to join Winter City, I do not force you to come and live in Winter City immediately. You have absolutely enough time to deal with your own affairs. Perhaps the conditions offered by David were too generous, and Mihai couldn't think of a reason to refuse after much thought. If David doesn't force him to resign from SMS immediately, doesn't that mean he can earn 2 salaries? So Michael Brown chose to accept the invitation and join the Winter City Air Force, and became the second pilot. When Art Satom saw that even Michael had joined, he thought he could do it too. David, of course, accepted everyone who came and accepted Art Satom's surrender. In addition, Luca, who represents LA, has to come to Winter City frequently to ensure smooth communication between the two parties. The 3 members of the skeleton team in the original plot have been killed by Winter City. After all, the Captain Osmali did not persist for long and accepted David's invitation. However, he has been with SMS Company for a long time, and it is not an easy matter to leave, and it will take some time to process. Don't worry. You don't even have to leave your job first. David has always admired the SMS operators in the plot. If possible, it would be best to bring the bridge team to Winter City. If Mikhail works hard, he should be able to recruit Quarren and her 2 sisters from the military. David thought about it, and felt that the probability of success was very high. But it was hard to say how long it would take. But this is not a problem at all for David. He can't afford to wait. Not to mention that he has already obtained several pilots. Next, according to the requirements of these people, why build exclusive fighters? Among them, young Dyson personally likes forward swept-wing fighters. He is considering asking Winter City to build him a variable form fighter with the same appearance as the VF-19. In comparison, Mikhail's requirements are very low. A variable form fighter with long-distance sniping capability is enough. It doesn't matter what the appearance is. After listening to several requests, David simply listed the VF-25 as the standard appearance of the Winter City standard fighter. The design of the variable sweep wing has the feeling of the orthodox successor of the VF-1. The Savior Messiah. The meaning of the code name is also good. If you have special preferences, such as young Dyson, you can modify it alone. Just when David decided on the standard model appearance of the Winter Air Force, Tony Stark returned to Winter City with the Westeros Expeditionary Force. Accompanying him is Tony Stark's interdimensional distant relative Eddard Stark. Ned is his nickname. As usual, David met the Duke in the front hall. When David looked at the Duke of Winterfell, who knew he was going to be easygoing just by looking at his face, Eddard Stark also looked at David. Young and handsome. This was Ed's first impression of David. It was hard to imagine that the beautiful city he had just glimpsed was actually built by the young king himself. Before coming to Winter City, He already knew some things about Winter City through the relative named Tony Stark. Coupled with his daughter's narration, he personally witnessed the Winter Knight's inhumanly powerful combat power, which made Ed Stark full of curiosity about Winter City. Moreover, in every sense, the other party is his savior. So it is only natural to come to Winter City in person to express his gratitude to His Majesty David Glamorgan. Thank you very much for your help. Your Majesty, you are welcome. Theoretically, Ed Stark is not a citizen of Winter City, nor has he ever been loyal to David. Winter City does not require him to kneel down when meeting His Majesty the King, so he does not need to kneel down to salute. But Ed still knelt down on one knee and bowed his head in salute to express his gratitude and respect for David. Let Ed stand up again. David sat on the throne and listened to Shirley's report. At this time, David discovered that although he had never actively interfered with that world, Sansa's arrival in Winter City still had some impact on that world. First of all, Eddard's time to go south was delayed because Sansa, who had received an education in Winterfell and also learned a lot from Shirley, was no longer as preoccupied with her fiancé as she was at first. Now she yearns for more things and no longer wants to marry herself off early. If it's just like this, it's nothing. The key is that Sansa can still make suggestions that surprise Eddard from time to time. In fact, Sansa went to Winterfell to ask Shirley. Shirley answered what she could, but she couldn't. We'll ask others. Eddard, who had never thought his daughter was so smart, would naturally have various questions, so Eddard's journey south was delayed not because of the good advice Sansa gave, but because Eddard was observing his daughter and doubting those around her. A suspicious guy appears. Ed, who couldn't find any problems, began to try to ask his daughter's opinion after going south. This results in what happens in King's Landing being many different from the original plot. But because of Ed's character, some things were not avoided after all. After Ed learned about the siblings Cersei and James, the conflict that finally broke out was much more intense than in the original plot. The Lannister siblings are ready to completely eradicate the Stark family and will not consider releasing them at all. At the same time, they also want to frame the death of King Robert as Eddard Stark's rebellion. But I didn't expect Sansa's variable. Sansa ran directly to Winter City for help. And that's when her uncle Tony Stark from another world led the Winter Knights to kill King's Landing. When it comes to the scene where Tony Stark shows off his powers, Tony directly plays the holographic image, allowing David to have an immersive viewing experience. You're not wearing armor. I've been studying magic recently. I have to find a chance to experience it. Tony in the picture did not wear steel armor throughout the whole process, but just kept releasing spells. David noticed that Tony had almost never used the same spell. Was there a limit to spell casting in that world? No. I just want to cast all the spells once to see the effect. I didn't ask questions. I know. I just thought you should ask this question, so I answered it in advance. There is another reason why Tony did not use the armor. A new armor that can better cooperate with magic power has not yet been built. During this period, he has been focusing on learning magic, and David has brought back some new things. Therefore, we have relaxed a little bit in the design and research of the armor. Of course, against the ordinary soldiers in King's Landing, Tony, who had received reinforcements and learned magic, could easily kill them even if he was wearing civilian clothes. Moreover, his wanton display of mysterious power caused the soldiers in King's Landing to collapse even faster. Even though the 10 invulnerable heavy-armored knights beside him were equally terrifying, the soldiers would rather be beaten into pieces by these knights than face Tony. By the way, where are Diana and the others? David remembered that Diana's group of superheroes had also followed to watch the fun. How did those people react when Tony killed so many people? Barry threw up a little bit. David nodded. After all, Diana had actually been on the battlefield, and old Bruce was no longer the rookie full of naive ideas. In addition, Neptune, who had a special background, was not someone who would be merciful to the enemy. Only Cyborg and Barry are pure young people, and Cyborg has a rather special physique. So, I hope this doesn't leave a shadow over Barry. Chapter 426, The Nameless Demon. It remains to be seen whether Barry will leave a psychological shadow. Maybe wandering around Winter City can help him recover faster. Just like Ed Stark. After meeting David, the king of the Winter Kingdom, in the front hall, he followed his daughter around Winter City. The longer he walked around, the more he learned about this magical city, and the more he was amazed in his heart. There is such a magical city in the world. Because of the rise of shopping, I even forgot about time. Fortunately, there is no shortage of hotels in Winter City. Not to mention the Winter Hotel. As Winter City becomes more prosperous, More and more hotels are run by the people themselves. After checking into the hotel, Ed sighed again. This sumptuous and delicious dinner. Clean and comfortable beds. Quilts. Magical running water. Showers. Toilets and other facilities. Is this just a hotel? What kind of life does that His Majesty the King live like? In comparison, the life he lived in Winterfell was like a savage. Compared with this Winterfell, the Winterfell that he was so proud of was probably no different from a rural village. Right? Maybe not as good as... Thinking of this, Ed suddenly felt that it would not be a bad thing to let Winter City rule the continent of Westeros. And with the strength held by Winter City, maybe there is no need to worry about the threat from the north anymore. In addition, with the wealth of Winter City, it seems that there is no need to worry about the long cold winter that the people of Westeros fear most. David wonders what Ed Stark is thinking about in the hotel at this time. After he briefly chatted with Tony about Westeros, he was attracted by another thing. Designs for the new Fort Glamorgan? Yes, Your Majesty. David looked at Edwin Van Cleef in front of him, the former leader of the Stonemasons Union and the current Minister of Intelligence of the Winter Kingdom. He did not have the shrewdness of an intelligence officer at all, but his eyes were shining brightly as he discussed with David. What should the new Fort Glamorgan look like? Why did you suddenly remember this? Ever since Natasha and Ethan joined the intelligence department, I have become much more relaxed. Even matters related to assassins, stealth and other skills are handled by Vanessa. In other words, the Black Widow Natasha and the life-threatening gambler Ethan Hunt freed Edwin Van Cleef from the heavy intelligence work, allowing him to resume his favorite architectural design work. Can't even the reconstruction project of Iron Tree Fort satisfy you? Iron Tree Fort must be rebuilt. It is an entire new city. Why does it feel like Edwin Van Cleef doesn't care much about this big project? The reconstruction project of Iron Tree Castle does not have any challenges. It can be directly applied to the infrastructure construction template of Winter City. After hearing Edwin's answer, David understood what was going on. For Edwin Van Cleef, such repetitive work is not challenging at all. It is more interesting to design new buildings. Your Majesty, do you have any requirements for a new residence? First of all, it must be big enough, especially on the first floor. At least it must have space for Cybertronians to move freely. David also knew that with the expansion of Winter City, the current Fort Glamorgan is indeed a bit unsightly. Building a larger Fort Glamorgan is inevitable. It is not a waste of resources and manpower anyway. The diggers will still complain if they have no work to do. In addition to having a high enough and open space on the first floor, the overall building must also be high enough. As David was talking, he suddenly remembered a piece of news he accidentally saw in his previous life. It was a building located in the southwest that was known as the White House of the Celestial Empire. The appearance of that building is in line with David's preferences, and it is close to the style of the current Fort Glamorgan, like an enhanced and enlarged version, especially when the lights are turned on at night. The entire building is covered with a layer of golden color, which perfectly matches David's use of holy light. Just copy the exterior of that building, and the interior layout can be freely used. For example, in addition to being spacious and tall on the first floor, you can set aside a large enough room as the main hall to facilitate your reception as a king, an outsider's room. Design a huge conference room that is spacious enough. In the future, Cybertronians can also come to meetings in person. They no longer have to use holographic images to attend as they do now, as if being squeezed out by other races in Winter City. Edwin looked at David, who was getting more and more excited as he talked. He never expected that His Majesty the King would be more excited than himself when designing his new residence. What makes Edwin feel depressed is that in a few words, His Majesty has already decided on the overall appearance of the new building. Fortunately, I still have to be responsible for the specific design. Otherwise this job would not be fun at all. When does Your Majesty think it is appropriate to start construction? When I lead the kingdom's army to fight against the temple, I can start building this new house. The army of Winter City is currently suppressing the rebellion in the original kingdom of Tiran. After taking all the land of the original kingdom of Tiran into his hands, he will personally lead the Winter Knights to find the holy kingdom of Gaunt and launch revenge for Tiran battle. By then, he would have been in the south for quite some time. Enough time for the diggers and craftsmen to finish building the new house. He was not worried that the holy kingdom of Gaunt and the temple would fall too quickly, and that the house would have to withdraw its troops before it could be built. The kingdom of Holy Gunter has been solved. Isn't there still the empire of Sodorama? Although he led the army to rampage across the continent of Brunia, making himself like a war madman, he had enough reasons to do so. The Suduramar Empire was selected as the next target simply because the orcs were behind them. Develop. If the orcs land and develop within the territory of the new Aelan Federation, David will attack the new Aelan Federation first. The thing is that simple. He will hit anyone who hinders him from fighting the orcs. Watching Van Cleef leave, David took another look at the completely dark night. The nights in Winter City are no longer as dark as they used to be. In addition to bright street lights, every house will light up. With the increase in the number of residents in Winter City, these lights have been connected into a large area, making Winter City gradually develop in the direction of a city that never sleeps. Of course, I am talking about the first half of the night. After the lights in the residences are turned off in the middle of the night, Winter City, where the nightlife is not so rich, will still become very quiet. David sat by the window, looking into the distance, watching the light in the residential area gradually extinguish. But he had no intention of going back to his room to rest. Nowadays, it doesn't really matter whether he rests or not. He has always kept his usual schedule, just to feel more like a person. It wasn't until most of the residential areas could no longer see any light, and only occasionally a few lights were still on, that David stood up and prepared to go back to his room to rest. Just as he turned off the lights in his office, thinking about going to Eva, Helen's room, when he went back to his bedroom to rest alone, David suddenly noticed something. Huh? That's interesting. Following the induction, David didn't go to anyone's room or his own bedroom, but came to the rooftop. The cold wind blew across his face, but David, who was only wearing a shirt, didn't care at all. After scanning the empty rooftop to make sure there were no extra guests, David's gaze rested on an unusually dark corner. It seemed as if a thick mass of ink had been splashed here, so black that it could swallow up all the colors. Is that you? The guy who invited me here? Interesting. The black shadow slowly changed, and finally turned into a humanoid creature with a bumpy figure. David looked at the creature with red skin, horns on his head, and a pair of bat wings in front of him, and the word demon flashed through his mind for the first time. The opponent was wearing a black armor with high defensive power. It was so high that David's eyes were all red. For a moment, he didn't know where to attack first. You can actually get rid of my control. No wonder you sent me to such a far place. Oh. David was just trying to make a few words and collect some information. But the demon opposite him didn't follow the routine at all, and released a dark red fireball full of strange power with his wave of his hand. This was just the beginning. After sending out the fireball, the red-skinned female demon pulled out a huge scythe from nowhere. Then she spread her wings and moved behind David at an alarming speed, preparing to take advantage of the opponent to parry the fireball in front of him. At this time, directly killed the target with a sickle. Boom! When the fireball exploded, and the sickle struck David firmly on the cheek. However, the blood splatter that the devil expected did not happen. Neither the fireball he released nor the sickle in his hand caused any harm to the human in front of him. Oops! After originally discovering that the opponent could escape her control, and realizing that the target was more dangerous than she expected, the female demon raised the target's threat level to the highest level. Otherwise, he would not give up his favorite plan of playing with the prey and directly use all his strength to kill it. She didn't expect that this person was more dangerous than she had judged. She didn't even break the opponent's skin with her full blow. This kind of enemy was simply not something she could deal with. Run! Seeing that something was wrong, the female demon immediately wanted to escape. But as soon as her thoughts came up, she felt her head being grabbed by a hand containing terrifying power. The next second, the world was spinning. Then, his head had a zero-distance contact with a piece of ground that was emitting golden light. Ah! She felt severe pain as if her face had been burned by flames. And just as she screamed, the female devil's entire body was wrapped and entangled in the sacred fire, becoming the raw material for the fierce burning of the sacred fire. There was no scream this time. With David's current strength, the power of the sacred fire he released was so powerful that it was simply not something a little devil could withstand. The moment the flames ignited, the demon was burned to ashes. Chapter 427 Devil's Islands. After putting away the holy light that was spread evenly on the roof to protect his roof from being destroyed, David turned to look at the sickle that fell aside. When the demon died, the scythe was about to fly away, but was firmly controlled by David using the holy light version of the mage's hand, and was forced to stay in place. Raising his hand, the scythe flew off the ground into his hand. David looked at the weapon carefully. The power he felt from it was very similar to what he had felt from the continent on the other side of the planet. So, where did this demon come from? The answer is obvious. It's not surprising. After all, I have been exposed to the sight of those gods. Because of his own existence. The orcs landing on the Brainian continent had many twists and turns. It would be strange to say that the gods did not react at all. After all, these guys are not NPC villains in role-playing games. They will never fight back unless they follow a fixed plot and are hit in front of them. Just when David wanted to study the scythe in his hand more, he was surprised to find that the soul of the demon was still hidden in the scythe. When the sickle found that it could not escape smoothly, the energy inside began to fluctuate violently. Was it going to explode? So cruel? The holy light was released from his hand and enveloped the scythe. But it did not stop the scythe from exploding. The entire scythe erupted with a burst of red light and then gradually calmed down. When David took back the holy light in his hand, the sickle that relied on the holy light to maintain its form also turned into fly ash. David looked at the dark sky, gently shook his hand, as if he wanted to shake off the dust, and then returned to Glamorgan Castle to rest. Have enemies infiltrated Fort Glamorgan? At breakfast, David casually talked about what happened last night. Eva and Helen all looked surprised. Laura looked at David and made sure that there was no scar on the guy's body before continuing to eat. Own breakfast. Who is he? An assassin from the temple? A spy from the Siduramar Empire? Judging from the current situation, it is more likely that these two companies will send assassins. And the Marquis of Ingram Fable seems to be highly suspicious? No, it's a demon. It must be a demon. Right. With bat wings, horns and a tail. It looks like it's a demon. Or maybe it's a succubus. Devil? Both Eva and Helen were shocked. Neither of them had thought that there were demons in this world. Although they know that there are gods in this world, and have seen many mysterious powers. They have also mastered powers such as Arcana and Holy Light, and have fought demons in dungeons. But no one thought that there were creatures like demons on the Brainian continent. Don't think too complicatedly. The demon I met yesterday is just the same race as Cybertron and the orcs. Considering the direction in which this demon is currently flying, there is a high probability that it is also the group of gods' subordinates. Flying? You didn't kill that demon? Of course he killed it. But this guy has some special ways to save his life. The destruction of the body did not kill the demon. Her soul was still hiding in the weapon. And the self-destruction of the weapon did not destroy the soul, but released it. Use teleportation magic to teleport the soul to a safe area. Of course, this is what the other party thinks. After David noticed the situation of the weapon, he secretly placed a mark on the demon's soul. With the strength of that demon, it was impossible to detect David's manipulations. So her soul returned in the direction from which she came, carrying David's mark. Although David didn't tell everything he did, the women present were each smarter than the other. They didn't need David to explain in such detail. And they guessed the entire content, and even guessed what David would do next. Intend. Do you want to use this demon's eyes to explore the situation on that continent? The opportunity comes to me unsolicitedly, and there is no reason why I can't take advantage of it. David put the last bite of breakfast into his mouth, drank the juice in the glass, and then prepared to start today's work. Go to the office first to see if there are any new reports. Let's take a look at the Winter Legion's battle situation at Dragon Castle. All goes well. Then he paid attention to the internal development of Winter City. His work for today was basically over. After checking the time, it was just half an hour since he finished breakfast. He had the whole day at his disposal. David thought for a while, and found that there was nothing special he wanted to do. He just sat at his desk and watched, practicing alchemy and analyzing folding crystals while paying attention to the demon in the distance. The soul of the female demon quickly moved towards her hometown under the protection of the powerful demonic power. She soon left the northern plains and came to the sea, and her flight direction turned slightly to the southeast. The boundless blue water soon turned into red water, and the bright red ocean gave the entire sea area a strange color. When David was surprised that there was such an ocean on the back of Brainia, scattered islands appeared in front of him. At the same time, the demon's flying altitude began to decrease, and soon flew straight towards one of the islands. Huh? Didn't you go to that continent? This was slightly beyond David's expectation. After careful calculation, the position of this red ocean and this archipelago seemed to be just between the Brainia continent and another continent, slightly closer to the continent on the back. In other words, this archipelago can be used as the outer line of defense of that continent. Just when David was thinking about whether he should use a leapfrog tactic to break through the defense lines of these islands first, the devil's soul had plunged straight into a blood-red, thick and hot pool on an island. David immediately felt a huge amount of energy gathering towards the demon's soul, making the demon, which was already extremely weak and whose soul could collapse at any time, regain its vitality. The huge energy and vitality rebuilt it into a new body. In just a few seconds, the demon that was burned to ashes by David with the holy light was reborn, standing up from the thick blood-colored pool water. The female demon looked at her skin color, which had become much lighter. She felt that the demonic power in her body had become much weaker, and her face was quite ugly. But she felt lucky to be able to escape from that terrible human hand. All kinds of emotions were intertwined in her heart, and finally turned into a sigh. She couldn't complain about anything. She could only blame herself for being unlucky enough to accept such a task. Walking out of the blood pool, a tall and muscular male demon glanced at her in surprise. "I didn't expect to see you here, Norma. It's just resurrection. It's a normal thing." The resurrected female demon Norma was smooth and smooth. The demon opposite just glanced at her in surprise, pointed at the box next to her, and then looked away without paying any more attention to her. Norma didn't care. Walked to the box, found an armor of suitable size, and put it on her body. Looking at her skin, which was only slightly reddish, Norma sighed again. No matter what, let's go do the business first. Spreading her wings, Norma, who was resurrected and put on new equipment, flew into the sky, and then flew towards another island. This resurrected demon has no idea that someone is riding on her, observing everything on this archipelago through her eyes. The dotted islands and the seawater around the islands are dark red, which seems to contain strong power. But what makes David worried is that this area does not bring him any discomfort. It seems that this Red Sea has not been transformed. When it came out, it was originally like this. Soon, Norma flew to a relatively large island. The environment of this island can be said to be quite harsh. The entire island is like a volcano that is erupting at any time, filled with acrid smoke and rolling lava. In such an environment, most life forms must stay far away. But for demons, it is a perfect habitat. Through Norma's eyes, David could see a large number of demons gathering on the island. And one demon stood out the most. This demon has a very conspicuous size. After all, it is nearly 20 meters tall, so it is difficult to ignore it even if you want to. In addition, Norma flew straight towards this huge demon. David was a little curious. Can this guy sense his existence? Lord Millard. The giant demon known as Millard looked at Norma and realized that her mission had failed when she discovered that she had just used the resurrection pool. Failed? Yes, sir. Norma immediately explained while admitting the failure of her mission. That human being is much more powerful than expected. Millard was originally dissatisfied with Norma's failure. After all, their master rarely gave an extra instruction, and he gave such an important task to Norma. But he failed. What should the master do if he doubts his clan's ability to do things? You failed to kill the target. So what about other things? How is your investigation of the situation on the northern plains? Norma suddenly didn't know how to answer. When she passed by, she felt that she didn't need to care about a mere human being. So she went straight to Winter City, thinking about finding the target's real owner. You can do whatever you want to do with it at that time. If you want any intelligence information, just ask it directly from the other party's mouth. Unexpectedly, the other party was not under her control at all, and she even beat her to death with a flip of her hand. Seeing that Norma didn't speak, Millard immediately guessed the answer. You didn't complete any of the tasks I gave you? I'm sorry, Lord Millard. As soon as Norma opened her mouth, the next second, she was hit to the ground by the energy light ball released by Millard. The terrifying and ferocious demonic energy directly blasted away the demonic power in her body. And the demonic body that had just recovered was beaten again, turned into gray. The next moment, Norma, who had gained a new body again, was floating in the resurrection pool with a grimace. After this resurrection, Norma was reduced to a little devil and became the lowest being in the group. Chapter 428 The Righteous Avengers Assemble. Norma became a low-level little devil, with a small body, small arms, short legs, and an ugly appearance, which was completely different from her previous appearance. Feeling all these changes, David burst out laughing, almost unable to hold on to the alchemy formation in his hand. Fortunately, his alchemy skills were quite good after years of practice. The alchemy array in his hand did not really collapse, and quickly returned to normal and stabilized. The polyhedral alchemy array between his hands continued to analyze the folding crystal. David's experience of discovering this unlucky devil was like an interesting reality show. When you have nothing to do, watching a reality show is also a good choice. What's more, he can also use Norma's eyes to better understand the situation of the Devil's Islands. Because there are a large number of devils living there, David casually gave it such a name. Especially after the test showed that even the huge demon could not detect his own existence. David felt even more relieved. It's a pity. It would be nice if we could continue exploring to the southeast. He really wanted to see what was going on that continent. But Norma, a little devil who had just been demoted, shouldn't be able to go to that continent. Right? The downgraded little demon Norma didn't even have new armor to wear this time. After leaving the resurrection pool, he could only find a place to rest where there were as few other demons as possible. And at the same time, he was thinking about what he should do next. David suddenly discovered that Norma, who had turned into a little devil, not only lost her strength, but also seemed to have lowered her intelligence. He wandered around the open area for a long time, and he couldn't figure out what to do. In desperation, David could only remind the devil a little through the mark. Restore your strength and raise your level back. Not knowing where this idea came from, Norma, who thought she had come up with it, finally knew what she should do. She looked around and stood there thinking for a while, before remembering what she should do. Fortunately, her brain reaction was slowed down, and she didn't have amnesia. Otherwise, David wouldn't know what to do, and could only see what happened. Norma, who still remembered how to increase her strength, soon came to another island and turned into a little devil. Although her physical fitness was still stronger than that of ordinary people, she lost her ability to fly. This also means that the little devil's range of activities is limited to this archipelago. David, who noticed this, was even more curious about how these demons increase their power, through practice? Or through some special ceremony? Or kill and devour other little demons? I thought about several possibilities in my mind, but I didn't expect it to be this one. Looking at the rows of straight black tubes in front of him, David couldn't figure out what the connection between these gun barrel-like things and becoming stronger was. But he saw many demons here. In addition to a large number of little demons, there were also many high-level demons with human or semi-human shapes. He could not distinguish the levels of these demons based on their appearance, but the intensity of energy fluctuations in each demon was different. From the analysis of this fluctuation, it seemed that the level of humanoid demons was relatively higher. But this does not seem to be absolute, because there are also some ferocious demons that are relatively large in size, have reverse joints, hooves, and are covered in scales, and the energy fluctuations emitted by them are stronger. Is body type the real standard? Thinking of the huge demon that was 20 meters tall. It was also covered in scales and had no human appearance, and its whole body was emitting a red light like magma. While thinking, David did not stop observing the surroundings. He soon noticed that these demons would enter those towering iron pipes. And then every time a demon entered, the dark iron pipes would be launched upwards. A stream of light. This stream of light will not keep climbing upwards, and will disappear shortly after leaving the barrel. David, who already had rich experience, soon realized that these streams of light did not disappear, but were sent to other worlds. These demons gain power by traveling to other worlds? This discovery surprised David a little, but after thinking about it carefully, he found that it reasonably explained many things. The gods behind the demons must have the ability to connect to other worlds. Various races on the continent of Brunia, including those currently on the continent. The orcs that pose a huge threat, and the evil energy they use have clear templates. Now David knew how these gods obtained their prototypes. The little devil Norma soon came to an empty cannon barrel. The door below would open automatically after completing a launch, and would close when a new devil entered. David watched Norma walk into it, and began to think about a new question. Even if this strange teleportation device could send the mark he left on Norma to other worlds, could he be able to connect to the mark across planes? David, who was thinking this, soon found that he didn't have to worry about it. The teleportation method used by the demons was very rough. They directly blasted Norma into a ball of energy and then launched it. No wonder each barrel fired a meteor. It turned out that those bright meteors were all energy demons. At the same time, the teleportation device accurately launched only the demon. The mark attached to Norma by David was not launched to other worlds at the same time, but was left in the barrel. David thought for a while, and opened a palm-sized portal directly at his hand to take back the energy. It's so lively that I can't stand it anymore. Although it did not meet expectations, it was still somewhat rewarding. Especially the way the demons become stronger has a weird feeling like a bankrupt moderator god's space. Of course, he knew that there shouldn't be any big light balls, exchange systems or the like there, and he didn't know how these demons came back after being launched to other worlds. But at least knowing the existence of this group of demons, David began to think seriously. Should he launch a sneak attack before the other party launched a second round of attacks against him, and completely eliminate this group of demons? To arouse the enemy? No longer exists. The other party already knew about him. And after he repelled the other party's first trial, there would only be endless troubles next. Thinking of this, David had nothing to hesitate about. And unlike the major forces on Brunia, or the situation of the orcs, the strength of this group of demons is beyond what ordinary people can handle. The people he needs to recruit this time will not be ordinary soldiers in the winter. I never expected that the first gathering of the Justice Avengers of the Multiverse would be because of the enemies of this world. Using the multifunction tool to send out the recruitment message, David arrived in the conference room alone first. Afterwards, people who received the news came to the conference room one after another. The first to arrive was Iron Mage Tony Stark. After a battle and venting in King's Landing, Tony consumed the excess arcane energy in his body. His eyes no longer looked like light bulbs, but returned to normal. Next to arrive was the former Supreme Master, former Hydra and current leader of the Justice League, Captain America Steve Rogers. And with him was Captain Carter. The two captains greeted David after seeing him, then found an empty seat to sit down, and quietly waited for the others to arrive. Next, Diana, Arthur, Barry, and Victor, who had not yet returned to their own world, arrived one after another. Kara, who was more familiar with Winter City, came in with a few others. Bruce informed Clark. David's message is to recruit the Justice Avengers, so Clark cannot be left behind. Not to mention that this person is still the backbone of the fighting force. Then, Zod arrived at the conference room with Fiora. Floyd, the deputy leader of the Winter Knights, also arrived, plus the holographic images of Megatron and Optimus Prime, the two commanders of the Cybertron Legion, as well as mutant representatives Professor X, Charles Xavier, and Storm Aurora Monroe. It can be said that David has recruited all the extraordinary combat power in Winter City. This was the first time for these people to gather together, and it was inevitable to look at each other and introduce each other. After a while, it was as lively as a vegetable market. When Bruce and Clark arrived, David coughed lightly, and everyone immediately stopped talking and looked at each other. David sitting at the head. Last night, an assassin came to Glamorgan Castle. After briefly explaining the situation, David also played a holographic image in the form of Cybertron, giving everyone a clearer and more intuitive understanding of the situation. After everyone saw the group of demons on Devil's Islands, they understood why David had recruited them. Are these real demons? Barry the Flash couldn't control his mouth and interrupted David's introduction. But David didn't mind, watching the young Flash explain to him. I don't know, Barry, but they look no different from the legendary demons, and they have very powerful power. I mean, did they originally exist? Or were they, like the orcs, maybe made by those guys? I'm afraid I can't answer you right away. David doesn't know the specific situation. Now he can only confirm that these demons have direct connections with the gods. And may their status be higher than that of orcs and dark elves? Leader! Just as everyone kept looking at the holographic image released by David, trying to get more information from the screen, Megatron, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. There are huge energy fluctuations over the sea east of the northern plains. Megatron, who was monitoring the entire northern plain from the air, shifted the focus of his investigation to that area after David began to introduce the existence of the Devil's Islands in the southeastern sea. So when a situation occurred, he was aware of it immediately. David closed his eyes and sensed it, and immediately discovered that the energy fluctuations discovered by Megatron came from the huge demon Millard. Looking at the direction this guy is flying, is he heading towards me? There is nothing to discuss. The enemy has already attacked. At this time, he had only one choice. Righteous Avengers, assemble! Chapter 429 Battle of Thailandport. Justice Avengers. This organization that David casually mentioned has now been established for various reasons. However, there are many and mixed internal members, and everyone is not in the same world yet. So even internal members don't know who are their teammates. This time, we got to know each other through the Devil's attack. Speaking of demons, David saw that no one among the many superheroes expressed doubts about fighting demons, and sighed in his heart again. Sure enough, choosing a route that is in line with the public approval is an extremely correct decision. Everyone thinks that demons are evil. If David did not learn the holy light at the beginning, but some kind of power that looks evil or is evil in most worlds, then it will be difficult for him to easily gather so many super demons. Heroes come to help. The greater possibility is that he is regarded as an evil demon invading their world, and he calls on his friends to form a group to beat him down. But because David chose the holy light, no one doubted David's character after understanding the idea and nature of the holy light. Even people who don't understand the holy light will not associate David with evil spirits and heretics when they see the golden light with wings on his back. Even if there is any misunderstanding, they will choose to talk and communicate first rather than start a fight directly. While sighing in his heart, it did not affect David from issuing a series of orders. He prioritized issuing a series of orders to Weatherby, asking Till Lamport to issue an evacuation alert and evacuate civilians from the battlefield first. As for how to meet the challenge, he was in no hurry to think about it. Present were master tacticians, like Batman Bruce Wayne, and experienced frontline commanders, like Steve Rogers. These two people can completely lay out the most suitable battle plan in a very short period of time. Megatron continues to monitor the demon named Millard, and the wizard Jada Proudmoore uses a teleportation spell to send us to Tehran Port. Barry, Kara, you are responsible for ensuring the safety of civilians during evacuation, and others are ready for combat. In such a battle, ordinary soldiers are of no use, so they are simply responsible for protecting and directing civilians to evacuate to safe areas. Kara and Barry have no combat experience. Even if their superpowers are very powerful, they are not suitable to be directly placed on the front line of fighting demons. They can only be responsible for some simple auxiliary work. Just as Steve was arranging tasks for everyone, everyone came out of the conference room one after another. Jada Proudmoore was not actually called to the meeting at first, but when she needed to move quickly, she would be asked for help every time. It's a pity that Ronan went south with the Tehran Knights. Otherwise, this maid should be able to play a huge role against the demons. Floyd returned to the military camp to recruit the Winter Knights. This was the first time the Winter Knights went into battle after completing the transformation of all members into paladins. Floyd did not expect that after the Knights of Winter became a complete body, the first battle they would face would be demons. This was really a huge challenge. But it is also the perfect opportunity to prove that the Knights of Winter are the ace army of Winter City. Optimus Prime called the ambulance. Currently, only himself, Megatron, and the ambulance have mastered the power of the holy light among the Cybertronians. Among them, Megatron will continue to sit in the air and will not directly join the battle with the demons. When ambulances go to the battlefield, they can ensure that everyone in the battle, and even civilians, receive timely treatment after being injured. Just when David put on the Lightbringer suit, Bruce and Steve came to David. Demons can be resurrected through the resurrection pool on the island. Right. Yes. Everyone has seen this, and they are about to fight the devil. Of course, Bruce will not ignore this. I'm thinking about the possibility that after we stop the demon named Millard at Tehran Port, he kept calling for a steady stream of demons and launched endless attacks on us. Bruce thinks this possibility is not small, and he also needs to consider the possibility that the devil may be able to use teleportation spells to quickly teleport the devil from the Devil's Islands to the battlefield. After all, demons have mastered the ability to teleport to other worlds, so it doesn't seem strange to know how to teleport in this world. Casting forbidden magic spells? No, this doesn't make any sense. Bruce believes that the forbidden magic spell can only ensure that teleportation cannot be carried out in a certain area, but this may allow the demons to directly attack other places in the northern plains. It is better to let them continue to attack T. Where is Lang Hong? When David heard this, he suddenly guessed Bruce's plan. You don't want to attack the devil's hometown in turn, do you? You asked this, which proves that you have also thought about the feasibility of doing this. Bruce thought about it and realized that if he really wanted to defeat or eliminate this group of demons, he must destroy the resurrection pool on the Devil's Islands in advance. Otherwise, the demons will keep resurrecting, and they will never be able to kill them all. This battle will be quite difficult. Even if they win in the end, it will probably be a miserable victory. Who are you going to let do this? David looked at Steve Rogers in front of him, and found that Captain America was indeed the most suitable candidate. He has a powerful enough holy light and rich experience in special operations behind enemy lines. He has served as a supreme mage, and has dealt with creatures like demons. More importantly, the resurrection pool used by the demon is most likely some kind of mysterious power. Steve, who was forced to learn a lot of mysterious knowledge when he was the supreme mage, should know how to completely destroy that thing. I thought you were going to let Clark, or me, go. Judging from the information you revealed, these demons are very good at mind control and other spells. I don't know if Clark can handle such methods now, so he is not suitable for this. Bruce considered it is still very comprehensive. especially after reading a lot of comics. As for you, I think that if you are in Thailand port, even if Steve cannot destroy the resurrection pool, it is not completely impossible for us to defeat the demon. Bruce never had an accurate idea of what level David's actual combat power was. But judging from the information obtained from Sylvanas, Jaina, Steve, Clark, Tony and others, David is very, very powerful. However, the most important thing to Bruce is that as long as David stays on the battlefield, his side will not be killed. In a way, David is the resurrection pool of Winter City. Even though all members of the Winter Knights are paladins, and the Holy Light Cathedral now has many priests, even Optimus Prime and Ratchet have considerable attainments in the Holy Light, but they still cannot replace David's importance. Is Steve going alone? How is that possible? Steve said with an expression of I'm not going to die. Diana, Arthur, and Tony will be with me. That's it. These people all have strong personal strength, and they all have some mysterious powers. It can be seen that the candidates for this team are carefully selected. I wish you good luck. While the three people were talking, everyone was already ready to set off. Everyone gathered together, except for Optimus Prime and Ratchet. There were also several mass-produced Quinjet Decepticons parked around them. These fighter planes are just in case. Let's not talk about it for now. Parking a few fighter planes near the battlefield is much more convenient than mobilizing them from Winter City only for temporary use. As the magical light released by Jaina enveloped the area, when everyone regained their vision, they had arrived at the dock of Thailand port. This newly established port city is not too big yet, but some public facilities have been built. At this time, the loudspeakers in the city are blaring sirens. Local officials, police have already been notified. Soldiers stationed at Port Thailand are organizing the orderly evacuation of civilians. David looked around, and after confirming through his senses that no unlucky man was left in the city, he looked at the pier where there were only a few fishing boats. Although it may not be useful, it will look much more impressive if there are a few warships anchored in the port. Just as everyone was taking their positions and finding a suitable fighting position, Megatron's voice rang out on the public channel. The enemy has noticed your presence. The demon named Millard summoned at least 500 demons. After listening to Megatron's report, David and Bruce looked at each other. Obviously, Bruce's previous judgment was correct. Prepare to meet the enemy. Among the 80 Winter Knights standing behind David, several of them had missile launchers deformed on their shoulders, filled with Jericho missiles attached to the Holy Light. The target has appeared within the attack range. After listening to his men's report, Floyd glanced at David, and when His Majesty nodded, he immediately ordered, "Launch!" The order was given, and several Jericho missiles flew into the distance. Clark and Kara flew into the air and observed the situation in the distance. Boom! Countless explosions were almost connected together. Standing at the pier of Thailand port and looking eastward, the sea and sky turned into a huge ball of light. The next second, a strong wind with the smell of seawater blew past everyone, but no one blocked it or blinked. They all stared into the distance with wide eyes, wanting to see the effect of this attack. Not bad. David, who also had the strongest perception, knew the result earlier than anyone else. This round of missile attack killed many demons, and the rest were more or less injured. Only Millard was unscathed. It seems that this demon leader has to be taken care of by me personally. Leave this devil to me. Optimus Prime's modified carriage appeared out of thin air, and completed the combined transformation with Optimus Prime, becoming a taller Super Optimus Prime. Autobots, attack! Chapter 430, I am already invincible. There is no such thing as blood and flesh flying everywhere, roaring in despair, and sacrificing one's life for righteousness. When a large group of demons officially landed at Thailand port, the demons that had experienced several rounds of missile baptism had already suffered heavy damage. Although Millard, the huge demon, was not harmed, the continuous explosion of holy light still had some impact on him. When he rushed to the beach, his eyesight had not fully recovered. It was Optimus Prime who came forward and gave Millard a warm punch that made Millard recover. As for the other demons, less than half of them had rushed to the shore, after another round of indiscriminate bombardment by the Winter Knights. Although not many died, basically all of them were injured. The Piccolo assault rifle began to roar wildly, and the dock was immediately enveloped in gunshots and explosions. In this extremely noisy environment, Captain Carter, Floyd, Clark and others began to rush into the demon group and kill them. David looked at it and waved his hand to Zod beside him. In this case, he doesn't need to leave any guards around him at all. The Kryptonians can join the battle collectively. Ratchet stayed beside David and did not move. Flash very quickly checked around Port Tylan. After confirming that the civilian side was not under attack, he began to wander around the battlefield and saw that his teammates were injured. He was brought to the ambulance, but he found that he had little or no chance of needing to save people. After all members of the Winter Knights became paladins, the Winter Knights have the ability to use holy light for healing, even if they are not specialized in this. It is enough at this time. In addition, when the Winter Knight encounters a life threat, the Blizzard Power Armor's built-in first aid device will be activated. After a few tubes of medicine, the combat power will be restored immediately. If the condition is still not good, he can wave and replenish himself with a few healing spells. It's not that troublesome. Looks like these demons shouldn't cause us much trouble. Liatron, the bishop of the Holy Light Cathedral, also came this time. She originally thought she could show off her cultivation achievements in front of David. However, like Ratchet, she had no chance to take action. They stood together with David. His Majesty the King watched the excitement from his side. If I guess correctly, the second batch of demons should appear. This is not a game. Millard does not need to wait for all his men to die before summoning the second batch. Even though he was fighting Optimus Prime in a one-on-one fight, and the two were fighting extremely fiercely, he still couldn't stop him from using teleportation spells to summon a new batch of demons to join the battle. David didn't know how many of the second batch of demons were demons that had been resurrected after being killed before. But this situation proved that Bruce's previous worries were correct. If the resurrection pool was not destroyed, these demons would not be able to be killed at all. Under normal circumstances, there is simply no way I can withstand this endless attack. Is Steve starting over there? Flicker is also in that team. And Flicker is responsible for opening the teleportation gate and rushing to reach the Devil's Island soon. Taja's teleportation spell is temporarily unavailable in this world, and Steve mainly spends this time on research how to solve this problem. But before I could overcome this problem, the demon attacked. As for Flicker in Winter City, the fact that it has not yet developed its abilities to the limit is not a problem. It is just that in a hurry within the planet, Flicker's current abilities are enough. Even if you can't open the portal directly to Devil's Islands, just open it a few more times. David looked at the battle ahead and ordered Megatron. Go to the Devil's Islands and wait for my order. Clear. Megatron didn't ask David what he was doing over Devil's Islands. Now that David had proven himself to be an outstanding Cybertronian leader and was leading the Cybertronians to gradually recover, Megatron was there is no doubt about the core instructions originating from the fire. After giving the order, David was thinking about whether to show his presence a little, give everyone a collective buff status or something. As soon as he thought of it, David raised his hand and prepared to release a pillar of holy light directly like he had released the holy light field. However, his current strength is many levels stronger than before, and he has also figured out his actual situation. So he didn't even have time to raise his arms. Just a thought came up, and the world around Tylan Port was already stained a rich golden color. The clouds in the sky were separated by some force, and a beam of light shone straight down, shrouding David in it. The next second, countless white feathers appeared out of thin air between heaven and earth. These feathers were all condensed by holy light. These feathers seem to have little lethality, but once a demon touches these feathers, they will immediately be burned by the sacred fire. For the people in Winter City, these feathers will not cause them harm at all. They will only make them feel very comfortable. As for the Winter Knights, the benefit of these feathers to them was even more obvious. Almost at the same time that the feathers appeared between heaven and earth, a pair of wings condensed with holy light spread out behind each Winter Knight. The Knights felt that their strength, speed, and reaction had been greatly improved. The holy light in their bodies seemed to be endless, so that the Winter Knights completely ignored the consumption of the holy light and attached a large amount of energy to each of their attacks. Holy light. In this state, the Piccolo assault rifle is coated with a layer of light, and the flames ejected from the muzzle turn into holy light. The bullets fired are also wrapped in rich holy light, drawing golden rays of light on the battlefield. After releasing a large-scale group buff spell, he continued to stand and look at the battlefield. Although he is extremely conspicuous now, he is the brightest boy on the battlefield in Tylan Port, and he is also the real target of Millard, the demon leader's trip. But the demon fighting with Optimus Prime couldn't free his hands to attack the human. Even if I use my full strength to knock the metal life in front of me away, the opponent will rush forward again as if nothing happened. This is the thing that depresses Millard the most. It seems that his attacks can't cause harm to this guy. The energy protection layer on the opponent's body is very strong. Sometimes he will even resist his own attacks, just to attack him better. Why is there such powerful mechanical life on the continent of Brunia? No one answered the questions in Millard's mind, and it was impossible for the demon to ask the enemy for specific information. Coupled with the huge energy released by the human named David, Millard realized that he and Norma had made the same mistake. Even though he had overestimated this human as much as possible, he still underestimated the other's strength. Not only the strength of this human being, but also the power of his subordinates were underestimated. The demons have no advantage in fighting the human army. The combat power of these humans has exceeded the upper limit set by the master for this continent. No wonder the master suddenly ordered him to send someone to investigate the situation of this human being. I thought that if I took action personally, all the problems would be solved. But I didn't expect that it would eventually turn into this situation. The demons under my command were being slaughtered by humans. Even I couldn't really get close to the target. I could only watch the guy from a distance. We must find a way. Millard's eyes quickly swept across the battlefield and soon focused on the most conspicuous group on the battlefield. The Kryptonians. If physics is not enough, then try psychological offensive. Millard's eyes suddenly emitted a strange red light. But just as his eyes lit up, a huge warning sign suddenly arose in his heart. Instinct drove him to dodge to the side immediately. But this was of no use. The extremely thick and solid sacred fire descended from the void, and the terrifying fire pillar, with a diameter of more than 10 meters, almost illuminated the entire area incandescently. There was no distinction between friend and foe on the battlefield. At that moment, everyone seemed to have lost their vision. All they could see was white and violent. Hot air waves blew past their bodies, knocking everyone off their feet. This is good, because everyone is a friendly army. And the paladin, who was blown by this wave of air, even felt like there was so much holy light in his body. As for those demons that were close, they were instantly vaporized, while those that were far away were severely injured and fell to the ground half dead. People around them could increase their number of kills by one with a casual hit. Being so far away, one can imagine the situation of Millard, who is the direct target of attack. He couldn't care less about any psychological offensive at this time. He just wanted to run away quickly. What kind of terrifying existence is this? At that moment, he felt like he was facing his master. Millard is determined that this is not an enemy that he can deal with at all. Such a powerful life has actually appeared on the Brunia continent. He must report this situation to his master. Millard, who didn't want to continue fighting, turned around and prepared to escape. Although half of his body was charred and white smoke was still coming out, it didn't affect his movements at all, and he jumped hundreds of meters away in an instant. Optimus Prime originally wanted to catch up, but speed was not his strong point, and Optimus Prime, who had not merged with Skyfire, had no flying ability, so standing on the beach seemed a bit awkward. Superman, Clark, and Zod reacted the fastest and rushed out immediately, but they had just flown 10 meters away when another huge pillar of fire fell out of the air in the distance, completely engulfing Millard. When the flames dissipated, Millard also disappeared. Is he dead? Bruce Wayne, who was watching the whole scene beside David, adjusted the sunglasses he put on at some point. No! David curled his lips. That guy escaped. He suddenly discovered that Millard was killed by him on purpose. The moment this guy died, his soul was transported away. Back to Devil's Islands? No! David raised his head and looked at the sky. He was sure that Millard's soul was directly transmitted to a place outside Brunia. It should be looking for his master. On the other hand, the other demons were all sent back to the resurrection pool by David, so Steve might be busy. However, compared to this trivial matter, David is concerned about another thing. Can I beat those gods with my current strength? Chapter 431. I'm looking up. David looked up at the sky. He didn't know what level of strength those gods had reached, and he didn't feel proud that he could easily kill the demon leader. That guy is just the younger brother of the mastermind behind the scenes. His goal is to defeat the mastermind behind the scenes. Now he just kills the opponent's younger brother or chess piece, which is not worth being happy at all. It was just the terrifying strength that David showed that shocked some people. Bruce Wayne even slightly adjusted his sunglasses. He had overestimated David's strength as much as possible. Now it seems that he still knows nothing about David's true strength. The demon leader named Millard had witnessed all the previous battle scenes with Optimus Prime. Millard is very powerful. Although there is no way to defeat Optimus Prime, Optimus Prime does not have any advantage. That is the Super Optimus Prime who has learned the Holy Light and used Cybertronian fusion technology to strengthen it. In Bruce's view, Optimus Prime's combat power is already quite strong. But he could only maintain an unbeatable stalemate with the demon. Such a terrifying demon couldn't even withstand a casual blow from David. Can Clark stand up to David? Without any further thinking, Bruce already knew the answer. Clark could not be David's opponent. He also saw Clark's performance. Although he was like no one among the demons, and could kill those demons very easily, he was still far behind compared to David. The two sides were no longer on the same level at all. Superior. Maybe if Clark is given enough time, he can grow to be so powerful. But how strong will David become by then? You can't assume that David's strength has reached its peak and cannot be improved. Right? Bruce was very fortunate that although David sometimes behaved like a playboy and liked to watch the excitement, overall he was still a strong man who was upright, kind and willing to abide by order. Or really God. He will not rely on his own strength to do whatever he wants. Bully the weak. Let alone exploit the weak to satisfy his own selfish desires. The Winter City founded by David seems to be a backward feudal dictatorship. But the people in Winter City are absolutely equal. They abide by the same laws. And no one enjoys special treatment. People have equal opportunities to work and make a living. And there is no favoritism in educational resources. According to David's plan for Winter City, even children from the most ordinary families can enter Winter Academy for free and receive the same education as those children from noble families. As long as his academic performance is excellent. His background will not affect the child's future at all. No matter what the future holds. At least the Kingdom of Winter is currently a happy, beautiful country that many people dream of. I'm so envious. While Bruce was sighing with emotion, the Winter Knight was cleaning the battlefield. The corpses of the demons were collected and destroyed on the spot after the ambulance completed various sampling tasks. The corpses of these demons all carry corrosive energy and must be disposed of for safety reasons. In addition, the battle did not last long. But the destructive power of the demons was astonishing. Almost half of the entire dock of Tylan Port was destroyed. And part of it was damaged by the Kryptonians and the Winter Knights. Not to mention the area where Optimus Prime and Millard fought. Maybe a new dock could be built in that area. The people of Krypton, led by Zod, are checking themselves. Although it has been a while since he acquired superpowers, and he spent a lot of time adapting to his new powers. This is the first time he has actually used them in combat. Zod and Fiora were quite satisfied with their performance, but were also shocked by David's strength. Both of them realized that David had been merciful when he dealt with himself and others. Otherwise their Kryptonian ending would not be much better than these demons. Under the suppression of this terrifying power, Zod could not even think of causing trouble at all. He just wanted to work for Winter City honestly, and hoped that David could keep his promise and arrange new treatment for the Kryptonians in the future. Although Zod has adapted to life in Winter City, rebuilding Krypton is his obsession, and he will not give up so easily. In addition, Kara, who was not far away, ignored Barry, who was chattering next to her. She was looking at her hands strangely. After David released the huge amount of holy light, she always felt that under the radiance of that light, she gained more powerful strength, speed and reaction. In the past, when she and David were basking in the sun together, she always had a strange feeling of being illuminated by two suns at the same time. Now she finally understood why this happened. It was all because of the wonderful power of the holy light. After David released such terrifying holy light and bathed in the huge holy light energy, Kara always felt that some strange changes had occurred in her body. Unsure, Kara glanced at the gravel next to her, and then released a heat ray. The originally red heat ray turned into golden light, easily blasting the stone into powder. Oh, Barry, who was lamenting the terrifying power of His Majesty the King, was startled by Kara's sudden move. At the same time, he also noticed that the color of the ray released by Kara changed. Have you learned the holy light? No, just some influence from the holy light. Kara felt it carefully for a while, and then fired a heat ray at another stone. This time it was the original red color. It still blew the stone to pieces, but she found that the original red heat ray did not have the power of the golden color. Big. How interesting. Could it be that you absorbed the holy light released by David and stored it in your body? Kryptonians can draw power from the yellow sun, and Kara knows this. But she never thought that she could absorb the holy light, or the holy light released by others. What is this? In addition to the yellow sun, can Kryptonians get energy from the minions? I wonder what's going on with Clark. Have you been affected? Kara immediately flew to Clark's side and told her cousin about her situation. Is this the case? Clark looked at his cousin, first closed his eyes and felt his own situation. And then he felt that the energy in his body seemed to have changed a little. But unlike Kara, he didn't notice any changes in his superpowers. This situation made Clark seriously doubt whether David had done something secretly. Turning his head and taking a look, he found that David was standing still and hadn't moved. And he didn't look at Kara either. That look seems to be in a daze? Of course David was not in a daze. He was on the phone with Megatron and blinked to determine the situation on Steve's side. After the Quinjet sent Steve and others to the Devil's Islands, Blink directly opened the portal and sent several people down below, while he stayed on the Quinjet and was ready to evacuate them at any time. At the same time, Megatron, who moved over the Devil's Islands, was also keeping an eye on it. If necessary, he could launch artillery support from the air to the ground. It even directly destroyed all the islands with resurrection pools. This is also the reason why David let Megatron pass. Steve can destroy the resurrection pool if he can. If Steve can't do anything, then Megatron will be responsible for violently destroying all islands with resurrection pools. How's the situation? It went pretty well. When Steve used the communication device to talk to David, his hands were very busy. His hands kept making gestures, and the holy light energy was mobilized, combined, and constructed by him into magic runes and formed a magic circle. During this period, he also lightly chopped off his feet, and a temporary totem pole made of earth element rose from the land nearby, making the demons who stepped within a certain range seem to be stuck in a quagmire, requiring more effort to move normally. Aquaman Arthur, Wonder Woman Diana and Tony Stark were killing each other around Steve. In addition to releasing various missiles, Tony also released a large number of arcane missiles with his wave. Then let me make sure first. Can this resurrection pool be destroyed physically? Wait a minute. Steve carefully observed and analyzed the composition of the resurrection pool and the operation of energy, and quickly came to a basic conclusion. Theoretically, it can be completely destroyed through physical means, but it requires a lot of destruction. Just be thorough. Then I'm relieved. Come on. If the situation is too dangerous, just ask Megatron for help. Steve's words made David feel relieved. Since it could be physically destroyed, he didn't need to make a special trip. By the way, if possible, write down the detailed structure of the resurrection pool. I'm doing it. You really understand me. David cut off the communication with satisfaction. He no longer needed to care about the Devil's Islands. Steve would take care of everything. Looking at the people around him, David felt as if he had finally reached this point. There should be no power in Brunia that could threaten him and Winter City, even if it's a large group of demons. Optimus Prime, Steve, Clark and others can help them deal with it. As a king, he only needs to stay quietly in the castle and occasionally lead his army around to show off. When facing other forces in this world, his army has absolutely crushing power. He doesn't have to worry about being unable to defeat other forces. Next, when Steve brings back the structure of the resurrection pool used by demons, David will see if he can replicate a holy light version. If it succeeds, the last important piece of the puzzle among my many ideas will be in place. What else can be done next? David thought about it, and it seemed that all he could do was smile and watch the storm rise, and Winter City dominate Brunia. Or, find a chance to go outside to explore the situation? As soon as this thought came up, David couldn't control his restless heart. After all, he was now stronger and had a lot of life-saving cards, which was very suitable for going out for a wave. Chapter 432 Above the Moon. After cleaning up the battlefield, Jaina cast the teleportation spell again and brought everyone back to Winter City. Although the pier of Tylan Port was damaged in the battle, the repair work was carried out by the craftsmen of Tylan Port. It was not the turn of these knights and superheroes to repair it. Fortunately, the fighting did not cause greater damage. The important facilities and residential areas of Tylan Port were not affected. After a short period of refuge, the residents of Tylan Port can return home and continue to live their previous lives. However, the garrison at Port Tylan should indeed be strengthened. Even if the demon crisis has been resolved, the possibility of the Suduramar Empire, or the orcs moving north along the coastline, or another continent crossing the sea to attack the northern plains, cannot be ruled out. Either way, Port Tiran will become a battlefield. Maybe Skyfire should be allowed to station here? By the way, we will build a few more mass-produced Decepticon speedboats, and then transfer Lightning and Smash from Snowfield Castle to Tylan Port. In the future, Snowfield Castle will serve as a transit station in the northern plains, but it will no longer station a large number of troops. After all, Snowfield Castle is no longer the border fortress of the Winter Kingdom. After giving a few orders, David thanked the many superheroes, friends and partners who helped. People like Barry who just came to visit, but encountered problems one after another and helped out. Of course have to say thank you. And people like Jaina who just stayed in Winterfell as a representative of Kul Tiras also need to say thank you. David has not forgotten Clark and Kara who have already settled in Winter City. Floyd didn't need to thank him. David directly praised the entire Winter Knights. It can be seen that even just the verbal praise from His Majesty has made the members of the Winter Knights very happy. Everyone feels that their efforts in the past few years have not been in vain. They have proved that they are worthy of His Majesty the King, of attention and the good treatment paid. After finishing their work, David asked Steve about the situation there, knowing that Steve had almost destroyed the resurrection pool. He had been picked up by Flash and taken to the Quinjet. Next, it's Megatron's performance time. The aerospace carrier design obtained from the Marvel Universe was improved by Tony Stark. And after incorporating many of the end of Marvel Universe civilizations and Cybertronian technology, the first aerospace carrier in Winter City was created. The Gentian showed its ferocious fangs for the first time. Countless anti-ground weapons poured ammunition crazily towards the Devil's Islands. Beams, live ammunition, and missiles cleaned every inch of the ground on the Devil's Islands. When the smoke dissipated, there were no demons left on the Devil's Islands. In order to ensure that nothing unexpected happens, Megatron will not immediately return to the skies over the northern plains, but will continue to cruise in this area to ensure that the demons are indeed completely wiped out. But Steve, Tony, Diana, Arthur and others can come back directly. And they came back pretty quickly. Thanks, Clarice! Although he would use Flash as a codename during operations, Steve was still used to calling his name. Just like he wouldn't call Tony Iron Man. I just helped a little. Clarice didn't think her role was very big. After all, these were the ones who fought with a large group of demons throughout the whole process. And it was Steve who was responsible for destroying the resurrection pool. The last one to clear the field was Megatron. All Clarice has to do is to open a few portals on the way back and forth, so that everyone can reach the destination faster. And then open the portal to send everyone to the ground, and open the portal to bring a few people back onto the plane. Apart from these things, she basically just stayed in the Quinjet and watched the fun. And she didn't even need to fly the plane. So when Steve complimented her, she felt very embarrassed. It mainly relies on Steve, Diana, Arthur, Tony and the others. Okay, there's no need to be modest. If it weren't for you, we would have wasted a lot of time on the road. Tony finally concluded the matter, and then waved to a few people and prepared to leave. I know you are going to talk to Shur next. I won't bother you when Tip discusses the resurrection pool. It seems that your magic power has been consumed a lot. David had just noticed that the arcane energy in Tony's body had been consumed too much. So he hurriedly went back to meditate to replenish the consumed magic power. This is the first time I have used magic for such a high-intensity battle. I failed to control the consumption of magic power. Tony rubbed his temples. He felt his head hurt a little. I won't say anything anymore. I'm going back first. After saying that, he took off directly and flew towards Stark Manor. Diana and Arthur watched Tony fly away and said goodbye to David one after another. By the way, where were Bruce and Clark? Either at Clark's house or at a coffee shop. You know which coffee shop. I know. Thank you. After confirming the whereabouts of the acquaintance, Diana was ready to leave. But Arthur, the King of the Sea, didn't want to go find Bruce and Clark. He wanted to walk around and take a good look around Winter City. He felt that Diana is a good guide, and I want to convince her to show him around. Watching the two people leave Fort Glamorgan, David invited Steve to go to the tea room to talk with him, and also extended an invitation to Clarice. Together? You'll have nothing to do when you go back. Right. Clarice thought for a few seconds and decided to leave. David and Steve looked like they were about to talk about business. So why were you just joining in the fun? Before she could speak, she saw Gwen walking towards her. When he learned that David was going to the tea room to chat with Steve, he dragged Clarice along, preparing to be a bystander. But after listening for a while, she regretted it, because what Steve said made her head hurt. It's not that she can't understand, but because Gwen can understand part of it, but because she hasn't systematically learned the knowledge of the mage. She is in a state of half understanding and half understanding. This is more uncomfortable than Clarice next to her, who doesn't understand at all. Gwen was a little confused. Should I learn some magic knowledge? David couldn't pay attention to Gwen at this time. He and Steve were discussing whether the resurrection pool used by the demon could be modified. After discussing for a while, The two felt that the possibility of making it into a resurrection stone powered by holy light was not low. But it just took some time to deal with some of the details. Do it slowly. Anyway, there are no major issues that urgently need to be solved in Winter City right now. And you don't have anything urgent to deal with. Right. David glanced at Steve. This guy had gained a lot of free time after he stopped being the Supreme Mage. After he whitewashed his Hydra into the Justice League, he suddenly became the most leisurely person in Winter City. And he didn't even pay much attention to the situation in his own world. According to him, matters within the Earth are handled by various governments themselves. And the powerful enemy in the universe is the God King Odin Phasian. After Hydra became the Justice League, there was nothing to deal with. In this case, many former Hydra and current Justice League members directly piloted the spaceship built by Tony Stark and went on adventures throughout the universe. After seeing the wider sky, this group of people lost interest in tossing around on the Earth. So you have nothing to do now? Almost. Then this difficult job will be left to you. Steve was speechless. He thought he had copied the structure of the resurrection pool. Even if the task was completed, David himself was responsible for how to resurrect the stone tablet. Then what are you going to do? I'm thinking about going over there. Over there? Steve was stunned for a few seconds before reacting. Are you confident enough to fight against those gods? Confidence? I haven't really seen those guys. I don't know what their strength is. How can we talk about confidence? David briefly stated his thoughts. So, I am going to test it first to see how powerful these gods are. What level does the strength reach? Is it too dangerous? Maybe. David glanced at Gwen, whose face showed some worry. But sometimes you still need to take a little risk. Don't worry. I have enough life-saving tools on me. Why don't you wait until the resurrection stone is built before you investigate the situation of those gods? No need. Brynja is my resurrection stone. The resurrection stone that David wants to build cannot be his resurrection point. His level is too high and exceeds the limit of that prop. But David doesn't really have no resurrection points. After all, he is Brynja. Unless Brynja is completely destroyed, he will not die so easily. Steve waited until David and Gwen had finished explaining before continuing to ask. Since we are going to investigate the situation of those gods, do you know where to start? Certainly. David turned to look out the window. At this time, the night had enveloped the entire Winter City, and the round moon was very conspicuous. Steve, Gwen and Clarice followed David's line of sight and looked out the window, and also noticed the full moon hanging high in the night sky at a glance. The moon? Steve looked surprised. Could it be that those gods lived on the moon? Are those gods there? I don't know if those so-called gods are there. I only know that the soul of Millard, the demon leader, was sent there after he was killed by me. David felt that even if those gods were not on the moon, there should be important clues there. How are you going to go up? Steve glanced at the moon again. The moon here looks very similar to the Earth, which sometimes makes him forget that he is not on the Earth. In other words, how are you going to avoid the moon in the sky? Those surveillances? I'm going to learn to dive. Study now? Yes. David touched his chin. He felt that with his talent, it shouldn't be difficult to learn how to sneak. Maybe he can also master shadow energy by the way. Chapter 433 How many dreams are flying freely? Stealth. The best ability of Azeroth's thieves/assassins is the ability to hide oneself between the shadow space and the real space. The thieves/assassins between the two worlds are between visible and invisible. But there are many ways to break this state and make the hidden people reappear. Strictly speaking, this is not a spell, and it is not particularly difficult to learn. However, the risk of using this ability is extremely high, and it is basically ineffective against enemies with high perception ability. This is why most spellcasters look down upon this ability. The reason is that they have too many ways to replace this skill, and there is no need to put themselves in that dangerous state. For the powerful David, learning to sneak is really easy. After Gwen explains the various key points of sneaking, David will be able to use this skill correctly. As for mastering the shadow energy, that's not true. Although the skill of stealth is related to the shadow world, it really has little to do with shadow energy. But a holy light priest uses stealth skills to bring himself very close to the shadow world. Why does it feel weird? There is a strange feeling that I can rebel against the holy light at any time. The question is, what will happen if David, who is revered as the incarnation of the holy light or even the Lord of the holy light, rebels against the holy light, directly become the Lord of Shadows? Do we still have to compete with the Lord of the Void to see who is better? After releasing the stealth state, David was thinking about all kinds of messy things. He turned around and found that Gwyn was teaching Clarice to learn to stealth after giving instructions to him. Clarice is very talented in this area, and quickly figured out the key and entered the stealth state. It's just that her stealth state is not perfect enough. Her whole body is only translucent, but she can still be seen, and her figure will become clearer as soon as she moves. Just keep practicing. This is normal. Practice more, and you will be able to use this skill well over time. Gwyn also relied on the Black Venom Queen suit to perfectly enter the stealth state and move at normal speed. Without that costume, she could only move cautiously while in stealth mode, and it was best to move in dark corners and avoid open spaces and areas exposed to direct sunlight. As for David, he found that even he could walk normally as soon as he entered the stealth state, and would break out of the stealth state any faster. This is not a matter of one's own strength, but is determined by the unique situation of this skill. When entering the stealth state, it feels like the real world is on the left and the shadow world is on the right. You need to approach the shadow world carefully, without completely breaking away from the real world to ensure that you can go back at any time. The world on both sides continues to fluctuate irregularly, so the user can only carefully control his position, and naturally cannot walk quickly. After watching Clarice and Gwyn fight while practicing for a while, David left the practice room. He came out because he felt that an acquaintance was back. "Have you finished beating the Lich King?" Aiden in front of him was wearing a full set of armor of the Knights of the Silver Hand, with a long sword hanging on his waist and a large bag in his hand. It looked like he was moving or returning from a trip, with a satisfied smile on his face. "The Lich King Nazul has been killed. All that's left are some piecemeal finishing work. Just let the ordinary soldiers of the Alliance handle it. I'll be back early." Ever since the Kingdom of Lordaeron took the lead in forming a coalition and decided to go north to Northrend to defeat the Lich King, Aiden has been stationed in the world of Azeroth. After solving Diavelo's hidden dangers, awakening the Nephilim bloodline without the World Stone to suppress it, and being able to upgrade monsters in Winter City and learn various mysterious knowledge, Aiden's combat effectiveness is flailing. Go up. Today's Aiden is not only a powerful warrior proficient in various weapons and close combat, but also knows a lot of arcane magic and ranger's bow and arrow skills. It can be said that there is nothing that Aiden does not want to learn, and there is nothing that he cannot learn. Just such a cheating guy. Teaming up with Fording, Mograine and a group of paladins to fight the Lich King. The Ice Lump. There is no suspense in the ending. "After the battle with this man named Nazul, I am certain of one thing." "What?" "If I want to solve the troubles in the Sanctuary world, my current strength is far from enough." As a hero who saved the world of Sanctuary, Aiden has been thinking about what he should do to truly save his world after understanding the true situation of his world. Heaven, HL, angels, demons. None of them are easy to deal with. Even if he knows that as long as he breaks the World Stone, humans can gradually regain their strong power. But he only has the capital to fight against those two major forces. Not to mention that the Nephilim also need time to grow. To really deal with these guys, stronger power is needed. It would be nice if there were higher difficulties in dungeons. Aiden returned to Glamorgan Castle with his luggage, just to continue working as a dungeon watcher so that he could go in and exercise. Although even on hell difficulty, Aiden's strength does not increase very fast. But as long as it can grow, he is willing to keep brushing. As a warrior, one does not lack mental toughness. At most, it would take decades. Aiden, who was in Winter City, was not worried about his lifespan. He wanted to see if this dungeon had any limits. "Come on!" After hearing Aiden's decision, David could only say, "I support you. Keep working hard." And at the same time remembered another thing. Fort Glamorgan will soon be renovated, as the new buildings will occupy a larger area, and surrounding garages, practice rooms and other buildings may also be adjusted, either moved to the north, or be directly integrated into the new Fort Glamorgan as a whole. The specific situation will have to wait for Edwin Van Cleef's design drawings. Either way, the location of the dungeon must be moved in advance. That's it. Knowing that Fort Glamorgan was going to undergo a huge reconstruction project, I suggested that we simply move the underground city to the military camp. Putting it in the station of the Winter Knights will allow the Winter Knights to continue to grow stronger. It's indeed a good idea. The people in Fort Glamorgan don't use the dungeon that much now, especially after using the strengthening potion. The dungeon became a place for pure entertainment to pass the time. After playing it over and over again for so long, everyone is getting a little tired of it. After all, these few around David are not real warriors, and they do not have such a strong urge to become stronger. Rather than leaving it there, It is better to open it to the Winter Knights, so that the Winter Knights can continue to become stronger. Winter City can continue to obtain various resources in the dungeon, and the dungeon will not be left vacant. Even if David, Helen, Gwen and others suddenly wanted to go to the dungeon, it would not be too troublesome to go to the Winter Army camp. I heard from Steve that you are planning to go outside to investigate the situation yourself? Aiden did not rush to put away his luggage. He just stood here and chatted with David. Do you need help? If you need help, I won't be polite to you. I have already said this to Steve, Tony, Clark and others. This kind of work of sneaking out and exploring is safer to do alone. Anyway, I have a lot of life-saving means. If it doesn't work, I can just run back to Brania with the invincible Hearthstone. Even if the invincible is no longer truly invincible when facing a truly powerful opponent, there should be no problem if he can hold on for a few seconds and let the Hearthstone activate. The real concern is that Hearthstone won't work. Although he was Brania, he would not die so easily if Brania was not destroyed. But he didn't know what the situation would be like. In order not to make everyone worry, David did not tell this matter. After chatting with Aiden, David paid attention to the situation of the Winter Army. The Dragon Castle has been taken, and the leader of the rebel coalition, Marquis Ingram Fable, and his entire family have been executed. Currently, the Winter Army is mopping up the remnants of the enemy and resting in the Dragon Castle to see what other local forces will come out to cause trouble. From the current point of view, the local nobles of Dragon Castle are not ready to continue the confrontation with the Kingdom of Winter. It is not known whether the terrifying combat power of the Winter Army scared them, or whether Sophia's personal visit to the front line with troops played an unexpected role. In short, the eastern part of the Winter Kingdom has stabilized. Next, it depends on whether David is going to appoint a new Marquis of the Border to guard the Dragon Castle, or does he have other arrangements? No matter what the situation is, it has nothing to do with the military. The Winter Army will leave some soldiers to defend the Dragon Castle, and then continue to sweep towards other areas. After reading the report, it was confirmed that Weatherby was already discussing with his men how to take over the government affairs of Dragon Castle, and there was no need for His Majesty King David to worry about these trivial matters. David began his routine inspection of equipment. Every time he goes out, he will check his equipment to make sure he has not left anything important behind. Even if it is really left behind, it is not difficult to come back to pick it up temporarily, and he will still do it. It integrates a multifunctional tool that is already comparable to the size of a warehouse, which contains its own Mustang sports car, Durandal fighter plane, Sea King spear, Judgment hammer, Holy Light hunter pistol, and bullets. In addition, David also put Bayphone light armor, heavy cavalry system, and other miscellaneous items inside. After making sure, David looked up and saw Laura, Helen, Gwen, and Eva standing nearby and staring at him. Come to see me off? Yes. Laura pinched her waist and made a solemn request to David without making any jokes. Come back safely. I will. He stood up and hugged Laura, then hugged Helen, Gwen, and Eva respectively, and finally told Laura, Don't tell Sophia about this. Without saying anything else, the few people came to the roof together and watched David soar into the sky and fly high into the sky. Chapter 434 Yanila Continent. Yo, this feels like the fragrance along the way. David, who was humming randomly, quickly passed through the clouds and looked at the boundless scenery around him on the sea of clouds. He did not rush to fly to a higher area, but slightly adjusted his direction and quickly approached the position of the moon. He was very fast and quickly arrived at the designated location and had already flown to the edge of safe height. Although he couldn't see it, David could feel that as long as he flew 10 meters further above, he would pass through a protective layer and reach outside Brania. Sneak. The figure disappeared directly, and David also transformed into a Cybertronian body. During this period of time, he has been busy analyzing the folding crystal every day. David's current Cybertronian body also has a folding crystal coating, ensuring that even if he slightly exposes a flaw while sneaking, he won't be immediately discovered by some kind of detection device or ability. He didn't know if it would be useful. Anyway, he would arrange all possible means. If this situation is still discovered, it at least proves that all the concealment and anti-detection capabilities currently possessed by Winter City are ineffective against the enemy. Before making a bigger breakthrough, they don't need to consider continuing to explore in this area. After making all preparations, David flew upward again and soon crossed the safety boundary. There was no special feeling. But when David flew out of Brania, He could clearly see that there was a translucent energy barrier below, protecting the entire planet. This energy also blocked the prying eyes from the outside world. It was obvious that he could see the appearance of the planet. But when David wanted to see more details, he found that his sight could not penetrate that layer of energy at all. That doesn't seem like a good sign. Theoretically, this layer of energy belongs to you, even though you can't use it now. But does this situation prove that his current strength has not reached its due height? And Brynja, who has such a powerful force, can only use such a passive way to protect herself. So how powerful is the invading enemy? Do you want to go back? A hint of retreat arose in his mind. But David decided to put these thoughts aside and continue to approach the moon cautiously. After flying slowly for a while, and after making sure that he was not discovered, David began to accelerate, while maximizing his perception and constantly observing the surrounding situation. There are no spaceships, space stations, fortresses, or other facilities. No powerful life forms were found. After searching around, David found that the area around the planet Brynja was very clean, and there were no expected large armies or various facilities surrounding it. Within a considerable distance, there is only one celestial body, the moon. Although when I was on the ground, I felt that it was very similar to the moon on the Earth. Now that I look closer, it is exactly the same. Right. After a period of testing and searching, David finally discovered that this moon is different from the moon on the Earth. This moon is an artificial celestial body. Use the teleportation ability to successfully enter the interior. Looking at the metal structures full of science fiction atmosphere around him, David carefully checked the situation. David wandered around carelessly. Stealth and invisibility were all disabled. After walking around for a long time, he quickly found an area where a large number of life gathered. After entering, he found that this place was like a science fiction city with complete facilities. There are a large number of people here, although they are all handsome men and beautiful women. And they all look young. In appearance, they are no different from humans. After David regained his human form, he easily blended into the crowd and stole a lot of information from the devices on these people. These people are an expedition team from the Sarkhan Empire, and this artificial moon is actually a forward outpost. The biggest purpose of these people stationed here is to prevent the birth of Brynja, because life in the universe, like Brynja, is the most evil existence to the people of the Sarkhan Empire. David looked at the brief history of the Sarkhan Empire. It listed the beings born out of the living planet as planetary evil spirits, and classified them as the most evil life forms in the universe. This is because these powerful planetary evil spirits have been around for many years. Enslave them. Ordinary humans. The Sarkhan Empire was an empire established by humans when they rose up to resist the oppressive rule of evil spirits on the planet. After successfully overthrowing the first planetary evil spirit that enslaved itself, the Sarkhan Empire embarked on the great path of developing all over the universe and rushing towards and killing any living planets that might give birth to gods. It is said that more than 1,000 planets have been successfully purified by the Sarkhan Empire. Brynja is just one of the countless planets that the Sarkhan Empire has conquered. David scratched his cheek speechlessly. How could he inexplicably change from a righteous camp and a poor victim to a big devil that everyone beats? What kind of magical reversal is this? Also, you, the Sarkhan Empire, have resisted the tyranny yourself, and then turned around and harmed races on other planets. You are the real planetary evil spirits. Right? Huh? Wrong. David suddenly realized that it was hard to be sure how many of the many races on Brynja were indigenous. Dark elves, humans, and orcs have all been confirmed to have been put there by these guys. Perhaps in the eyes of the people of the Sarkhan Empire, those civilized races are just tools created by them, so they do not need to be treated as equal civilizations. Biological treatment? After looking through the public information and checking the posts and conversations on the online chat platform, David found that people from the Sarkhan Empire had indeed discussed this issue. Some people believe that treating intelligent life created using life creation technology in this way is an immoral and civilized behavior, and this behavior should be stopped. But more people are dismissive of this. Most people in the Sarkhan Empire do not think that those primitive beings with low IQ, fragile body, short lifespan, and extremely low level of civilization are intelligent races that can be compared with themselves. David watched these debates for a while, and the more he watched, the more he became obsessed with it. The two sides changed from elegantly presenting facts and reasoning to cordially greeting each other's ancestors for 18 generations. The transition was smooth and natural. Intrigued, David took a look at some of the content that had been deleted during the debate and saw some interesting content. Operation Arzigos? Artificial Protoss Plan? Yanila Continent? Following these keywords, David found that if he wanted to view relevant information, he would need to invade a higher-level server, which might trigger an alarm. After appraising the situation in his mind, David did not rush to steal the information first, but searched for information related to Millard. As a result, he found that Millard's information also pointed to the Yanila continent. By the way, he also knew that the senior commander of this outpost seemed to be on the Yanila continent. The continent of Yanila? Is it the continent on the backside of Brunia that makes me feel very uncomfortable? David felt that the possibility was very high. It seemed that the answer to everything did not lie in this lunar outpost, but in that place, on a continent, finding a corner where no one was paying attention. David entered the stealth state again. Based on the outpost map that I found before, I carefully arrived at the military area, then waited quietly, passing through the gate every time when someone was coming in or out. After arriving at the computer room smoothly, David once again confirmed that the furnace stone could be used normally, and then used a relatively simple and crude method to enter the computer room and steal secret information. I thought there would be some noise this time, but David successfully retrieved the information and left the computer room safely without being noticed by anyone. David didn't expect that he still had the talent to be a thief. Of course, it might be that the people in the outpost haven't encountered anything for too long and have lost their due vigilance. Anyway, confidential information was copied without triggering any prompts. Isn't this security measure too inadequate? Crouching in a dark corner, David continued to maintain his stealth state and look through the information he had just stolen. His powerful Cybertronian body and huge mental power allowed him to quickly find information from the sea of information. The content you want to find. Immediately, he discovered why the security measures for these data were not in place. Because the senior commanders of the outpost did not store important information in the confidential computer room database at all. For example, the artificial Protoss plan did not have any written records at all, and only very little information. Only the relevant executors knew the contents of the plan. None of the people involved in the plan are at the outpost. They are carrying out various tasks on the Yanila continent to push the plan forward. As for the Asigos battle, there are details. At the same time, David finally understood that the so-called Asigos was not a fixed person or god, but just a code name. In addition, the commander of the Asigos battle was also on the Yanila continent at this time. Everything points to that place, and it seems that we must go to the continent of Yanila to truly get the answer. Then go and have a look. After making the decision, David took action, and soon he discovered that it was not easy to go to the continent of Yanila. His previous actions, coupled with Millard's report, aroused the vigilance of the Sakan Empire. Now the Yanila continent has been protected by the Sakan Empire's special space vault technology. To enter it, you could only do so using a special teleportation device on the outpost. This was nothing to David, but the teleportation device would only be activated when necessary, and David wasted a lot of time waiting for the right time. Fortunately, the result was good, and he successfully hitched a ride to the continent of Yanila. The first thing David did when he arrived at his destination was to determine the condition of the Hearthstone. Oh, the Hearthstone doesn't work anymore. Chapter 435 Asigos. Carefully removing himself from the pile of supplies, David quickly explored his surroundings. Farm? Warehouse. This is an ordinary-looking, backward farm, with several farmers waving simple farm tools and busy in the not-so-large farmland. David looked around and was surprised to find that this place was a valley. The only entrance and exit was a not-so-wide mountain road not far from him. He stayed in the dark and watched a group of servants in particularly thick clothes move the things that had just been transported to the warehouse onto the trolley, and then drag them away. David decided to follow this group of people, and should be able to find useful clues. He didn't worry about losing him, because there was only one way out of the valley. Walking along the road, David soon felt gusts of cold wind blowing over him. When he walked further, the cold wind was mixed with some snowflakes. He now understood why these people were so thickly dressed. It turned out that the temperature outside the valley was very cold. After walking for half an hour, David finally turned out of the mountain road. I looked at the big road in front of me, heading up the mountain on one side and down the mountain on the other. The team carrying things was divided into two. One part was heading up the mountain, and the other part was heading down the mountain. David found a position with a better view and looked down the mountain, then up the mountain. I found that my position was a little lower on the mountainside, and the peaks were towering into the sky. There was even a large amount of snow on the mountain. Only on a platform not far past the mountainside, stood a castle. People who were carrying goods up the mountain should probably just go to the castle. There is a small town at the foot of the mountain. Smoke is rising from the chimneys of every household, making the town look very lively. Without hesitating for too long, David turned and walked up the mountain. He felt that he could find useful information faster by investigating the castle first. David's judgment was accurate, because he didn't expect that as soon as he arrived at the castle gate with the transport team, he ran into an acquaintance. "Is that all?" "Yes." A brown-haired man wearing gorgeous full-body armor and a large cloak looked at the boxes on the car, silently counted them, and waved to the leader of the convoy. "Just send them to the warehouse as usual." "Understood, sir." The leader of the convoy waved to his subordinates, and then led the entire team to the side door, where there was a special passage to the warehouse, which was prepared for servants like them. David did not continue to follow the transport team this time, focusing entirely on the man in armor. Although he had never seen it before, he remembered the sound. After comparing his voice prints, he was even more certain. Isn't this guy the god Archegos believed in by the orcs? Through the information in the lunar outpost, David knew that Archegos was just a vest and a code name. But there would always be a person in charge, especially the guy who had contact with him in the past, who was probably Archegos, commander of the battle. Now I have indeed bumped into himself. But I don't know what this guy is doing dressed up like this. He followed him quietly, followed Archegos all the way back to the castle, and then followed him through the castle for a while. Fortunately, this guy didn't wander around and quickly returned to his room. He closed the door tightly, and then turned on the advanced equipment in the room. This damn place is so cold." Throwing the cloak aside, Archegos poured himself a glass of wine while waiting for the temperature to rise. But just as he was about to take a sip to warm himself, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Although the heating equipment you installed in your room takes some time to heat, it does so very quickly. Under normal circumstances, it should be warm by now. Now he felt that the temperature change was not obvious, and the room was still dark and cold. Turning around, he found someone standing behind him. Archegos immediately changed his expression, threw the wine glass aside, and prepared to draw the sword from his waist. Buzz! While making the action of drawing the sword, Archegos had already launched an attack. When he held the hilt of the sword and pointed the end of the hilt at the enemy, a beam of light shot towards the enemy at an astonishing speed. Boom! The scarlet beam hit David's face firmly. But he was not hurt at all. He still stood firmly and stared at the man opposite. "We finally meet. Archegos! Who are you?" Archegos frowned and looked at the young man opposite him, constantly guessing the identity of the person opposite him. Could it be that someone designed the plot for me? You don't know how to say hello to me in advance. Just when Archegos was still cursing in his heart, David saw that the other party did not recognize him at all, and he was not interested in playing guessing games with the other party. So he simply revealed the answer. "What? Don't you recognize it? I remember clearly what you said before." David spread his hands and reinforced the surrounding holy light used to confine this space again. "This is my choice. Do you still think it's meaningless?" Archegos looked confused at first, then shocked, and finally with an expression of disbelief. "Brinia? Uh-huh." David looked at the changing expressions on the other person's face. Unexpectedly, after showing great shock, Archegos, who had arrogantly said harsh words to him at the beginning, would actually be filled with fear. "This is impossible. How could you be here? Why isn't it possible?" To be honest, David was a little disappointed. He originally thought that Archegos would be a figure, but now it seems that he is not even as good as an assassin sent by the temple. What he had to deal with was actually such a thing, and his sense of accomplishment suddenly disappeared by 90%. He raised his chin slightly, and a pillar of fire descended from the air and struck Archegos. David didn't want to kill this guy right away, so he was very cautious when he took action, almost not saying, gently, in his mouth. He slightly underestimated the armor on Archegos. This gorgeous full-body armor had no special fluctuations on it, but it had amazing protective power. David's sacred fire struck it, leaving only some black marks. Not only did it not destroy the armor, it didn't even damage Archegos itself. Nice armor. But that was all. David put a little more strength, and the flames of holy light that emerged from the ground directly destroyed Archegos' legs, leaving him lying on the ground in despair and letting David slaughter him. Although he had already drawn the sword, Archegos obviously did not have the strength to fight David. Whether he had a weapon in his hand or not made no difference to David. Archegos himself was aware of this. Although he held a long sword in his hand, he did not use it to fight back, even though there were many mechanisms on the long sword. Asigos looked around with a look of despair. The walls of his room were glowing with a faint golden light. It seemed that the entire space had been sealed by the opponent's power. Unable to escape or fight, Arzigos was in despair. He didn't know what else he could do. It seemed that being killed neatly was the best ending for him. "Kill me!" Throwing the long sword aside, Arzigos seemed to give up. If this guy's eyes weren't still rolling around, David might have believed him. "I won't kill you. At least not right now." Before he finished speaking, David saw obvious joy on the other party's face. Just when the other party's mind was wavering, David took a step forward, and the distance of several meters between the two disappeared in an instant. In just the blink of an eye, David had already bent down and half-crouched beside Asigos. "Although I have understood this trick a long time ago, I have never used it before. I just want to test the effect on you." He stretched out his hand and pressed it on Asigos' forehead, and huge holy light spurted out from his palm, instantly turning Asigos into a ball of light formed by the holy light. Although he felt a trace of resistance, this fragile spiritual could not withstand David's huge holy light. After a few breaths, as the light gradually faded, a new Asigos was born. The gorgeous armor on his body has more golden lines, and the whole body also has a golden halo. Asigos' original brown hair has turned into bright gold, and even the color of his pupils has become much lighter, and there is still holy light flowing in his eyes. Not only the appearance, but also the temperament has changed drastically. The previous Arzigos looked ordinary. Even if he was wearing gorgeous armor, he felt out of place. But even if Asigos is just standing there at this time, he will give people the feeling, this is what a knight should be like. "How do you feel?" "Very good. Thank you, Lord, for your gift." David had already stood up when he stopped releasing the holy light, and took a few steps back so that he could better observe the light casting effect. When Arzigos, who had completed the light casting, stood in front of him and showed great respect to him, David already had the answer in his heart. "Stronger than I expected." Of course, this situation is a good thing for David at the moment. "Arzigos, tell me everything you know. Focus on the continent of Yanila and the artificial Protoss plan." David waved his hand to remove the surrounding restrictions, then walked to the side and poured himself a glass of wine. He didn't need to drink to warm up. He just wanted to drink something to give his mouth a taste. Anyway, no matter what kind of drink it was, it would not affect him. "Hey, this wine is quite strong." Think about it. No matter how weak Asigos is, he is still a commander of a high civilization. His own quality cannot be the same as that of ordinary people. So what he drinks is not ordinary wine. "Tell me more about the Sakhan Empire." "Yes, my lord." Chapter 436 Artificial Star Spirit Plan. The Sakhan Empire was originally a native race on a planet, and its appearance seemed no different from the people on Earth. If there is any difference, it is that the planet where the Sakhan Empire was born has a god who was born from the planet. Titans, Celestials, Star Souls, Star Spirits? No matter which name is used, it makes no difference to the Sakhan people, because this god is a huge mountain pressing on the Sakhan people, and they can only serve this god forever and ever. Day after day, year after year, the long years have not worn away the will of the Sakhan people, but have strengthened their belief in resistance. Relying on their unique space technology, the Sakhan people continued to improve their strength in other worlds where their own gods could not pay attention, and finally succeeded in killing the planet god and moving away the boulder that had oppressed the Sakhan people for who knows how many years. Although the sacrifice was great, the Sakhan people were finally free, because the planet gods have left such a deep impression on the Sakhan people. They can never forget the fear that the planet gods have brought to them. Therefore, while developing rapidly, the Sakhan people regard this cosmic life born from the living planet as their own, the biggest threat. With the establishment and expansion of the Sakhan Empire, one living planet after another has also entered the Sakhan Empire site. Some of these planets have not yet brewed their own souls, while others have just brewed rudimentary intelligence. Either way, the Sarkhans will not sit idly by. After countless studies and attempts, the Sakhan people have a way to deal with the Protoss, extract the energy of the living planet for their own use, so that it does not have enough energy to develop and grow into the Protoss. As a result, the living planet has a new meaning for the Sakhan Empire: energy. David curled his lips. When he heard this, he knew what would happen next. Of course, the Sakhan Empire has regarded beings like itself as its mortal enemy from the very beginning, while constantly encircling and chasing down the enemy. It seems that it is no big deal to scrape some oil and water along the way. In short, the Sarkin people are full of exploration and development of the universe. And Brunia is just an ordinary planet among the countless planets that the Sarkin Empire is dealing with. Whether it is the Asigos battle or the earlier Dark Elf battle, these are the basic operations of the Sarkon Empire that have been proven for many years. By constantly cleaning the intelligent life on the living planet, the life cycle on the living planet is destroyed, making it impossible for the Protoss to be born smoothly. The most critical point is to completely clean up intelligent life before it can establish a true symbiotic relationship with the planet. In other words, all intelligent life on the Brinian continent are alien species. The previous rounds of purges were not particularly thorough, and there would always be some residual forces left behind. This was also an important factor in why the Asigos operation was proposed. The bloodthirsty and warlike orcs coupled with the evil energy that can destroy everything can definitely carry out a thorough cleaning for Brunia. David looked at Asigos in front of him and sighed. These Sarkin people are really ruthless. At the same time, he also learned that Asigos' real name was Sedit, and Asigos was the combat code name. After coming to the continent of Yanila, he also used Asigos as his name here. So Dai when Wei first called him Arzigos, he didn't think it was wrong. Asigos' identity here is the City Lord of Everwinter City. David did not complain about the name, but raised his hand to signal Asigos to continue. The next step was the continent of Yanila and the artificial Protoss plan that he was most concerned about. To his surprise, there was not much content in this part, and it was finished quickly. The so-called Yanila continent is actually the stronghold of the Sarkin Empire on the planet Brinia. Through year after year of construction, it has created a huge forward base, which is also a key place for the artificial Protoss plan. After having the ability to extract the energy of living planets and obtaining many technologies from many worlds, someone within the Sarkin Empire came up with the idea of creating our own Protoss, so that we can meet mature and powerful Protoss in the future. The Sarkin Empire no longer has to fight so brutally. The specific steps are, first create a continent on the living planet. The continent itself is an energy collection device that can continuously extract energy from the living planet. From a certain perspective, everything on the continent of Yanila, including flowers, trees, snakes, insects, rats, ants, and all kinds of intelligent life, are the true native races of Brinia, all created from Brinia's life force, born out of strength. After that, the best ones are selected from these countless native races and cultivated into the chosen ones. After gaining recognition from the world, the final step can be taken. Be Brinia! This plan is not difficult to understand. David can explain it in 4 words. The dove takes over the magpie's nest. In addition to me, there are several other people responsible for this plan. Each of us will be responsible for several candidates and appropriately guide these candidates to move towards the goal until the best candidates are selected. What would you direct these candidates to do? Continue to become stronger and be recognized by this continent. How to do it exactly? This continent has been specially set up. The continent of Yanila is a specially designed area. These specially trained and selected candidates all have special qualifications. As long as they kill monsters and complete various tasks on this continent, they can continue to become stronger. David's eyes widened. Where is the good guy playing games here? When Asigos told more, David felt that this was a game. Candidates continue to fight, complete tasks, travel all over the continent, and continue to gain strength and reputation. They will continue to approach the standards required by the artificial Protoss plan, with the proper intervention of several leaders responsible for planning. These candidates will compete and even fight with each other from time to time. The winner gets everything the other party has, and the loser is eliminated. Continuously growing stronger and absorbing Brinia's energy, coupled with the recognition of the life bred by Brinia, it gradually turned into Brinia's recognition. When he heard this, David had a strange sense of sight. When there is only one candidate left, transform this hero praised by countless people into the real Brinia. In this case, after knowing the truth, won't the hero turn against you guys behind the scenes? Merely requiring a candidate to be endorsed and qualified to be a Brinia does not make the candidate a Brinia. Understood? Whether it is to occupy the magpie's nest again, or to use a device to extract the power from the hero's body and infuse it into another clone body, the Sarkin Empire has no shortage of relevant technologies. In short, the Sarkin Empire has rich experience and rich methods when it comes to torturing the Protoss. Finally, after David asked Asigos for the list of candidates he was responsible for guiding, he asked the most important question. If the continent of Yanila is blown up, Will the plan not be able to proceed? Certainly. But what Asigos said next shocked David. Directly destroying the continent of Yanila would indeed destroy the Sakan Empire's artificial Protoss plan. But it would also cause huge damage to the planet Brenia itself. At worst, the planet suffered irreversible damage and was reduced from a living planet to a severely damaged rock planet. At worst, it wouldn't be surprising if the entire planet exploded. The Sarkin Empire must have felt it didn't matter. But David couldn't accept this result. After confirming that brute force cracking was not advisable, and could only be used as a last resort in emergencies, David repeatedly confirmed that he had not forgotten anything, and then issued the final order to Asigos. Heal yourself! Asigos! Boom! Asigos was very obedient, and after turning himself into holy light, he blew himself up and turned into little golden lights flying all over the room. His soul was also completely destroyed, and not even David could revive it. As for why such a loyal little brother committed suicide? Although Asigos has been forged in light, and seems to be very loyal, David never thinks that this kind of brainwashing is an unsolvable ability. Who knows what methods the Sakan Empire has? Maybe this brainwashing can be broken? Even if there are no external factors. David will not underestimate the will of people. He has seen too many similar scenes, and it is impossible for him to not be wary at all. The safest way is to eliminate the hidden dangers directly after getting what you want. How wonderful it is now. There are no fried souls left. It is clean, hygienic and environmentally friendly. And there will never be any future troubles. After dealing with Asigos, David took another sip of wine and thought seriously about what he should do next. After thinking about it, David couldn't think of any reliable way. It would be better if he could discuss it with his partners. Just as he was thinking this, David suddenly felt something. He put the wine glass aside, closed his eyes, quietly opened his hands, and issued a summon following the wonderful feeling. Soon, there was a clear touch from his free hands. When David opened his eyes again, Laura and Steve were standing on both sides of him, holding hands with him. Letting go of his hands, David rubbed his hands on his clothes. It was a normal action, but because he ignored the fact that one of them was Laura, he received a severe beating, a small punch on the back. Ahem! Welcome to the continent of Yanila! After explaining the general situation in the simplest terms, Steve and Laura figured out their current situation. The two of them did not rush to ask about that candidate, but asked how David had summoned the two of them. I felt like I could do it, so I gave it a try. I didn't expect it to work. Are there any restrictions? Yes. You can only summon certain people. Laura, Steve, Fording and other visitors from other worlds, who helped Winter City connect to the new world, such as Tony and Jonah, cannot be summoned. And there is a limit on the number of people, so you can only call 2 people over at the same time. If you want to find someone else, you will have to be sent back first. Chapter 437 Get in the Mix. The 3 of them discussed together for a while, and tested whether David could return to Winter City. After a simple test, David found that using the teleportation ability brought by Blink, he could accurately open a portal next to Blink. Although there are a few flaws, it is at least certain that David is not trapped on this continent isolated by special technology, and can leave at any time. But it's a little troublesome to come back. I scanned the special teleportation device on the outpost and stored it here. You can give it to Tony when you return. In an emergency, more people can be sent over. However, David felt that it was of little significance. Matters on the Yanila continent were best handled quietly. Just like Asigos said, blowing up the entire Yanila continent can terminate the artificial Protoss plan and cause huge harm to Brenia. It's not just David who can use such extreme measures in an emergency. These Sakans can also do the same when necessary. Even to some extent, the Sarkans may be even more likely to do so. Anyway, Brenia just blows them up and leaves directly to find the next life planet. Although the artificial Protoss project is time-consuming and labor-intensive, it can still be carried out on other living planets. So, don't alert others yet. After figuring out the whole situation and conducting some work tests, Steve's advice was, make trouble quietly. Don't use guns. What are your plans next? I'm going to take a closer look here. And check this list by the way. David was holding the list of candidates he got from Asigos. Looking at the list in his hand, David suddenly thought, can he get in among them? Seeing David staring at the list and thinking deeply, Laura and Steve immediately guessed what David was thinking. You want to pretend to be a candidate? Yes. David did not raise his head and began to seriously think about the feasibility of this matter. The Socken people's artificial star plan is actually to let the life bred by Brynia's power gradually gain more and more resources from Boo. The power of Brynia, and the recognition of the many lives on Brynia. Then, I am also the life given by Brynia. From this aspect, David also has the qualifications of a candidate. But he wonders if he can gain experience from the tasks and monsters arranged by these people. If possible, he could blend in, defeat all other candidates, gain Brynia's approval, and then take back the energy stolen by the Sarkans. More importantly, if I can perfectly control the Yanila continent, then won't the Sarkans be able to blow it up and threaten the entire planet? After listening to David's ideas, Steve and Laura felt that this plan was somewhat feasible. But in this case, wouldn't David have to stay on the Yanila continent for a long time? What if something happens over there in Winter City? I can go back anytime. Why come here again? It all depends on Tony. Tony Stark, a technology geek like him, should be able to figure out the Socken people's space technology quickly. Right? There is no need to fully understand it. As long as you can perfectly copy the transmission equipment of the Sarkin people and send him to the continent of Yanila without attracting the attention of the Sarkin people, it will be considered a success. Just do it! The more he thought about it, the more reliable it seemed. David then sent Steve back to Winter City and conveyed various arrangements to others. At the same time, Steve would go to Bruce to discuss David's plan. There are no loopholes. Help him fix it. Laura stayed. If David wanted to take risks on the continent of Yanila, she would certainly not miss it. For a moment, the only two people left in the Lord's room were the man and the woman. However, neither of them had any intention of engaging in a fierce battle. Laura raised her eyebrows lightly at David, and David knew what the other party wanted to ask. Arzegos is a city lord in name only. It doesn't matter if Eternal Winter City has him or not. He will act alone most of the time, and will not interfere with the work of his men. Similarly, his men will not disturb the city lord. Grown-ups. He would only show up slightly when receiving supplies. But even if he didn't show up, no one would find it strange. In the eyes of his subordinates, the Lord of Asigos has always been mysterious. Therefore, even if the people of Everwinter City find that the city lord is missing, they probably won't care too much, and may even think that the city lord is just doing his own thing. As a leader, Asigos does go out often. In this case, let's get out of here first. Laura looked forward to it. She was very much looking forward to the next adventure. She vaguely felt like she was going to see for the first time to find the legendary Yamatai. You go back to Winter City first, and I'll call you over when I leave the castle. Just in time. I have to go back and make some preparations. She came here in a hurry, although some commonly used weapons were in the storage space. She was going to start an adventure on a strange road this time, so she definitely had to prepare more things. Watching Steve and Laura leave one after another, David entered the stealth state again and left the castle unimpeded. He did not show his body in a hurry, but walked along the mountain road to the foot of the mountain, and then found a place where no one was paying attention before releasing his stealth. By the way, I changed into an outfit that looked very warm and did not affect my movements. The style was also in line with the styles on this continent as much as possible. David, who was wearing a thick jacket, waited quietly for a while, and finally felt that Laura responded to his call. Unexpectedly, I tried another thing. This kind of summoning requires the other party's consent to pull the other party over. This is normal. Otherwise it would be too embarrassing if he was suddenly summoned and the person being summoned was solving some personal problems. Looking at Laura, who had also changed into a thick jacket, long trousers and boots, David knew that the other party wanted to be together with him. With their physical abilities, neither of them cared about the cold, but they still disguised appropriately to make themselves look less special. Talk to Eva, Helen and Gwen about your situation, and they asked me to take good care of you. Laura touched her left hand wearing a mechanical transformation bow, and then glanced at her storage ring. After making sure that all the important things were there, he asked about the next plan. What is the first step? Let's go through the list and take a look at the status of these candidates. Laura took the list and looked at it. The first name on it was Dutch. Dutch? Who is it? He is a soldier from Everwinter City. When Asigos was writing the list, he told David the general information about these people. With David's current memory, he would never forget it after hearing it. It was just that he was busy memorizing and didn't pay much attention to it. Now that he thought about it carefully, he realized that the list was full of flaws. How should we find this person? Go to the nearby Eternal Winter Town and find any soldier to ask for information about this guy. Eternal Winter Town is actually a part of Eternal Winter City, but the castle of Eternal Winter City is built on the mountain next to it, while Eternal Winter Town is located at the foot of the mountain. The distance between them is a bit far, making it look like two areas. In addition, Everwinter Town is located in the southernmost part of Unila continent. At the same time, the terrain is high and it is covered with ice and snow all year round. So it is called Everwinter City. The peak where Eternal Winter City is located is also part of the Snowy Peak, the highest mountain in the entire Unila continent. It is the highest peak in the Unila continent. He casually introduced the general situation to Laura. The people here in Everwinter City, in addition to hunting and trading with other towns, mainly rely on a plant that grows naturally in the Everwinter forest. This plant called giant potato looks like a tree, but it grows in patches. After the roots are dug out, the rhizome can be eaten as a staple food, while the upper part of the trunk is very resistant to burning and firewood with deodorizing and insect repellent effects. Sounds like an amazing plant. Yes. David and Laura soon saw bread baked using giant potato flour, which smelled delicious. But instead of finding a place to eat in this small hotel, the two of them went straight to the sheriff, who was chatting with the boss at the bar. Before the two of them opened their mouths, the sheriff, who had noticed the two of them, greeted them first. Hello, adventurers from afar. David and Laura stopped and looked at each other. It was not surprising that the other party could tell that he was not a local. This town is so big, and as a sheriff, he must know the residents of the town. The two strangers could only be from other places. There was nothing to hide. Hello, Mr. Sheriff. Let me guess. You want to take some work from me? Make some extra money? Yes, Your Excellency. Sheriff. David didn't expect the sheriff to be so adventurous. Or did he really have a candidate template? Directly triggered the mission mechanism? David decided to communicate according to the other party's words first to see what was going on. Did you know? I was also having a headache and couldn't find anyone to do some things. Your timely appearance solved my problem. The sheriff was very enthusiastic about David. Some time ago, there were consecutive hunters in the Everwinter forest. Missing in. I ordered Captain Dutch to lead a team of people into the Everwinter forest to investigate the matter. But there has been no news since Captain Dutch led a group of soldiers into the Everwinter forest 3 days ago. I really want to know what happened to him and his men. When the sheriff spoke, there was a lot of emotion on his face. Somewhat worried. I have reported the situation to my superiors, but I don't know when clear instructions will be given. Before that, I can't take any action. If you can investigate what happened on my behalf, I would be very grateful and pay a reasonable compensation. Chapter 438 Bard 1-Day Experience Card. Can I ask in detail what happened to the series of missing hunters before Captain Dutch entered the Everwinter forest? David did not rush to take over the task, but asked a series of questions. And Darcy, what is probably the situation with Captain G's men? Using these questions, David kept talking to the sheriff, and soon determined that the sheriff named Shane in front of him was not a pure brainless NPC, but a living person. The other party has his own life and his own ideas, and is not a mechanical tool just for completing tasks such as publishing tasks. As for why this sheriff would trigger a conversation similar to a game NPC when he saw him, it was all based on the basic common sense of this continent. David learned some basic common sense information from Sheriff Shane, by the way, which he had not asked from Asigos. There are many cities on the entire Unila continent. These cities are their own country, and have no subordinate relationship with each other. In other words, the Unila continent is still in the city-state era, and there are large areas of disorder among the forces. At the same time, there are various races such as humans, forest elves, dark elves, mountain dwarves, cave dwarves, half-orcs, half-demon, etc. on the continent of Unila. Some of these races are scattered throughout the continent, and some are gathered into tribes, villages and towns to form their own forces. Generally speaking, families take care of their own affairs, and no one will care about things that are not within the territory. This has given rise to a special group of people, adventurers. Adventurers are similar to mercenaries, and there is almost no difference between the two. They both earn rewards by accepting various commissions, and the composition of adventurers is very complex, and they come from all races. But adventurers have several things in common. They have extraordinary abilities and like to wander around. Generally speaking, 9 out of 10 unfamiliar faces, who are not locals, and look like they have never been in trouble, are adventurers. By the way, are you a bard? You have really good eyesight. How did you tell that? I have been a sheriff for many years and have met some adventurers. Handsome young men like you who are eloquent are basically bards. David smiled, drank the drink ordered by Sheriff Shane, and prepared to look around again before entering the Everwinter Forest to investigate what happened to Captain Dutch and his men. Good luck. David nodded, smiled, and left this small hotel that also ran a tavern with Laura, standing on the largest gravel road in Everwinter Town. David ignored Laura's question. Bard? What? Can't I work part-time as a bard? David pointed at his face. Is there any problem with pretending to be a bard based on his charm? Can you play the piano? Or sing? You want to hear me sing? Speaking of which, I've never heard you sing. Maybe when I encounter enemies or beasts later. You can sing to cheer me up. Good advice. That's it. After a brief walk around the town of Everwinter, David followed the information that David asked from Sheriff Shane and headed deep into the Everwinter Forest. These two talented people were so bold that they did not rest in the town for a night and waited until the next morning before entering the forest. They don't think there is anything in the forest that can threaten them. As for the element that caused Dutch and his team to disappear collectively, do you think we will encounter a predator? Or an alien? Laura looked at the portrait of Captain Dutch that she had obtained from Sheriff Shane, and the sense of sight of the Terminator finally reminded her of where she had seen this plot before. It should be the predator. Right. The team led by the governor of Forest State is obviously the plot of the predator. Although there are some changes, the general direction has not changed. If it's an alien, the one we want to contact shouldn't be Dutch. It should be Ripley. Is Ripley on the list? No. The two people walked freely through the forest. The thick snow did not make them feel any difficulty. Neither of them needed to observe carefully. They could find the most correct route just by relying on their peripheral vision and feeling. Both David and Laura have rich experience in survival in the wild, as their respective qualities have improved and they have learned a lot of hunter knowledge. Their abilities in this area have been greatly strengthened. It can be said that both of them are experts in wilderness survival, which is why Laura stays with David here. It is not just Laura who likes adventure. It's already dark. Laura looked up at the night sky with the beautiful aurora. She didn't expect to see such a beautiful scenery here. Continue on the journey or take a rest for the night. Keep moving forward. I have a feeling that we will find something soon if we go further. I hope your feeling is accurate. David's feeling was accurate. And an hour later, David and Laura found clues to the Dutch team. They were several soldiers who died in terrible conditions. Their broken corpses were just thrown there. One of them had his skin stripped off and was hanging on a tree nearby. David glanced around and didn't find Dutch's body. Instead, he found the predator hiding in the dark, preparing to assassinate him, and Dutch's head hanging from his waist. David felt speechless. This predator thought he couldn't detect him because he was invisible? Innocent. Winking at Laura on the side, Laura secretly gave herself an "I noticed it too" expression. Then, without any warning, she held the mechanical bow that had transformed into her hand, and took out an arrow from the ring. Draw the bow. Infused with holy light. Holy light shot. Boom. The whole set of movements was done smoothly. The moment Laura let go, the predator had been hit solidly by the holy light shot. The huge holy light poured into the arrow burst out with a bright and dazzling light, which not only gave the predator it caused heavy damage, and also lifted the predator's invisibility. Looking at the flickering light and current on the predator's body, it seems that this powerful arrow destroyed the predator's stealth function. The fallen predator did not lose consciousness. His excellent combat awareness allowed him to launch a counterattack immediately. The plasma cannon on his shoulder fired beams. Although it did not hit David and Laura, it formed a barrage. The dust, snow, and sawdust from the exploded tree trunks were scattered everywhere, hoping to use this to cover his next move. The predator's response cannot be said to be bad. If it were an ordinary adventurer, well, an ordinary adventurer might be directly attacked by him. Just like Dutch's team, facing David and Laura at this time. His resistance was all meaningless and desperate. The barrage of plasma beams, as well as the sky full of dust and snowflakes, could not stop Laura at all. The predator, who was completely unaware that he had been marked, was hit by several arrows one after another, one of which accurately destroyed the shoulder cannon. Unable to stand, the predator was kneeling slumped on the ground as he looked at the approaching humans. The woman who looked neither tall nor strong actually knocked him down so easily. This made him feel a huge surge in his heart. Doubts, are the women on this planet so strong? However, the next second, his doubts were shattered by a strange and loud sound. You are my little apple. I can never love you too much. The loud, high-pitched voice could be heard far away in the silent night. But that was not the point. The point was that the Predator and Laura were in a state of confusion at the same time. Laura would even use a fatal blow that could kill the Predator in front of her. All shot wrong. He took out the arrow again. And it was still an arrow filled with holy light. After perfectly controlling the strength, the arrow exploded the Predator's chest, killing the enemy while leaving the whole body intact. "Fill the wine for you to stay." "Okay." David was singing happily beside him. Suddenly he felt something and looked at the Predator who had just been shot by Laura in surprise. "It seems that this plan has started. Have you upgraded? I'm so powerful. How can it be so easy to level up?" David closed his eyes and felt it carefully. "I just feel that I finally have a connection with the land under my feet. And I no longer resist each other like at first. This is good news." Laura just remembered that David should have killed the Predator. But her whole mind was buzzing just now. David's singing was too scary. Fortunately, it didn't affect anything. "Also, you sing very nicely. Don't sing again in the future." David just decided that he would act as a bard on the continent of Yanila. Unexpectedly, he had only worked as a bard for less than a day and was about to be laid off. "I just used shadow magic to sing, but it didn't have any effect." "No, the effect is so good that even I was affected." Laura then understood why the Predator became sluggish, and why her brain suddenly became inflexible. It turned out that she was really affected by Dai, influenced by Wei's singing. "But when did you master the magic of shadow? Temporarily extracted from the shadow space." The side effect of learning to sneak is that David knows how to contact the shadow space. Now that he knows where that world is, it is not difficult for a spellcaster like him to draw some energy. He didn't plan to store the shadow energy in his body, so he used it immediately. Anyway, it was not difficult for David. However, unless he can solve the problem of not distinguishing between friend and foe as soon as possible, he will have no chance to continue using the magic of shadow to sing. Especially when David and Laura returned to Everwinter Town with the Predator and Dutch's body, and learned that the entire town had a collective nightmare last night. He knew that his career bard was indeed come to the end. Chapter 439 Arendelle and Raccoon Town. Although I can no longer pretend to be a bard, proving that my plan is feasible is more important than anything else. The next thing to do is simple. Seize opportunities and luck. Everywhere. After all, this continent is destined to David. Who else is on the list? After getting some reward from Sheriff Shane, David and Laura sat in the lobby of the small hotel, ordered some simple food, and discussed their next move while eating. According to Asigos, the leader will deliberately guide the candidates on the path to becoming stronger and famous, and will deliberately let these candidates compete with each other at the appropriate time. This behavior feels somewhat similar to the main god space. Alice. The one from the Resident Evil movie version? Probably so. David did get relevant background information from Asigos. But in order to fit in with the background of the Yanila continent, the information from these people was somewhat adjusted and seemed specious. Who else? Elsa. Who is this? Elsa of Arendelle. Speaking of which, Her Royal Highness the Princess is in the Kingdom of Arendelle, which is not far from here. It is in a bay northwest of the Everwinter Forest. David looked at the list in his hand. After the name is crossed out, Elsa should be the easiest to find. In addition, there is Van Helsing on the list. This character is an adventurer who runs around the continent. He especially likes to target dark creatures, and is connected to the Holy See on this continent. To find this person, you either have to rely on luck or contact the Holy See. There is also Duke, the Knight of the Giant Sword Castle. This person's information template and name are so ordinary that David can't think of the corresponding role and plot for the time being. So he puts it aside for the time being. Catherine Cowles, who lives in Raccoon Town north of Everwinter City, and the just mentioned Alice. There is also a princess named Mia who grew up in an ordinary family. And Sophie, the daughter of a declining noble family. Is that all? Arzigos is currently responsible for these candidates, and he is responsible for fewer candidates. Other leaders are responsible for more candidates than Asigos. But David doesn't know the quality. From this list, we can know that these candidates seem to have prototypes. And there is a high probability that they are all protagonists. Maybe the Sarkans believe that these protagonists have luck to protect them, making it easier to complete the plan? However, seeing as Captain Dutch died so neatly, it is obvious that these clones did not inherit the luck of the original. Laura stuffed the bread made from giant potatoes into her mouth, drank the last mouthful of hot soup, and left the hotel with David. The two of them bought some giant potatoes to make rations, snacks, and walked north along the avenue north of Yeongdong town. If you want to walk out of the Everwinter Forest, whether you are going to the Kingdom of Arendelle or Raccoon Town, it will take a long time. But for two people who carry various means of transportation with them, this is not a problem at all. Based on the principle of Loki, the two chose Beifong heavy-duty motorcycles. At least they can run on the ground. And when they meet people, they can immediately stow the motorcycle into the storage space. Not long after the two left Everwinter Town, David and Laura turned directly into the nearby woods and summoned Steve. Bruce and I discussed it. At present, your idea is the most suitable solution. Bruce believes that based on the information currently available, there is no problem with David's response plan, and he would make a similar choice if he were replaced. I did a small mission in Everwinter Town before, and after testing, it was confirmed that I can indeed replace those candidates. This is good news. According to the current situation, several lines will be advanced simultaneously. The army and political officials of Winter City continue to expand the power of the Winter Kingdom, and at the same time govern the kingdom according to David's requirements. Bruce and the others have to make some countermeasures, including how to ensure that when the Sarkans blow up the Yanila continent, they will not destroy Brunia if the situation goes bad, and operational plans for lunar outposts. The former is the key point, while the latter is incidental. The reason why I didn't go to the Sarkan lunar outpost now was just to avoid alerting the enemy and buy David more time. David continues to operate on the continent of Yanila and tries to eliminate hidden dangers as soon as possible. David is not required to completely regain this part of the energy. As long as David can control this continent and prevent the Sarkans from detonating it, the follow-up matters will be simple. Too much. Whether it is the Winter City army pressing down on the border, directly wiping out all the Sarkans and the minions they created on the Yanila continent, or carrying out a large-scale cleansing of the entire continent, it is not difficult for the current Winter Kingdom. As for the teleportation device you copied, after seeing it, Tony found that the space technology of the Sarkan people is indeed unique. He believes that if the Sarkan people's technology can be studied and understood, the problem of cross-dimensional communication can also be solved. To be honest, I haven't seen Tony look so serious in a long time. It won't be long before he can build a teleportation device that meets your requirements. Not only David has confidence in Tony's cheating ability, but Steve also has great trust in Tony's cheating ability and technology. No matter how outrageous the technology is, Tony Stark will definitely conquer it in a short time and completely turn it into his own technology. Considering the current situation, it will also become Winter City's technology. That's about it. After explaining the matter, Steve said that he would not go back this time, but would stay here. The few of them acting together could also help David defeat other candidates as soon as possible. Only then did David notice that Steve had specially changed his outfit this time. The light armor he was wearing was obviously a modified version of Beifong light armor. I also changed the pattern of the shield. Steve showed David the new skin of his shield. The wolf head pattern with white stripes on a black background was clearly the emblem of Winter City. It's great. We now have paladins and shamans who can serve as warriors, as well as hunters who hold the power of the holy light and are part-time archaeologists. David looked at Steve and Laura. Add me, there are priests, bards, and melee and range support. So it's a very standard adventure team. Bard? Steve glanced at Laura in confusion. But what he got was Laura's. Don't ask. Prompt. Steve, who was no longer the simple soldier he was back then, immediately realized that this was a question, and decisively skipped the keyword, pretending he didn't hear it. Seeing that Steve was not fooled, David sighed and set off on the journey again with his teammates. The three people riding heavy motorcycles quickly left the Everwinter Forest area and moved to the bay northwest of Everwinter City, which is within the territory of the Kingdom of Allendale. Looking at the coastal city built on the bay in the distance, David and others put away their heavy motorcycles and walked into this seemingly prosperous, peaceful and beautiful city, completely different from many cities on the Branian continent. The Kingdom of Arendelle does not have large slums, dirty streets, dilapidated houses, or deadly aroma that can make people faint. This place looks like a country from a fairy tale. Laura looked around. Everyone had a happy smile on their face. It seemed that the people living here did not have any worries. Oh, not everyone looks happy. Following Laura's line of sight, both David and Steve saw a man standing not far from the city gate. He was standing there with a frown on his face and looking around from time to time, as if he was looking for someone. Who do you think he is looking for? Before David could even finish his words, the man's eyes had already glanced towards David. Then his eyes lit up, and he walked straight towards the strong man behind David. You must be the famous adventurer Luke Hobbs. The frowning man looked happy and enthusiastic after seeing this strong man, who was nearly 2 meters tall. As for David and the others who were standing 2 meters away, they didn't even get a glimpse. I didn't expect that someone would have heard of me in such a faraway place. Luke Hobbs' name is known to everyone from the Holy Capital in the east to Mystic Bay in the west. Even Arendelle and Everwinter City have heard of your heroic deeds. Successfully captured the most famous local criminal gang in the Holy City, the Toretto family, eliminated the evil Reyes gang, found the legendary Mysterious Island, defeated the terrifying giant beast, and so on. After some compliments, he also introduced all the deeds of Luke Hobbs clearly. Of course, he had to issue a mission in the end. He hoped that the famous adventurer Hobbs could solve some minor troubles for him. It's just a very small trouble. But I have something that I can't get away from. So I have to ask you. Hobbs, an adventurer with such a good reputation can help. What's the matter? I invested in a laboratory in Raccoon Town and regularly sent a batch of special medicines to the Kingdom of Arendelle every once in a while. However, the last batch of medicines was already a month late and has not been delivered. I hope you, Hobbs, can go to Raccoon Town and check on the situation for me. That's all? Hobbs looked suspicious, thinking that things might not be that simple. Sure enough, after struggling for a few seconds, the other party made an expression like I can't bear to deceive you. I have to admit that the medicine produced in that laboratory may attract the covetousness of competitors. So this commission it's not that safe. So that's it. Hobbs smiled confidently after hearing this. Leave it to me. But in this case, I may need to recruit some teammates before setting off. Ahem. David, who was still thinking about whether to snatch this commission, coughed hard several times to attract the attention of Hobbs and the man to himself. We are very strong teammates. Chapter 440 Heading to the Hive. Luke Hobbs. You can call me Luke. Hobbs looked at David curiously. In fact, when he was chatting with the man, he noticed these people around him. Judging from his rich adventure experience, these people are all capable adventurers. The commission he received this time requires teammates. And these people are good choices. David, Laura and Steve. After David introduced his companions to Hobbs, he shook hands with Hobbs, and then looked at the man next to him. Only then did the man remember that he had been talking to Hobbs for a long time, and he hadn't even introduced his name. Look at me! It's so rude. My name is Kane. Kane looked at David and the others. Although he didn't know David and the other young adventurers, he was still very enthusiastic and invited them to go to a good tavern to eat and talk. As the employer who issued the task, Kane behaved very generously. He specifically chose a relatively high-end restaurant and ordered a sumptuous table of delicious food, while entertaining Hobbs and David. He also recounted some details of the commission task. According to Kane, he invested in establishing a laboratory in Raccoon Town because Raccoon Town has a suitable environment. The city is quite developed in medicine, magic, and institutions, and there are a large number of related practitioners in the town. In comparison, there are not that many professionals here in the Kingdom of Allendale. If he builds a laboratory here, he won't even be able to recruit staff. In addition, these special potions are said to be sold to the Arendelle royal family. It is said that the heir to the kingdom, Elsa, suffered from a strange disease since she was a child and had to use special potions to treat it. Hobbs was not interested in these situations. He just wanted to know what troubles he might encounter during this mission. He can recruit suitable helpers based on the information provided by his employer. While eating, he did not forget to talk to David to find out the general situation of these new teammates, especially what profession they were. Warrior, hunter, chanting priest. David's introduction was very concise. He wanted to continue pretending to be a bard, but Laura secretly stabbed him, and he had to change his name to a priest. Hobbs was delighted to hear that David was a priest. I had previously learned from Sheriff Shane David that although there were many priests willing to move around the continent, there were very few who were willing to be adventurers. Priests appear in various places mostly for self-cultivation, tempering, or to spread their faith. Even if they occasionally participate in adventurous actions, they are mostly on a temporary basis. When the matter is over, they will go back to continue doing their own things. The David in front of him didn't look like this kind of pastor. He was a little doubtful whether David was a real pastor, although he was doubtful in his heart. Hobbs did not hastily question David's ability. Anyway, there was still some time before departure, and he could find a few more teammates. Anyway, according to Kane's description, this mission should encounter a lot of trouble, so it would be safer to find a few more people. After asking for some more details, he found out that his mission was not only to find out if there was something wrong in the laboratory. He is also responsible for bringing the core of the arcane mechanism inside the laboratory back to Arendelle. Hobbs realized that in addition to finding a few reliable teammates, he also had to find a special mechanic. I will contact the mechanic for you and prepare horses for you. This is the best. It saves me a lot of trouble. Hobbs put the last bite of meat into his mouth, and a table full of food, most of which went into his stomach alone. From this astonishing amount of food, we can tell that he is definitely not an ordinary person. I'm going to recruit my teammates. David, Laura, Steve. See you at dinner. Good luck. David could tell from Hobbs's words that the other party didn't want him and others to recruit teammates with him. Hobbs should have wanted to ensure his dominance in the team. After Kane explained the details, left a part of the deposit, and booked rooms for several people in this hotel, he made an appointment with Hobbs to meet again tomorrow and left. In the blink of an eye, only David, Laura, and Steve were left at the dinner table. Although this person is not on the list, he should be a candidate. Laura looked at the list in David's hand. There was no Luke Hobbs' name on it. This should be one of the candidates that other leaders were responsible for. Steve can see something so obvious. Steve poured himself a glass of wine quietly, as if he didn't hear anything, and sipped the fermented grape juice in his hand. This should be the plot of Resident Evil. Right. Laura looked at the smooth plates on the table and was not interested in ordering anything else. Isn't this just the right time to meet Alice? That should be it. David had been holding a lamb leg in his hand. When he found that it was cold, he released the sacred fire to heat it for a while, then took a big bite. Hobbs may have done this on purpose. Were you led here to bring about a direct conflict between the candidates? Compared to Alice, David cared more about another thing. According to the current situation, he, Laura, and Steve are equivalent to replacing the team of mercenaries in the original plot. Considering his status as a priest, wouldn't he become the medic in the team? This status is not very auspicious. I wonder if this Hive laboratory has a laser channel. If there are a bunch of strange people on the train to the underground laboratory, can I still earn some bonus points and side plots? When David's thoughts were getting more and more outrageous, Steve suddenly put down his wine glass and glanced in the direction of the castle through the open window next to him. What's wrong? I seem to hear the call from the elemental spirit. Steve was originally just a soldier. After sleeping for 70 years, many things were unclear. Because of David and Winter City, he embarked on a completely different path and became the Supreme Mage. Steve, who has opened the time gem hanging, knows many things very well. How will this matter develop? How many changes will this development lead to? Although the future of his world became fragmented because of David's existence, it still brought him a lot of help. But all this has become a thing of the past after he stepped down as the Supreme Mage. Steve's own magic level is far from the level of casually peeking into the timeline. In addition, he is usually busy and has no time to improve himself, knowledge. So now he can't think of the plot immediately. Before, you were too busy and had no time. Now that you are free, it's time to add some necessary knowledge. Right. As soon as David heard what Steve said, he knew what was going on. But Steve didn't expect it. It was obvious that he had watched too few movies. It's not difficult to get these resources in your world. Steve smiled awkwardly. He really needed to study hard. Listening to David's introduction about the setting and plot of Elsa and the Kingdom of Arendelle, Steve's face became a little strange. Sounds like a fairy tale? Mickey Mouse's house animation. I see. Then Steve asked about the plot of Resident Evil. David thought it was troublesome to tell the story, so he went back to the room and played the movie version of Resident Evil again using a holographic image. After watching the first part, I found that it was still early for dinner and Hobbs didn't come back. So I started playing the second and third parts directly. During dinner, Hobbs came back with 2 teammates he had just recruited. Several people introduced each other's names and professions, even if they knew each other. After David carefully looked at the 2 rogues named Jack and the warrior John, he determined that these 2 people were the same as anyone in his memory. Without a number, I guess these 2 people are just background players and are not candidates. On the other hand, the mechanic Kaplan brought by Kane the next day surprised David a little. Isn't this the computer expert from the original movie? In this case, this man named Kane, who has the same appearance as the villain supervisor in Resident Evil Part 2. Could he be a leader? Saucon? Or are they the direct subordinates of the Saucon people on this continent? After thinking for a few seconds, David was too lazy to waste energy on this aspect. What he wanted to do now was to seize the luck of opportunity. The number of Saucons on the Yanila road was not that important. After riding on the top-notch horses prepared by Cain for everyone, and preparing dry food, dried meat, and water, the group of people galloped straight to Raccoon Town. The leader, Luke Hobbs, has a huge body, so he is riding a tall war horse with a special bloodline. Even if this tall and strong war horse is carrying a super strongman of nearly 2 meters, there are also a large number of weapons, and supplies were still able to run as fast as flying, easily leaving several other horses behind. If Hobbs hadn't been controlling the horse's speed, maybe he could have reached Raccoon Town faster by himself. Even so, a temporary team of 7 people arrived at their destination before evening the next day, the outskirts of Raccoon Town. According to the information given by Cain, the entrance to the laboratory codenamed Hive is in the manor not far ahead. After Hobbs and others tied up the horses, they made the final arrangements before the action. I just used the magic item Cain gave me to send a signal, but there was no response from the manor. So we can basically conclude that something went wrong in the laboratory. The next few people will enter the laboratory and take out the medicine and mechanism core that Cain wants. If they are still there, this process will most likely lead to a battle with one or even several unknown forces. Let's make sure for the last time. No one will quit. Right. Seeing that no one was ready to quit, Hobbs nodded. Let's go! While speaking, he took out his heavy hammer and double-edged battle axe, and walked towards the dark manor with the weapons in both hands. The next second, arrows rained down. John, Jack, die! Chapter 441 Hobbs and Alice. The warhammer and axe in Hobbs' hands turned into 2 propellers, and all the arrows near him bounced aside. It's easier for Steve. Just raise the shield and no arrow will hit him. Laura and David huddled behind Steve and slowly moved forward with Steve. Although David did not activate the Holy Light Shield, and these arrows could not hurt him. In order to keep a low profile at this time, he decided to behave normally, looking at the 2 corpses next to them. Jack and John now looked more like hedgehogs than hedgehogs. Even if all the arrows on their bodies were pulled out, it would be impossible for anyone to recognize their identities. How miserable! After a second of silence for the 2 co-stars, David also checked on Kaplan. Only then did we realize that the mechanic introduced by Cain was not hit by the first round of arrows because he was standing in a better position. He immediately hid behind the big tree and was currently sticking out half of his head to check the situation. Woolen cloth. Just as David was checking, Hobbs had already rushed to the manor house with 2 heavy weapons. He jumped onto the house with a slight leap, swung the sledgehammer in his hand, and smashed it with ping 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 pong. In just a few seconds, the automatic crossbow mechanisms on the roof were smashed into scraps. Boom! Hobbs jumped from the roof and moved his neck slightly. This small scene was not even a warm-up for him. It was just a pity that the 2 teammates he recruited died before they could enter the gate. This seems to be the automatic defense facility of the manor. It's really strange that if the laboratory was attacked, how did they avoid these protective facilities? Under normal circumstances, after intruding within a certain range without permission, the automatic defense mechanism will be triggered. If the Honeycomb Laboratory was attacked by an outside party, there was no reason why these defense facilities would be triggered by myself and others until now. The situation is a bit wrong. Everyone should be more careful next time. Hobbs, who traveled all over the country and made a good name for himself, was not a guy who only had muscles but no brains. He even began to think about whether to give up this commission directly, but thinking that there was no substantive evidence at present. Just retreating like this would really damage my reputation. So I decided to find out the truth first. Turning to look at David and the others, these teammates had no intention of retreating, and Hobbs was even less ready to leave when he saw this. In any case, the famous Luke Hobbs can't be compared with a few unknowns. Can he? Seeing Hobbs strutting into the mansion, David and Steve looked at each other and spread their hands together. They all saw it. Hobbs noticed something was wrong, but was tired of his reputation and gave up the best opportunity to exit. It's a shame. Maybe it would be a good thing if he just left. Laura also saw this, and what she said was not just referring to what was about to happen in the Hive laboratory. Rather, it refers to the entire candidate program. As a candidate, if Luke Hobbs moves forward unswervingly, he is destined to hit a wall called David. Position determines the relationship between David and the candidates. unless Hobbs voluntarily lowers his status and becomes David's teammate. That is, he voluntarily gives up his identity as a protagonist and is willing to play a supporting role. However, several people present could see that this Hobbs was obviously not someone who would do that. "What are you going to do?" Laura looked at David and pointed at Hobbs, who had already walked into the mansion. David didn't hesitate at all. "Cold! What else can be done?" The only thing David could do was to explain the general situation clearly before taking action, so that the other party would die clearly. Of course, if Hobbs died directly in the laser tunnel like the mercenary captain in the original plot, David wouldn't have to bother. As they walked into the mansion together, they didn't have to worry about not being able to find Hobbs if they moved too slowly, because the big man was now standing in the wide hall of the mansion, talking to a woman in a red dress. Several people who had just rewatched the plot of Resident Evil yesterday afternoon recognized at a glance that this woman was the absolute protagonist of the Resident Evil movie version, Alice. "Now there are two candidates standing in front of you. Do you want to take action?" Ignoring Steve's joke, David came to Hobbs' side in a few steps. Alice was stunned for a moment when she saw David. She looked at David carefully twice before looking at him. "Laura and Steve. These are my teammates." When Hobbs was asking the clueless Alice about the situation, Kaplan finally came to the inside of the mansion, quickly entered into the role, and checked every mechanism in the mansion. Finally, the conclusion was reached. The mechanism in the mansion had been activated, and Alice's current state of not knowing anything should be the residual effect of the mental attack. Hobbs, who still expected to be able to ask something from the caretaker of the laboratory, felt disappointed when he heard this. "How long will it take for her to recover? If it's fast, it can take a few hours. If it's slow, it can take a few days to a month." Hobbs cursed in a low voice, wondering what kind of weird mechanism this was. At this moment, Hobbs seemed to notice something. Before he could give a signal to his teammates, he saw Steve suddenly throw the shield in his hand. Dang dang boom. The round shield refracted twice and accurately hit a man hiding in the corner. Then the shield bounced back again and flew back to Steve's hand. Seeing this outrageous scene, Hobbs didn't even bother to care about the unknown person who was knocked unconscious. He looked at Steve and the shield in his hand with curiosity. "What kind of shield is this?" "The best buckler in our village." While the two were talking, David brought back the unknown person. He was a young man wearing simple leather armor with a standard one-handed sword stuck at his waist. Hobbs frowned tightly when he saw this man's attire and weapons. Just when he wanted David to wake the man up, the man woke up himself. "I am the local patrol guard Matthew Addison. Why are the patrol guards only wearing simple leather armor? And why are they running into other people's houses so late at night? I just heard some noise here and came over to check. I'm not wearing guard armor because I'm not on duty." The man stood up and checked himself, and found that except for a slight pain in the back of his neck, there was no abnormality anywhere else. "Who are you?" "I am Luke Hobbs. I was entrusted by the owner here to investigate whether something happened to the laboratory he invested in." "Luke Hobbs?" Matthew Addison was shocked when he heard this. "That Luke Hobbs? I don't know which one you're referring to. But I am Luke Hobbs. Luke Hobbs of the Holy City. It's me. Wow." Matthew, whose face was suddenly filled with joy, opened his mouth to say something. But before he could speak, he was interrupted by Kaplan, who had been busy for a long time. "The secret door has been unlocked, and we can go in." As if he had been reminded of something, Matthew immediately closed his mouth, and the look of surprise disappeared. Instead, he looked around with vigilant eyes, looking at David and others. When his eyes glanced at David, Matthew was surprised to find that this man actually nodded and said low to him. It's strange. Matthew doesn't know why. This young man has an expression of everything is under control. Is it because he is Hobbs' teammate? Confidence in Luke Hobbs? With all kinds of questions in his mind. And Matthew also had things he wanted to investigate. Even if Hobbs didn't embarrass him or detain him, he still followed Hobbs and his group into the mechanism opened by Kaplan. Secret door. After walking into it, they found that it was a small station, and a magic subway stopped in front of everyone. From the perspective of David and others, after entering here, the surrounding environment has changed completely. If they were still in a European medieval-style mansion before, they are now in modern times. However, the core still maintains the magical wind. There are some malfunctions on the magical subway, which Mechanic Kaplan said he can easily solve. This is also the actual situation. After Kaplan went up and fiddled with it twice, the magic subway restarted. Everyone present got on the bus, and found the source of all evil Spencer Parks in the car, which is the original movie Alice's fake husband who stole the virus from inside and smashed a tube of virus solution when he left. Taking the subway, we quickly arrived at the destination, and there was still a locked door in front of us. Only when you enter here can you truly enter the Hive laboratory. Kaplan has been busy opening the door of the machine while explaining the situation to several people. The next step is up to you. Don't worry. No matter what happens inside, I can handle it. At this time, Alice, who had been following along in a daze since just now, finally decided to ask for clarification. But instead of questioning Hobbs, who was obviously the leader, she stood in front of David. What's going on? Seeing that David didn't speak, Alice grabbed David's arm directly, as if to express her attitude. I want to know the specific situation now. The investors of Honeycomb Labs did not receive the goods on time and suspected that the laboratory had been attacked by competitors. So they entrusted us to check the situation. That's all? That's all I know. David finished the explanation with a smile. It was a pity that as a temporary guest guide, he seemed unable to get rewards from Alice. After all, we are just adventurers hired temporarily. As for other situations can only be known after entering the Hive. Chapter 442 Necromancer Red Queen. After entering the Hive, everyone was shocked by the tragedy here. Hobbs looked at the researchers who died in different ways, and felt more and more that there was a conspiracy here. Following the path directed by Kaplan, the group of people arrived at the legendary restaurant number 2 smoothly. Hobbs looked at the monsters locked in these special iron cabinets, with a very ugly expression. Tell me, this damn place is a restaurant. A series of various incidents made Hobbs extremely suspicious of Kaplan. What exactly does this so-called Hive laboratory do? Is this mechanic a monitor sent by the other party? After completing this mission, what troubles will you face next? By this time, Hobbs no longer struggled with his identity as leader or captain. He didn't want to die here in a daze. He planned to test the voices of David and others first and find out who they were. After confirming that they are not the people arranged by Cain, let's discuss what to do next. Just as Hobbs was thinking this, David, who was looking at another iron cabinet, followed Hobbs' words and complained. Maybe it is really a restaurant, but it is definitely not prepared for humans. Hobbs glanced at David, who was not far away, and then at Alice, who looked confused and obviously hadn't remembered anything yet. No matter what, let's complete the mission first. There is no way to find the potion or anything else. Currently, his only task is to take out the core of the arcane mechanism and bring it back to the kingdom of Arendelle. Several people came to the core area of the agency. David looked at Kaplan, who was busy there, and thought of an interesting question. If we don't take away that core, how will the plot develop next? Using a small spell, he established a chat room for himself, Laura and Steve, where he could have conversations mentally without worrying about being heard by the people next to him. In that case, Hobbs will most likely attack you. Indeed, although they haven't been together for long, everyone has a general understanding of Hobbs's character. He will not give up on a task until it is clear that his employer is trying to harm him. At this moment, the hive that was originally as bright as day suddenly dimmed. Then the backup lights came on, and several closed iron doors around it also clicked open. What happened? The three people immediately looked at Kaplan. The mechanic was proudly announcing his results. I have completely closed the core. I will take out the core and take it away before leaving. How is this Kaplan better than the original Kaplan? Actually shut down the hive host directly. Didn't you have to go through the laser tunnel in the original plot? What about the promised laser channel? Hobbs didn't know that David was cursing in his heart, so he quickly took out the core of the machine and handed it to Kaplan, the machine master, for safekeeping, and then prepared to take everyone back to Allendale. Although there are many strange situations, if he can successfully complete the task commission, then he can ignore those things. However, things could not develop in the direction he thought. Before he could even get out of the core area, the monster he had seen in the iron cabinet in the second restaurant had already killed him in front of him. Ugly monster! I knew you would cause me trouble! Hobbs glanced at the wound on his arm, and did not take the skin injury seriously. After pulling out his warhammer and giant axe, he roared and rushed forward. Alice and others were frightened by the sudden killing of the monster, and they were a little at a loss. They didn't know what they should do in this situation. On the contrary, Kaplan acted very firmly and immediately stood behind Steve, completely entrusting his own safety to the shield-wielding warrior. In addition to the lickers, who appeared to be skinned one after another, zombies also began to appear. Hobbs, who was wielding two heavy weapons and fighting the Lickers, noticed more and more undead creatures appearing around him, and finally understood what secrets were hidden in this damn laboratory. Damn it! There's actually a necromancer here! For some reason, David always felt that this roar was full of flaws. Aren't you going to take action? Laura, who had already taken out her bow and arrow, named the surrounding zombies one by one, and occasionally shot at the more threatening Lickers, looked at her standing behind her, as if she and Kaplan were the same. David, who has no auxiliary personnel with little combat effectiveness. Are you going to hand over all these zombies to us? I don't think these zombies are enough for you to kill alone. David carefully observed the zombies around him, and he found that these zombies all carried the power of death. These zombies were indeed awakened by mysterious forces, and were not created by viruses like in the movie. This also means that these zombies are not as vulnerable as in the movie. Even if they are hit in the head with an arrow, they will still continue to move forward firmly towards the target and launch attacks. He didn't need to speak to remind his teammates. Everyone present could detect this. In comparison, David is more concerned about where do these powers of death come from. Is there really a powerful necromancer hiding in the hive of this world? Sure enough, unknown things are more likely to arouse curiosity. After David thought for a while, he was about to take action to see if he could lure out the mastermind. When he looked up, he found that the last zombie had been killed by Steve with a hammer. Whether it is Steve as a paladin or Laura as a holy light hunter. After they discovered that these undead must defeat the power of death in their bodies in order to be killed. Each attack will be attached with powerful holy light. These two were definitely the nemesis of the undead. With such a large group of zombies around them, they quickly fell to the ground while they were chopping melons and vegetables, and could no longer stand up. Even Hobbs was amazed by the fighting power of the two. At the same time, it was not until this moment that he discovered that these two temporary teammates were not ordinary fighters and hunters. He's actually a paladin and a hunter who can use divine power. Looking at David again, who claimed to be a priest, Hobbs suspected that this priest would take the initiative to form a team with him to come to Raccoon Town. In fact, he came here to solve the evil. The necromancers? Unexpectedly, he was misunderstood. David suddenly felt a death force filling the entire space, and then poured into the corpses on the ground. It's not over yet. Be careful! Raising his hand to punish, the zombie that grabbed Matthew's leg was killed again. David's holy light was pure and powerful. Just a casual blow defeated all the power of death that had just been filled in the zombie's body. When Steve realized that these zombies could actually be resurrected, he frowned and immediately stamped his feet, using the group attack skill of devotion. Powerful, rich holy light spurted out from the floor, taking a bath in all the zombies present who had just been injected with a large amount of death power, and melting away the death power in their bodies again. Hobbs couldn't help but swallowed as he saw countless zombies that had gotten up, or had just raised their heads before they had time to get up, lying on the ground again. The situation here was much more terrifying than he had expected. If these undead creatures could not be killed by themselves, it would be difficult for them to leave alive today if they were to deal with them by themselves. And these temporary teammates are beyond imagination. Could it be that they were specially sent by the Holy See? While Hobbs was running through various speculations in his mind, David had already locked the location of the enemy. What a surprise! It's right next to us! He waved his hand to snatch the bag from Kaplan's hand and threw it into the air, followed by a wave of holy light that blasted him into pieces. But just a second before the core was blasted to pieces, a translucent shadow flew out from it and hovered above the large number of corpses. After David saw the phantom image opposite him clearly, he almost couldn't control the complaints in his stomach. Isn't this the Red Queen? Has the character changed from artificial intelligence to undead? Looking at this posture, he is still a very powerful necromancer. Just when the seemingly cute and harmless Red Queen was about to resurrect the corpses around her again, the Red Queen suddenly felt a huge threat approaching. Relying on the special characteristics of the undead, it moved to a distant place instantly. Just as the Red Queen ran away, a pillar of fire descended from the void, burning all the corpses on the ground to ashes in the blink of an eye. The Red Queen originally wanted to say something, but she did feel the fear of death at that moment. She had not felt this way for a long time, since she transformed into the undead form. That pillar of fire with divine power was so terrifying that even if it didn't even scratch her, she felt like she was about to be purified even as it descended so far away. Who are you? David. David waved his hand gently after clearing away the miscellaneous soldiers, and used holy light to directly seal the area to prevent the undead necromancer from escaping. The Red Queen looked around, And after sensing that the entire space was sealed by the terrifying sacred power, she understood what she was facing, dead. No doubt about it. Seeing this, the Red Queen stopped pretending. She no longer looked like an honest, well-behaved, and cute child, and gradually turned into a skeleton wearing a red dress with rotten flesh, screaming crazily at David. Humph! It's just incompetent barking! The scream with the aura of death would be a fatal threat to ordinary living people. But to David, it was just noise. The damage is not as bad as David singing the coolest little apple casually. Shut up! You? Without any skills or reputation. He casually condensed a huge stream of holy light and blasted it at the Red Queen. While interrupting her death scream, she also knocked the opponent into a near-death state. Seeing the Red Queen's body slowly disappearing, David began to think, how else can the plot develop? At this moment, he heard the Red Queen's vicious curse. The Umbrella Master Council will not let you go. And the Holy See is behind you. Chapter 443. Elsa in a coma. Looking at the Red Queen gradually disappearing, David's mind was a little confused. What the H? I could Wizard Umbrella be? So Umbrella in this world is no longer a pharmaceutical company, but an organization established by a group of mages? Looking at this posture, there is a high probability that it is the Necromancer organization. That's quite reasonable, if you think about it carefully. If this is the case, then it is not surprising at all that Umbrella wants to turn the whole world into a dead land. It's definitely more reliable than the environmental theme in the original movie. After letting go of his senses and checking carefully to make sure that there were no other necromancers around, David felt that before he could say anything, he felt that his connection with the Yanila continent had become closer. The rewards for this mission are quite pleasant. Coming out of the hive and breathing in the fresh air, David had a strange illusion that the power in his body would increase slightly if he took any breath. However, he did not rush to check his situation, but looked at Hobbs and Alice aside. On the way out of the hive, Matthew revealed his true identity. He was not a patrol guard in Raccoon Town, but a free adventurer. He came to Raccoon Town because her sister worked in the hive and had passed along a message to him that there was some kind of evil experiment going on in the hive. This part is not much different from the original plot. In the process of leaving the hive, Matthew found the body of his sister. In order to prevent the body from being desecrated by the necromancer and to facilitate transportation, Matthew asked David to help cremate his sister on the spot, collect the ashes, and take them back to his hometown for burial. The remaining people, Alice and Spencer, expressed their intention to stay in Raccoon Town. Luke Hobbs prepared to return to the kingdom of Arendelle. He was going to find the guy named Kane and figure out what was going on with this guy. Without stopping at Raccoon Town, a group of people rushed straight back to the kingdom of Arendelle after leaving the hive. Not surprisingly, the man named Kane has disappeared. It seems that my mission cannot be completed, Hobbs joked casually. He didn't really want to complete the mission, but wanted to grab Kane and ask him what he wanted to do. He thought about it over and over along the way, but he couldn't figure out the motive of this man named Kane. If Kane is a member of the Umbrella Mages, why would he hire a stranger himself to investigate the hive? If he senses that Master Umbrella is planning some evil plan, then he should just tell him. Why lie to yourself? And he didn't provide any important information. Did he just want to die? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of a reasonable explanation. Hobbs felt as if he had fallen into a huge web, and there seemed to be big hands controlling everything secretly. After taking a look at David, this priest who seemed to be from the Holy See might be able to clear up his doubts. I know what you want to ask. David didn't even look at Hobbs, and very accurately blocked the words he was about to blurt out. I can only say that if you choose to return to your hometown, and if you stay quietly for a few years, all problems will no longer be a problem. What if I keep venturing out there? David didn't answer. He turned to Hobbs and said, Is that even necessary? Look. Hobbs realized that this question was indeed redundant. If he insisted on taking risks in various places, he would probably get deeper and deeper into the conspiracy. David wants to see what Hobbs will choose? If possible, he really hoped that all the selected candidates on the Yanila continent would stay in their hometowns and not run around, which would save him a lot of energy. Hobbs was still thinking, and something else happened in front of him. A group of heavily armed soldiers from the kingdom of Arendelle surrounded them. An officer holding a sword looked at the crowd carefully and shouted, Are you Luke Hobbs? I am. You guys just came back from Raccoon Town? Yes. Upon hearing this, the officer immediately signaled to his men to take the group away. As for why, the officer had no intention of explaining at all. But just a few seconds later, he knelt on the ground and covered his swollen mouth to explain the whole story. Her Royal Highness Princess Anna invited Hobbs and his friends to the palace to discuss matters. So, Your Highness the Princess actually sent you to invite us? The officer didn't understand why this group of people was led by the young man in front of him and not Luke Hobbs, whom he thought he was. But he nodded obediently. There was no way. My face was swollen by the young man in front of me, seeing that the other party knocked down all the soldiers so easily, while his own men were still lying on the ground groaning. He had to thank them for their mercy. Then why are you acting like you're catching a criminal? Once the officer explained, David realized why the officers and soldiers of Arendelle had this attitude. In the final analysis, it was the guy named Kane who was responsible, although the officer did not know the specific details. Her Royal Highness Princess Elsa, who was highly anticipated by the people and was about to inherit the throne, suddenly contracted an emergency not long ago. It was rumored that she was poisoned or some kind of vicious spell. Kane, who has provided medicine to Her Royal Highness for a long time and recently disappeared suddenly, has become the biggest suspect. How to find Kane has become the biggest concern of all the officials in Allendale. The only clue the officers have is that Kane hired Hobbs and his gang not long ago, because Her Royal Highness Princess Elsa's health was involved. The soldiers certainly couldn't be too polite to the suspect's associates, which was why the previous brief conflict arose. So that's it. David waved his hand and sprinkled a piece of holy light, healing all the injuries of these soldiers. The officer covered his cheek, which was no longer in pain and was swollen, and looked at his subordinates around him. Everyone stood up. Some people were surprised by their sprained hands, bruised legs, and knocks a few days ago. Why are all the toes healed? Actually, we were also tricked by that guy named Kane. If we hadn't had some tricks, we might have died in Raccoon Town. It turns out it was all a misunderstanding. Yes, Her Royal Highness Princess Anna is waiting for several guests in the palace. The misunderstanding was solved in a few words, as if what had just happened was just an illusion. Under the escort of officers and soldiers, David and others walked into the castle of the Kingdom of Allendale and met one of the two princesses in the main hall, Her Royal Highness Anna. It's an honor to meet you, Your Highness Princess. Welcome to Arendelle. Some of his subordinates came back early and explained the situation to Princess Anna. Princess Anna already knows that the group of people in front of her is not led by Hobbs, and they are not companions with Kane. There is even some hatred between the two parties. When she heard the news, Princess Anna knew that her previous plan was useless. If it were not for politeness, she would not even want to waste time meeting these people. Now I have to deal with it first. Anna's mind was filled with the situation of her sister, and she was not even interested in the most curious adventure story. Seeing Her Royal Highness Princess like this, David chose the most direct way. After a brief greeting, he directly turned the topic to Princess Elsa. I can treat Her Royal Highness Princess Elsa. I'm a priest. Really? Princess Anna was overjoyed. Compared to the coping smile just now, the smile on her face now was a smile from the heart, full of hope. Can you cure Elsa? Can. David's answer was not low-key at all. He was very confident in his healing ability, and did not believe that Elsa's problems could not be solved by himself. What's so difficult? He could even cure Odin, who was at the end of his lifespan. But he couldn't cure a mere Elsa? Lead the way. Following the excited Anna all the way to Elsa's bedroom, she felt a strong chill even though she was far away. What a huge amount of energy! Steve, who had been the supreme mage, was very sensitive to energy. The closer he got, the more powerful and terrifying he could feel the energy. Laura looked at her breath and was shocked that she actually felt a chill. This temperature. She was very curious. At this temperature, could ordinary people really get close to Elsa? Looking up at Anna, I found that although the princess wrapped herself tightly, she was still trembling with her arms crossed, and her teeth kept colliding when she spoke, making a kick sound. The situation seems to be more serious. Upon seeing this, David waved his hand and put a layer of holy light shield on Anna to help isolate her from the cold air, allowing Anna to move freely in this cold environment. Thanks! Seeing this situation, she had a little more confidence in David. Maybe he could really cure Elsa. As David continued to move forward, Steve stopped. David does not need his own help to treat the princess, and the front is Her Royal Highness's boudoir, so it would be impolite to go any further. As for Hobbs, he didn't want to go any further. The terrifying cold was already beyond his ability to bear. The two of them stayed here, and David and Laura followed Anna all the way to Elsa's bedroom. and met Her Royal Highness Princess Elsa, who seemed to be sleeping in an ice and snow palace. Sister, she has been like this for several days. According to Anna's description, Elsa can wake up for a moment from time to time. But the cold air released after she becomes unconscious again will become even more terrifying. If this continues, it won't be long before the entire kingdom of Arendelle will be affected. Can it be cured? After David took a closer look, he saw the crux of the problem. Elsa was indeed poisoned. According to the current trend, either Elsa would use the power in her body to eliminate the power of death, but the kingdom of Arendelle would be destroyed. Cold destroys. Or be transformed into a powerful necromancer by the evil force, and turn the kingdom of Arendelle into the kingdom of the undead. No matter which possibility, the kingdom of Arendelle is dead. Chapter 444. This number is really unlucky. After recounting her observations, Princess Anna's face turned pale. She didn't expect the situation to be so serious, because Elsa has had miraculous magical powers since she was a child, and she has been controlled by drugs set by Cain for so many years. At first, she just thought that the drug was discontinued, causing the power in Elsa's body to go out of control. Later, Elsa's condition gradually became serious, and Anna gradually realized that something was wrong. But she did not expect that it would be such a bad situation. You can cure Elsa, right? In Princess Anna's opinion, the crisis level of the matter has seriously exceeded expectations. Can David, a priest who appears out of nowhere, really be able to cure Elsa? Should he take Elsa to the Holy See? Please ask the Archbishop to treat Elsa? Just as Anna was thinking this, David had already stretched out his hand to cover Elsa's forehead, and then a line of black smoke came out of Elsa's mouth and nose, and condensed into a terrifying skull shape. Ah! The skeleton condensed into black smoke let out a piercing scream. Just as Anna covered her ears with her hands, David raised his other hand, and used his backhand to smoke the skeleton condensed into black smoke into smoke. The scream stopped suddenly, and Elsa, who was lying on the bed with a pale face, the color returned to her cheeks, and the corners of her tightly pursed mouth curled up, looking like she was sleeping soundly. All right. David withdrew his hand. Elsa, who was sleeping, seemed to have lost something. She tossed and turned on the bed, scratching her hands for a long time, and finally hugged the pillow and changed her position to continue sleeping. Seeing that Elsa had really recovered, the biting coldness gradually dissipated. Anna took David out of the room, and at the same time called the servants to move Elsa to other rooms. This one was sealed by ice. It will probably take a lot of time and effort to restore the room to its original state. After David followed Anna out of the room, he noticed the particularly conspicuous strand of white hair on Anna's head. When he raised his hand, another piece of holy light shone down. This is a bonus. It can eliminate the power in your body. Anna was still wondering what David was doing. When she heard the other party's explanation, she realized that David not only cured Elsa, but also cured herself. Although she didn't think she had any hidden dangers, it was always a good thing. Thank you very much for your enthusiastic help. After leaving Elsa's bedroom, Anna brought David, Steve, Hobbs and others who had reunited to the reception room. After inviting David and others to sit down and serving drinks and snacks, Anna solemnly thanked David. The kingdom of Arendelle will always remember your kindness, Elsa, and I will also always remember your enthusiastic help. After verbally thanking her, Anna asked David and others what their plans are next. A powerful priest like David came to the kingdom of Arendelle in the south of the continent. Maybe to spread the doctrine? If so, Anna is willing to finance David's construction of a church in Arendelle in her own name. David had to make it clear that he was not planning to preach in Arendelle, nor would he build a church here. He had other things to deal with. So, where are you going next? How long will you stay in the kingdom of Arendelle? We'll stay in Arendelle for a while. This is great. Anna was very happy to hear that David was not going to leave immediately. Although she believed that David had indeed cured Elsa, she still hoped that David would stay for a while, and make sure that Elsa was really fine before leaving. In addition, she has not forgotten what David told her before. Elsa became like that after being poisoned. Who is going to poison Elsa and is planning to destroy the entire island? Destroyed Kingdom of Dell? These things are too complicated for a young girl who is not yet an adult. If David stays, maybe he can ask David and his partners to solve these problems. Anna made no secret of her thoughts. The innocent girl firmly believed that David was a good and righteous person, because he had been helping her and Elsa since he appeared. So he could never be a bad person. Since you are a good person, you can trust the other person without any reservation, and if you are in trouble, you can directly ask for help. There is nothing embarrassing about this. Of course, she didn't ask the other party to help her. David could refuse. What makes Anna very happy is that David did not refuse. Anna's request did not conflict with his plan. Elsa did not turn into a necromancer or completely freeze the kingdom of Arendelle. The mastermind behind the scenes should come out to take a look. Situation? Just as David was thinking this, he felt that he had received another reward. Obviously, David was rewarded again for exposing the conspiracy of the necromancers and saving the kingdom of Arendelle. And judging from the previous situation, he also gained huge prestige in the kingdom of Arendelle, as he helped Sheriff Shane find Dutch's body. After figuring out what happened to Dutch and others, Sheriff Shane spread David's deeds throughout Everwinter Town. Unfortunately, there are too few tasks in Everwinter Town. If David completes a few more tasks, perhaps his reputation will become very high, even surpassing that of the City Lord. At that time, maybe David wants to become the City Lord of Everwinter City, and the townspeople will support him. But he should not be able to sit on the throne in the Kingdom of Arendelle. The people of the Kingdom of Arendelle support the sisters very much. Even though the sisters have not been able to handle government affairs in the past few years, no one has thought about replacing them. I think it's still possible. If you marry the two sisters, wouldn't you be able to become the King of Arendelle? After settling in the residence arranged by Princess Anna for several people, David, Laura and Steve discussed the matter of experience, rewards, and reputation. Hobbs chose to leave after careful consideration. He didn't say whether he wanted to return to his hometown, the Holy City, or continue his adventure. David looked at him and felt that Hobbs most likely wanted to find the truth. This is not a fairy tale. I just met the sisters once, and even Elsa is still in a coma. Isn't Arendelle the land of fairy tales? A princess who fell into a crisis and fell into a coma was rescued by a handsome young man. The story was just a kiss away from a fairy tale. Ahem. Let's get down to business. David felt that this matter was getting more and more outrageous, so he decisively stopped the topic. I left a mark on Hobbs. Maybe we can follow him to find another guide. In addition to robbing other candidates of their luck, finding all the leaders can also solve hidden dangers. He had no clue before, but now that he encountered it, David made additional arrangements. If we can find all the Sarkans here, we shouldn't have to worry about the sudden explosion of Yanila continent. Right? It's a pity that you can't call too many people over. Otherwise it won't be that difficult to find all these guys if everyone is searching on this continent. In a continent where the power distribution is so clear and only adventurers are running around, it is not difficult to find the candidates and the leaders behind them. It's a pity that David can only summon 2 teammates at the same time. If the people in Winter City can travel back and forth, it will. Yanila continent will not be a crisis, but will become Winter City's new dungeon copy. Speaking of this matter, send me back to take a look. Maybe Tony's research has produced some results? Steve felt that he could only be a light bulb here, so he might as well go back to Winter City. Anyway, David will stay in Arendelle, even if those necromancers attack. With David's strength, there is no need to worry about his safety. That's fine. David felt that it was more important for Steve to go back and continue studying the Resurrection Stone than to hang out with him here. Let me think about who has been more leisurely recently. After much deliberation, David discovered that there were actually quite a few idle visitors from other worlds in Winter City, like Mark, Will, Helen, Gwen, Aiden, etc. Even Clarice Flicker, who was responsible for positioning, didn't waste time summoning here to help. When David needed positioning, he just sent Clarice back first. There were so many candidates that David didn't know who to choose for a while. Until the next day, he didn't think about who to call, so he simply left an empty spot and selected teammates based on the actual situation. Just as she was thinking this, Elsa suddenly found David. Hello, I'm Elsa. Thank you very much for your enthusiastic help. You helped me heal my body and save my country. Elsa was wearing a black and green dress, and her hair was meticulously tied up behind his head. After seeing David, he was the first to bow his head and salute to David. You don't have to be so polite. David originally wanted to say please come in, but he immediately realized something was wrong. Seeing Elsa some distance from the door, he stepped out of the room directly. How do you feel now? Seeing David standing in front of her, Elsa took advantage of the situation and extended an invitation to go for a walk in the garden together. I feel much better. Even so, David still noticed that Elsa's tone was somewhat uncertain, and her hands were wearing a pair of special gloves, and she was very careful not to come into contact with any objects. David, who knew the plot, knew what was going on. It seemed that the poisoning incident did not change Elsa's perception of her own power. She still didn't realize that she could perfectly control these powers, and still thought that the huge power in her body was a huge trouble. It is wrong to lie, especially when a patient is facing a priest. The two of them had already walked into the garden. Elsa lowered her head and hesitated for a while before saying, "Other problems in my body are not so easy to cure." From Elsa's point of view, this is not the same thing as poisoning. Her innate illness cannot be cured at all. You mean the huge magic power in your body? Wouldn't it be nice to learn how to control it? Chapter 445. The Winter City is in danger. Elsa was stunned by David's words. Her eyes were so wide that David felt very magical. The eyes are really big. After a while, Elsa expressed doubts. This kind of thing is impossible. Right. Why not? David raised his hand and motioned for Elsa to extend her hand, but was rejected. Elsa had her hands on her chest, with a look of hope and a little fear on her face. She wanted to stretch out her hands, but didn't dare to do so. She looked very pitiful. Don't worry. Your power won't hurt me. David mobilized the holy light to coat his palms with a light golden color, and then condensed a ball of holy light in his palm, and then used this ball of holy light to condense into a blooming flower. Believe in yourself. You can do this too. Can I really do this kind of thing? Elsa took off her gloves uncertainly, spread out her white palms, and stood there blankly staring at her hands. But nothing happened for a long time. Relax and don't resist the force. David knew that Elsa was still very resistant to her own power. When her power wanted to be released, she would instinctively want to stop and suppress it. Habits have been formed over a long period of time, making the power in her body more and more disobedient. In fact, these problems are all caused by herself. As long as she lets go of her heart and abandons her fear of these powers, she will be able to use this power freely. Elsa, who possesses powerful magic, can even create new lives at will. The magic in her body is not only large in quantity, but also of extremely high quality. Although the Elsa in front of him does not live in her original world, David has discovered that these copycat clones on the Unila continent are actually no different from the original body. Some candidates have even been strengthened in order to complete the candidate plan and become suitable for this continent. Just like Hobbs, David could feel that the big guy had a special kind of blood in his body, which showed that this guy was more than just a template for an elite agent. Elsa's body has not been integrated with other messy attributes, and it is already very powerful if copied as they are. No wonder the Sakan people listed her as a candidate and even prepared a tragic script for her in which the country and family would be destroyed. However, now the script has been torn to pieces by David, and it seems to have returned to the original fairy tale plot. I wonder if Elsa's own aura of luck really played a role. This is really a question worth studying. Relax and follow this power. Don't worry. You won't hurt me. David patted the ice crystals off his body and continued to teach Elsa how to control her power correctly. Elsa was shocked when she saw that she accidentally froze half of David's body. The accident made her retreat again, but David's attitude of don't worry about this little thing made her reluctant. I had the nerve to say let it go. David doesn't even care about his own safety, and he's here to point him out. Is she really going to give up? If he could learn to use his power correctly as David said, would Anna and the kingdom of Arendelle no longer be threatened by this powerful force in her body? In the long run, after I can use this power, will I also have the ability to protect the kingdom and home? With David's encouragement, Elsa started trying again. This time she finally succeeded in controlling her powers, allowing them to condense into a ball of blue lighting ice crystals in her palm according to her own ideas. Look! I didn't lie to you! You can do it! Elsa looked at the ice crystal in her hand, and began to try to turn it into plants, animals, and other imaginable shapes. As the speed of change became faster and faster, she felt that the power in her body became more and more obedient. Elsa, I also feel like I can do more magical things. In the grass not far away, Anna stared at her sister with wide eyes. She had not seen her sister smiling so happily in many years. Reminiscent of what happened recently, my sister was poisoned and comatose, and the kingdom of Arendelle fell into a huge crisis. A young and handsome man appeared in time, not only cured his sister and eliminated the crisis in the kingdom, but also made his sister Elsa, he showed his sincere smile again. It's love! Anna, who had heard many love stories, immediately made her own judgment. It's exactly the same as described in the story. It can't be wrong. So, David is his brother-in-law, right? Anna looked at the two people not far away and felt that they were a perfect match for each other. Anna began to imagine a wedding between the two in her mind. just when Anna was helping her sister dream about a better tomorrow. She was surprised to find that there was someone beside her. She was squatting here like herself, looking at the two people in the distance through the gap in the grass. Ms. Laura? Sure, Laura has actually been here for a long time. She really wants to see if David can take down the little girl Elsa today. But she also knew that David must have discovered what she and Anna were hiding here. Sure enough, after teaching Elsa how to control her power, David said low to the two people hiding in the grass. You have been squatting there for a long time. Why don't you come out for some air and exercise? In the next few days, David and Laura stayed in the kingdom of Arendelle, trying to see if they could wait until the Sarkans appeared. As a result, the Sarkan people didn't wait. But Tony did. Have you cracked the Sarkan people's space teleportation technology? David looked at the extremely arrogant person in front of him, his face full of, I am indeed that powerful. You should continue to praise me more. The man with that appearance is definitely Tony Binney. The Sarkan people's technology is indeed somewhat unique. But once you understand the core content, it is not difficult to crack it. Tony looked around. He had a lot of knowledge about the kingdom of Arendelle and the continent of Unila. His great curiosity was also the main driving force behind his ability to conquer this new technology in such a short period of time. So, now that people from Winter City come to the Unila continent, will they not be noticed by the Sarkans? I'm sure it won't be discovered. Is that so? David touched his chin. In this case, it seemed that he didn't need to stay here and slowly take away the luck of those candidates. He could completely regard the Unila continent as a new copy for everyone in Winter City. Anyway, there are so many conspiracies and missions in this world, and a large group of people from Winter City coming to do the tasks will definitely be able to sweep away those candidates. Not to mention others. If Carla comes over, he will probably become the most famous adventurer in Unila continent in a short time. Mutants, Kryptonians, High Elf priests, and Cybertronians can all come and play on this continent. I believe everyone will think this is a good place for recreation. In this case, will it alert the enemy? Laura listened to the discussion between David and Tony, worried that the Sarkans would flip the table if they saw the situation and blow up the continent. It's possible, but it's not like I've done nothing during this time. I know. You've been flirting with Elsa every day these days. Congratulations. You've tricked another little girl. David spread his hands and said that he was actually studying Elsa's power. Elsa was created with the power of the Brainian world. Theoretically, I can also control Elsa's power. Elsa's power is not as simple as ice and snow. It also contains many rules like abilities. When David taught Elsa, he also learned something from it. So, you can freeze everything like Elsa now? If you give me enough time, I can do more than this. But this level is enough for now. When David saw Tony and Laura, they both looked like I don't understand. Just put it bluntly expression. So he gave the answer in the most straightforward way. If the Sarkans lift the table and try to detonate the continent of Unila as a bomb, David can freeze the entire continent so that the energy within it cannot be exploded. You can do this now? Tony looked at David in surprise. He still looked like the familiar young human being, but he could do this to such a terrifying level. Trying to tease a little girl in this benefit? David decided to ignore Tony's complaints and put an end to the topic. In short, because you have studied and understood the space technology of the Sarkan people, so that the Unila continent cannot be in a state of absolute isolation. I no longer have to guard this place. It's over. So, I'm going back to Winter City. I'll come over to play when I'm bored. Well, it's a very normal decision. Tony thinks David's decision is correct. It is only serious that the king returns to sit in Winter City. Why are you hanging around when you have nothing to do? If you do these things, what will your subordinates do? What's more, there is another important matter in Winter City waiting for David to go back and deal with it. A new person came to Winter City yesterday. I think you need to receive him personally. Oh. David noticed something was wrong with Tony's reaction. Who could make the fearless Iron Man so fearful? Could it be that some famous and powerful demon has come to Winter City? Just as David was sifting through the many powerful and terrifying existences he could think of in his mind, Tony also said the name of the newcomer. The new guy's name is John Constantine. It turns out it's him. After hearing the name, David understood why Tony was so afraid of this person. Which version is it? Savior. Fortunately, Winter City was saved. Chapter 446 Constantine. Is this David's country? Elsa and Anna stood on the roof of Glamorgan Castle, looking at the densely packed buildings around them, their mouths wide open in shock at David's true identity. Unexpectedly, the handsome young man who saved his sister was not an ordinary priest, but a real king. Well, it seems like a better match. Compared to Arendelle, the Kingdom of Winter is much larger, and there are many more residents in the city. Just standing here and seeing the almost invisible houses and the endless flow of people on the street, you can tell at this point, this is just Winter City. Elsa and Anna both looked at Laura with question marks on their faces, wondering what the difference was. The kingdom that David rules is not just a city like Winter City. Elsa and Anna, who came from a similar city-state era, did not understand what this meant at all. So Laura took the two guests from afar to the study room to provide the two princesses with the geographical knowledge of the eastern part of the Brunia continent. While Laura was taking the two princesses to visit, David was entertaining the newcomers who had just arrived in Winter City yesterday. Dear His Majesty the King, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am John Constantine. The handsome man with short black hair was a little confused about how to greet the king in front of him. Should he kneel down and salute? You're welcome. He raised his hand to signal the man in front of him not to worry about whether to kneel or not. Regardless of the general situation in Winter City, kneeling is not allowed. Even David would make a special exception for this man, exempting him from those etiquettes. The reason is simple. He doesn't want to be remembered by this guy, and he doesn't know when he will suddenly be tricked by this guy. After all, this is the famous Constantine, the most famous scammer in all the worlds. Even if the person in front of him is Seiken, who is not that scumbag in comparison, David still maintains due caution. If it is Seiken, there is a high probability that David will use expulsion again. Seiken can still stay, considering that his world is God, Satan and high-level angels. It can be said to be a DC parallel universe with a very high upper limit. Do you mind? After a brief greeting, Constantine revealed his true nature. He didn't care whether he was a king or not. He just wanted to have a bite now. Mind? In David's current situation, there is no way that secondhand smoke would affect him. He simply didn't want soot to fall in his front hall. What a pity! Constantine put the half-pulled cigarette back into the cigarette case and put it away. Speaking of which, are there any cigarettes here in Winter City? No. David has never implemented any smoking ban, mainly because there is no market demand for it. And David does not need to rely on this thing to earn money back from the people. At present, Winter City's currency circulation is relatively healthy, and it has not reached the point where officials have a headache on how to circulate money. After chatting casually with Constantine for a while and answering some questions raised by the other party, Constantine suddenly became curious about something. I heard that Your Majesty the King is revered as the Lord of Holy Light. So? Does it mean that after signing a contract with you, I can borrow the power called Holy Light from you? After Constantine arrived at this magical place yesterday, he was quickly taken to Fort Glamorgan by Kara and instilled in the Brinian common language. After knowing some basic information, Constantine wandered around Winter City and stayed in the Cathedral of Holy Light for a long time. There, he saw the magic of the Holy Light, and also learned that His Majesty the King of the Winter Kingdom was the most powerful user of the Holy Light in the world. Constantine, who was dying of lung cancer, suddenly became more alert. He was worried about how to cure his cancer. Maybe he could cure himself with this magical power? Although he learned from the priest of Holy Light Cathedral that anyone could learn the power of Holy Light. But he was asked to learn such a completely unfamiliar mysterious power step by step, and he suspected that he would die of illness before he could learn it. So I wanted to ask, can I sign a contract or something so that I can directly control this power? If His Majesty Glamorgan, the Lord of Holy Light, is willing to personally treat himself, that would also be great. However, considering that he often has to deal with various demons or other strange things, Constantine feels that it would be more helpful if he could learn and master this power. If you want to learn the Holy Light, you don't need to sign any contract with me. David wondered for 2 seconds that Constantine hadn't just come to Winter City. Since he knew the Holy Light, didn't he know that anyone could do the Holy Light? Study? Of course. Whether you can learn that is another matter. Then I realized that it was not that Constantine had not inquired clearly, but that he had a longer-term plan. He was trying to drag himself into the water. It's obviously Seiken. Why is he still playing the same trick as Seiken? Should I say that he really deserves to be Constantine? I originally wanted to say that as long as Constantine was willing to pay the medical expenses, David could help him cure his lung cancer first, so that he would have enough time to study slowly. As a result, he swallowed his words directly at this moment. Realizing that Constantine seemed to be relying on debts every time he lured people gods and demons, into the water. It was so dangerous. I almost fell into a pit. He simply didn't mention that he could cure diseases. He just reminded Constantine that if he was interested, he could go to the cathedral to consult Bishop Lyodrin. Hearing what David said, Constantine didn't show much disappointment. It was just a last-minute idea. Or he didn't have high hopes from the beginning. It didn't matter whether he could trick people or not. He was a habitual trap. Anyway, Winter City has the magical power of the Holy Light, as well as many powerful people who master mysterious knowledge. And there are also races that understand advanced technology. It seems that my illness is not considered a terminal illness here. When I was about to despair, I was very lucky to be able to come to this place. After meeting His Majesty the King, he filled in his personal information yesterday. He will be able to get his identity document in a while. Constantine plans to live directly in Winter City for the next period of time and carefully study the occult knowledge here. After meeting Constantine, David returned to Glamorgan Castle and learned that Laura, Elsa, and Anna were wandering around the city to experience the Winter City up close. David turned and left Fort Glamorgan and went to the cafe to find Bruce Wayne, who liked to stay here every day. You haven't used the strengthening potion yet? No. Still confused? No. I'm just enjoying the last period of time as an ordinary human being. Bruce saw clearly. When Winter City is currently relatively stable, there are no opportunities for him to contribute combat power. So he doesn't care if he doesn't use strengthening potions. As for his own world, with Clark here, he didn't have to rush to improve his physical combat effectiveness. However, I would like an extra strengthening potion. For Alfred? Yes. It's no problem. If Alfred wants to change his place to retire, I welcome him. Bruce was speechless about David's above-board poaching behavior, but thinking about Alfred's decades of service and hard work for the Wayne family, it seemed like he should enjoy his life. I will take care of you. The invitation was conveyed to him. After the simple greetings, it was time to get down to business. David wanted to ask Bruce if he had any suggestions for the future development of Winter City. Bruce knew that David was not asking about the development of the Kingdom of Winter on the Brinian continent, but about the development of the kingdom as a whole, especially taking into account the lunar outpost and the Sarkans on the Yanila continent. Do you think we should eliminate the Sarkans in the outpost in advance? Bruce did not answer David's question immediately. He was thinking and quickly came up with the answer. You asked me this because you are worried that destroying this outpost in advance will attract the main fleet of the Sarkans? Through David's description, Bruce knew that the Sarkan people had the combat power to kill life on the planet. In addition, the Sarkan Empire was a powerful country that explored and colonized the universe, and was particularly hostile to life forms like David. Once the lunar outpost was destroyed, if it is destroyed, the possibility of sending the main force is very high. The Kingdom of Winter is still developing on the ground and has no ability to engage in space warfare. If the troops of the Sarkan Empire arrive, the Winter Kingdom and David will only be passively beaten at this stage. The safest way is to leave the outpost alone and seize the time to develop the Winter Kingdom Space Force. But there is an enemy monitor above his head, and some Sarkans are causing trouble on another continent. This situation is very uncomfortable. David wants to eliminate these Sarkans first, and it is very difficult. Normal. Although I don't like this method very much. I think the most reliable plan at present is for you to personally take action and lightcast all the Sarkans in the outpost. After considering all the situations, Bruce gave his own suggestion. This was also the most reliable solution he could think of to not attract the main force of the Sarkan people and gain enough time for development. Lightcasting the Sarkans in the outpost into David's loyal lackeys will not only prevent the Sarkans from being alert on the Yanila continent, but also help Winter City keep an eye on the Yanila continent and in the more distant Sarkan Empire. It's indeed a good idea. I didn't think of it. David doesn't like the method of light casting deep down, so he subconsciously ignores this ability. Bruce is different. From a purely objective standpoint, he believes that light casting brainwashing is a very useful ability and is very suitable for the current situation. Of course, he would not ridicule David for his poor mind, but would only feel reassured that David had a good moral bottom line. At least it proved that I didn't trust the wrong person. Chapter 447. Everyone started to get upset. Infiltrate, capture, and Lightforge. The cycle repeats, except for some effort at the beginning. The rest is pure mechanical movement and repeated operations. Since there were thousands of Sarkans in the lunar outpost, it took David a lot of time to lightcast all the people in the entire outpost. Given the strength gap between David and these Sarkans, there was no failure. After completing the light casting, he learned from these light casting Sarkans that the top combat forces in the outpost were currently busy on the continent of Yanila. The Sarkans on the Brayan side, with all their energy is focused on the Artificial Star Spirit project. I see. Everything will be business as usual at the outpost. Do whatever you need to do. Let these newly conquered subordinates continue to do what they were doing to ensure that the Sakan Empire will not be suspicious of this side. By the way, make a list of the elite Sakan people in Yanila continent. After getting the list, the overall situation on the Yanila continent has been decided, and it is impossible for those Sakan people to make any more troubles. At this time, the new year has arrived. The Knights of Tehran and the Legion of Winter have fought in all directions, and have basically transformed the land of the former Kingdom of Tehran into the territory of the Kingdom of Winter. Now in the entire Winter Kingdom, there is no longer a lord who questions His Majesty David Glamorgan. Now, only White Rock City has not been taken back, and is still occupied by the Holy Kingdom of Gunter. Are you going south? During this time, Edwin Van Cleef had come up with a new design and obtained David's approval. As long as David goes south and stays outside for a while, the diggers and the craftsmen of Winter City will build a new Fort Glamorgan in the shortest possible time. According to the design drawings, the new Glamorgan Castle will be named Winter Castle because the foundation of the new house occupies a larger area, which will lead to a reduction in the courtyard area and the demolition of the original garage, practice room, and other buildings. But David is not planning to expand the area of Winter Fortress, including Winter Fortress, Town Office Building, and Winter Fortress Barracks. Anyway, a small courtyard is enough, especially since the new Winter Fortress has many open-air pavilions. After planting some green plants, it is also equivalent to a small courtyard. In addition, the new Winter Castle has more floors and rooms, and the internal space is also extremely spacious. In the future, David and his friends can play hide and seek at home. So, take this time to sort it out and put the important things in other places first. Before the official demolition, David, Helen and Eva gave some instructions. Compared with Laura and Gwen, who travel back and forth between the two worlds, Helen and Eva spend more time living in home, and they have the most personal belongings and important things. When building a new home this time, you must clean it up properly. Otherwise, even if it is not damaged when the house is demolished, it will be quite troublesome if it is buried underneath. Helen and I have been packing things recently, and Laura and Gwen have already moved important things back to their home over there. Apart from the two of them, there are also Hood, Belfast, and many servants who live in Glamorgan Castle. But there is no one else. Originally, there were rooms and lounges specially prepared for guards in Glamorgan Castle, but they were never used. I have seen the design of the new Winter Castle. It has higher floors, a larger area, more rooms, and requires more servants. Helen glanced at David, and according to her intention, she continued, from Sparta, recruiting people from my hometown. After all, the loyalty of the people recruited from there is guaranteed. Recruited from the Kingdom of Sparta, they don't have to worry about being undercover agents or spies. Coupled with their original living environment, they are more likely to be satisfied with their new life and will not feel that they are being oppressed. Just take care of this. Eva and Helen have formed a tacit understanding over such a long time. Eva is responsible for helping David with external affairs. Helen is responsible for home affairs. As for Laura, she is currently obsessed with adventure on the Yanila continent. Except for packing her things some time ago, she has not been able to see anyone recently. According to Laura, she was working through the plot of the Umbrella Mages with Kara and Elsa. According to her description, the Umbrella Wizard seems to be a very long plot. Now she has met Alice again. If there are no accidents, Alice will also join her adventure team. As for Elsa, since she came to Winter City and knew how big the world was, she wanted to go out and see it. By the way, you can also exercise your abilities by taking risks. In addition, due to the two-way teleportation device created by Tony, David directly identified the Kingdom of Allendale as the teleportation point and an important base point for the Winter City forces in the Yanila continent. Neither Elsa nor Anna had any objections to this. They even thought this exchange was very good. It would be even better if ordinary people in the Kingdom of Arendelle could come to Winter City freely. Because of this sentence, there are now people from the Kingdom of Arendelle in Winter City from time to time. They are very curious about another distant kingdom with many magical races and items. As for whether these people will stay here and never leave, the two princesses have never thought about it. After all, Princess Anna herself often stays in Winter City. Elsa would have run away faster if she had not been dragged out by Laura to take risks. Anna is still diligent. In the eyes of some people, His Majesty the King, who is wise, great, and just, has won a new territory, allowing the power of the Winter Kingdom to set foot on another continent. It is indeed His Majesty David Glamorgan who has a long-term vision. By the way, Tony often goes to Westeros during this period. While chatting, Eva reported the interesting things during this period to David. David, who has been busy with light casting some time ago, really doesn't know what everyone is doing during this time. I took this opportunity to ask around carefully. Only then did he know that Tony really had the idea of going to Westeros to develop and turn that continent into his own territory. After running back and forth several times, it is said that he has established a base in Westeros and is ready to fully support his distant relative Eddard Stark to seize the kingship of the entire continent. After all, he cannot stay on that continent permanently. Ed refused at first, but Tony's great reasoning perfectly convinced everyone around Ed, except for Ed himself. Ed's wife, children, and subordinates all supported him in becoming the new king of Westeros. Even those closest to him knew that even if Ed really became the king of Westeros, there would still be a true god pressing down on him. But is it a shame to be sent by a true god? It doesn't count. It's even something worth showing off. In the eyes of many people, if the true god can be invited to come over and make a brief appearance, and claim that Ed Stark is his chosen envoy, then there will be no need to fight a single battle. And all the people in the entire Westeros continent with a family power will immediately put Ed Stark on the throne. It's just that during that time, David and Bruce were busy lightforging the Sarkans, and Tony Stark couldn't go to David for such a trivial matter. Anyway, in his opinion, such a small matter in Westeros can be solved by himself. So what if you don't have the identity of a divine envoy? Relying on the advanced technology that Stark has mastered, he can still persuade various families to surrender and jointly recognize Ed Stark's throne. It's good that Tony has something to mess around with. If there is nothing to worry about, it might cause disaster to Winter City. Tony Stark is too destructive. Whether it is the movie universe or the comic universe, Iron Man will cause all kinds of things. Now, let Westeros continent bear all this instead of Winter City. By the way, Logan also went to Westeros. Logan? Why did he go there? Wolverine also loves a song of ice and fire? Never heard of such a setting? It was only after Eva explained it a little bit that David suddenly understood. It is said that it is because Sansa looks like the same person. Oh, David nodded. It made sense. You can understand this situation by seeing how Bruce would go to the coffee shop owned by Maggie Green and stay for most of the day when he had nothing to do. For Logan, he may not necessarily do some animalistic behavior, but he has a good impression of him. It is normal behavior to help him with a little help when there is nothing important to do. However, considering that Joffrey is dead and Sansa is free again, will these two get together if they get along for a long time? Sansa is still a bit young now, so in a few years it won't be a problem. Right? Thinking of Sansa, David thought of Kira, who was about the same age as Sansa. Has Edkin been back lately? I came back once and rested for a while in Winter City. I just set out again a few days ago. After Edkin and his team came back last time, they did not bring back many valuable things. They only brought back some relatively common herbs and ores in Farron. The overall value was not enough to repay the equipment they had taken previously. However, this was a long-term transaction, so Winter City did not express any dissatisfaction and settled the transaction at a reasonable price. With such a successful transaction, Edkin and others have more expectations for the future. In addition, Kira is living a good life in Winter City. Edkin no longer has any worries. After spending some time with his daughter, he embarks on the journey again. An adventurous journey. What surprised Edkin was that this time he had another teammate on his team, Mark Watney. Mark ran to Farron? Yes. In fact, Leonard, Sheldon, Howard, and Raj also wanted to go to Farron, but they were worried that they were not strong enough and would encounter any accidents. So they wanted to wait for their acquaintances in Winter City. If you want to go to Farron, we will go together. Especially Dr. Sheldon Cooper. Chapter 448. Randomly send out a few small tasks. David thought about Sheldon's character and felt that his worries were justified. Even the best friends sometimes can't stand this guy. If you team up with relatively unfamiliar people, the probability of conflict breaking out, being thrown into a dangerous area, or even being directly beaten to death is quite high. For his own safety, if Sheldon wants to go to Faerun, he still has to team up with someone he knows. Moreover, according to Eva's description, these people were not in a hurry to go to Faerun, but also because they were busy with a project. After Tony Stark conquered the space technology of the Sarkans, Howard took over a mission: create an interdimensional communicator. Regardless of the truth, any plane can communicate freely. But in a world that has established a stable connection with Winter City, it is a reasonable requirement to be able to communicate relatively freely. Right? It is said that the progress is good, and it is now possible to send short messages across dimensions. But there will be a certain delay. Otto Octavius recently completed the upgrade of Winter City's nuclear engine and joined this group. The current goal of the group is to send messages without delay. And after completion, they will tackle instant messaging. When they complete this project, if they want to go to Faerun, just let Edkin take them there. Does it count as a mission? Dr. Sheldon Cooper's remuneration can be calculated as the sum of Leonard, Howard, and Raj. These people have learned alchemy in Winter City, eaten golden apples, and now use strengthening potions. They are no longer ordinary people. But they will not become sluggish people when traveling. It's just that you haven't seriously learned combat skills, or you lack talent in this area. So when you go to Faerun, a dangerous and complex world, it's best to have dedicated people responsible for guarding you. After arranging benefits such as travel activities for the outstanding employees of Winter City while talking, David also knew what everyone was busy with during this period. Norrington's navy is still developing steadily. After many voyages and actual sailing in the sea, the Winter Kingdom's navy has taken some shape. With steady development, it will surely be able to form a powerful fleet. David did not rush Norrington to directly transform the navy into a space fleet. The training on surface ships can also be regarded as the basic version of the space fleet. It is not difficult to practice on the surface ships first, and then transfer to the space fleet. Instead of worrying about whether the space fleet can be formed in time, David might as well think about how to recruit more fleet commanders. I wonder if Edkin has any hidden talent in this area. If so, David would be willing to build a disc-shaped spacecraft specifically for him. While David was asking about everyone and packing his things, the day came for him to set off south. Eva and Helen came specially to see him off. And in addition, Anna and Elsa also came to watch the fun. David was going south to conquer the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt. So naturally the whole Knights of Winter team had to be dispatched. The Winter Knights, who still have not reached 100 people, are no longer the Winter Knights of the past. Even though they still wear blizzard-powered armor and use Piccolo assault rifles, the weapons and equipment have not been greatly strengthened. But after all members became paladins, the combat effectiveness of the Winter Knights has still been greatly improved. In addition to using various hot weapons, the Winter Knights can still use cold weapons, exhibit terrifying fighting power. In Freud's view, even with less than 100 people from the Knights of Winter, it would be enough to completely destroy the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt. As for what temple, no matter how many priests, mages, or Templars they have, it won't work. The Templar Knights, in particular, have been listed as key targets. From now on, there will only be one kind of paladin on the continent of Brunia, and that is the Paladin of Winter City. Freud sometimes wondered whether the Knights of Winter should be changed to the Paladins of Winter, but later gave up on this idea. The simple and direct Knights of Winter would be better, because the Knights of Winter are first and foremost loyal to David Glamorgan. Whether it is holy or not is not the point. If you put too much emphasis on the Paladin and the Holy Light, you are putting yourself in the wrong position. David had no idea that Freud was still struggling with these things. David, who was standing next to the Quinjet, looked at the crowd of onlookers not far away and found that there were more people from the Macross world. Osmali brought his sister Orchid Lee to Winter City. He also met Orchid Lee's good sister Matsura Ananes, Mikhail's childhood sweetheart Corin Glenn, etc. Is that man the king here? He doesn't look like anything special. Corin admitted that David was very handsome and had a good look. But since he is His Majesty the King, he couldn't just be good looking. Right? Is it possible that this king governs the country by his face? Don't say this nonsense in front of outsiders. Mikhail has been in Winter City for a while, and has a household registration and military position in Winter City. He is an active soldier in Winter City. During this period of time, in addition to training hard and improving his own quality, he would spend his free time wandering around Winter City, chatting with all kinds of people. It can be said that his understanding of Winter City is definitely the most detailed in his small circle, especially some of the comments about His Majesty the Winter King David, although mixed with a lot of gossip, unofficial history, and gossip. There are some things he can be sure of. The priests in the Holy Light Cathedral are all fanatical believers of His Majesty David Glamorgan, although those high elf priests act very kind and friendly. If anyone dares to question His Majesty the King, they will be the first to fall out with you. Among them, Bishop Lydron of the cathedral is His Majesty the King's staunchest follower. It is said that this woman will not even care about her homeland of Quel'Thalas. From now on, she will always live in Winter City, serve His Majesty David, and replace the king. His Majesty spread the teachings of the Holy Light to Brynia. Such an existence, who is revered as the Lord of Holy Light, cannot be called nothing special. After briefly introducing these things to Colin remembered the golden magical power used by those knights when he watched Michael and his team train. Is the Holy Light the kind of magical power used to help you heal your injuries? Yes. His Majesty the King is the master of the Holy Light? I don't know about this, but His Majesty Glamorgan's Holy Light attainments are definitely the strongest in the world. Oh, how strong is it? Michael took a deep breath and told the rumor that he had heard countless times. It is said that most of the residents currently living in Winter City once died in a huge disaster. It was this king he resurrected them with the extremely powerful Holy Light and brought them to Winter City. Corin listened to Mikhail's words and asked, "Are you telling a fairy tale?" With an expression on his face, he only saw a serious look on Mikhail. Knowing his childhood sweetheart Colin, he immediately understood that the other person was not joking. "Are you serious?" The current number of residents in Winter City has exceeded 100,000. And it is still increasing. Even if it is not only half of them, it still exceeds 50,000. Having the magical power to resurrect several people would make her feel magical. But it was not unacceptable. Is it possible for humans to resurrect more than 50,000 people? Even in myths and legends, someone who can do such a thing must be a very powerful god. Right? To be honest, I find it hard to believe. But the longer I stay here, the more I feel that this may be true. The more Mihail learned, the more he felt that his choice was really wise and correct. However, Corin still had some doubts. She no longer doubted whether David could easily resurrect tens of thousands of people. She began to wonder if Michael had been brainwashed by some force. Listen to what he just said. What were they? If all these contents are true, doesn't it mean that Michael is now working for the true God? Does he think he is some kind of God's chosen son? I'm definitely not the chosen one. The real chosen one is just a mortal who got a little bit of luck from the protagonist. A bright light flashed through his glasses, and Michael's eyes rested on Art Sauton not far away. For a moment, at this time, Art was asking David if he could fly a fighter plane with him on this trip south. But David refused. Art, who has never been on the battlefield or seen real blood, is still a complete rookie recruit. Although he has good driving skills, David was not prepared to let Art Sauton go directly to the extremely tragic battlefield to eat meat in such an unprepared situation. Because of David's interference, Art Sauton did not join SMS and naturally had no chance to go to the battlefield. Of course, the purpose of training Art is to make him the ace of Winter City, and it is impossible not to kill people all the time. David decided to let Ozma and Michael take care of this rookie. It would definitely be easier to start by killing insects than directly killing humans or other humanoid races. By the way, pay attention to Sherry Lou Norm. While handing over Sauton all to Ozma, David also gave Michael a small task, if David remembers correctly. Sherry Noem was about to be abandoned by her agent. Will he send someone to be Shirley Lou's new manager? Or should Sherry directly transfer her career to the Brynia continent? Such a famous singer's change of family should be able to attract a large number of people to move. Right. Maybe there are a lot of Jed Lottie in this group of people? Kellen, who had heard David announcing the mission the whole time, watched the great Lord of Holy Light board the plane, then curled his lips and said, "I'm not sure whether the other things are true or not for the time being. But I was talking to him earlier. The gossip I told about His Majesty should all be true." Chapter 449 New Toys brought to the Tyrant Knights. There was not a single cloud in the blue sky, and the cool breeze of early spring blew on people's faces, which felt very refreshing, coupled with the green grassland around them. Verisa was reminded of her hometown of Quel'Thalas. At this time, the cold wind is still blowing like a knife in Winter City. Sylvanas has lived in Winter City for several years, and has become somewhat accustomed to the long winter in Winter City. Although the combined time of spring, summer and autumn is almost the same as winter, she no longer feels that there is anything uncomfortable about life in Winter City. It seems that you have become accustomed to life in Winter City. Verisa looked at her second sister and determined that it was impossible for her to return to Quel'Thalas. There's nothing wrong with Winter City. I can do whatever I want here. That's true. As Sylvanas' sister, Varisa was also unhappy with some of Quel'Thala's actions. She could understand the old king's idea of paving the way for Prince Cael'dats, but she couldn't accept it emotionally. Since Quel'Thalas doesn't care about the Windrunner family, there is no need for them to continue to stay in Silvermoon City. How good it is now. The second sister was reused in Winter City as the deputy leader and chief instructor of the Tylan Knights. She was considered a top figure in the Winter City army. More importantly, His Majesty David Glamorgan of Winter City will not dismiss Sylvanas just because she has done her job well. By the way, the army has been stationed here for a while. Right. When will they attack the city? Almost. Sylvanas glanced at the sky in the distance. Several black spots appeared there, and gradually grew larger. In just a moment, the black dots had already passed over the head, and flew towards the camps of the Tyran Knights, and the Winter Legion not far away. That is, it's the Knights of Winter. Knights of Winter. After all, Varisa is not a high-level official in the Kingdom of Winter. Although she goes on the expedition with her second sister, she will not be notified of some internal information. However, there is only one possibility for the Knights of Winter to dispatch on a large scale. Then Your Majesty the King is here? In her opinion, pacifying the wars in various parts of the Kingdom of Tylan was not an important matter. The gap in combat effectiveness between the Winter Army's army and the armies of the lords from various places was too huge. It is normal for His Majesty the King to be too lazy to care about this kind of war that has no suspense. He just stays quietly in the royal city, waits for the war to end, and takes the time to read the report. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, His Majesty the King came in person with the Knights of Winter. Is it because Bayan City is currently occupied by a neighboring country? Does this war affect the relationship between the two countries? Varisa thought of several possibilities in her mind, but she didn't know enough about the situation in Brunia Continent to know whether her guess was correct. It was Sylvanas who solved her doubts. The original lord of White Rock City was the husband of Sister Sophia. In addition, the Holy Kingdom of Gunter, which this battle is going to be against, has a lot of hatred with the Tylan family. He explained the situation to his sister, and also reminded Varisa, I won't need to put in much effort in the next battle. Deputy Commander Sutton Stewart will take over the next command. So that's it. After listening to her sister's various explanations, Varisa understood why Sylvanas, as the chief instructor, had been commanding the Tyran Knights in their battles along the way. The nominal commander, Sutton Stewart, was just lazy and basically didn't care about anything. With such a dawdling attitude, those who didn't know better thought that Captain Sophia was really here to do real things, and that Sutton Stewart was the mascot in name only. Only then did Varisa realize that Sutton Stewart had deliberately given up these credits to Sylvanas, leaving all her strength to wait to defeat the Holy Gaunt Kingdom and the Temple. After all, this is the blood feud. Just as she was thinking this, she suddenly felt that the weather had become a little cloudier. Varisa felt a little strange. The sky was clear today, and there were no clouds at all. Looking up, he saw a huge battleship floating high in the sky, just blocking the sun. This is... Sylvanas raised her head and glanced. This is Megatron. I didn't expect that even Megatron sent him here. In order to ensure his status as the #1 master of the Decepticons, Megatron built himself a huge plug-in component, and everyone in Winter City knew about it, especially the top brass of the military, because after the Megatron space carrier ascends to heaven, it will be mainly responsible for monitoring various situations in the Winter Kingdom, and will provide aerial artillery support when necessary. Each commander will be authorized when performing a mission. He can call for artillery support when necessary. It's just that in the past, Megatron's monitoring and support range was limited to the northern plains. This time when he went south to regain territory and fight against the Holy Kingdom of Gunter, Sylvanas thought there would be no support from Megatron. Unexpectedly, he finally came to the battlefield. It can be seen that His Majesty David Glamorgan wants to completely eliminate his enemy once and for all, without giving the other party the slightest chance. With the current military strength that Winter City has brought outside White Rock City, Sylvanas feels that let alone destroying the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt and the Temple, even if the entire Holy Kingdom of Gaunt is beaten to death, it will not be too troublesome. At this time, David, who got off the Quinjet, came to Gareth Stanton's main camp tent. In addition to Gareth, the Commander-in-Chief, Sutton Stewart and Sophia were also there. David first said hello to Sophia with a smile, and then looked at Earl Sutton Stewart, who was wearing light Northwind armor, and no longer looked like he was usually laughing and scolding. You look a little uncomfortable with this serious look. Your Majesty, you came at the right time. I am preparing to take back White Rock City. It's good. We caught up with a good show. David looked at it, and saw that this posture was preparing to hand over the task of retaking White Rock City completely to the Tylan Knights. And Sylvanas is not present. It seems that Sutton is preparing to take action himself. At this moment, a Tiran Knight came in with 2 letters. He originally wanted to give them to the regimental leader, Lady Sophia, and the deputy captain, Sutton Stewart, but it turned out that His Majesty the King was also there. The knight reacted quickly and directly raised the letter in his hand and said, "The Otto family in White Rock City sent 2 letters to the captain and the deputy captain." After hearing this, Sophia glanced at David, and when she saw David nodding towards her, she took the letter and read it. Sutton Stewart looked at it faster. After a few glances, he handed it to David directly. "These guys are really smart." David scanned the contents of the letter and found that there was not much important content in it. Most of it was polite remarks about his relationship with Sutton Law in the past. The really useful things are just a few sentences. When Tylan's army attacked the city, the Otto family secretly helped when it was critical, allowing Tylan's army to break through the city gate faster and occupy White Rock City. In addition, it means that White Rock City has experienced successive wars and may have a lot of troubles, and the Otto family can help manage it. Hey. After David read the contents of the letter, he praised these guys for their shrewdness and secretly cursed them for being so shameless. These people are really thick-skinned. After reading this letter, Sophia also handed her own letter over. David read it again and found that the contents were similar, except that there were more polite words to build relationships, especially the mention of Sophia's sister Lana within 3 sentences, as if he couldn't speak without this name. "When you were defending the Holy Kingdom of Gunter in White Rock City, didn't these guys hold you back? At that time, Pryor was there to intimidate these guys. But I think they believed that I couldn't stay here for too long and White Rock City would be captured sooner or later. So they didn't do anything secretly. It's hard to say what these guys will do if Sutton Stewart blocks the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt's army in White Rock City for too long. Your Majesty, what do you think?" Gareth took advantage of David and Sutton's conversation to quickly scan both letters. As a commander, rationally speaking, if there is an easier way to win, of course he would support it. However, the situation is different now. Just those Holy Gunter Kingdom troops in White Rock City. It is impossible to stop the Winter Army. What's more, this letter also made a huge mistake, actually calling them the Tiran Army. This letter is specially sent to Sutton and Princess Sophia. These guys did it on purpose. Gareth was complaining about the idiotic behavior of the Otto family. But David didn't care about these little things at all, because he didn't take these guys seriously at all. "They're just a bunch of traitors. How can they have the confidence to negotiate terms?" "That's right. Why are the traitors so proud?" Sophia slammed the table with the map. "Let me go out and take down all these guys myself." The Otto family thought it was a good idea to play the family card with Sophia. And the words also included something like, "Our Otto family and the Tylan family are very close, and we can help each other in the Winter Kingdom in the future." Sophia just looked silly. Not really silly. But the Otto family did not expect that due to their previous behavior, Sophia would have a very bad impression of them. Moreover, Sophia was not a mature politician, and could not see the benefits of powerful alliance. She only wanted to vent her anger on her sister. In addition, in Sophia's eyes, the Otto family is not strong. "You'd better come with me and watch Deputy Captain Sutton Stewart's performance here. Speaking of which, I came here this time to bring some new toys to the Tyran Knights. Oh, 3 new factory-made Apocalypse tanks with super heavy cavalry systems." Chapter 450 Winter City is seriously short of mages. Things like the Apocalypse tank were originally created by Leonard, Howard, Raj and Sheldon when they were bored. After being spotted by the dwarves, Winter City handed the revised design to the dwarves of Iron Forge, who made a batch of magically modified versions of the Apocalypse tanks, and then brought them to Northrend to participate in the fight against the Lich King during the war. Although the modified version of the Apocalypse tank did not achieve any amazing results in Northrend, the valuable practical experience still brought some help to Winter City, especially when Howard is free and bored. He prefers to tinker with mechanical things. After absorbing actual combat experience, making some improvements and adjustments, and using some new technologies, the new Apocalypse tank was born. In addition to crystal coatings for anti-reconnaissance detection and gasification coatings for energy weapons, the new Apocalypse tanks also use new, more powerful alloys. Others, such as nuclear fusion engines, multifunctional missile launchers, new twin heavy guns, etc. All that can be installed and cannot be installed have been installed anyway. In particular, the Super Heavy Cavalry system gives this Apocalypse the ability to transform. Of course, the Apocalypse tank is not a Decepticon and needs a driver to operate it. Originally, a heavy tank like Apocalypse requires at least 3 drivers. But with the new mental framework, it was decided that 1 driver was best. At this time, David watched as 3 Apocalypse tanks completely destroyed the walls of White Rock City with a few shots, and then turned into 3 heavy, but still flexible giant robots, wreaking havoc on the desperate Templar Knights on the battlefield. I also think driving alone is the best option. It's a little more demanding on the driver, but after a while, it's not a problem at all. In fact, when the Talon Knights attacked White Rock City, they did not need the support of the Apocalypse tank at all. The heavy cavalry system currently used by the Edelin Knights is enough to raise the entire White Rock City to the ground. David brought the Apocalypse tank this time. Firstly, to test the actual effect of this equipment on the battlefield. The other is to strengthen the combat power of the Tyron Knights, especially their ability to attack. Because after capturing White Rock City, the Tyron Knights and the Winter Army will not stop here and will directly advance into the territory of the Holy Kingdom of Gunter. Along the way, there should be obstacles such as cities and fortresses. The addition of 3 Apocalypse tanks will once again elevate the Tyron Knights' offensive capabilities to a new level, and the giant robots will become even more intimidating. When ordinary people see the enemy being such a monster, they will already be thinking of escaping without fighting. Even mentally tough warriors will collapse after discovering that all their attacks are in vain. It's not that David has a bad taste, but this time the enemy is a force controlled by a group of devout believers. If the enemy can be completely destroyed from the spiritual will, repeated endless troubles can be avoided. He just wanted to completely wipe out the temple in one go, and didn't want to play the trick of suppressing bandits over and over again. In fact, there is no need to send these 3 Apocalypse tanks in this battle. Sylvanas did not participate in this battle. She stood with her sister Varisa, brother-in-law Ronan, and nominal leader Sophia. Beside David, he watched the performance of the Tyron Knights in the distance. Save it for use when attacking the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt. Maybe the effect will be better. It doesn't matter. I'm not afraid at all that they know what weapons we have. David glanced at Sylvanas standing next to him. This High Elf Ranger General was wearing the standard equipment of the Tyron Knights, North Wind light armor. Her heavy cavalry equipment was parked next to it in the form of a heavy motorcycle. If necessary, she could get on the motorcycle and rush into the battlefield at any time. Although it is not the super high defense style, the North Wind light armor can still show off the High Elf's perfect figure. The combination of this kind of tight armor and a good-looking female elf warrior like Sylvanas gave David a strange impulse. He suddenly wanted to open the express delivery. Isn't it obvious why Sophia with the same look doesn't give David this feeling? Boom! While they were chatting, a series of explosions suddenly sounded in Bayan City. David felt it carefully, and did not feel strong magic fluctuations. This should not be caused by the temple. It's a heavy grenade from the Tyron Knights. As the deputy leader and chief instructor of the Tyron Knights, Sylvanas was very familiar with all the equipment of the Tyron Knights, and she immediately judged that it was a heavy grenade. What weapon? And there's more than one. It should be destroying some important defense facility? What Sylvanas couldn't figure out was, what facility would require Tyron Knights to continuously fire heavy grenades to destroy it? David heard that it was the equipment of the Tyron Knights, and guessed that it was Sutton Stewart who had done something good. Sutton looked at the devastated ruins, and looked at the life prompt information on the helmet display in surprise. Wearing a heavy cavalry system, Sutton looked like a knight wearing extremely thick and heavy armor. He walked into the ruins with heavy steps, and finally found the target in the ruins of a house. In other words, one of the goals. I am MacDonald Otto, the head of the Otto family. Please help me. I know who you are. He put the helmet that completely protected his head into the armor, revealing MacDonald Otto's extremely familiar face. He never expected that the heavy armored knight, with an amazing physique in front of him, would be the Earl of Sutton Stewart. In one breath, MacDonald suddenly understood a lot of things. Why was there no big movement around the Winter Kingdom soldiers after they invaded White Rock City? But the Otto family's manor was attacked. Boom! The blue light flashed away, and Sutton Stewart put the flute rifle on his shoulder again. Without any interest in explaining, he very coldly issued an order to kill all his men. Search carefully, and don't let half of these traitors, who have tarnished the reputation of the Otto family, escape. Yes, Deputy Captain. Just call the leader. No need to add a special subtitle. Yes, Deputy Captain. Hearing that his subordinates specially added the accent, Sutton Stewart rolled his eyes helplessly. But it was hidden by his helmet, so no one could see it. But even if he couldn't see the faces of his men, he could still imagine the ungrateful smiling faces of these guys at the moment. Since he became Sutton and started to receive various trainings and spent a long time with these guys, these knights have begun to pay less attention to him as the deputy leader. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the members of the Tylan Knights have good backgrounds. Everyone is from the old Tylan nobles. Who is afraid of whom? Deputy Commander. Some Templar Knights escaped from the South Gate. Have our people caught up? Already caught up. Sutton Stewart thought for a moment and used a communicator to contact Ronan. Have you sensed the magic fluctuations of teleportation spells? No. Generally speaking, if you want to completely prevent the enemy from using teleportation spells to escape, you should make relevant arrangements before starting the battle. But the original mage group, magic consultants, and alchemists of the Tylan Kingdom were either undercover agents of the temple, or they had died in the big explosion. The Kingdom of Winter did not inherit the magical heritage of the Kingdom of Tylan, and had no technology in this area. Jaina can help to some extent. But after all, she is a diplomat stationed in Winter City on behalf of other countries. So she can't count on Jaina for everything. In addition, Winter City's current strength is strong enough. Even if someone uses teleportation spells to escape, it is not a big deal. Anyway, no matter how much you escape, there will be an end. When the Kingdom of Winter unifies Brinia, where can you escape? Sutton asked Ronan this time, just because a mage happened to come with the troops. Based on the idea of not using it in vain, he tried to squeeze out Ronan's value as much as possible. Luo Ning didn't care about this at all. He was just idle, and it wasn't too much trouble. But I can't guarantee that my judgment is absolutely accurate. After all, I'm still adapting to the magical rules of this world. David next to him was watching the excitement. When he heard this sentence, he remembered that the magic rules of this world were formulated by the god of magic believed in by the temple. The behind-the-scenes operator of the god of magic was also at this time on the continent of Unila. According to the information he received from the outpost, the god of magic obtained powerful magical power from other worlds through the space technology of the Sakan people, and was able to formulate magic rules in the world of Brinia. This man is also one of the top combat forces in the lunar outpost. Should Laura find that guy first? Or waiting for the god of magic in the temple? I wonder if the destruction of the temple can lead to that person. If the god of magic is killed, what will happen to Brunia's magical environment? Will it get better? Or is it getting worse? If things really get worse, should I find a new god of magic to clean up the mess? Who is suitable for this position? David felt that it would be better to select some candidates in advance, so as not to waste time by thinking about it at the last minute when the time comes. As a result, he thought about it, and found that mages in Winter City are really rare things. Neither Jaina nor Ronan are from the Kingdom of Winter. Medivh ran away alone, and now he doesn't know where he has wandered. Steve barely counts as one. And then, there is his disciple Wanda. Apart from that, there is nothing else. Mordo and Casillas have already switched to Holy Light Priest and part-time as Karma Taj Mage. The two of them together count as half? Helen, who chose arcane magic, cannot be considered a mage. She is just a Spartan woman who knows how to use arcane energy. I just wanted to let Mark train shamans. But I forgot that mages are even more scarce. David frowned and thought seriously. Should I choose a few powerful mages and then summon them to Winter City? Chapter 451 continued to advance south. Boom! There were loud noises one after another, followed by large amounts of smoke and dust. Countless people gathered outside the gate of Winter Fortress, stretching their necks and looking ahead, including people like Bruce, Diana, Constantine, and Steve. After all, what was being demolished at this time was Fort Glamorgan, the building equivalent to the heart of Winter City. The diggers knew that they and others were being watched by countless people. But they were not affected in any way, it was just demolishing a house. They were very familiar with this job, and could not make mistakes with their eyes closed. The only troublesome thing about this job is the Winter Government Building, and the fortress barracks next to it. When Fort Glamorgan is demolished to build Winter Fort, these two buildings cannot be affected. According to Van Cleef's design, the fortress barracks can be dismantled after the construction of Winter Castle is completed, because the new Winter Castle is large enough and has enough rooms inside for the soldiers to garrison, stand guard, and patrol. As for the Government Affairs Building, it will also be demolished in the future. In the future, various government departments in Winter City will have their own office buildings. Winter Fortress. From now on there will be only one building. Winter Fortress. There is only one reason for doing this. It is more powerful and beautiful. The people watching at this time did not know what the new Winter Castle would look like, nor where the government affairs building would be relocated. After watching the diggers completely demolishing the original Fort Glamorgan, they always felt that this is a symbol. Winter City has begun a new era. It is indeed a new era. When His Majesty comes back and the new Winter Castle is built, the Winter Kingdom should become the Winter Empire. Right. Constantine took out a cigarette and lit it. His lung cancer had been almost cured by the priests of the Holy Light Cathedral. At the same time, he was also learning various knowledge such as Holy Light, Arcana, and Shamanism. Of course, he has not let go of alchemy, and even has dabbled in tracking, traps and other skills that rangers are good at. At first glance, this seems to be an adult who doesn't know the heights of the world and wants everything. But what is surprising and even more difficult to accept is that this person has learned so much knowledge and actually successfully entered every one of them. Such amazing qualifications naturally attracted a lot of attention. Even though some people in Winter City already knew that these visitors from another world were not ordinary people, this person's performance still seemed too outrageous. If Constantine's name hadn't resounded throughout the multiverse, and people who had a little understanding of what this name meant were very wary of him, John Constantine would have become a key recruitment target in Winter City. Instead of like now, it's like a passerby that no one cares about. Constantine himself didn't care. After briefly interacting with some people in Winter City who were in the same situation as him, he understood why he was treated this way. Actually, it's better now. Free and unrestrained. If His Majesty the King of Winter City really wanted him to be loyal to Winter City, he might not necessarily agree. Instead of doing this, it is better for each to get what he needs, and collect remuneration according to the specific situation when the other party needs something from you. Everyone does not owe each other, and communication can be easier. Oh, I should be considered to a Winter City my life now, and I have to find an opportunity to repay this debt. I don't think David takes this matter seriously, especially since the Cathedral of the Holy Light will help anyone who comes to seek help. According to what you said, I can come to Winter City because of His Majesty the King. Constantine looked at Steve opposite and felt that he could cure lung cancer because he came to this magical city. And he was able to come here all because of David Glamorgan's unique ability. So it can be considered that David saved his life. There is no problem. I will remember this kindness. David will be very happy to hear you say that. Don't you care about my bad reputation? Won't. Steve recently studied the identity and background information of Constantine and knew that although the man in front of him was a bit cheated, he was indeed a superhero on the side of justice. Besides, the person in front of him was not an unscrupulous version. So David did not expel him and allowed Constantine to treat illnesses and learn various knowledge in Winter City. As for rewards, Steve felt that David might not particularly care about this matter. His own strength and the power of his subordinates had already developed to a certain extent, and there were not many things that David found difficult to solve. For David, visitors from other worlds from various worlds, in addition to providing more worlds for Winter City, also satisfied David's personal collecting habit. Just like David had to pull Diana, Barry, and Arthur into the Multiverse Justice Avengers. Does Winter City really need the fighting power of these people? Obviously, he wants to kill all the members of the Justice League, regardless of whether it is useful or not. It must be there anyway. Whether you need it or not, you have to have it anyway. David was sitting in the newly cleared mansion in White Rock City, discussing mages with his companions Sophia, Sylvanas, and Verisa. After much deliberation, he couldn't think of a suitable mage candidate. It's not that I can't think of any mage, but the ones I think of don't seem very reliable. Gandalf is not a wizard. He is actually a god. The situation of mages in the D&D world is quite special. The truly powerful mages have become gods, and the remaining weaklings are of no use even if summoned. And he doesn't look down on them. There are many mages in Azeroth, but David can recall that except for Antonidas and Kael'thas, all of them are now visitors in Winter City. Are there any other powerful mages besides this? David flipped through his memory palace, trying to choose someone from a certain movie or cartoon he had watched. After pondering for a long time, I couldn't think of a suitable candidate. Isn't Tony Stark learning magic? Sylvanas didn't know what David was struggling with specifically. She only said that the wizard said that except for Jaina Proudmoore and Ronan in front of her, she could think of only Kael'thas Sunstrider, who has succeeded to the throne as king of Quel'Thalas. Tony Stark and Steve Rogers of Winterfell. And isn't Steve Rogers also a mage? If it doesn't work, we have to let Steve take over. David curled his lips. Speaking of wizards, he didn't think Steve was a top wizard. But if a situation really arose and a god of magic was needed to control the situation, he would definitely not choose Tony Stark. That guy will cause some trouble when he is idle. If he really becomes the god of magic and manages the magical power of the entire Brunia, it will definitely bring him a lot of fun. So Archmage Tony Stark should continue to conquer Westeros. Stop harming Brunia. While several people were chatting, Gareth Stanton and Sutton Stewart had almost handled all the affairs in White Rock City. After mopping up the remaining soldiers and appeasing the people, according to normal procedures, His Majesty the King should appoint someone to temporarily manage White Rock City until White Rock City welcomes a new lord. If we follow past practice, the new lord will be either the person who conquered this place or a local family. But the Kingdom of Winter is different. David has long decided not to engage in enfeoffment. The previous lord surrendered too quickly. He has not yet found a suitable excuse to deprive this group of people of their territory. So he has to keep these lords first and think about it later. Way to clean up. White Rock City is different. This city, which was occupied by the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt and has now been recaptured, currently belongs to the unclaimed land. How could he possibly carve it out again? Just like the previous rebel lords, the government affairs of White Rock City will be taken over by officials sent by Winter City, while the military aspect will be handled by some soldiers from the Winter Legion. Your Majesty, I'm afraid we need to keep some more soldiers here in White Rock City. Earl Sutton Stewart had no objection to the changes in the Winter Kingdom. He just reminded His Majesty the King that White Rock City is different from the cities that were previously conquered. Compared to places like Dragon Castle, the local wealthy families in White Rock City were not purged, and only the Otto family died cleanly. If these families find that the new king does not care about them at all, that the new lord is not their own, and will not even rely on their strength for specific governance, they will definitely cause something to happen. What we want is for them to jump out and cause trouble. If he hadn't considered that he was surrounded by just superheroes, David would have really wanted to carry out a major cleansing of White Rock City. In order to make myself look less cruel, I had to go to the trouble of selling a flaw, hoping that these guys would not live up to my expectations and get the excuse into my hands as soon as possible. Understood! Sutton understood immediately. So when arranging the station soldiers, not only did he not leave as many soldiers as recommended, but they were even much less than in places such as Dragon Castle, as a large army was going south to attack the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt. There was no time to divide the troops to guard by the appearance of Rock City. After completing these things, the news that White Rock City had been captured by the Kingdom of Winter had been passed to the temple. The Holy Kingdom of Gunter responded immediately and mobilized all the elite soldiers in the country to rush to the two countries' border. Judging from the picture information sent back by Megatron and the patrolling Decepticons, the Holy Kingdom of Gunter may not only want to take back White Rock City. This is not bad. The entire military power of the Holy Kingdom of Gunter will be eliminated in one battle, and the subsequent work will become much easier. Looking at the astonishing number of Templar Knights on the screen, David didn't take it seriously. It's just 3,000 heavy armored knights using magic equipment, 1,000 mages giving various buff magics, and providing magic support at the rear, and 5,000 fully armored infantry. I don't know if it's enough for the Tyrant Knights. The Knights of Winter and the Decepticons killed each other for a long time? Chapter 452 Thaddeus' First Command. My name is Thaddeus. I was originally a Spartan, but now I am a soldier of the Kingdom of Winter. I serve in the Winter Knights, the ace force of the Winter Kingdom. But I am not a powerful knight, just an ordinary member of the Knights. So when Captain Gareth Stanton ordered me to lead a small team to eliminate the enemy's hiding mages, I was a little nervous. Take a deep breath. Then exhale. Take a deep breath again. Exhale. After adjusting his mentality, he turned around and faced the team members led by me. For this mission, our team's temporary code name is Echo. We are responsible for cleaning up all the temple mages on the west side of the battlefield. Do you have any questions? No. The four subordinates answered simply and neatly. Their voices were sonorous and powerful, and they did not make jokes, which made me relieved. It was my first time to officially serve as a commander. I was so nervous. Fortunately, they couldn't see my face with the helmet on. Team leader. What? Your helmet. After taking the helmet and putting it on, I felt my cheeks heating up. But I decided to ignore him and just pretend that nothing happened. At this moment, the Quinjet's hatch opened. The originally dazzling red light went out, and the green light symbolizing battle came on. Echo team, let's go! Dog, dog, dog. Woohoo! You idiots from the temple. The uncle is here. Listening to the various shouts coming from the communication channel, the tension suddenly disappeared. Pay attention to the distance and maintain formation. While paying attention to the various data on the screen, I looked at the target location that was about to land. I quickly found the target. Mark, clear the area. Receive. Watching Mark on the lower right turn on the missile launcher and kill all the archers and fully equipped infantry on the ground, I glanced at the altimeter again. Adjust your attitude and slow down. Boom. The thruster started, and the teammates, who were falling rapidly like big lumps of iron, all paused in the air, and then landed firmly on the ground one after another. Boom. 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 I was the last one to land. The commander would be protected by his team members when he was airborne. This was the first time I had enjoyed this kind of treatment. To be honest, there is no special feeling. Pay attention to your surroundings. While ordering the team members to search for the target, I couldn't help but glance in the direction of the main battlefield not far away. Oh, it looks so spectacular! 3,000 heavily armored knights wearing heavy armor, with all kinds of lights flashing on their armor, were charging towards the north. 3,000 horses, also wearing heavy armor and with strong bodies, ran on the ground, making a huge rumbling sound. The sound reached the ears, like several hammers hitting the heart non-stop. You can feel this way even if you are watching from a distance, let alone facing this impact head-on. A very powerful cavalry unit. But it's a pity that we chose the wrong opponent. Taking advantage of the situation, I glanced in the direction of the Tehran Knights in the distance. The 3 Apocalypse tanks located in the middle, and on both sides were adjusting their turrets. Boom, boom, boom. Apocalypse opened fire, and his teammates also opened fire at the same time. Captain, he's a mage! Killed him! I stopped paying attention to the situation on the main battlefield and focused on the current task. Through the search device on my helmet, I had discovered many hostile targets. Keep your distance and pay attention to your surroundings. This is a collective action. Don't dispersion. 50 meters ahead on the left. A group of archers. High explosive missile. Mage. Have a shield. Flash shot bomb. Focus fire. Assassin found in the rear. After hearing the report from the team members, I immediately stopped the concentrated fire shooting and handed over the mage with the shield on the opposite side and his guards to my team members. Leave the assassin to me. After turning around again, he immediately used various detection systems to search for the assassin's location. After a second of finding nothing, he immediately raised his feet and stepped hard on the ground. Dedication. Although I just learned this skill not long ago, it cannot perfectly convert the holy light released on the ground into enough damage. But it is enough to force the invisible assassin to reveal his body. Snort! A muffled sound came from beside me. I turned my head following the sound and found that the assassin had stretched out his hands to hold my assault rifle. It seemed that he wanted to snatch my weapon away. For such a naive fool, I didn't bother to say anything to him. It's absolutely impossible to snatch the rifle from the hands of a winter knight wearing blizzard-powered armor. I just threw my arms to the side forcefully, and directly he threw the assassin away and fell heavily to the ground 10 meters away. Raise the gun. Aim and shoot. A bright mist of blood exploded, and then a tactical flash bomb was fired from his left arm. Watch out for the flash bomb. Boom. A bright light flashed, and after changing positions and releasing the dedication several times, no more assassins were found. It seemed that there was only one guy ambushed here. Turning around, the team members had also killed the mages and guards. What an easy task. What a pity. It would be great if we were allowed to follow the brigade to attack the mage troop position opposite. Then it's no different from now. Right. You can fire more shots. Listening to the conversation in the team channel, I couldn't help but say, maybe because there are too many teammates, I didn't get a single kill. Ha! It's really possible. Everyone said things like, after all, we were assigned to clean up some miscellaneous soldiers on the edge of the battlefield because we were too weak, and they looked forward to becoming stronger in the future. Although they are indeed the weaker ones in the Knights of Winter, they have passed various rigorous trainings, successfully mastered the holy light, and become true paladins. So, everyone has a bright future. What's more, the Winter Knights will definitely continue to expand, and those present will at least be able to hold the position of captain. When the time comes, Our captain will be promoted again. You don't have to wait for new recruits to join. When you return this time, the captain will be able to get a promotion. Right. That's right. Lieutenant. What's on top of that? Colonel. As a soldier of Winter City, why don't you even remember such an important thing? I can't go up. Why do I remember this? Look over there. The Knights Templar were defeated by the Knights of Tyran. Listening to the conversation among the team members, I was originally thinking about whether I could be promoted from lieutenant to captain after returning this time. But one sentence once again attracted my attention to the main battlefield. On the wide plain, thousands of Templar Knights in gorgeous armor were easily destroyed by the Tyran Knights, using heavy artillery, rifles, and grenades to destroy the formation and the momentum of the charge. The Knights rushed into the rebels, and killed them in various ways. Even if a small number of Templar Knights deliberately left the battlefield and reorganized their formation, they would be bombarded with heavy artillery by the Apocalypse tanks not far away. Looking at the Templars who are helpless to fight back, I don't think the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt can come back. Not only the war in front of them, but the only result waiting for the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt and the temple is complete destruction. It looks like this war is over. I continued to search for enemy mages on the flanks of the battlefield. After finding no enemies around, I contacted Megatron. Megatron, who was in the air overlooking the entire battlefield, quickly provided me with new target information. Even if the enemy has the ability to hide himself, once the mage starts casting spells, all concealment skills will lose their effect. Megatron, who is in the air, you can spot them easily. With the new target location information, I took my 4 Winter Knights and rushed over as quickly as possible, and then eliminated the target. However, after getting the target information 3 times, I did not receive new location information. I only got the command to stand by. What's wrong? Looking at the team members who were looking at me, I could only spread my hands and give my own guess. Maybe there are no enemies nearby. Looks like that's it. The Holy Kingdom of Gunter is too weak to resist beatings. How dare you provoke Winter City like this? I hope the subsequent battles will be a little more exciting. It's impossible. This battle should wipe out all the soldiers of the Holy Gaunt Kingdom and the temple. 3,000 Knights Templar, 5,000 fully armed infantry, and more than 1,000 mages. After calculating these terrible numbers in my heart, I seriously doubt whether there are still people in the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt who can serve as soldiers. Young adults. If this is the case, will there be no Winter Knights in the future? I want to be promoted to captain. Do I have to wait until Winter City goes to war with the Siduramar Empire or the New Ellen Federation? If you think further, will you never reach the level of a school officer? After all, there are only a few countries surrounding the Winter Kingdom. Maybe after unifying the human kingdom, there will be no wars in the future. I smacked my lips and began to think seriously. If there was no more war in Winter City in the future, would the soldiers still have such good welfare benefits? Should I look into other ways to make a living? Open a restaurant? Tavern? Or get a wife first? How many fat boys and girls will you give birth to? Alas, but I stayed in the military camp most of the time, and for a while, I didn't know who I should find as my wife. This time the war is over. I have to search hard, and I must find a good woman with a strong enough body. By the way, as a police officer in Winter City, Shirley knows a lot of people. Maybe I can ask her to introduce me to a suitable person. If you ask someone for help, do you have to give him a gift or treat him to a meal first? What should I give? Before I could figure out the answer, the order to retreat had been issued. Not long after I stood there and waited. My team members and I were quickly picked up on the Quinjet and flew back to the base together. Chapter 453 David Likes Blondes. Does the 3,000 Templar Knights, 5,000 fully armed infantry, and more than 1,000 mages still have any fighting strength left in the Templar Temple? There should be some temple guards and priests. Right. Sutton is not sure. Information about the temple has always been difficult to find out. People all over the continent know a lot of the information, but only they themselves know about the more in-depth secrets. In terms of intelligence confidentiality, the temple is many levels stronger than the Kingdom of Thailand. Under normal circumstances, the temple might be able to unify the eastern part of the continent and establish a unified human kingdom. It's a pity that they met David from Winter City, a guy who didn't play by common sense. Through Megatron's bird's eye view, David could clearly see the direction of the entire battlefield and how the Tyran Knights pursued the defeated soldiers after the enemy was defeated. To put it simply, this was a unilateral massacre by the Winter Kingdom's army against the Holy Gunter Kingdom's army. It doesn't look exciting or exciting at all. If there are neutral spectators watching, they will definitely express serious dissatisfaction with such a war. But for the Winter Kingdom side headed by David, such a battle looks too comfortable. From the beginning to the end, the Winter Army defeated the opponent. The Knights Templar were doomed to complete destruction from the moment they entered the battlefield. No one can change all this. Even if the Temple responded in advance and deployed many mages around the battlefield to deploy a large-scale powerful magic, it could not change the outcome of the war. After all, there is Megatron flying in the sky. And there is an expert like Luo Ning in the headquarters. As soon as the enemy's mage showed up, Luo Ning realized what the opponent was trying to do. Next, the Knights of Winter will attack to clean up these mages who are part of the magic circle. Even though the temple made many preparations and hid many backup mages, it still couldn't escape Megatron's detection and was eliminated one by the Winter Knights. The terrifying power of the powerful magic that could directly reverse the situation of the battle was cracked by Winter City without even a chance to be released. I wonder what the commander of the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt and the priests and high priests of the temple are thinking at this time. It's a pity that we didn't send some spies or undercover agents to the opposite side. Otherwise, we would secretly record the scene through video. It would definitely be a very classic scene. And maybe it will become one of the fodder for the people of Winter City in the future. After defeating the main force of the Holy Kingdom of Gunter, it seems that there will no longer be any force to stop the Winter Kingdom's army from going south and sweeping across the entire Holy Kingdom of Gunter. Speaking of which, David glanced at Sutton Stewart, who was boarding the Megatron space carrier with him. Sophia is not a soldier after all. She has been able to run around with the army for so long. I can understand that she is a little unbearable. You and why? Next, the army will continue to move south. But it is impossible for David to live in the open air with the army. He took Sophia directly to the Megatron and followed the army southward in the air. On the space carrier, he could watch the whole battle without suffering. I am giving the opportunity to perform meritorious service to Sylvanas, the deputy captain of Windrunner. White Rock City has special significance, and I will definitely not miss it when I play the temple later. Sutton doesn't appreciate other credits, and he doesn't want to take too much credit. After all, no matter how many achievements he made, it was of no practical use to him. He didn't think he could go any further. Where else can we go? Even if he gets the false title of Grand Duke, it means nothing to him. In fact, when the war with the temple is over, he will resign from David and step down as the deputy head of the Tiran Knights. Anyway, the Tiran Knights already have a good enough commander. Sylvanas has established enough prestige in the Tiran Knights after such a long period of teaching, training and command. The members of the Tilan Knights will not look down upon her just because she is an elf or seems to be His Majesty the King's confidant. Even if it is true. So what? After all, the real head of the Tiran Knights, Her Royal Highness Princess Sophia Tiran, is the woman of His Majesty David Glamorgan. And she will become one of the queens, if not the only queen. Even from the perspective of the Tilan Knights, the leader and deputy leader are all His Majesty's women. The members of the Knights will only be happier. Which also means that they don't have to worry about their status in Winter City. Even if you can't beat the Knights of Winter, it is still one of the top knights in the Kingdom of Winter. And all kinds of benefits are not bad. After seeing through that Earl Sutton Stewart just didn't want to shoulder greater responsibilities and wanted to be lazy, David couldn't say anything else. After all, Earl Sutton Stewart is a relative of the Crown Prince of Tyran, and his identity will become more and more embarrassing as Winter City grows stronger. He does this to a large extent to avoid disaster. Under normal circumstances, no king would truly trust a noble of his status, let alone allow him to hold important power, especially military power. It's just that things are not normal here in David. You think too much. David didn't explain too much. He believed that for a smart person like Sutton, this sentence was enough. In fact, Sutton did understand the meaning of David's words, but he was not prepared to change his mind. It doesn't matter now. But he may not think so in the future. Therefore, no matter who wants to carry those heavy burdens, Sutton Stewart has already made up his mind to retire after this battle. Fortunately, he did not say these words. Otherwise David would be worried that Sutton Stewart would not be able to finish this battle, and would most likely not be able to return to Winter City. After all the important entourage boarded the Megatron space carrier, David went directly to his room. When this aerospace carrier was built, it was considered that important people would board the warship and be used as a mobile command headquarters or even a mobile palace. So there is a dedicated living area inside the aerospace carrier. Just because this is Megatron's special reinforced part, It is not suitable for human beings to board and live in. After David took Sophia to the most luxurious room on the battleship, he changed his armor into daily casual clothes with a wave of his hand. He learned a lot of tricks for daily life, including changing clothes. Tricks are used most diligently. Sophia looked on with envy and wanted to learn this trick. But until she learned it, she could only use her hands to change clothes. Did you have fun outside this time? I don't know how to describe it. As she took off the Bayphone light armor and was about to remove the tight combat uniform underneath, Sophia's hand paused. I thought it would be interesting, but it looked so vivid. Life was disappearing before my eyes, and I found war to be too terrible. Even if the opponent is a rebel party, or the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt and the Holy Temple, which have a blood feud with the Kingdom of Thailand, Sophia will still feel that the war is too cruel. Don't follow the knights into the battlefield again. Sophia was born in the royal palace, grew up among thousands of favors, and received elite education with correct views since she was a child. She was not a warrior accustomed to seeing blood and iron. Although people in the palace, especially the royal family, are exposed to various conspiracies, the kind of bloodless struggle is very different from the cruel fighting on the battlefield. By the way, I heard that you encountered something interesting some time ago. Tell me in detail. During the time that Sophia was outside, she was not focused solely on the battlefield. At first, she was curious, but later she felt it was tragic. And gradually, she just wanted to fulfill Princess Thailand's obligations. Watching her knights charge into battle on the battlefield, she knew that as long as she stood there, the Tyrant knights would not lack morale. This was the only contribution she could make. In addition, she needs to do other things. Otherwise, thinking about those tragic scenes all day long will be bad for her psychology. Chatting on the phone with Eva, Gwen, Helen and others was a good pastime. And she could also learn some information about David. When she learned that David had gone to investigate the gods, she felt a little worried, although in Sophia's heart, David was a powerful god. There seemed to be more gods on the opposite side, and she was worried David will suffer if he fights a group of people alone. Later, I learned that David had run away to another continent. When I knew that he was fine, I also became a little curious. Later, I heard that Winter City had established close diplomatic relations with a small country called Allendale, and that there were 2 young princesses in that kingdom. Am I going to have a sister? Oh? After David recounted his experience, Sophia, who had already changed into daily casual clothes, curiously asked about Elsa and Anna. For example, what do they look like? What's your personality like? Is there anything you like? Does David have a crush on those sisters? Wait. You must have fallen in love with him, Sophia said with an expression that said, I have seen through everything. And taking these sisters is equivalent to taking over the kingdom of Arendelle directly. Winter City will be there without wasting any soldiers. There is a port city on another continent. No matter how you look at it, it is a bloody profit. David really wants to say that I am not. I am not. And with the strength of Winter City, if I really want to land and occupy the Anila continent, do I still need to use this method? But before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Sophia with a wave of his hand. No need to deny it. I already understood what you said in such detail when you introduced the sisters. Sophia looked at David with a smile, not giving him a chance to explain. After talking for so long, I still don't know. What do they look like? Are there any photos or videos? David was speechless and had to use the multifunction tool to play the holographic photos and images of Elsa and Anna. After looking at them carefully for a few seconds, Sophia suddenly realized. So you only like the blonde one. Chapter 454, A Different Hobbs. Sophia touched her hair and looked like she had discovered the truth. So that's it. David looked at Sophia and said a name very calmly. Laura. The rumor that he particularly likes blonde hair spread out at some point. At first glance, it seemed reasonable, because several women who were clearly related to David, such as Eva, Helen, Gwen, and Sophia, all its blonde hair. In addition, Sylvanas and Lydron, who may have an unclear relationship with David, are also blonde. It seems that David is a blonde man, but everyone ignored Laura. Laura is not a blonde. Sophia really fell into deep thought after hearing Laura's name. With that expression, someone who didn't know it thought she was thinking about some major issue that hindered the development of the world. Okay, you don't like blonde women, but you definitely like this blonde princess better. Is this Elsa or Anna? Elsa. David was curious. How did Sophia see this? To be honest, He did like Elsa more in his heart, and his feelings for Anna were quite bland. Elsa has many more images than Anna, and the photos of Anna and Elsa together are all mainly about Elsa. David's partiality is so obvious that a normal person only needs to look at David. This can be seen in the photos and videos taken out. David nodded. That was true. There were indeed many more photos and images of Elsa stored in his multifunction tool than Anna's. In fact, there were more that he hadn't shown to Sophia. Those were photos of Elsa and himself, and he felt that Sophia might not like them. When I return to Winter City, I want to visit Arendelle. Of course, it's no problem. In fact, we can go over and take a look now. Really? But isn't this bad? The army here is heading south, and a war to destroy the country is underway. As a result, the king took him to travel to other kingdoms. Wouldn't it appear that he looked down on the temple? Although those guys really have nothing to look up to. It doesn't matter. It won't delay anything anyway. Although traveling to the continent of Yanila requires the use of a teleportation device made by Tony, it only takes a moment. As for how he and Sophia would return to Winter City from the Holy Kingdom of Gunter, for David, who has already mastered the ability to teleport, is this a problem? So David and Sophia can leave whenever they want and go wherever they want without worrying about affecting their business. Even if there are any emergencies, communication can be completed through the newly established interdimensional signal relay station. Although there is currently a delay in transmitting information across the world, the transmission of information on the same planet of Brunia, even if it needs to break the satellite Cameron's unique space barrier, still allows perfect instant communication. Forget it. Sophia was very moved, but after struggling with it, she gave up the idea of traveling to Arendelle immediately. She wanted to concentrate on resolving the matter of the temple completely. After all, there was a blood feud between the temple and the Tiran kingdom. As a member of the Tiran royal family, she could not be indifferent at this time. After the temple is destroyed, I can play whatever I want, without any worries in my heart, and I will have more fun. Okay, then as you said, after the temple is destroyed, we can have a good time. Yeah. Sophia nodded heavily, and then leaned on David. When the time comes, I will go to other worlds to play. No problem. It's better to go to some interesting world. Can! You agreed so happily. Can you choose the world at will? No. But there will always be a way in the future. David rubbed Sophia's head with his hands, directly turning her beautiful blonde hair into a bird's nest, and warned, by the way, don't tease her randomly. There is no such thing here. People can help you. Yes. Sophia was not frightened at all. Instead, she remembered some things Laura had said to herself, and then came up with some bold ideas. RC is also on the boat. David didn't know for a moment whether he admired Sophia's big brain or lamented that this child was also led astray by Laura and actually thought of asking RC to deal with him. What a ruthless strategy. This girl must be taught a hard lesson. While the Winter Army was overwhelmingly rampaging through the kingdom of Thailand, Laura and her teammates were running around on another continent. However, none of them seemed to be in good condition, and they were sitting together by the sand pile to rest. Kara wiped the dust from her forehead. After a long time in the sun and exercising, such a small amount of exercise should not make her feel tired. But she felt tired at this moment, which made her realize that something was wrong. There's something weird about this desert. Yes, this desert is covered with powerful magic. Laura wiped the sweat from her forehead. She could no longer be considered an ordinary person. After years of practice, she has truly mastered the magical power of holy light. She even has the confidence to fight Kara one-on-one and defeat her opponent. As a result, even though he was so powerful, he felt tired at this moment. The magic effect attached to this desert was truly astonishing. Both of them felt tired, and the state of the others could be imagined. When Laura arrived in Raccoon Town again, Alice and Catherine, who joined the adventure team, looked weak at this time. Elsa, who has powerful magic power in her body, doesn't seem to be in good condition at this time. The scorching hot environment is simply her nemesis. In this state, even if we find the home of the Umbrella Mages, we probably won't have the strength to fight. Catherine inserted the two-handed sword behind her into the sand next to her, then took out the kettle and wanted to take a drink. He found that the water in the kettle had been drunk long ago. Elsa, please. Passing the kettle to Elsa. After waiting for a while, but not seeing any reaction from Elsa, Catherine, realizing something was wrong, immediately began to check Elsa next to her. It's not good. Elsa fainted. She seems to have had a heat stroke. Got it. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Laura waved her hand and released a piece of holy light. Under the influence of the holy light, Elsa's body returned to a healthy state, but she still looked like she had no energy and wasted. The desert environment made her extremely uncomfortable. I'm sorry. It seems I'm holding back. No. I thought things were too simple. Laura blamed herself a little. She felt that the current situation was completely due to her negligence as the leader of the team, and she did not take things into consideration. Elsa is a princess who grew up in a castle, even though her growth environment was not normal due to the magical power in her body. But he had no worries about food and clothing, and he didn't suffer any sins in life. The Kingdom of Arendelle is another kingdom located in a relatively cold area. Although it relies on its unique geographical location, it is full of greenery and flowers bloom in spring, summer and autumn. But the overall temperature is still low. Elsa is not in a hot place at all. Ever lived. Let alone the desert. What's more, before meeting David, Elsa didn't even know how to control the power in her body. It was too difficult for her to hope that she would become a qualified adventurer in a short time. What should we do now? Alice had already recovered her memory and remembered that she was the one who helped Matt's sister deliver the news, hoping that the evil secret in the hive would be known to the world. After the hive was destroyed, she also turned her target to the Umbrella Mages, believing that such an evil group that endangers all life should be eliminated as soon as possible. For this reason, she joined the adventure team formed by Laura. Everything was going smoothly at first, especially after seeing the powerful strength of Laura, Kara, and Elsa, and recruiting a new partner, Catherine. She thought that destroying the Umbrella Master would be a smooth process. Unexpectedly, after some investigation, I learned that Master Umbrella would be hiding in the desert area north of Raccoon Town. And after arriving with his teammates all the way, it would be like this. Before he even saw the enemy, his partners would already fallen. Leave the desert and go back to rest for a while. We need to be more fully prepared. Are you just going to leave like this? Alice was a little reluctant, but looking at Elsa, who was lifeless, she also knew that Laura's decision was the most correct choice at the moment. Don't worry. We'll be back soon. No. None of you can leave here. A tall and strong figure seemed to appear out of thin air, standing on the top of the sand pile and looking down at several people. He was covered with a black cloak, covering his whole body, only revealing his round and helpless head, and Laura's very familiar face. Luke! Laura looked at Luke Hobbs in front of her in surprise. This man gave her a completely different feeling than before. His temperament and eyes seemed to be a different person. Laura, Luke Hobbs' eyes switched back and forth between Laura and Kara, with a lot of doubts in his eyes. Especially when he looked at Kara, there seemed to be more doubts, as if he was thinking about this person's identity. But he quickly stopped thinking and focused his attention directly on Laura. Were you the one who caused Luke Hobbs to deviate from his original development direction? Laura narrowed her eyes when she heard this. She realized that Luke Hobbs in front of her had most likely turned into a Sarkhan leader. The left hand shook to hold the transforming bow, and the right hand took advantage of the arrow and opened the bow. The golden holy light condensed on the arrow, and a second later it accurately hit Luke Hobbs' face. Boom! The bright holy light illuminated the surrounding area with the same color. When Luke Hobbs regained his sight, he was surprised to find that all those people were gone. It's such a slap in the face. No one can leave after what I just said. Chapter 455 Hobbs, God of Magic. So, you met Hobbs again? Sitting in the main hall of the Megatron space carrier, surrounded by 360-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows made of transparent metal materials, people in the hall have the feeling of soaring high in the sky. The space of this main hall is quite open, allowing two Cybertronians to duel here without any problem. And there is even enough space to arrange the audience seats. To put it bluntly, this place was specially prepared for David, the Winter King, so that he could meet his men and discuss matters here. After David actually set foot on the Megatron, this place was used more as a place to view the scenery. Until today, Laura came here with her friends. Flicker helped open the door. After listening to Laura's description, David also became a little curious. Has Hobbs's temperament and personality changed significantly? Yes. Laura thought of Hobbs's categorical statement that none of you could leave, but she led her teammates to use the emergency anti-teleportation device to run away. She didn't know what Hobbs's expression would be at that time, but he couldn't. It was a pity to see it with my own eyes. My partners and I were in a bad state at the time, so we couldn't actually play against each other to test out more situations. When you are in poor condition and face an unknown enemy, retreating immediately is the right choice. David looked at the other people. Carla was standing with Alice, Catherine and Elsa by the glass wall, watching the outside. In addition to the clouds and the distant land, the scenery can also see part of the hull of the aircraft carrier. For these people, such a huge battleship flying in the sky is a very magical creation. They were stunned when they saw it, and their eyes, which were not small at all, became even bigger. Looking back, David became somewhat interested in Hobbs. Judging from Laura's description, there is a high probability that Hobbs was seized by a Sakan. I don't know what the situation was. Which Sakan was it that took away Hobbs? Originally, David thought it would be difficult to get an answer to this question in a short time. Unexpectedly, he soon saw the answer. Hobbs? Really? This is really unexpected. Elsa, Alice, and Catherine had questions all over their heads, and they couldn't figure out why they could see Hobbs' giant projection here. People like Laura and Carla, who knew the inside story, were surprised by the overlap of the two identities. David stood in the main hall of the Megatron, looking at the Winter Army, which had been rampaging south and fought all the way to the temple gate before finally running into trouble. Facing the magic released by the huge Hobbs, David finally. The Lawn Knights and the Winter Legion were no longer able to kill at will. It turns out that the leader behind Hobbs is the god of magic. No wonder he said those words so arrogantly. According to the information David has, the manipulator behind the god of magic is the most powerful Sarkhan in the lunar outpost. It is said that this Sar can obtain powerful magical power from other worlds. After confirming that the planet Brenia has arcane energy, this Sarkhan took on the task of rectifying and controlling the magical power of Brenia. Heavy burden. Thus was born the god of magic. Under the control of the god of magic, Brenia's magical power was restrained, and magic was also tightly controlled, limiting the powerful and convenient ability of magic. David had specifically considered this issue before. Attacking the temple might lead to the god of magic, so he thought about suitable candidates to take over the authority left by the god of magic when necessary. But he didn't expect that the god of magic would actually enter Hobbs' body. You said that Hobbs is in the desert of Unila continent? Yes. David looked at the huge projection that could release various spells with his hand, causing the Winter Army to get into trouble, and then opened a golden portal. The opposite side of the portal is not Winter City or the continent of Unila, but the battlefield below the space carrier. Taking one step forward, David didn't make any unnecessary movements, and a large swath of holy light still fell from the sky. Under the radiance that was obviously different from that of the sun, the Winter Legion and the Tyrant Knights, who had been locked in a bitter battle, returned to their peak condition. However, David did not order his soldiers to continue attacking the temple protected by the god of magic. Instead, he ordered Sutton to withdraw his troops. Although with the strength of the Tyrant Knights and the Winter Legion, if they continue to attack, they may not be able to break the defense of the god of magic. After all, the god of magic in front of him is not the presence of himself, but a magic spell performed by many priests in the temple. Kind of magic. As long as they continue to attack, there is no way the priests can hold on forever. However, this kind of strong attack will inevitably cause casualties. Now that the Resurrection Stone has not been built in Winter City, David is not prepared to let his soldiers make fearless sacrifices. If you have to sacrifice, that's it. Now there is a simpler solution, so there is no need to fight with the opponent. The knights are temporarily stationed outside the temple, waiting for my order. Looking at the gorgeous palaces in front of him, David curled his lips disdainfully after giving the order. It turns out that during the previous decisive battle, he wanted to summon the god of magic on the battlefield. Compared with the battlefield where mages are required to cooperate with the temporary arrangement of magic arrays, the temple has ready-made magic arrays. Priests and mages can summon the projection of the god of magic by just staying where they should be and instilling mana. Although the summoned projection of the god of magic cannot exert its full strength, in the view of the high priest of the temple, its powerful power is enough to destroy any enemy. The temple never thought that opponents like David and Winter City would appear on the continent of Brenia. Of course, from a deeper level, the conflict between David and the temple is inevitable. Even if the temple does not take action against the Tiran kingdom, David will lead an army to destroy this organization. Because the god of magic is a Sarkhan who is extremely hostile to the Protoss. The temple itself is a pawn arranged by the god of magic on Brenia, and he happens to be the life form on the planet that they are targeting. There is no possibility of reconciliation between the two parties. If we take into account what the temple did to the kingdom of Thailand, the destruction of the temple is inevitable. The Winter Army marched all the way south until they reached the door of the temple, without any communication between the two sides. This has never happened before in Brennia's history of human wars. In the past, wars occurred between human nations, no matter what the reason was. Who holds the truth? In short, if we don't fight each other for a few days, there will be no official fight. There are even cases where armies of both sides have been at odds for several months, using different tactics and representatives to fight each other. And in the end, instead of fighting, there have been many cases where a peace agreement was reached. There has never been a situation like this where people are beaten to death without even meeting each other, even though the Templar Knights were unable to fight back when facing the Tehran Knights. These crazy believers in the temple had no intention of surrendering and begging for mercy. David didn't know what the temple said to these knights, priests, and mages when the war started, but their determination also confirmed David's idea. Absolutely no one should be left alive. Before that, he needed to solve the problem of the god of magic. Are you going to get rid of the god of magic first? Yes. David gave the order and returned to the Megatron. Laura and Sophia saw that the Winter Army in the holographic image could retreat in an orderly manner, and they guessed that it was David who gave the order. He asked his men to retreat, obviously preparing to eliminate the enemy's biggest support first. It was already obvious what he was going to do. Are you sure enough? Of course. David never does anything he is unsure of. He has always been a very cautious person. Although this projection does not represent the full strength of the god of magic, even if I am 10 times stronger than the projection, to me, it's not even a strong enemy. But, is there more than one god believed in the temple? Sophia was still worried that David would be attacked. If you go to trouble the god of magic, won't other gods come to your aid? Not all of these gods are powerful. According to the information I have, they are all scattered across the Yanila continent at this time and have not gathered together. What if they have a dedicated means of communication? I know what you're worried about. David raised his hand and touched Sophia's head. I didn't say I wanted to go alone. Ah, then I won't worry. David's true strength is far stronger than many of his companions in Winter City. But this doesn't mean that you have to solve everything by yourself. Why don't so many partners and friends come calling at this time? How long will it take? At this moment, it is a perfect opportunity to call friends. Steve, Clark, and Optimus Prime will all go with me. I'll go too. Of course Laura would not miss this feast. And me. Kara didn't want to be ignored, and she felt that she was quite capable and could help. As for the other teammates of Laura, although they also spoke out to avoid being ignored, these few could only act as cheerleaders nearby. Even Elsa, with her current strength, cannot participate in a battle of this level. Go back to Winter City first, and then use the teleportation device to go to the continent of Yanila and kill the god of magic. Hobbs! When he said this, David felt strange. But when he thought of the man in the DC universe, when I discovered my identity, I suddenly felt a sudden realization. It turns out that this is the case. So the god of magic chose Hobbs. If David's guess is correct, the god of magic hopes that Hobbs will win the final victory and successfully obtain Brennia's power. In this way, he can seize Hobbs' body and take this power as his own. No wonder Hobbs jumped out immediately after his development went astray. This is an unexpected gain. I wonder if several other leaders have also made similar arrangements. Chapter 456, Perfect Practical Sparring Training. That's it? David called his friends and called Steve, Clark, and Optimus Prime to help him. Tony Stark also followed after he heard that he had found the true form of the god of magic. Even the guy Constantine followed him out of curiosity. As a result, everyone was prepared in various ways, even mentally prepared to die in battle and then be resurrected by David. But they didn't expect that when everyone really found the god of magic, it would be like this. Clark punches hard. After catching up with the opponent at high speed, he hit with an uppercut. He rushed straight into the sky and struck with an elbow from top to bottom, slamming Hobbs back to the ground. Boom! The huge noise and the dust that stirred up Laogao vaguely formed the shape of a small mushroom. But this did not stop the sight of those present. Everyone clearly saw how powerless the so-called god of magic was when facing Clark. Hateful! Standing up from the sand pit, ignoring the yellow sand and dust on his body, Hobbs stared at the man floating in the air with a ferocious face. What the H.L. is going on? Why is Superman here? What bastard cloned Superman? Hobbs, who was madly cursing in his heart, still hasn't figured out the situation. He suspected that someone was cheating secretly. Go back a few hours. Hobbs is still analyzing the information in his hands, trying to figure out who is behind this and who is Laura's guide. After much deliberation, Hobbs felt that the biggest suspect in this matter was Belon, the guy responsible for the God of Light and the God of Shadow. He had always felt that Belon was a very insidious guy, and it was not surprising at all that he would do something that violated the rules. As for Hobbs himself performing similar operations, this is called foresight. Just in case. Just when Hobbs began to think about whether to confront the guy from Belon, he once again felt someone breaking into his range of perception. Among them is Laura, who ran away earlier. It must be that bastard Belon. With this thought in mind, Hobbs rushed over directly, preparing to confront this guy face to face. As everyone saw, Hobbs was pinned to the ground and rubbed by Clark. Even if he released powerful magic lightning, it could only knock Clark away and not leave any wounds on his body. Didn't you say that Superman's magic resistance is very low? Laura watched Clark stand up like a normal person and patted his chest casually. Could it be that this version of Superman has stronger defense because of his powerful chest muscles? Superman's low magic resistance has always been an inaccurate rumor. Superman's magic resistance is actually not low, especially physical magic such as lightning, fireball, and freezing. When these magics hit him, they are no different from pure physical attacks, and they also cannot cause him any harm. Generally speaking, the so-called low magic resistance means that Superman's resistance to psychic, mental, and control magic is slightly lower, but it is only compared to his explosive physical defense. If you want to find an ordinary mage to hypnotize and control Superman, that's just a joke. If you don't get hypnotized by Superman in turn, it's because Clark has a kind heart. Yes, Superman also has hypnotic powers. In general, compared to Superman's body that is almost indestructible by physics, it is indeed possible for him to be controlled by others. But if you want to completely control Superman for a long time, you must at least have the level of power of the anti-life equation. The magic god Hobbs in front of him must not understand such a powerful power. Boom! A thick red beam of light plowed across the sand, raising dust all over the sky and creating a long glass corridor in the desert. At this time, at the end of the corridor, there was Hobbs with most of his body sunk into the glass. The battle between the two was fierce, but Clark basically held down the opponent and beat him violently. Hobbs occasionally used magic to fight back, knocking Superman back or sending him flying for a moment, taking the opportunity to take a few breaths and add various defensive magic to himself. It's not that Hobbs hasn't thought about escaping. He knows many long-distance teleportation, interdimensional teleportation, and even random teleportation spells. But not long after the battle started, the young man not far away released a very terrifying energy with a sacred and bright aura, completely blocking the entire area. Because of the huge energy barrier, he could not use teleportation magic to escape from this place. Hobbs thus confirmed his previous guess. Buy on! You bastard! Although the power used by this young man was different from the power of light that Belon had given to his lackeys, Hobbs didn't think too much about it. He only felt that what Belon taught was an abridged version of the power of light. This is not a strange thing. After all, those humans are just chess pieces. Who would teach their true power to the chess pieces? The only thing he couldn't figure out was why Belon became so strong. Also, why did this guy create a lot of powerful clones? What does this guy want to do? Is it possible that you want to rebel? Thinking of this, Hobbs felt as if he had guessed the truth. Belon, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, wanted to betray the Socket Empire. Other than that, he couldn't think of any reasonable explanation. In addition, an important reason why Hobbs can't think of any more explanations is that he is still being beaten at this moment. He can think so much while being beaten because he previously thought that Belon could not really kill him. When he concluded that Belon was preparing to rebel, Hobbs began to panic, and his life was seriously threatened. Why do I think this battle is weird? Because Clark lacks murderous intent. Everyone watched for a long time, and everyone else saw the problem. Only Kara, who lacked real killing experience, didn't understand what was wrong. Carla understood after David reminded her. Clark lacked the conviction and murderous spirit to kill his opponent. So although the two men fought fiercely, it was more like a sparring match than a life-and-death fight. Especially when Hobbs' attack couldn't hurt Clark at all. Clark unconsciously began to retain his strength when taking action. Clark himself also realized this problem. After blasting Hobbs away again, he looked at his fist helplessly, and then floated to David's side. It seems like this is all I can do. It turned out that after Clark accepted the ideological guidance from David, Tony and others, he understood that he should go all out to deal with the enemy without leaving any consequences. But as Clark's strength continued to grow, the feeling of everything was under control gradually developed. and Clark began to habitually retain his strength. Now, unless he encounters a particularly critical or dangerous situation, he will not use his full strength. I thought I could use this opportunity to find my original feeling. Clark himself also wanted to adjust his mentality, so he chose to fight one-on-one with Hobbs. As a result, his opponent disappointed him so much that he couldn't help him find the feeling of a life-and-death fight. I don't blame you. This guy is too weak. So weak that I have no interest in taking action. David looked at the people around him. Who is interested in solving this guy? Let me do it. Kara hit her left palm hard with her right fist. She had always wanted to prove her strength in front of David, and she finally found a good opportunity today. Although her strength is not as good as Clark's, she has been basking in the sun in Winter City for so long and has worked hard to learn various fighting skills. Even if her confidence is not as good as Clark's, she will not be too far behind. The last time she met Hobbs in the desert, if she hadn't been worried about Alice, Catherine and Elsa, she wouldn't have escaped even if she was affected by magic. They met again today. She was in the right condition, and the magic that made her feel uncomfortable was also cleared by David using the holy light. She would definitely be able to defeat this guy neatly. No, this guy should be killed. Unlike the Supergirls in most worlds, this Kara has suppressed a lot of anger in her heart because of what happened to her. Although she is usually cordial, warm and friendly to others, when she takes action, she is much more cruel than Clark. She will never hold back her punches on the enemy, even if she is facing an ordinary human being. Boom! The second round begins. She was thinking well in her heart, but when the fight actually started, Kara discovered that her judgment of Clark's strength had a huge error. This god of magic named Hobbs was much stronger than she thought. Correspondingly, Clark, who can easily press the opponent and beat him violently, is stronger than he estimated. It is not easy for Kara to fight Hobbs unilaterally like Clark, even if she has tried her best. Is this guy finally starting to work hard? Kara was in the middle of the battle and failed to notice immediately. Everyone watching around saw it clearly. Kara could not beat Hobbs so easily. In addition to Kara's strength being indeed inferior to Clark, it was also related to Hobbs' change in mentality. At this time, Hobbs was much crazier than before. The current situation looked like Clark had knocked out the boss in his second form and ran away, leaving a mess for Kara. Kara, who had just entered the dungeon, thought she was going to fight the first form boss. Even so, no one around him wanted to help. After all, Clark was right next to him, and there was no way he could just sit back and watch something happen to his cousin. There was also David, the Lord of Holy Light, standing next to him. Even if Kara was killed on the spot, it wouldn't be a big deal. Therefore, let Kara have a good fight with Hobbs, and let her have a good fight at the same level. Thinking of this, David even thought, should we wait until Kara is almost done, then treat Hobbs, and then let someone else go in and continue the beating? Such thoughts. After all, it's hard to find a practical sparring partner of this level. Chapter 457: A relaxed and free magic environment. Boom, boom, boom. Earth-shattering and colorful. The battle between Hobbs and Kara perfectly illustrates what top-notch special effects are. What is a sense of presence? Various elements such as lightning, fire, and ice took turns to appear, because the god of magic began to play hard with his life. And the environment of this area was greatly changed under his full strength. Facing Hobbs like this, even David and others had to retreat a certain distance to avoid being affected. There's still something to it. David realized that Hobbs, the god of magic, could restrain all magical powers on Brania, and his understanding and mastery of magic had reached a very high level. In addition to Clark's strength and his own failure to exert his full strength, there was another important reason why he had been so miserable before. His long years of comfortable life had made him too lazy, so that he had not used his full strength before. As the saying goes, if you don't practice for 1 day, you will know it, and if you don't practice for 3 days, the whole world will know it. Such is the case with the god of magic. This battle at this time not only allowed Kara to hone her own abilities, but also allowed the god of magic to slowly regain the feeling of fighting. His spell-casting rhythm now is much faster than when he faced Clark just now. I don't know how strong it is. With a wave of his hand, there was an arcane impact, and he also added a lot of negative magic to the opponent. In the gap between casting spells, he could also add a few defense and gain magic spells to himself. Hobbs finally showed the majesty that the god of magic should have, as long as he ignored the tattered cloak on his body and the various wounds on his face and body. Kara probably can't beat this guy. Looking at the golden ray beam, Laura glanced at David strangely. As one of the people closest to David, Laura can certainly know David's preferences. In some ways, Kara perfectly matches David's taste. But it's just that they haven't been able to really develop a relationship for so long. La also thought that David was not planning to attack Kara. But after seeing Kara's heat vision turn into a golden beam with the nature of holy light, Laura suddenly realized, it turns out that the sneaky one has succeeded. Aren't you going to help me a little? Or are you going to take over the battle yourself later? How can I help? Use holy light spells? Yeah. Just like you did when you helped me. Laura remembered the scene when she first met David. At that time, she was trapped on an island full of enemies. Relying on the holy light spell released by David, she easily eliminated all the enemies, and finally brought her friends with her. We left the island successfully. At that time, I was just an ordinary person who had just graduated from college. I was able to deal with the enemy unscathed, thanks to David's holy light spell. Later, I also learned about holy light and knew how powerful it was in assisting, considering David's current strength. As long as he adds a few buff magics to Kara, the balance of this battle will be broken immediately. It's not necessary. This battle is just to allow Kara to use her full strength to fight. Using holy light spells to make Kara stronger will lose the meaning of training. So who are you going to replace Kara? With so many people here, there will always be someone with itchy hands. Right? David looked around. The conversation between him and Laura was not loud, but he did not lower his voice intentionally. The people traveling with him were all not ordinary people, so of course they could hear it. Turning his head and looking to both sides, he found that everyone was looking at him, and Steve was the first to express his opinion. I am not interested. I think my strength may not be enough. Tony Stark is not interested at all. He is not a fighting man himself. As for magical strength, he has just started. Let him compete with the god of magic now. It's impossible for him to do such a stupid thing. Optimus Prime also directly stated that he was not suitable to deal with such an opponent. After looking around, David found that the helpers he called this time were actually unwilling to take over the battle. The remaining ones, such as Constantine, Catherine, and Alice, were just watching the fun. They couldn't be expected to do anything. Perhaps Constantine can kill the god of magic after some planning. But forget about those two. It seems I still have to do it myself. In this case, there is no need to keep this god of magic to squeeze him repeatedly. He can just beat him to death. After standing aside and watching for a while, the battle between Kara and Hobbs had come to an end. The two had been fighting for a long time and still couldn't tell the difference. Kara has a Kryptonian constitution, and the sun is good today. As the god of magic, Hobbs can mobilize huge amounts of magical energy to fight. But the consumption on himself is not particularly large. For two people, the real loss is the spirit. Whoever's spirit and will collapse first will lose. Unfortunately, David can't wait until Kara wears away Hobbs' will to fight. This battle must end as soon as possible. The army of the Winter Kingdom is still waiting to attack the temple. Seeing Hobbs release extremely thick lightning to blow Kara away, David decided to take action. Take one step forward and the figure disappears. The next second, he was already standing behind Kara, who was constantly retreating after being blasted by the thick lightning. He ignored the terrifying thunder beam in front of him and reached out to catch Kara. David? David held him with one arm and carried him behind him. The terrifying thunder that hit him earlier had been blocked by David with his hand. Leave it to me next. Sorry. I failed to defeat this enemy and let you down. Kara seemed a little disappointed. She felt that her strength was not strong enough. So David had to take action himself. There's nothing to be sorry for. He let go of Kara, and David waved his hand gently. The thick and violent thunder was thrown aside, and he planted a mushroom again. Give you some time. You can still defeat this guy. But the people in the temple are in a hurry to get on their way. Kara smiled. She knew David was just giving her a step up. But her mood still improved. At this time, Clark, who was not far away, frowned, feeling that things were developing in the direction he least expected. After struggling for a moment, I finally decided not to say anything. Based on his understanding of David, he shouldn't treat Kara badly. He no longer cares about this battle in his mind. And the same is true for everyone else. After David personally stepped down, there was no suspense in this battle. Although everyone doesn't know how strong David is now, a guy who can't even force Clark's full strength cannot pose any threat to David. This is also true. After David left the game, The style changed drastically again. There were no horrifying sounds, explosions, or light effects. Just the most insipid light strike broke through the many protective magics Hobbs had placed on himself. Then, there is no more. The spear in David's hand pierced Hobbs' chest cleanly. A second later, the sacred fire released from the spear burned the body to ashes, leaving not even a soul behind. Buzz. A vague sound reached the ears of some people. And Steve, Tony, and Constantine all felt that there were some changes in the world. It will take them some time to figure out exactly what has changed. David was different. The moment Hobbs died, he felt what had changed. The magic in this world was free. If Brennia's magical power was previously imprisoned by shackles and cages, then after this moment, all these shackles and cages disappeared. Permission is no longer required to use any magic, and mobilizing arcane energy becomes simpler and more direct. David was worried about the situation where the magical power would go out of control and go berserk. The current magical energy in the Brunnia world is relatively close to the situation in the Sanctuary world. The energy is free, and you can use it at will as long as you master the relevant skills. Magic is also free. There is no need for this magic to be occupied by a strong person. If you want to use it, in addition to knowing how to cast magic, you must also obtain his permission. Such an environment is extremely perfect for spellcasters. How powerful you can become in the end depends entirely on your individual spellcasting talent. Putting away Neptune's spear, David glanced at Steve, who was not far away. What a pity. It seems that you can't become Brennia's new generation of magic god. This god of magic is just a false name. The so-called god of magic has no such thing as a godhead. At most, he has some internal management rights in Brunnia. Steve is not very interested in this kind of work. Just in case of emergency, Steve can cover for a while. Now it seems that there is no need to set up an additional magic god. After all, David is different from the Socken people. He is not worried about the growth of powerful magicians in Brunnia that threaten him. If there is a magician who wants to make trouble with him, then just kill him and that's it. What's the point of just limiting magical power? A truly strong person will not be restricted by such small means. Talk. What? After the god of magic is killed, do the mages in the temple have no restrictions? Tony's words reminded David that now was not the right time to discuss this kind of thing. Sutton was still waiting for his attack order. Go back to Brennia. Although many people came, not all of them will go back to Brennia. Laura and her teammates will continue to stay in Yanila continent to take risks. Laura has no obsession with the Umbrella Mages Association. Eliminate. She has never been a character who only does half things. David took the others back to Winter Castle. After checking the progress of Winter Castle, he used teleportation to return to the Megatron. After returning to the front line, David immediately gave Sutton Stewart an order, launch an attack on the temple, not only leaving no one alive, but not even a brick or a brick. Chapter 458, the temple was reduced to ashes while talking and laughing. After a brief truce, the Winter Army launched another attack on the temple. Compared with the previous one, the offensive of the Winter Army this time was more fierce. And the Megatron also joined the battle, firing continuously from high in the sky to support the Winter Army below. Since the god of magic has fallen, the priests of the temple found that they could not contact the god of magic through the magic circle. Naturally, they had no way to summon the huge projection of the god of magic to stop the attack of the Winter Army. What caught the magicians in the temple even more unprepared was that they found that the magic they were accustomed to became difficult to use. After the god of magic used various means to limit the magic power, in addition to blocking the upper limit of magic, there were also problems in spell casting. Apart from various restrictions, it is not without any benefits. That is arcane energy in magic that is strictly limited and becomes easier to learn and master. In other words, as long as you are willing to believe in the god of magic, even if your spell casting talent is slightly lower, you can still step into the door of magic and become a qualified mage. However, after the death of the god of magic, all frameworks and constraints were lifted. It became more difficult to mobilize arcane energy and cast magic than before. Many mages were unprepared and failed to adapt to this change, and suffered backlash. What an unexpected bonus! Through the holographic image, David watched many magicians in the temple fail to successfully release magic. The backlash caused the magic in his body to run rampant, which took some time to calm down. The more serious ones directly caused him to be seriously injured or even killed. In the area of the temple, because the magic power of a large number of mages was out of control, the arcane energy in the entire area fell into a state of chaos. In this environment, the probability of losing control of spells increases again. More and more mages are involved in the accident, and the arcane energy becomes more and more chaotic. For a time, the mages on the temple side fell into a vicious cycle. But the Winter Army side was not affected at all. Although the Tehran Knights have trained many rangers and hunters who use arcane energy, the arcane energy they use to cast spells is mobilized from their own bodies, and does not mobilize the energy in the surrounding environment. Relatively speaking, the release of skills, the impact from the environment is relatively small. Even this chaotic environment indirectly strengthened the combat effectiveness of the Thailand Knights. When a certain Thailand Knight used arcane shooting, the power was actually much greater than usual, and even caused a chain reaction. If he was lucky, he could not only kill him, but also kill him. Several mages will also cause nearby mages to fail to cast spells. Therefore, all the knights in the Thailand Knights who knew arcane shooting began to use arcane shooting as their main attack method. For a time, the battlefield was filled with arcane blue-purple light, and occasionally golden holy light flashed. Boom! Boom boom! Bang 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 bang! Explosions and gunshots came one after another, without the protection of the god of magic. Other gods, including the god of light and the god of shadows, did not respond. The priests of the temple discovered that not only was there something wrong with magic, but also the magic given by other gods had become difficult to release or even impossible to use at all. Only then did David realize that the magical spells used in the temple were all based on the spellcasting system created by the god of magic. But outsiders didn't know this. Now that the god of magic has fallen and the original spellcasting system has completely collapsed, all the forces that the temple relies on most have been abolished. Only the few remaining Templar Knights and Temple Guards cannot stop the Winter Legion's attack. Until the main hall of the temple was captured and turned into ruins under the joint bombardment of 3 Apocalypse vehicles, the Archbishop of the temple still could not figure out how he and the temple lost. Why? Why did the temple lose to Winter City so cleanly? Why did the gods they believed in suddenly ignore these devout believers after issuing an oracle? Why does Winterfell possess these terrible powers? Why? The Archbishop's heart was full of doubts. But he was certain of one thing: neither he nor everyone in the temple would survive today. Even if he had never met or had a conversation with the ruler of Winter City, he knew that the other party simply could not allow him and others to continue to live in this world. So he didn't beg for mercy. He didn't surrender. And he didn't intercede for his countless followers. The Archbishop stood in the main temple, looking up at the tall statues of gods that had spent countless financial resources and manpower, and had been properly maintained. Together with these statues, they were transformed under the joint bombing of the Thailand Knights and Megatron. Dust. Sophia watched as palaces and buildings were bombed into ruins one after another. Even under the command of Sutton Stewart, not even the ruins were left behind. And they would not stop until all the buildings were blown into powder. As for all the information and knowledge left in the temple, whatever can be found will be destroyed immediately. Looking at this posture, it is clear that Sutton wants to completely wipe out the temple organization physically. In fact, Sutton didn't need to be so thorough. With the fall of the god of magic, the god of light, and the god of shadow are behind the scenes and control Belon sooner or later. David will find out and kill them. As for the remaining gods, there are no specific Sarkans to control them. They are all temporarily in charge of the staff on duty at the time. The power of several of the gods is either provided by the god of magic, or the Sarkans use special equipment to control them. Which provided? Now that the Sarkans in the outpost are all under the control of David Lightforge and Belon has no response. The temple has lost its most important support. Even if there are still believers and priests left, it is impossible for them to return to the powerful state they once were. But David did not stop Sutton's behavior. After all, the temple had a blood feud with Sutton and the Tyran royal family. Whatever Sutton did, it was the temple itself. After this battle, the Winter Legion will continue to sweep across the entire Holy Kingdom of Gaunt. Right. Yes. Although the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt is a country controlled by the temple, each region is still managed by lords. These lords have soldiers and horses in their hands. With their devotion to the temple, they will definitely persist in resisting. They will definitely not be a match for the Winter Army. So the next period of time will be Sylvanas Windrunner's best opportunity to accumulate military exploits. When the war is over, let Sylvanas take over as the leader of the Tehran Knights. Sophia, who has truly seen how cruel the war is, does not yearn for the battlefield, and it is meaningless to occupy the position of the leader of the Tehran Knights. She has already personally avenged the Thailand royal family, and in the future she only needs to do things that interest her more. For example, follow David to travel to other worlds, see all kinds of scenery, and taste all kinds of food. Since you don't want to continue to be the leader of the group, then stop it. David would not advise Sophia just in name, nor would he refuse the proposal in order to deliberately slow down Sylvanas' promotion speed. Strictly speaking, this Tiran Knights was led by Sylvanas herself, and their training and personal strength standards were also carried out in accordance with the standards set by Sylvanas. In a way, Sylvanas is the most suitable person to serve as the leader of the Tiran Knights. Sutton Stewart is essentially a transitional commander. Sutton himself should be aware of this. After completely wiping out the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt, the Tiran Knights will have a period of rest. Sylvanas will definitely take advantage of this time to conduct the final stage of training to make all Tiran Knights become Rangers. Hunter, making it the second team after the Knights of Winter that all members possess mysterious powers. This is not only an improvement in combat power, but also a symbol of status. As for fame, after the war with the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt ends, the names of the Tiran Knights and Sylvanas will definitely be known throughout the Brainian continent, even before the Winter Knights spread their fame to the Eternal Night in the west. On the Empire side, because the west side of the Holy Kingdom of Gunter is the so-called Lost Land, which is what the Eternal Night Empire calls the Fallen Land. The Eternal Night Empire will pay attention to the Dark Elves in this area, and will naturally know the situation in the surrounding areas. A neighbor who has been with him for a long time has been exterminated. The Dark Elves in this area will definitely pay appropriate attention to it, and the Evernight Empire will also receive the news. David didn't know whether it would attract the attention of the Dark Elves. It was best to continue to believe that his own technology was leading the world, and not take the barbaric and backward human kingdom to heart. In that case, when the Winter Empire advances westward, it can give the Eternal Night Empire a big surprise. According to David's plan, when he starts to attack the western part of the continent, the eastern part of the continent has already fallen into his hands, and his kingdom will most likely be in his hands. It has been renamed Winter Empire. When will we return to Winter City? Do you want to go back? Well, Sophia had been out for a long time, and she felt a little homesick. I heard that Fort Glamorgan was demolished. Yes, although the construction speed of Digger is amazing. It will take some time for the new home to be built. The focus is not on the external structure, but on the fact that for such a large new house, it will take a long time to complete the interior decoration. So even if the exterior cover is almost done, it will still take a while before you can actually live in it. Aren't you homeless during this period? Sophia didn't think there was any problem. It didn't matter if she went to live with her parents. David, on the other hand, doesn't know how to spend this time? Continue to live aboard the Megatron? I have quite a few choices. Do you want to go to another world to live together for a while? Next, there is no need to follow the entire Holy Kingdom of Gaunt. Weatherby is also responsible for sending officials to take over the place. David only needs to ask about the progress from time to time. As for which world to go to, he had many choices, and during this period, he vaguely felt that his abilities seemed to have changed slightly, so he could take advantage of this period to test them. Chapter 459. Go to the Kingdom of God with me. The battle is over, but the Winter Army will not immediately begin to sweep the surrounding area. The temple has been established for many years, and has accumulated all kinds of wealth over countless years, in addition to all kinds of knowledge. This wealth also includes a variety of resources, such as rare ores, metals, various enchanted equipment, props, etc. The Winter Army will next thoroughly clean up the entire area and collect loot at the same time. Although this work is troublesome and time-consuming, it is a very profitable job for the soldiers. So everyone works very hard. Like some jewelry, gold and silver, Winter City does not value it too much. Soldiers, after they found it, they divided it up on the spot, and Sutton Stewart turned a blind eye. What's more, as the commander, Earl Sutton Stewart can also share some of the profits, so he has no reason to care about these trivial matters. After this job is over, the Tiran Knights will continue to conquer the surrounding areas of the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt. Judging from the current speed, there may be no way to end the war before this winter. Perhaps it will be midsummer, when the temple's loot is completely cleaned up. David could not wait here dryly. When he saw that the last building of the temple was blown up, and the battle was over, he had already ordered the Megatron to return to Winter City. The frontline command job continued to be handed over to Gareth Stanton, although the leader of the Tiran Knights left with him. Commander Sutton Stewart and Deputy Leader Sylvanas were still there, which did not affect the combat effectiveness of the Tiran Knights. The Winter Knights will leave with him, and even if there is a battle, the Winter Knights will not need to take action. a seemingly massive war to destroy the country. The winner was decided in just a few days. David didn't know what impact this would have on several other countries, but his name should be resounding throughout the Brynian continent. In this case, when the Winter Army continues to conquer other countries, will they surrender directly? Maybe the resistance has become more intense. Perhaps the people of the New Elon Federation and the Sotoruma Empire had preconceived notions that the Kingdom of Winter was like this kind of extermination style, and gave up the idea of surrender from the beginning. It is actually not difficult to change this view. When raiding various areas of the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt, it is enough to be a little gentler and accept the surrender of a few lords. But David didn't want to do this. He was not planning to continue the enfeoffment system from the beginning. Now he had an excellent opportunity to abolish all these lords. Why would he add so many hidden dangers to his kingdom? The most important thing is that these guys can't beat themselves. Even if they try their best to resist, they can't pose a substantial threat to the Winter Army. The strength of the two sides is very different. At this time, of course, David can do whatever he wants. Why should he care about the feelings of his enemies? Isn't it just for this day that he is farming and developing in the remote areas in the north? If he is trying to win over, divide, compromise, and use various political means to unify countries, then what is the purpose of his accumulation in the past few years? So everything just goes according to the original plan. On the other hand, Gareth Stanton's position seems to have changed after this battle. The position of leader of the Winter Knights is no longer suitable. This time he went south to conquer the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt and the Temple. Gareth Stanton served as the commander-in-chief, which was a temporary appointment. In the future, when multiple legions are dispatched at the same time, there will be no shortage of wars to conquer other countries. Gareth is undoubtedly David's first choice. After all, Gareth is David's personal knight and an absolute confidant. First be promoted to lieutenant general, and then Gareth Stanton will be tentatively appointed as the commander-in-chief of operations in the Winter Kingdom. Then he ordered Gareth Stanton to come up with a feasible combat plan, with the goal of unifying Brynia, Eastern Continent. As for the Winter Knights, Floyd, the deputy leader, can become a full member. In addition to the Tiran Knights, the top management of the two knights will undergo changes. So after this war is over, they will definitely need a period of rest. In addition, after the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment and the Winter Legion completed their reorganization, they have never had a true Legion commander, and they are basically temporary assigned commanders. Among them, the Winter Legion's influence is not great, and the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment cannot continue in this state. David thought about it, and found that the most suitable ones were Helen's twin brothers, Pollux and Castor. Just as he was thinking of this, David suddenly received a call request from Helen. Is something wrong? Yes. My father made a request for your permission. Just say it. After Helen briefly told the story, David learned that it was the kingdom of Sparta that expanded aggressively and annexed countless kingdoms, and then began to implement Spartan customs and beliefs in these new territories. Some former kings were somewhat resistant to this. In their opinion, the Spartan king not only wanted to eat the meat, but also wanted to take away the pot. Although the kingdom of Sparta is advanced and developed, and has all kinds of magical and beautiful things, no one believes that these things are given by the gods. In this situation, Tyndareus expressed his willingness to take all the former kings to gain knowledge and go to Winter City, the city where the gods live, so that these old haters can see what it is, a true fairyland. Of course, Tyndareus did not dare to make the decision on his own. He just told his daughter his thoughts, so that he could ask what David meant. If David doesn't mind, he will take a few kings to visit Winter City. If David was disgusted by this, then he was prepared to use more forceful means to promote the new faith. You don't have to ask me specifically for such a trivial matter. David was reminding Helen that Helen could make the decision on such a trivial matter. But Helen firmly stated that she must obtain David's permission. After all, David is the owner of Winter City, the true master. After hanging up the communication, David put the matter aside and continued to think about how his army management should adjust. After receiving his daughter's reply, Tyndareus immediately began to prepare. After getting permission from the gods, I can take people to visit Winter City. So, who should you take with you? You can't bring too many people with you. Otherwise it will appear that going to the country where the gods live is a very common thing. Theseus and Agamemnon. On the original Balkan Peninsula, the kingdom of Athens was the most powerful, followed by the kingdoms of Mycenae and Sparta, until Helen went to Winter City. The strength of the kingdom of Sparta, which received support from David in all aspects, began to grow rapidly. after becoming a powerful force that crushed other countries. It annexed these kingdoms one by one. But annexation does not mean that the matter is over. How to integrate these newly annexed kingdoms and people has become a new problem before Tyndareos. The original policy of Spartans being the superior and other ethnic groups being the younger brothers, and raising a group of slaves who are younger brothers, can no longer be implemented, because there are only so many Spartans. If they treat people from all countries as younger brothers, such a huge population gap will bring disaster to the Spartans sooner or later. In addition, Tyndareus led the Spartan kingdom to pacify all directions and established an extremely large kingdom. Tyndareus's reputation had reached its peak. There was support from the gods behind him. So Tyndareus gradually gave up the original ruling system of the Spartan kingdom and began to accept more nationalities to become Spartans. After several wars, Tyndareus lifted some of the soldiers who had accumulated enough military exploits from their slave status and accepted them as new Spartans. After the slaves saw the new way out, their rebellious mood plummeted, which also proved that Tyndareus's new system was more in line with the current national conditions. As a result, the new policy began to be implemented smoothly, and those who were about to be absorbed as the core new Spartans were the Athenians and Mycenaeans. In the eyes of Tyndareus, this was the luck of the Athenians and Mycenaeans, but in the eyes of the former king of Athens and the former king of Mycenae, this was a death without a burial place for them. Considering the reputation and ability of these two former kings, Tyndareus still hopes to win the two of them under his command instead of giving strong orders or even killing these two people. So there is this arrangement for a visit to Winter City. After getting David's permission, Tyndareus happily informed the two men and asked them to prepare and follow him to the kingdom of gods tomorrow morning to bathe in the glory of the true God. I think this is a conspiracy. Menelaus, Agamemnon's younger brother, had a worried look on his face, both for his brother and for himself. Why don't you just do it? Although he didn't say it out loud, his expression and gestures already expressed his thoughts. Agamemnon grimaced, struggled for a long time, and finally shook his head. The king didn't let you go with him, so it seems he still has some mercy. Menelaus, Mycenae will rely on you from now on. Menelaus remained silent, which should be a good thing for him. But he and his brother had a good relationship, and he was unwilling to watch his brother die like this. It's better to take advantage of the night and fight out of the city. Return to Mycenae. Stop talking. It's not like you haven't seen the fighting power of the Spartans. Those terrifying heavily armored soldiers. Even if all the soldiers from Mycenae are here, they will be of no use. Agamemnon clapped his hands heavily on his younger brother's shoulder. Don't think about those messy things. Serve the kingdom of Sparta well, especially in the military, and be sure to participate in every war as much as possible. Agamemnon took a deep breath. Only in this way can Mycenae have a future. Chapter 460 gradually established his position as the Greek god king. Agamemnon thought he had made the right decision. Only in this way could the kingdom of Mycenae survive for a long time. And there was even some possibility of restoration. But when he followed Tyndareus to Winter City and looked at the suddenly changed scenery around him, as well as the majestic and spectacular buildings, the smooth and clean roads, and the people wearing all kinds of gorgeous clothes around him, he understood. Come here. What His Majesty King Tyndareus said about taking him to the kingdom of gods actually meant it literally. There are no metaphors or any ambush. In fact, it was not just Agamemnon who was surprised. Theseus was also shocked by this and muttered secretly, last night's work was in vain. Then, like a normal person, he kept turning his neck, wanting to take a good look at the country where the so-called gods lived. After Agamemnon understood this, he let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't until the moment of life and death, he thought, that he realized that he didn't want to die. If he had a choice, he would like to have a good discussion with Tyndareus and come up with a result acceptable to both parties. For example, if he marries Tyndareus' daughter Clytemnestra, we will become one family. Then it is not unacceptable for Mycenae to completely become part of Sparta. After all, he might take over the Spartan throne by then. But looking at it now, Tyndareus should not be willing to marry his daughter to him. After all, the kingdom of Sparta is currently absolutely powerful. There is a real god supporting you behind the scenes. Unlike many city-states on the Balkan Peninsula, the gods they believe in only exist in legends. Although many people firmly believe in the existence of gods, there is no evidence to prove the real existence of gods. As an excellent king, Agamemnon always had an attitude towards the existence of gods. They are there when you need them, and they are not there when you don't need them. The kingdom of Sparta was different. The other party's gods could be seen and touched, and could truly provide benefits. As Tyndareus narrated, Agamemnon and Theseus finally understood the key to the Spartan kingdom becoming so powerful, including various high-yielding crops, exquisite armor with strong defense, and the ability to blow and break hair, sharp weapons, those beautiful and soft fabrics, gorgeous silk fabrics, etc., are all given by the gods. In addition, the architectural style of the Kingdom of Sparta has also begun to be influenced by Winter City. It is no longer rough and crude. The core area of Sparta City is gradually transforming into the appearance of Winter City. It's just that the quality of workers cannot be compared with the Titan servants of the gods, Cybertronians. So the speed of change is much slower. If you want to build an advanced city like Winter City in Sparta, it may take decades, 2 or 3 generations. But Tyndareus didn't care about the speed. He only hoped that he could make the Spartan palace beautiful enough in his lifetime to provide a grand and comfortable residence for his descendants. As for the construction of the entire city of Sparta, it may take several generations and hundreds of years. But it doesn't matter. By the time the city of Sparta is built, perhaps the order given by the gods will be almost completed, unify the European continent. After introducing the general situation, Tyndareus also did not forget to mention his daughter Helen, especially the relationship between Helen and David, which was emphasized the most. Let these two people understand that the connection between the kingdom of Sparta and the true god is very close. They don't have to worry about the true god abandoning Sparta. They can serve Sparta with peace of mind in the future, and work together to build a greater Sparta throughout their lives. After hearing this, Agamemnon didn't feel anything special. Most of Theseus's face had turned dark. He had thought too much before, and His Majesty the King of Sparta had no intention of killing him. Now he realized that he was wrong. King Tyndareus of Sparta did not want to kill him. He clearly felt that killing him with a knife was not cruel enough. So he brought him to this place called Winter City. After all, after he met young Helen, he directly kidnapped her. What would Helen and the true god David think when they saw him? It seems that his arrangement last night was not in vain. There is a high probability that he will not be able to go back. Following Tyndareus, Theseus and Agamemnon continued to watch the magical Winter City. They learned that the Winter City was equipped with a tap water system that could deliver treated clean water to every household. Even the most ordinary civilians can enjoy this convenience. At the same time, every home is equipped with electric lights, so that they can make their home as bright as day even in the darkest night. Not just at home. There are street lights on the streets to ensure that people walking at night can't see the road clearly. He pointed to the street lamp pole standing next to him. When it gets dark, you will be able to see the effect. The tour with these two people will definitely not only take half a day. Tyndareus will take them for a good tour and stay in Winter City for one night, so that they can have a good experience of the people of the kingdom of gods. What kind of life is it? Anyway, since coming to Winter City, Tyndareus felt that every part of his Spartan palace was not pleasing to the eye. This was also the biggest motivation for him to make great efforts to build the palace. Also, that's right there. Just as he was about to introduce Fort Glamorgan to two rustics who had never seen the world, they found that the familiar Fort Glamorgan had disappeared, replaced by a taller and more magnificent building. Fortunately, the two people beside him were already stunned by the huge building in front of them, and did not notice Tyndareus' gaffe. In the eyes of these two people, such a tall and beautiful palace is indeed a miracle. It is not a building that ordinary humans can build. Only true gods are worthy of living in it. What's more, there are several metal giants busy next to the tall palace. Could these be the legendary Titans? Those are the Titans! Right. Agamemnon spoke with a little vibrato, and he didn't know whether he was overly frightened or excited. Tyndareus did not make fun of him. In fact, he was not much better than this guy at the beginning. They are Cybertronians, also known as Transformers. If it were in the past, Tyndareus would firmly believe that these are Titans. But my daughter told me some time ago that David is the real Titan. So we can't continue to misunderstand. And we must make it clear. A servant of God. By the way, I also introduced these green and purple ones called diggers. They are the best at building. This Winter City was basically built by these diggers. No matter how complex the building is, these few digging can be done in a very short time. Just like the huge palace in front of him. It didn't exist when he came last time. It should have been newly built in recent times. It's indeed a miracle. In the eyes of Agamemnon and Theseus, this huge palace was a real miracle. Even if they were given 100 years, no matter how much manpower and material resources they used, they might not be able to build it. It only took a short time to create the famous servant of God. Standing in the square in front of Winter Castle, he watched it quietly for a while. After that, Tyndareus contacted his daughter Helen, and took the two of them around the Winter Castle in a car. I also went to take a look at the winter military camp. Unfortunately, the military camp was relatively deserted at this time. Tyndareus only knew that Winter City mobilized its army to conquer other countries. Today, he learned that almost all the troops in Winter City were dispatched, leaving only a small number of garrison troops and new recruits. Military camp. The conversation between father and daughter was in bringing common language, so there was no need to worry about being overheard by those two people.
Is the war going well? It went very well. It's actually almost finished and David is on his way back.
Oh! Tyndareus already knows that there are many forces and other gods in this world. He thought that Winter City sent troops to fight with other powers, but it was actually a battle between gods. He was a little worried at first, but judging from his daughter's appearance and the relaxed manner in which she spoke, her opponent was probably far less powerful than David. The two people sitting in the back seat did not stare outside all the time. From time to time, they would look forward curiously. Their eyes fell on the steering wheel held by Helen and the large number of dials. This did not require livestock to drag. It seems like a car that can drive very fast can also be driven by ordinary people. If only Athens, Mycenae, had something so convenient. They knew deep down that this was probably unlikely because they had not seen this thing in Sparta. If Athens, Mycenae, wanted to get this magical car, I'm afraid it would have to wait behind the kingdom of Sparta. But thinking about it in another direction, Tyndareus brought them to the Winter City, and let them see the city where the gods lived and the various things the gods used. This seemed to mean that the Athenians, Mycenaeans, had become Spartans, Da's own people. A bright future is waiting for them. Ecstasy. A smile appeared on his face unconsciously. And Tyndareus, who saw all this through the rearview mirror, also smiled. Everything was developing as he expected. After successfully persuading these two, unifying and rectifying the newly acquired people will become smoother and easier, and Sparta's power will be further enhanced.
By the way, does Winter City have the blueprints of the ship?
Yes, there are.
But those drawings are not suitable for the current kingdom of Sparta.
Helen guessed her father's thoughts. Judging from his attitude, he probably wanted to cross the sea and land on the Apennine Peninsula.
Let me help you find some suitable ones.
With the current productivity of the kingdom of Sparta, building sailing battleships is the limit. How about building a few magic battleships? Gianna should be clearer about this. Right. Make time to have a chat with Jaina later. Chapter 461. Find help from that guy who only knows how to shoot arrows. David, who returned to Winter City on the Megatron, ultimately did not choose to live on the Megatron permanently. The reason is simple: too high. Compared to floating in the sky, he still prefers to stay in his own territory and look at his Winter City up close. Anyway, the craftsmen work with great enthusiasm and speed, and he will definitely be able to move into a new home this year. Before then, he can just live in the senior suite of the Winter Hotel for a while. This year, no one with special status will come to visit him in Winter City. This suite, which was originally used to receive distinguished guests, will most likely remain vacant. It doesn't matter if he lives there by himself. Besides, he will pay and will not let anyone else. Jonah worked in vain.
It's okay to live for free.
There were several chairs on the deck of the speedboat. David, Jonah, and Clint each held a fishing rod and fished in the upper reaches of the Winter River. The extremely wide river surface is filled with waves, and the speedboat is gently undulating on the river surface. The breeze with a bit of coolness blows over the body. For ordinary people, this is a very comfortable environment. In addition, the shore in the distance is full of green, far away from the hustle and bustle of the city, and you can enjoy the tranquility. Holiday.
You have to pay what you have to pay. It's not like I can't afford it.
David was not prepared to accept Jonah's courtesy. As he said, it's not like he can't afford the accommodation, so there's no need to take advantage of this. The key is not to make a fuss about it. His Majesty the King can stay in a hotel for free. So can Earl XX also get some fruit for free? Ah, when the time comes, I will come up with a sentence. How much money do I need to eat a few of your rotten watermelons? Another lot of trouble. As for why you came to fish today, since Tyndareus took Agamemnon and Theseus to visit the Winter City, David's reputation in the Greek land has greatly increased again. At present, he has become the only god that the kingdom of Sparta believes in. If the kingdom of Sparta is renamed Greece in the future, David will be the Greek god king. A group of people in Winter City are the Greek gods. Of course, it could also be changed to the Roman Empire. Then, he would be the god king of Rome. There is essentially no difference. In short, everything is going well in Sparta. Helen recently communicated with Jaina about warships, hoping to tinker with a sailing warship suitable for the Kingdom of Sparta's current use, so that the Kingdom of Sparta can begin to develop its navy. Other than that, there is nothing special happening here in Winter City. Constantine was still wandering around the city, using the holy light to heal his body. After seeing the possibility of becoming stronger, this man completely let himself go. Now he can never leave his hand, and can come anytime and anywhere. After David came back, he talked to Constantine and confirmed that the plot on his side had not started yet, and it should be some time before the excitement started. David, who had nothing urgent to do, remembered what he had said to Sophia before: take Sophia out to play. But before that, he must first test the new function of his golden finger. As his strength improved, he no longer relied solely on experiments and guesses about his golden finger. As he became more and more aware of his situation, the golden finger gradually lifted the veil around him. It's just that it's still only half open, so he can vaguely feel or see the general situation. But the details can only be determined after actual use. For example, now he can be sure that his connection with those worlds has become much closer than before, and he can travel to and from these worlds at will. It's like the teleportation he received from Clarice, perfectly integrated with his ability to connect to other worlds. Now if he wants to go to other worlds or come back to Brunia, he can just open a golden portal, and he can also specify a specific landing location. Unlike the original one, where he was limited to a specific place, the most important thing is that the portal he opens can be easily enlarged to a very huge level, when necessary, let alone bringing a few people back and forth. Even sending an army is not that difficult. It can be said that at this time, it is truly feasible for the Winter Army to conquer other worlds. Although it was possible to travel to other worlds in the past, the way of crossing was too troublesome, and there was no way to send a large number of soldiers. However, what David wanted to test this time was not this ability. He had already determined the effect of this ability, and did not need to test it separately. Instead, he gained new abilities after establishing contact with the continent of Unila and regaining part of the stolen power. This ability is actually not that difficult to understand. Actively travel to other worlds. What really made David uncertain was the vague message of location required. After thinking for a while and conducting several tests, David had some rough guesses, and today he just wanted to verify this guess.
So you specifically called me out for fishing because of this?
After listening to David's brief description, Clint Barton felt bad. No wonder His Majesty the King suddenly called himself a humble archery instructor in Winter City to come fishing. There was indeed a conspiracy.
Yeah.
David didn't feel like he was cheating anyone at all.
You've been idle lately anyway.
Clint Barton has long been a retiree from S.H.I.E.L.D. He also works as a low-risk instructor in Winter City, teaching soldiers in the Winter Army who are interested in archery how to shoot. His training targets are mainly the Tiran Knights, and the Tiran Knights are still sweeping through the ruins of the temple. It was at least close to a year before returning to Winter City. During this period, Clint was just teaching some new recruits and some people who were interested in archery. The work is very easy, and I spend most of my time at home with my wife and children. Although it is very pleasant, I still occasionally think back to the glorious days of the past, especially after arriving in Winter City. After eating the golden apple, the hidden dangers and old wounds on my body have been healed. If he wanted to, he could use the strengthening potion to step into the extraordinary level. But he felt that he was just an instructor teaching archery, and it didn't matter whether he became extraordinary or not. And he feels that his current importance is not enough to get the strengthening potion. In fact, if he asks for it, David will definitely agree. But Clint will feel that the gap between his contribution and income is too big, and then he will be embarrassed to just as an archery instructor. Returning to the front line is almost inevitable. He hadn't decided yet whether to return to the front line of battle, so he didn't take the initiative to ask for the strengthening potion. Now he feels a little regretful. If he had known that His Majesty the King wanted to test his ability, he should have injected himself with strengthening medicine earlier.
Actually, you don't have to worry. I'm with you. That's true.
Clint was a little worried at first, but after hearing these words, he was no longer worried. What are you afraid of? Even if he is really dead, David can resurrect him. Besides, as long as David follows, it will be very difficult to die. Thinking about it this way, It doesn't seem like it's a big deal.
When are you going to take the test? It depends on when you can be ready.
David can do it at any time. But he will give Hawkeye enough time to prepare. Even if Hawkeye carries bows and arrows and other equipment with him, he still has to talk to his wife and children. Call.
Tomorrow.
Clint is not a procrastinator. Since he has already made a decision, there is no need to waste time. He can relax today and say hello to his wife when he goes back. Then he can set off tomorrow.
Good.
After talking about the matter in a few words, the three men returned to a calm state, staring at the fishing rods in their hands. Time passed by, and the patrol speedboat that had been temporarily mobilized quietly floated on the river. Although the wind and waves became a little bigger, the three men sitting on the chairs were not affected at all, and they stared at the waves firmly. The sparkling water looked like something big would happen in the next second, until the sun sets in the west. The sky and the earth are stained with dim yellow.
It seems there are no fish here. Yeah. We should go downstream.
Jonah didn't say a word when he heard this. He was not going to tell the two fishing friends, who formed a temporary team, that he usually came to this water area to fish. And he always got a lot of harvest. This was the first time that he had no harvest. Happened once. Pack your things and return to Winter City. Clint was about to take the bus home. Although Winter City already has private car manufacturers, private cars are still a relatively rare thing in Winter City. The price is not affordable to the people. Only nobles with rich families can afford it. Most ordinary people still use public transportation. Fortunately, after several improvements, Winter City's public transportation has perfectly covered every corner of the city. It is easy to find bus stops on the roadside. Anyone can find the bus they need to take by following the route map painted on the station. With David here today, Clint can save some money on the car. A golden portal opened in front of Clint. Through this light door, he could see that the other side of the door was his front yard. He was not polite when he saw this. After striding through the portal, he said goodbye to David and Jonah and returned home directly. After sending Clint away, David opened a portal again and took Jonah back to the Winter Hotel.
This is so convenient.
Jonah let out a sigh. Since settling in Winter City, he has seen more and more of these things that were once unbelievable. Now he feels a little bit accustomed to them.
Yes, it is indeed very convenient.
David felt it was a pity, because there is no way to teach people the teleportation ability. It would be great if Steve could crack Taja's teleportation spell quickly. Otherwise everyone can only learn Azeroth's teleportation spell in the future. Chapter 462 Witch Hunter. In fact, there is nothing wrong with Azeroth's teleportation spells. This kind of teleportation magic can even be used for cross-dimensional teleportation after being learned to a high level. Of course, the learning difficulty is several levels higher than ordinary teleportation spells, but strictly speaking, that is the shortcoming of the mage, not magic. What's more, for David, no matter how high the requirements are, it is impossible to stump him. In fact, he has learned a lot of arcane magic, but he is accustomed to using Holy Light as the main one. So no one knows this.
Before setting off, do you want to store some Holy Light in your body?
David asked Hawkeye to help him test his new abilities, not to trick Hawkeye. So before setting off, David prepared to do some precautionary measures. He was not sure what the specific effect would be if he teleported with Hawkeye as his positioning, so he made some arrangements in advance. If any unexpected situation occurs, the Holy Light that David instills into Hawkeye will automatically activate, in addition to ensuring Hawkeye's life safety and providing defense. It will also stimulate the arcane energy specially stored in it, and directly launch the teleportation spell to Hawkeye is sent back to Winter City. As for David, he wasn't worried that something would happen to him. As long as Brunia was still there, he couldn't really get lost and could just use the teleportation skill to come back.
Are you ready?
Instilling some holy light into Clint Barton's body, David looked at Clint in front of him, then at Sophia, Helen, Eva, and Laura, who came back to watch the fun. Nodding to everyone, David put his hands on Clint's shoulders and activated his new ability. The moment the energy was activated, golden light flashed. But after a second, all the light disappeared, and the two people who were supposed to be in front also disappeared. After waiting quietly for a moment, everyone dispersed without seeing anything unusual. According to David's previous explanation, if something goes wrong, Clint and David will come back immediately. If they don't come back, it means everything is going well. So there is no need to worry. Sophia can think carefully about what kind of world she wants to visit.
Actually, there are many places I want to go.
Sophia wants to visit the modern Earth and experience the daily life of ordinary modern people. She also wants to take risks in a universe with advanced civilizations. But what she looks forward to most is to go to a completely unfamiliar world with David and adapt to life in the new world together. However, according to David, going to a new and unfamiliar world requires orientation, which means bringing an outsider with you. It would be nice if you didn't need to bring anyone else with you.
It turns out, we don't need to bring extra people for positioning.
After successfully activating the ability and completing a time travel, David had a clearer understanding of the new ability. He discovered that, in fact, the ones used for positioning did not have to be living people. Only hair, blood, etc. were needed. It was a bit exaggerated to bring someone specially. In addition, he also discovered that this ability is not limited to his own use. In other words, David can use his ability to travel through time to send others to a specific world without him accompanying him. This seems to mean that everyone in Winter City can use David to open a new world at any time.
But where is this?
David looked at the surrounding environment and found that this was a relatively backward town. The muddy streets and the people around him, who didn't pay much attention to personal hygiene, made David habitually cover his nose with his hands. With his current strength, he can block these odors with just one thought. But he usually lives like an ordinary person. So this is purely a subconscious reaction. After regaining consciousness and blocking out all kinds of strange smells, David began to wander around the town normally. Of course, this is what he thinks. The clothes he wore and his clean appearance all showed that David was special. The surrounding townspeople all avoided him, for fear of bumping into him. After David discovered this, he didn't explain anything specifically. He just judged the situation of this world through observation. For now, he was sure of two things. It wasn't too early, because he saw a revolver. And it was probably England, because the people here spoke English. There is no 100% certainty, mainly because we cannot rule out a movie world that uses English as dialogue and is set in other European countries. There are too many similar movies. Continue to inquire, and send out sensors to find Clint's location. In fact, when he was first teleported, David noticed that Clint was not around. But he could clearly feel the holy light energy in Clint's body, and was sure that Clint was safe at this time. So he could observe the surroundings so comfortably. Environment. When he started to take a closer look, he discovered something special. First of all, Clint was not far from his position. This was not a strange situation. There was a slight deviation when landing. It was normal for the two of them not to land at the same place. Considering that this was an interdimensional teleportation, the two of them, the landing point is relatively close. Secondly, the holy light he left in Clint's body seems to have changed slightly. Without rushing to continue checking, David planned to meet up with Clint first, and then see what was going on. Walking forward according to his feeling, David found that the people around him were also gathering in this direction. He realized that there should be something lively to watch ahead. After all, watching the lively is a common hobby of all intelligent creatures, and is not restricted by race, civilization, or age. Following the crowd, David soon saw the excitement in the town's market, a witch trial was actually taking place. At the same time, he also saw Clint. But this Clint looked much younger, and he was touching the witch who was being tried on the stage. While checking the teeth, he explained to the surrounding townspeople,
"Witches use black magic and will be corroded by themselves. So their skin and teeth will be rotten and ulcerated. She is very clean and is not a witch."
All this. When David saw this scene, he immediately remembered what kind of world this was. Specifically, he remembered which movie it was, Hansel and Gretel, Witch Hunters. Hawkeye and Bond Girl Io form a brother-sister team and join forces to fight the evil witch Dark Phoenix. At the same time, they are also the two brothers and sisters in the fairy tale who broke into the candy house and were arrested, but finally escaped successfully. The film opens with a story about a brother and a sister who accidentally broke into a candy store when they were young and were captured by an evil witch. The witch forcibly fed the children candy and planned to make the two children fat and eat them. But they were killed by the two naughty children. It can be seen how lethal the naughty child is. Even a witch who knows black magic can't suppress it. His train of thought went astray. David looked at Hansel in front of him, checking the holy light in his body, and silently thought about what was going on. Clint becomes Hansel? Or is Clint replacing Hansel? After proving the innocence of the woman named Mina, her sister Greta had some verbal conflicts with the local police chief Bellinger. At this moment, Clint on the stage saw David in the crowd below, who was thinking about what was going on.
"David!"
Hearing this shout, David didn't have to think anymore. The guy in front of him was Clint.
Clint? It's me!
Clint jumped down and rushed in front of David excitedly, regardless of whether the person in front of him was the true god or his current boss. He stepped up and punched David hard on the chest.
Why did you come to Nirvana?
Maybe it was because David's thoughts were still wandering, and he didn't hear clearly what Clint said in a daze. But it should probably be something like this.
Didn't we just get here?
Clint suddenly understood something when he heard this, and then sighed heavily.
I didn't just get here.
At this moment, Sheriff Bellinger, who was unhappy with the sudden appearance of Gretel and Hansel and claiming that the witch he had captured was innocent, was hit by Gretel and broke the bridge of his nose. His men immediately drew their guns and prepared to capture this arrogant woman who dared to attack the police chief. As a result, they took out their pistols and heard a series of gunshots. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire was accompanied by tremendous power from their hands, and the weapons they had just drawn immediately flew out of their hands. Although the huge force did not hit these people directly, it still caused serious injuries to them. Most of these people's wrists were broken. The most unlucky one had a broken wrist and a severely broken finger. This was caused by David's mercy and perfect control of the bullets grazing the barrels of these people. If they were hit directly, none of these people's arms could be saved. David, who disarmed several people in the blink of an eye, turned around for a while. The Holy Light Hunter, who had not appeared for a long time, and then put the pistol back into the storage space.
You are welcome.
Clint watched David waving to Gretel and coughed a few times.
Ahem. Oh, yes. Let's continue the topic. What did you mean by that sentence? Did you come to this world earlier than me? Yes.
Clint's face was full of bitterness when he mentioned this.
I have been in this world for more than 20 years.
Although he vaguely guessed this possibility, David was still shocked after receiving the affirmative answer.
So, after you came to this world, you became Hansel and started a new life with this identity?
Clint nodded. To be honest, if he hadn't had clear memories from the beginning and David's holy light energy in his body, he would have doubted that his past experiences were just a ridiculous dream. A witch hunter named Hansel with a strange experience. Just when Clint wanted to complain a few more words, David spoke first.
So you have a young body in your 20s again. You are making money this time. It's not right. Your wife is it's really earned with blood.
Clint wanted to refute, but found that David was right. For a moment, he couldn't figure out whether he had lost or gained. Chapter 463, Giving a Chance to be a New Person.
Who is this?
Just when Clint was thinking about whether he was making money or not, his sister Greta in this world had already walked over and looked at David curiously. She had never met David. He was an absolute stranger to her. Considering that she and her brother Hansel have been together for so many years, she can be sure that the person in front of her is an absolute stranger. But why did Hansel see him as if he were an old friend? At the same time, she didn't miss the fact that David called his brother Clint. Clint? Who is that?
I am David Glamorgan.
David and Gretel nodded as greetings.
I am an old friend with your brother. With all due respect, I didn't know Hansel had an old friend like you. Ahem. Things are a bit complicated. Let's talk about it slowly in another place.
Although Clint came to this world with memories of his past life, he and Gretel have indeed been brother and sister together for more than 20 years. And the relationship between the two is real. So he is not prepared to hide his secret. But this topic is not suitable to be discussed in the market. Gretel looked at her brother, then at David, and nodded in agreement.
However, we still have to discuss the witch thing with the mayor.
The brother and sister came here because many children have disappeared in the town recently, and the residents believe that there are witches nearby. It was for this reason that the sheriff arrested a woman for a witch trial, and the mayor paid to invite the brother and sister witch hunters. David, who already knew what kind of world this was, also remembered the whole plot. There were indeed witches nearby, and they were not even ordinary witches. The high-level black witch Muriel is planning to collect 12-month-old children, match them with the hearts of the high-level white witch, and make a potion during the blood moon. As long as this potion is used, witches no longer need to be afraid of fire. Among them, the heart of the senior white witch is Gretel's heart, because the witch hunter brother and sister are the children of the senior white witch. So the brother and sister are born with a constitution that is immune to magic, which is also an important reason why they can become witch hunters. While thinking about the specific plot, David followed the brother and sister out of the town to the suburbs. Originally, it would be better to go to the pub for the conversation. But even though Clint had only worked for David for a short time, he also had a general idea of David's character. The dirty and noisy pubs in this world cannot satisfy His Majesty the King. compared with that bad environment. It is better to go to the woods in the suburbs. Moreover, Clint felt that what he wanted to say to Gretel would be better found in a place with few people.
It's nice here.
David looked around. The dense forest carried the aroma of earth and vegetation. Compared with the inside of the town, the air here was much better. Clint said that as long as your majesty is satisfied. He began to think about how he should explain the current situation to Gretel. Gretel has realized that something is wrong. And she even begins to suspect that the Hansel in front of her is actually a fake witch. His hand has already touched the weapon secretly. And he is ready to take action at any time. At this moment, she heard Hansel's words.
Actually, my name is Clint Barton. And I come from another world.
Question mark. Just when Greta was about to take out her weapon and ask for the whereabouts of her real brother, Clint Barabara on the opposite side told the whole situation in one breath, without giving Greta a chance to continue the misunderstanding. But although the words were very clear and understandable, the content was too unbelievable. Gretel's brain fell into a state of shutdown, and she was stunned. It took a long while before she sorted out what Clint meant by what he said.
You said you came from another world? Yes. For some magical reason. You became my brother Hansel? That's more or less it.
Clint glanced at David not far away, and Greta also noticed this. But she had more important questions to ask now, and the matter called David had to be discussed later. Line up some.
It sounds too unbelievable.
If Clint hadn't been able to clearly tell the many experiences of the two of them when they were young, Gretel really couldn't believe that her brother actually had such a magical identity, and would only suspect that someone was impersonating him. Hansel. At the same time, she also understood why her brother was so good at archery, and as if he was born with a lot of knowledge. Even the various combat skills he mastered were learned from Hansel. It is unimaginable that the truth is so bizarre.
So, should I call you Hansel or Clint? It will be all right.
People who know him well call him Clint. But after living here for so many years, and being called Hansel since childhood, he has no feeling of rejection towards this name. After telling his actual situation, Clint introduced David to Gretel.
This is His Majesty the King of the Winter Kingdom. And he also used his special ability to turn me into your brother. King?
David introduced his name before, and he learned some magical things from Clint. For example, he originally lived in a relatively advanced world, and later moved to a place called Winter City. But she didn't know that the handsome young man in front of her was actually the King of Winter City.
Yes, His Majesty the King of Winter Kingdom.
Gretel was a little confused. She didn't know for a moment whether she should give a big salute. Also, what are the etiquette like in the Winter Kingdom? David waved his hand, indicating to Gretel that she shouldn't worry about such trivial matters, and let's talk about business. The identity matter was explained clearly, and Gretel finally understood her brother's true identity and the origin of this strange David. Although it is outrageous, in a world full of witches and magic, there seems to be nothing difficult to accept. In comparison, Gretel is more concerned about another thing.
You said you were sent here by His Majesty. So His Majesty is a wizard? Wizard?
No. After all, Clint and Gretel have been brother and sister for more than 20 years. As soon as his sister opened her mouth, he knew what the other party really wanted to ask.
This is His Majesty David Glamorgan. In that world, he is respected by many people as the Lord of Holy Light and the Star Spirit.
Seeing Gretel's confused look, she summed it up into one word.
God!
Gretel looked like, are you kidding me? This joke is not funny. With an expression on his face, Clint had a serious face and nodded heavily.
A being who can easily send you to another world to be a new human being. What else can it be but a god?
What you said makes sense. Greta found that she couldn't refute it at all. But it was a king and a god, which made her newly organized brain become confused again. Fortunately, Clint and David did not continue to discuss things like gods, Brenia, and the Kingdom of Winter that she did not understand. Instead, they discussed the current matter, witches.
So, you two siblings took over the job to find the witch who captured the child? Yes.
Well, David looked at Clint. Although he didn't ask anything, the meaning was already clear.
Even if you want to return to Winter City, you have to complete this commission.
Clint is not a person who gives up halfway. Even though he has been away from home for a long time and misses his wife and children very much.
But next time something like this happens again, please find someone else.
As soon as he left home, he had to go through a new growth and a new life. If Clint was not an elite agent and had a strong enough mind, he might have fallen into deep confusion and not figured out who he really was.
Don't worry. I figured it out. You can also locate it with the help of hair, blood, and the like. Besides becoming younger, you also have other benefits.
David had already noticed.
You can already mobilize the energy in your body to a certain extent.
The holy light and some arcane energy in the body have been with Clint for more than 20 years, and have been protecting him during this time. After years of training and fighting, Clint is only one step away from mastering a certain kind of energy. In fact, if he wanted to, he could take that step at any time. He hadn't really become a holy light hunter or a ranger hunter yet. He was simply torn between choosing holy light or arcana. But when he next dealt with the witch, Clint quickly made a decision. He chose the holy light and became another holy light hunter in Winter City. The reason is very simple. Because the holy light has a very obvious restraint effect on the black witches. Clint, who mastered the holy light, easily killed Muriel, a high-level black witch who would have caused a lot of trouble to the town and the brothers and sisters. All the children who were successfully captured were rescued, and the whole story ended just as it began. There is no way. With David beside him, a man who knows the plot and is extremely powerful, Clint himself also has good combat power. And Gretel, who has been trained by him, is stronger than herself in the original plot. With such a combination, it is impossible for such a combination to fight several times over and over again, like the original plot, when the enemy is clear. The three people directly killed the witch's lair and completed the achievement of quick clearance. In addition to being able to target the Black Witch, the fundamental reason why Clint finally chose the Holy Light, he is working under the Lord of the Holy Light. And it is obvious that choosing the Holy Light is the most correct choice. I hope that the Great Majesty Glamorgan will think of me more when good things happen in the future. And he should find someone else for this kind of experiment next time.
Everything is done. Can you go back?
Clint was very excited. He completed the commission as quickly as possible, and wanted to go back to see his family as soon as possible. After all, he has not seen his wife and children for more than 20 years. Chapter 464, The Abandoned Pink Hair.
This is Winter City?
Gretel's mouth was wide open, and her eyes were wide-eyed. Her originally broad-shouldered and long-legged female warrior aura was gone at this moment. Although he has accepted the fact that his brother is actually from another world. And the David he just met is a king and a god. But these things sounded too unreal, giving people a sense of unreality. Although she was also shocked, she was not as amazed as Clint's use of the power of the Holy Light. It's different now. Winter City is here. Through the beautiful and clean glass windows, Gretel could clearly see the extremely tall and spectacular Winter Castle not far away, the wide and clean roads, and the pedestrians wearing beautiful clothes. The impact of these pictures is infinitely stronger than words. Times. Especially the residents living in Winter City. Everyone is clean, and wears clean and beautiful clothes. In Gretel's opinion, even the so-called noble princes of her own world are not as good as the ordinary people here in Winter City.
Yes, this is Winter City.
The moment Clint returned to Winter City, he felt as if something had changed in his body. But after careful inspection, nothing unusual was found. To be on the safe side, he decided to ask David. After David heard Clint's question, he immediately looked at Clint carefully.
Oh, don't worry. You just changed back to yourself.
This sounded a bit convoluted, but after Clint thought about it for a few seconds, he understood what it meant.
So, I'm not Hansel anymore. Hansel will always be a part of you, and it can't be changed.
In David's view, Hansel has become an important part of Clint's life, and it will not change just because he becomes a Graham. Lint. Hansel no longer exists. Although the past is past, it has become an established fact and will not change.
But in this case, am I going back to my old self?
Clint touched his face. If he lost his young body, he would be in serious trouble this time. As for the Holy Light, you can still learn Holy Light by staying in Winter City. It just takes a little more time. And it definitely doesn't take more than 20 years.
Blood loss.
Gretel was still looking at the city scenery outside the window in surprise, while Clint looked in the mirror and expressed that he had suffered a terrible loss this time. David looked at the timer he had left there before leaving.
Exactly 24 hours?
In the past, when a world was connected to Brenia, from the moment the connection was made, the time flow rate on both sides was equal. For this reason, David either missed this or that. He thought more than once, it would be great if the time flow was staggered, so that he could perfectly travel to various worlds and experience various plots. Now it seems that when going to the new world, the flow of time is not the same as that of Brenia. He has been in the world of witch hunters for several days, and only 24 hours have passed here. But now that the two sides have established a stable connection, David can go to that world at any time. At this time, the time flow speed of the two sides has become equal. Right? David casually picked up a timer, briefly disguised himself, opened a golden portal, and threw the disguised timer through it. After closing the portal, set a reminder function on the multifunction tool to remind yourself to get the timer back in 24 hours. After doing this, David looked at Clint again.
If you are still worried about your body, just use a tube of strengthening potion. I may need more than one tube.
Clint put down the mirror. He had mastered the holy light. He would definitely not be able to just hang out as an archery instructor in the future. And after experiencing the feeling of being strong again, he felt very uncomfortable with the gradual decline of his physical fitness. Who wants to watch themselves grow older day by day when they can live many more years in good health? Is your health getting worse? Until I get so old that I have trouble even getting out of bed. Although he can wait for David to implement quality enhancement throughout the Winter Kingdom. No one knows how long it will take. When that time comes, I am afraid that I will become a marginalized person and will not be able to provide good enough living conditions for my family. So, just order it. Just join the Knights of Winter or the Intelligence Department and become an archery instructor as a side job. But he is not in a hurry to strengthen it now. There is still something to do before that.
Gretel, let me take you to meet my family.
Gretel, who was standing by the window looking out, followed Clint's greeting. Perhaps out of concern for David, Gretel began to complain after the two of them left the house.
Not only have you become a family, you even have many children. You look like a stranger now. This feeling is really disturbing.
Too strange. There are many strange things in Winter City. You will get used to it after living there for a long time.
Listening to the footsteps of the two people walking away, David used the communication device to send messages to several people, telling them that he was back. As soon as the message was sent, Sophia's communication request came over. After the connection, Sophia's holographic image appeared on David's palm.
Come back so soon? Didn't things go smoothly? No. Everything went smoothly. And we successfully connected to a new world.
He briefly explained that he came back so quickly because of the speed of time. At this time, Eva, Helen and even Gwen sent communication requests one after another. So the holographic image in front of David turned into several people. And the group chat mode was started. This is more convenient. You don't need to say the same words over and over again. However, when he said that Clint was born into that world more than 20 years earlier than him and started a new life as a child, the people across from him were speechless for a while. After David and Clint set off, these people all considered asking David to take them to other worlds later if everything goes well. After hearing this situation, the women lost interest instantly. They just wanted to go out for a short relaxing vacation. But they never thought about experiencing a new life. The same one they had in their 20s or 30s.
There are other ways to locate it. Or I can wait until I have established a stable connection between the new world and Winter City before taking you there to play.
After hearing that there was a solution, the girls became interested again. But they couldn't think of where they wanted to go in a short period of time. After chatting for a while, the women hung up the communication one after another. To them, there was no difference between David and David never leaving. So naturally they didn't have that much to talk about. If they wanted to spend more time with David, they would naturally come to him. There was no need to use the communicator to chat non-stop. After the matter was explained, David also walked out of the suite, ready to find a place to kill time.
I wonder if Bruce is staying in that coffee shop again.
If Bruce is there, we can just talk about this new ability and how to make the most of it. David hasn't thought about it yet. So I believe Bruce can give some appropriate suggestions. Before he walked out of the door of the Winter Hotel, David saw Michael Brown walking towards him.
His Majesty, you want to see me if you have something to do?
Yes. Seeing this, David gave up his original idea of going to find Bruce. He turned around and led Michael back to the Winter Hotel. I found a secluded booth in the family tea room. The Winter Hotel also has an area dedicated to drinking tea and chatting. After ordering some snacks and tea, David directly signaled to Mihai that you're welcome and just sit down and chat. Michael was a very smart man, and he could tell that David didn't care about those complicated etiquettes. So he didn't show any politeness and sat down neatly, including the snacks and tea brought by the waiter. He was not polite.
Is there something going on with Sherry?
David blew on the hot tea, watched the heat being blown away in front of him, and took a sip of the scalding hot tea.
Yes, there is something wrong with Shirley's body. It seems to be a terminal illness that cannot be cured by us.
David's previous order to Mikhail was to help him keep an eye on Shirley. So when Mihai suddenly came to David, there was a high probability that Shirley was exposed. David estimated that Shirley Liu's physical condition meant that the plot had entered a later stage. And those who were playing tricks were no longer prepared to continue pretending to be dead and wanted to stand at the forefront. Shirley, the experimental subject, has also been completely abandoned by them. David has little interest in the conspiracy of the Galaxy Ship Group, and has never considered letting Winter City join the decisive battle with the Galaxy Ship Group. What he was thinking was simple. Shirley doesn't want it anymore. Right? Then I picked it up. As for the decisive battle, if there is one less person to butt the protagonist, will it lead to a serious deviation in the direction? David is not worried about this at all. The real key figure is Lan Wally. As long as she is fine, humans and Vidra will still understand each other, and then join forces to deal with the group of conspirators in the Galaxy Fleet. The so-called conspirators are only threatening when they are hiding in the dark. Once they stand in the sun, their complete destruction is not far away.
Where is Shirley now? In Winter City. Have you brought her here?
Yes.
Mikhail explained that Shirley Liu's physical condition was too bad, and there was no place to go. Mikhail could only take Shirley Liu to Winter City, and ask the priest of the Holy Light Cathedral to help stabilize Shirley Liu's physical condition.
At the Cathedral of the Holy Light.
After David heard this, he was not in a hurry to see Shirley. With Liadrin sitting in the cathedral, Lila's health would not continue to deteriorate. He began to think seriously. What could Winter City get from Lila? David valued Shirley not because of her looks, figure and singing skills, but because of the Vidra bacteria in her body. Chapter 465. The era of great time travel begins. So thin. Still sipping the coffee, David put a piece of cake into his mouth with a fork. After chewing it carefully a few times, David let the sweet taste stay on his tongue for a while before swallowing the small mouthful of cake.
I have to say, the pastries in this shop taste good.
Winter City is now developing better and better, and the civilians who were initially tricked by him into coming here feel satisfied that they have food to eat and a place to live. Nowadays, with the rapid development of Winter City, the lives of residents are getting better and better. Various shops have been opened one after another, and the types are no longer limited to simple food and clothing. For example, Bruce's favorite place is Green's Coffee House. In addition to coffee and tea, a variety of snacks are also very popular among guests. As for where does coffee come from? Ever since he discovered that the land around Winter City could bear fruit no matter what he planted. Maggie's father, Herschel Green, planted some coffee trees in the fields he cultivated. The seeds were poison. Occasionally he continued to work as a purchasing agent, but at first, she just wanted to drink it by herself. Later, Maggie saw that Winter City was developing better and better, so she wanted to open a coffee shop. Therefore, Maggie's Green Coffee House is the earliest coffee shop in Winter City. From the initial support of acquaintances to the bustling business now, it can be seen as a witness to the changes of the people of Winter City. In addition, because of the unique situation of Winter City, this coffee shop also offers tea. However, the teas on the market were not as good as the top quality ones David had in his own hands. So he ordered a cup of coffee instead of tea. Very ordinary coffee. But compared to instant coffee, the aroma is much more mellow. After taking another sip, David looked across at Bruce, who was frowning and thinking. He had already told him about his new ability, and Bruce was thinking about how to use this new ability. David was very curious about what kind of advice he would give. But looking at this attitude, could it be possible that he would need to think about it for a few more days?
After you establish contact with the new world, besides being able to travel freely between the two worlds, are there any other benefits? What do you mean? For example, you can use this connection to absorb the power of other worlds to strengthen yourself.
Bruce gave a more clear example.
Just like you absorbed Tiamat's power before.
Since David is essentially a Protoss Titan born from a living planet, can he absorb the power of that planet to continue to grow when connected to a new living planet? Considering that the first power David gained was the holy light from the world of Azeroth, he felt that this was the real reason why David had become so powerful in just a few years. Therefore, for David, visitors from another world are not the real focus. The focus is on the world behind these people.
I really haven't thought about it.
After listening to Bruce's analysis, David agreed with the other party's guess.
In other words, the more worlds I connect to, the stronger I can become even if I don't do anything? That should be the case. Otherwise the speed of your strength improvement would be too ridiculous.
Bruce asked David, and David said that his strength has been growing steadily, and he has never fallen into any bottleneck. Because he lacks a strong enough opponent. He doesn't even know how strong he is now. But one thing is for sure. David can now easily unleash the various ultimate moves that made him feel weak. After such sorting, David completely understood what his golden finger was about, in addition to receiving rewards from visitors from other worlds. The world behind these people was also a reward. These worlds will be like living planets to the Protoss, providing energy for him to grow. The more people come and the more worlds are connected, the faster David will grow.
No wonder my strength is rolling upward after a few people come.
After all, the efficiency of supplying energy to one world is much worse than supplying energy to several worlds at the same time. Thinking of this, David suddenly felt something in his heart, worried that the old bat opposite him would suddenly attack him. To some extent, it seems that I threaten the other person's world.
Don't worry. Your behavior of absorbing power from multiple worlds to strengthen yourself should not cause damage to the original world.
Batman was as steady as a rock. The expression on his face did not change much. He picked up the coffee and sipped it gently mouth.
According to the information I know, the Protoss Titans in the world of Azeroth are not hostile to you. In addition, the world of Tony and Steve gave birth to the god group Tiamat from just one Earth.
If you don't consider that Tiamat can tear the Earth into pieces when he is born. Even if Tiamat is born successfully, the Earth still has sufficient energy to maintain the stability of its own situation. It can be said that the energy of the living planet itself is very huge. Otherwise the Socken people would not specially select the living planet that can breed the Protoss to cause trouble. Therefore, even if David can draw power from other worlds to strengthen himself, he will not cause irreparable huge harm to those worlds. It can even be considered that the small amount of energy that David extracted is not worth mentioning in this world.
Fortunately, I was worried that you would suddenly fall out. I have passed the age of impulsiveness. Even if it really threatens my world, I will not fall out with you here.
Bruce drank the last sip of coffee.
I will secretly contact other people in various worlds to form a let's work together with the Alliance to deal with you. The big devil who has invaded the multiverse. Back to business.
After hearing Bruce's turn of phrase, David remembered that he was looking for Bruce to discuss how to maximize the use of his new abilities. And he was almost led astray.
Based on the above speculations, the easiest way for you is to continuously connect to new worlds.
Compared with passively waiting at the beginning, David now finally has the ability to take the initiative.
Absorb the world. The energy of all realms continues to improve itself. Until I make sure first. Are you considered a complete Brinia now? What's the meaning? Does your complete body need time to slowly brew and grow like Azeroth and Tiamat? It was only because of the various means of the Sarkans that you were forced to wake up early. You mean this? From this aspect, I am indeed not a complete Brinia.
The Sarkans extracted a large amount of energy from Brinia and also developed an artificial Protoss project. There is also a continent of Unila made by the Sarkans on the other side of Brinia. And there is also an energy protective layer outside Brinia. None of this energy has been reclaimed by David. So he is not complete now. Speaking of the Socken people, David suddenly realized something. His golden fingers seemed to be a mixture of various Socken techniques. Therefore, the Sarkans used various means to deal with Brinia, forcing Brinia to find a way to counterattack, no matter what his specific situation was. The specific countermeasures were obtained from the Sarkans. Connecting to other worlds. Strengthening oneself through the power of other worlds. Including the original design that must be widely recognized to be upgraded. Is simply a Goldfinger version of the artificial Protoss plan. If you think about it this way, the Sarkin people's artificial Protoss plan should be said to have achieved great success in a certain respect. David, that's the finished product.
In short, if you connect more worlds, you can become a perfect body faster.
Bruce is a little curious. After David grows into a perfect body, will he not need to absorb power from other worlds? Or can you freely control which world you absorb from? The specific situation must be answered at that time. But based on Bruce's understanding of David, he is not the kind of person who can kill innocent lives on a planet and will just to make himself stronger.
So Winter City has opened an era of time travel. And anyone who is interested can go to a new world and experience a new life? I think more people would choose to give you a hair or blood sample. This time-traveling ability must be activated by David. He has no choice but to send a group of people to different worlds with a wave of his hand. You have to go from world to world and establish connections in person. Oh! It would be great if I could throw people to other worlds with a wave of my hand and help me establish a connection. Maybe later. Hopefully.
After David and Bruce finished chatting, they were not ready to stay here and disturb each other. They got up and walked out of the coffee shop and walked along the sidewalk towards Winter Castle. Because the new Winter Castle is particularly tall. It has once again become the most conspicuous building in the much expanded Winter City. No matter where you are in the city, you don't have to worry about not finding the Winter Castle. Pedestrians around him would greet David with a smile when they saw him. Because David often wanders around the city. The residents see him many times. And it is impossible to salute him every time. Therefore, in the Winter Kingdom, except for some formal occasions, important ceremonies, official meetings, etc., all kinds of etiquette that can be omitted have been omitted. David didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Being able to see the sincere smiles of the people gave him a much greater sense of accomplishment than a large group of people kneeling on the ground. After all, if he wanted to see the scene like that later, he only needed to run to a hostile country and cast a spell. Walking along the road back to the gate of Winter Fortress, David looked at the Winter Fortress, which was basically completed on the outside, and was seizing the time to renovate the interior. The more he looked at it, the rarer it became, and he couldn't wait to move in as soon as possible.
There is no need to rush. Just wait a few months.
Just as he was thinking this, David took a look around, and happened to see Gwen, Sophia, and Shirley Lou coming out of the Cathedral of the Holy Light, chatting and walking away. Chapter 466 Next Destination. David watched the women go away, and gradually blended into the crowd. He was curious about what they were going to do, but he didn't go up to it directly. He could just ask Gwen or Sophia at night. As for why Gwen always becomes friends with new people who come to Winter City, David only recently figured it out. He had always been curious about what kind of reward he had given to Gwen. And now he finally knew. It was not a very direct reward that would not increase David's physical fitness or mental strength, but a special temperament that could make strangers like you at first sight. If you think about it carefully, Gwen is such a girl. Almost no one dislikes her. Even if Gwen took the lead and captured David before Eva. Eva never expressed dissatisfaction with Gwen. In the subsequent interactions, everyone in Winter City liked Gwen. And no one disliked this enthusiastic, smart, and kind-hearted girl. Going further, even people who are not Spider-Man fans like Gwen very much. Which makes Spider-Gwen extremely popular from the day she was born. The reward David received should not have such a strong effect. But it suited him very well. Strangers from all over the world will constantly appear in his territory, with a good-looking face that is just enough. Coupled with this special temperament, the newcomers can lower their guard and be willing to listen to David's explanations of various things. Condition. Now that David has the ability to travel to other worlds, this special temperament may bring him more benefits, because traveling to a strange new world means coming into contact with many strangers. Being able to make a great first impression on strangers will make it much easier for David to do whatever he wants to do next. Thinking of what Bruce had said to himself before, a question arose: what should we do next? The development of Winter City has stabilized, and the army is still mopping up the remnants of the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt. It will not be possible to open a new battlefield for a while, apart from staying at home and watching the territory develop. There wasn't much he could do to study. Looking at it now, it is a good choice to go to other worlds to play.
Hey David, are you looking at your new home here? Oh, Leon!
David glanced at the person next to him, who was greeting him. It was Leon, who he rarely saw recently.
It's not easy to see you in Winter City. I don't have to look at your new department. I'm on vacation recently.
When the new department was established and started to operate, Leon had to guard the new department and personally check everything to ensure that everything was normal. After a period of operation, the new organization was on the right track, and he no longer needed to keep an eye on it. After finally having a vacation, he decided to come to Winter City to visit. As soon as I came here, I found that Winter City had changed a lot. Although I heard about the various changes in Winter City from Chris and Jill, they were not as shocking as seeing them in person. This new Winter Castle was so spectacular. It was simply a super enhanced version of that palace, compared with the original Fort Glamorgan, which was not painted with white paint. This time Winter Fort directly chose white as the main color. After standing there and chatting with Leon for a while, David learned that Jill had recently left Winter City and returned to the BSA, because the BSA had found information about Westgear and was planning an arrest operation together.
Arrest? It's okay to kill him.
Leon knew what David wanted to say. After coming to Winter City and living for a while, Leon had already mastered the information about his world. He knew how dangerous Westgear was. And he also knew that in the original story, Jill's disappearance during this operation was directly judged as a sacrifice. However, That's because Chris and Jill in the original plot are just ordinary people. And they have no power to fight back against the Superman Wesker, who has been strengthened by a virus. It's different now. Chris has also become a Superman. Chris, who has received rigorous training from the Knights of Winter and learned the power of the Holy Light, is now a very authentic paladin. You can tell from his thick arms that Chris is much more authentic than David. It is simply impossible for Wesker to easily defeat the current Chris. Not to mention that Chris has Jill helping him.
Gil has mastered the Holy Light and using strengthening potions. Oh, Wesker is finished.
In this case, the entire plot of Resident Evil 5 will not happen. In addition, after having such a strong leader, can BSAA firmly stick to its heart and continue? Or will he be corrupted faster than in the original plot? From David's personal standpoint, he hopes that the BSAA will corrupt faster so that he can recruit elites like Chris to Winter City.
No more chatting. I'm looking for Shirley. I haven't seen her for a while.
Leon's main purpose for coming here was to see how Shirley was doing. After rescuing Shirley from the laboratory, Shirley stayed in Winter City and never returned to her own world. Leon thought it would be too dangerous for her to go back, so she would just live in Winter City in the future. Claire agreed with this. So Shirley never went back to the Resident Evil world once. And she didn't have much to miss in that world. Shirley now works and lives in Winter City, has made many friends, and is living a very happy life. Such a happy and comfortable life moved Leon's heart. Although he is still very young and has a very bright future, he has already made his own retirement plan. When the time comes, he will come to Winter City to live and retire. I just don't know if that woman will agree to come here to retire with me. Speaking of which, he had already prepared a place for her. But as a result, this woman was so busy that she was nowhere to be seen, which really gave him a huge headache. It would be great if Shirley could save him from worry. After David left in Lyon, he walked back to the Winter Hotel without continuing to look at his new home. As soon as I entered the lobby, I saw John Constantine chatting with Ethan Hunt. At the same time, Squirtle, the first one to arrive, was sitting on the bar and eating snacks happily.
Hi, David.
Ethan saw David earlier than Constantine, who had his back to the door. After saying H, low with a smile, he said to Constantine in front of him,
You don't have to be too polite. If you need help with something, just tell him directly. And if you are willing to help, he will naturally help you.
After saying that, he patted Constantine on the shoulder, waved to Squirtle who wanted to watch the fun, and left first.
I have something else to do, so I'll leave first.
David and Ethan nodded to show they understood, then waved to Squirtle who waved to them, and then stopped in front of Constantine.
You want my help with something?
He heard clearly what Ethan said as he left, and it was obvious that Constantine was in trouble. In David's opinion, the trouble Constantine encountered was most likely the beginning of the plot. As soon as the other party opened his mouth, David realized that he had made a mistake.
You want me to store some holy light in your body? Yes.
Constantine explained that he was an exorcist and often had to deal with various demons that came to the world to do evil. Although he knew many methods, he relied more on foreign objects. Although he learned a lot of knowledge in Winter City, learning quickly does not mean that his strength improves quickly. He now has many methods, but his own strength reserve is seriously insufficient. Arcane energy can be stored and carried through props, arcane spring water, and the holy light needs to be infused by a strong enough holy light user. The strongest user of holy light in Winter City is undoubtedly His Majesty the King. If David can be allowed to instill some holy light in his body, he believes that there is no demon that he cannot deal with.
This is indeed a small favor.
David looked at the savior-like face and thought of where he could go.
Then accordingly, you have to do me a favor.
No problem. One favor for another. Fair trade. Constantine has been wandering around the Winter City for such a period of time, and has already figured out what kind of character David is, and knows that he is not the kind of villain, devil, or villain without integrity or morality. On the contrary, David's moral standard is quite high in his opinion. In some respects, this Lord of Holy Light does live up to the name of the true God. Even if he was a little carefree, he never used any harsh means to force her. Those confidants all stayed with him voluntarily. All things considered, David would not cheat himself. This is an important reason why Constantine directly expressed his acceptance without even asking for specific details.
Let me preface this by saying this could take 20 to 30 years.
Hearing this, Constantine lamented that David's moral standards were indeed high enough. Even when he agreed, he would remind himself that he was lucky enough to know him. At the same time, He was also surprised that what kind of work took so long.
Time? Is it a long-term job? Oh, it's not what you think.
David briefly explained that he had newly gained the ability to travel to the new world. But he just needed to use some people or props to locate it. He hoped to use Constantine to orient himself to a new world. After understanding what was going on, Constantine didn't ask anything.
Can't we use hair or blood to locate the location?
In this case, the other party clearly pointed out that it would take 20 or 30 years. And it was obvious that he wanted to drag him along.
Let me make sure again. No matter how many decades I spend there, it is just one day here. Right. That's right.
Only after David arrives and returns to Brinia, establishing a stable connection between the two worlds, will time begin to synchronize.
No problem. When will we leave? There's no rush today. You can do some preparations first, such as preparing some weapons and equipment and putting them in your personal storage device.
He had asked Clint before that storage devices and other personal belongings would return after gaining autonomy. As for where they were hidden before, Clint didn't know. It just so happened that David could take a closer look. Chapter 467 David is the real savior. The second act of time travel. Positioning equipment John Constantine. Target, the Matrix. When David activated his ability to travel, he tried his best to ensure that the target would not deviate from the direction. He didn't know whether he could control the destination. Maybe he would be able to find out this time. And maybe he would have to test it again to get the conclusion. By the way, he wanted to see if he could choose the time of landing independently. As a result, David successfully arrived at the world he wanted to go to. Because he was in a real world ruled by a mechanical empire. Surrounded by wheat fields were countless human beings who were imprisoned in the virtual world by robots.
I don't know if I arrived earlier than I thought. Or if I arrived at the beginning of the plot like last time?
Transforming into the body of Cybertron, David scanned the surrounding machines and quickly figured out the operating principles of these machines and equipment, especially how to connect to the Matrix world. With David's current fire strength, his Cybertronian body has become stronger by an unknown number of levels. In the Hermit Warrior state, there are also many more spaces for transformation templates, which can transform into more forms. In addition, the technological level of the Machine Empire is not particularly high. If David wanted to, he could even easily hack into the Machine Empire's mainframe and turn the Machine Empire into his own puppet. In fact, this is one of the reasons why he chose this world. The enemy poses no threat, and he can harvest various resources to the maximum extent.
Let's find John first. I wonder how he is doing in the virtual world.
Transformed into a mediocre nutrition cabin and connected to the huge facility, David was not worried that the robot squids would be able to detect abnormalities. As machine guards, these squids have very low intelligence and can only follow basic instructions. David can easily invade and overwrite any command. Even in the eyes of these robot squids, whether they can see David or not is a problem. In fact, after David scanned the entire facility, he could access the Matrix virtual world even without a physical connection. And the Machine Empire could not even detect an intrusion. It's just that his body has no place to go. So transforming into a nutrition cabin is not fundamentally different from finding a comfortable place to lie down. Entering the Matrix, David felt that the green codes in front of him were all green. And he had to use some means to transform them into pictures to make the pictures in his eyes become normal.
It still looks comfortable like this.
Looking at the hurried pedestrians around him, David remembered that after Neo awakened the power of the Savior, everything he saw in the Matrix world was code. Although for these people, corresponding pictures will automatically be generated in their minds after looking at the code for a long time. But there is still a big gap between reading novels and watching movies directly. After standing there and observing for a moment, David wanted to go to the phone booth and call Neo, but he found that he could do whatever he wanted in the virtual world. What call? There was no need at all. He only needed a thought to dial Neo's landline. And he didn't even need Neo to answer the phone, or open Neo's computer and leave him a message on it. After a little observation, because everyone in this world is a piece of code, or a set of programs, David can find the location of John Constantine very accurately. Oh, in this world, his name should be Thomas Anderson. By the way, you can also check out various information about Thomas Anderson, including a complete growth record. David flipped through it and found that after John Constantine came to this world, he did not do anything earth-shattering. He grew up like an ordinary person and then became a white-collar worker in a software company. I don't know if it's because of his destiny. So Constantine became a network hacker. codename Neo, as in the original plot. According to the records in Neo's computer, David can basically determine that this is basically the period when the plot has just begun, or is about to begin. This seems to prove that one of his attempts has failed.
It seems that we are not able to freely decide the landing time for the time being.
While thinking this, David dialed Constantine's number and connected him before the other party reached out to pick up the phone.
John!
David? Constantine was stunned for 2 seconds, as if to make sure he was not hallucinating.
Damn bastard. You are finally willing to show up. I'm glad you didn't lose yourself in this virtual world. What did you say? Virtual world? Let's talk when we meet.
After making an appointment to meet at a meeting place, David arrived at this inconspicuous street cafe first and changed a few banknotes into his hand. In this virtual world, David, the intruder, does not need to abide by the rules of the virtual world at all. He has extremely high authority and is countless times more powerful than the complete Neo and Virus Smith. Even if you want to modify everything about the strangers around you, whether it's body, mind, or anything else, it's just a matter of thought.
An unexpected test.
Fortunately, David was determined and did not lose his mind by this illusory power. Nor did he do whatever he wanted because of his unfettered power, and continued to act according to his usual habits. Unfortunately, even if David felt that he had successfully resisted external temptations and stuck to his heart, there was no magical epiphany or some special reminder. Only John Constantine's slightly complaining voice appeared in his ears.
You finally showed up. You know, I doubted more than once that I was just Thomas Anderson. Everything I had, John Constantine, and so on were just my imagination.
Even with the magical storage equipment, he suspected that he was actually suffering from schizophrenia and paranoia, and even considered seeing a doctor.
I warned you. I know.
John Constantine threw away his hand in frustration, and hurriedly asked another question.
After I came here, neither arcane energy nor elemental energy could be sensed. Even before setting off, I can't even feel the specially poured holy light. What's going on? Because this one is not your real body right now.
David found that he had made a mistake. Visitors from other worlds in Winter City would more or less come into contact with some special intelligence information after coming to Winter City. Some people who react quickly will follow this information. Clues to find your true identity. It can be said that as long as they stay in Winter City for a period of time, all of these guys are prophets who are familiar with the development of the plot. Some people will also follow this clue to find more related works, whether they are serious or not. As a result, John Constantine was obsessed with various mysterious powers and did not check his true origin. Didn't you learn more about other related worlds? Also, Clint can think that the influence of that film is too low. But is there no The Matrix movie in Constantine's world? Or is this guy obsessed with exorcism and not in the mood to watch movies? No matter what the reason was, it was established that Constantine didn't know the plot. So David had to spend some time talking about the situation in the world and the general trend that would happen next. When David finished speaking, John Constantine's expression became extremely wonderful.
Matrix? Matrix? Virtual world? Machine Empire?
Then he pointed at himself.
Savior? That's it.
David ordered a third cup of coffee. He talked too much and needed coffee to soothe his throat. Although he didn't actually need it. Life must maintain a sense of ritual. Otherwise there would be no fun.
Also, any questions? Mr. Anderson? You chose me because you actually took a fancy to the group of survivors in Zion. Right. And these people trapped in the virtual world.
Constantine is a very smart person. After mastering all the information, he immediately figured it out. Why did David choose him to come to this world?
In addition, although the Earth in the real world has been devastated by war, various resources are still there, which is equivalent to gaining the entire Earth.
As for the Machine Empire, it is not an enemy at all to Winter City. The two sides are not at the same technological level. Winter City has 10,000 ways to make the Machine Empire kneel down and beg for mercy.
That's it.
David nodded. He didn't specifically explain that even if he didn't take anything, just connecting the two worlds would still be of huge benefit to him. He chose this place mainly for the population and resources. Yes, there is nothing to admit.
So, you want me to contact Morpheus, then break away from the virtual world, go to Zion, and persuade the people there to join Winter City?
Constantine found this task a bit troublesome. Although he felt that his eloquence was not bad. It is not an easy task to convince so many people to change their lives in another world.
Actually, it's not that complicated.
David shook his finger gently.
When I came to bring this world, the outcome was already determined.
The machine empire poses no threat to him. And the agents in the virtual world pose no threat to him. As for the humans of Zion, it's not that David looked down on them. But those few crooked melons and cracked dates really had no importance in David's heart. In a way, it should be them begging David to save them, rather than David running to his knees and begging, "Sir, let me save you." Otherwise, it would be ridiculous to invite the elders back to Winter City, and then backhand that these people would form a parliament to overthrow King David. After listening to David's statement, Constantine finally understood that his mission had actually been completed. All David asked him to do was to locate the world. As for traveling to the real world, contacting the surviving humans in this world, and destroying the machine empire, Constantine is not needed for these.
It sounds like you are more of a savior of this world than Neo. Neo was not the savior originally.
David raised his head slightly.
I am the savior of this world.
Chapter 468, Population Bomb. Neo and Zion are just plans used by the machine empire to improve itself. The savior and so on are just one scene after another of the drama directed by the machine empire. According to what is shown in the movie, Smith is more worthy of the title of savior than Neo, because his existence directly threatened the foundation of the machine empire. And then, he was killed by Neo. In comparison, David can completely eliminate the machine empire, not only freeing those in Zion from the threat from the machines, but also saving countless humans who are soaked in nutrition cabins like crops.
Are you going to bring so many people to Winter City?
If successful, Winter City's labor force will explode. Even if the machine empire does not plant billions of humans, the actual number of humans is still an astonishing number. When Constantine thought of this, he could understand why David chose this world. For a king, hundreds of millions of people and resources are almost free of charge. There is no reason to give up. He casually lit a cigarette. And knowing that this was a virtual world, Constantine completely let himself go. Originally he couldn't feel the holy light, and he was worried about making the same mistake again. But now that he knows the truth, he can't stop smoking one cigarette at a time.
I don't think all humans here can accept the fact that this is a virtual world.
David doesn't think everyone will leave this virtual world willingly, especially those who have a certain status or have accumulated a certain amount of wealth. They have a stable life here and have no reason to leave. So what if it's a virtual world? Isn't a life spent in a virtual world a life?
However, even if only a small number of people choose to go to reality, it is still a shocking number. There will definitely not be only a small part. I even think that most of them will choose to go to the real world.
Constantine expressed his opinion. It is not ruled out that some people want to return to the virtual world after seeing the cruelty of the real world. However, David plans to move people to Winter City, not to stay in the real world after being destroyed by the machine empire. As long as Winter City can provide a living environment similar to that in the virtual world, the probability of them returning to the virtual world is still relatively low.
Then what are we going to do now? Go back to Winter City directly.
After chatting for a while, drinking a few cups of coffee, and smoking out a pack of cigarettes, Constantine wondered what they were still doing here. David's goal is only this world, and he has no interest in accompanying the machine empire to perform the great drama called Savior. As for dealing with the machine empire, it is not difficult for David at all. It seems that after successfully establishing a connection between the two worlds, he can return to Winter City. Oh, yes, he has to get his body back first. Now this body is just a string of codes.
Before you go back, you need to do something.
David touched his chin and looked at Constantine opposite.
It suddenly occurred to me that there is one more thing you can do. What's the matter? Get Trinity. What do you mean you want me to take down Trinity? Is that what I mean? Yes.
Constantine smiled disdainfully.
Do you think I, John Constantine, am such a casual person? Do I need to pay more? That's right.
The price is easy to negotiate. Winter City has a lot of things or knowledge that Constantine is interested in. Anything can satisfy Constantine's appetite. As for David's sudden thought of Trinity, it was because he thought that the world's population was so huge that he could not liberate everyone in one go. They must be rescued in batches. And the humans who have just been released from the nutrition cabin need a period of recovery before they can move freely. Which means that there must be a person in charge here. It is naturally the easiest to send someone from Winter City, but it is not as convenient as the natives of this world. After Clint took Gretel to Winter City, and the two worlds established a stable connection, David discovered that Gretel like a visitor from another world. He has the ability to travel between the two worlds freely. It doesn't sound strange, After all, there are already many people in Winter City who have the ability to travel between Brunia and another world freely. But there is one particularly crucial point. Those who can currently travel freely between the two worlds in Winter City have all acquired the ability to travel to Winter City, whether they are visitors from another world, or they have been granted this ability by David later. For example, Tony Stark can go to Winterfell and return to the Marvel Universe where he originally lived. If they want to go to other worlds, they need the help of the corresponding person or David to guide them there. They can't go there by themselves. In other words, no one in Winter City except David can freely travel to the Matrix world. If you want to establish a connection with the Matrix world and frequently migrate people between the two worlds, it is best to find someone who can freely travel between the two worlds to take charge of this work. Because of this special positioning, John Constantine was able to gain the ability to freely come to this world after returning to Winter City. But he could not squat here honestly and help Winter City move the population back and forth. As the Winter King, David cannot just focus on one world, even if that world has a very large population. The simplest way is to find a suitable native of this world and win him over to join Winter City. As a time traveler who knows the plot, one of his major advantages is his understanding of the characters' personalities. David doesn't have to worry about trusting someone else. In the original plot, both Morpheus and Trinity have high enough moral standards, and someone who is truly willing to sacrifice himself for the survival of humanity. Neo, who transformed into Constantine, approached the two of them and offered to save humanity all over the world. The two had no reason to refuse.
Why don't you just go find them yourself? I'll be there.
Although it was decided to let Constantine hook up with Trinity, David would not hide aside and watch the excitement. He would personally contact Trinity and Morpheus. As for whether David, who has the body of Cybertron, will be misunderstood by Morpheus and regarded as a trap set by Matrix agents to capture him, he has many ways to prove. You are overthinking. It doesn't take any scheming to kill you. Faced with the absolute power gap, Morpheus will definitely listen to him honestly, instructing Constantine to continue waiting for Morpheus's recruitment. David left alone to see if he could search for the location of Morpheus or someone under his command. As a result of this investigation, he actually found one. Seve, that is, the traitor in the protagonist group in the first film. The guy who indirectly and directly killed half of his teammates.
Is this guy negotiating with Matrix agents?
David didn't pay too much attention to this guy, but continued to search the world for other team members. Unfortunately, we could not find any members of the protagonist group except Seve. It seems that everyone except Seve is in the real world. David is not in a hurry. According to the plot, Morpheus has already targeted Neo, who is Constantine. For anyone who has doubts about the authenticity of the world, Morpheus and the others will first follow and observe them to make sure it is not a trap before contacting them and giving them a chance to choose. Choose the strawberry flavor, and you can see the real person. World, choose blueberry flavor. Go home and continue to sleep. Therefore, Morpheus's men should appear near Neo in turn. As long as he waits patiently, he will see one of them soon. This was exactly the case. David didn't wait long before he noticed Trinity's appearance.
Has the plot started at this location?
Using his teleportation ability to quickly arrive at his destination, David looked around the deserted neighborhood. He didn't see a large number of police officers or Matrix agents for the time being. It seemed that he still had some time to say hello to Trinity. Stepping up and walking into this abandoned building, David walked all the way to room 303, and suddenly stopped when he was about to open the door.
I mean no harm, so please don't shoot.
There was no response from the room.
I'll take it as your consent.
He opened the door and stepped in. Almost as soon as David stepped into the room, the cold muzzle of the gun was already pressed against his head. Normal people would be too frightened to move when encountering this kind of situation, for fear that their lives would be lost if the person behind them shook their hands. But David is not a normal person, even if the huge holy light in his body is ignored. With his current physical strength, such an ordinary small pistol cannot hurt him. Therefore, his movements were very smooth, and he did not pause at all after entering the door. He simply walked around as if he had returned to his own home, and carefully looked at the small room. In addition to chairs, tables, wired landline phones, and notebooks at work computer, there was also the woman in black leather clothing, pointing a pistol at herself.
Who are you?
David's actions gave Trinity a bad feeling. She contacted her teammates on the ship through her mobile phone and wanted to ask what the situation was now. Has her whereabouts been exposed? But the question from her phone made her even more confused.
What's wrong? What happened? I've been spotted. Are you sure the retreat route is safe? The route is safe. I haven't found anything unusual here. There is no one around you. There's no one?
Trinity looked at David, who was clearly standing in front of her.
Are you sure? I am very sure.
David did not interrupt the communication between Trinity and his teammates, but just followed the signal to find the location of the Nebuchadnezzar. If David wanted to, he could perform a real
follow the network cable and beat you up.
At this moment, he felt that a large number of people were gathering here, so he kindly reminded Trinity on the opposite side.
Friendly reminder. Your safe evacuation route is about to expire.
Chapter 469, Famous Hustler. David's reminder made Trinity frown slightly. Out of caution, she slowly moved to the phone and picked up the receiver. After confirming that the phone line had been cut off, Trinity immediately dropped the phone, picked up her cell phone and contacted her teammates to ask where the nearest evacuation location was. In the Matrix world, those who have escaped the virtual world and reinvaded the Matrix must use wired phones if they want to leave the virtual world. Cell phones can only be used for contact and location, and cannot allow them to leave the Matrix and return to their bodies. In addition, if you die in the Matrix, you will also be brain dead in the real world. The only exception is Neo, the savior. Just like what the prophet said to Neo in the original plot. You can't be a savior in this life. Let's do it in the next life. Therefore, if Neo wants to become a true savior, he must die once. It can be understood as a major version update. The old version must be completely uninstalled before the new version can be installed. And then the savior's permissions can be obtained.
Who are you?
Trinity asked after finding the nearest evacuation location and looked at David strangely. She had put away the pistol, and in just a few words of exchange, Trinity had realized that this young man was not an enemy, but more like a friendly force who came to remind her. Could it be people from other ships? But I have never seen this person before. If it's a friendly force, wouldn't it be nice to say hello in advance and explain your identity? Why do you look so nagging? David's posture reminded her of Morpheus and the prophet.
Now doesn't seem to be the right time to discuss this issue. Let's talk about it next time we meet.
David waved his hand to Trinity, as if saying goodbye to a friend. Trinity also knew that now was not the right time, so she directly asked the important point.
How to contact me. Next time you come in. I'm going to find your teammates, who didn't tell you ahead of time when you came in.
The words were not long, but they revealed disturbing information. Trinity's face turned very ugly, but she did not continue to ask. She nodded coldly and rushed out of the room, and went straight to the top floor to leave the building. The downstairs was already full of police. David glanced through the window, and saw that the police below were setting up defense lines and arranging manpower to enter the building to arrest people. As for those Matrix agents in black, they haven't arrived yet. David thought about it, and decided not to meet the Matrix agents yet. He wanted to contact Morpheus first, and then decide whether to deal with these agents based on the situation. According to David's plan, if everything goes well, the Matrix virtual world will continue to be maintained, but the owner will change from the Machine Empire to Winter City. David needs to arrange a new supervisor, and the agents, including Smith, will become David's managers in the virtual world. In other words, these agents will soon become his subordinates, although they can be remade. Smith's distinctive features cannot be made just by thinking. As for Smith's wishes, isn't it just a real body so that we can go to the real world? This was not a problem for David. What kind of body do you want? Whatever you ask. Becoming a Cybertronian is a simple matter if Smith wants to. After opening the portal and leaving here, the police who first came to surround Trinity rushed over and found nothing but the laptop left by Trinity. This thing was of no use to the agents, and the police's unauthorized action caused Trinity to notice it in advance and run away, making the agents slightly dissatisfied. However, the accuracy of the intelligence was proven, and the agents immediately began planning the next arrest operation. For example, lead Morpheus out through the young man named Neo, who attracted Morpheus's attention for some unknown reason. At this time, Agent Smith did not know the importance of Neo, and all he could think about was how to catch Morpheus. Trinity, who returned to the Nebuchadnezzar, smiled and chatted with her companions on the ship, celebrating that she once again escaped being rounded up by the agents. Then, while everyone was taking turns on duty, I found the operator tank and asked about the data around me when I was communicating with him.
No one. Are you sure? I am very sure.
Trinity asked herself this at that time, and asked herself again after she came back. Of course Tank could detect the problem.
What happened at that time? Did you see anything? I can't be sure.
Trinity shook her head, turned and left the bridge. As soon as he walked out of the bridge, he saw Morphus, who had been waiting for him for a long time.
Let's talk.
Trinity nodded. She was originally going to have a good talk with Captain Morphus. We walked together to a corner where there was no one else. Trinity carefully made sure that no one was hiding around, and then told Morphus about her encounter with a strange young man. After listening to Trinity's description, Morphus heard that Tank did not see any abnormal data from the monitoring data. These situations made him very concerned.
What do you think?
Trinity not only told her own experience, but also highlighted what David specially reminded her, obviously. The other party was reminding her that there was a traitor on the ship. The reason why he was rounded up was not because the agents happened to find him, but because someone betrayed his whereabouts.
I'm going to meet the young man in person. Isn't it too risky?
Trinity suspected that this might be a trap. Maybe just to trick Morphus.
The other party has not agreed on a time or place to meet with you. This seems to indicate that he can find you no matter where you appear at any time or anywhere.
Morphus's expression was serious, and he realized how serious the problem was when he thought of this.
If the other party is really an agent, then there is no need to play these tricks at all. You can just rush over to me next time I enter the Matrix world and catch me.
Therefore, this is most likely not a trap. So the question is, what kind of existence can do these things in the Matrix world? Is he a prophet? No matter what the situation is, you have to face it. Morphus is not afraid of sacrifice. If he can take the opportunity to find out the opponent's position, then even if he does sacrifice, he will not get nothing. At least it proves that the agents have mastered new technical capabilities and can directly target their invasion matrices, the specific coordinates of people in the world. The next thing his crew members have to do is to bring this information back to Zion to prevent more comrades from dying unprepared.
When to set off? Now!
Morphus was very mobile, and he was not prepared to greet the crew, so that the undercover lurking on the ship would not have the opportunity to leak intelligence information in advance. The young man specifically asked Trinity to deliver this information, which showed that the other party was sure that Trinity was not an undercover agent. In addition, Morphus can also trust Tank and Doze, because they are humans born in Zion, not planted by the Machine Empire. They do not have sockets on their bodies, and do not have the ability to enter the virtual world. So they are also not a traitor. Therefore, Trinity accompanied Morphus into the Matrix world. Tank was responsible for communication and bringing them back, while Doze guarded the bridge and tried not to let others come in and interfere with Morphus and Trinity. After everything was arranged, they laid down on the connecting device and connected the plug. Morphus and Trinity came to the Matrix world again. It is still an abandoned old house, with an old-fashioned telephone placed on the old solid wood desk. Morphus, who was wearing a black leather trench coat and round sunglasses on his nose, looked at Trinity, who was also wearing an all-black leather outfit, and then answered the ringing phone and said,
"We are already in."
After that, hang up the phone.
"What are we going to do next?"
Holding his glasses firmly stuck on the bridge of his nose with his hand, Morphus said that they didn't need to do anything next. Just wait for the mysterious man to appear.
"I'm already here."
Morphus, who originally looked cool and enigmatic, was startled by the voice behind him. Turning around and looking around, I found a young man dressed casually sitting on the empty old sofa. Morphus saw the young man sitting on the sofa and gestured to him to sit down. He suddenly felt that the scene was a bit strange. He usually greeted newcomers like this. Looking at the sofa opposite the young man, Morphus sat down directly, while Trinity walked to the table, guarding the old phone at all times.
"Who are you?" "David Glamorgan."
David introduced himself simply and directly.
"To be honest, I didn't expect to see you so soon."
Morphus. Morphus is not surprised that David knows his identity, and is focused on the more practical question.
"What do you want to do? Save the world."
Morphus was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to answer this sentence. He was silent for a while before asking,
"How to do it?" "It's very simple. Destroy the Machine Empire."
Morphus's mind was a little confused, and he began to suspect that he had made a wrong decision by running in rashly. Although the young man opposite could understand what he said, he couldn't understand what he meant. "Are you serious? Are you still kidding me?" Not to mention Morphus. Trinity next to her couldn't maintain her iceberg face. She didn't suspect that David's mind was abnormal, but that he was talking nonsense to delay time? What conspiracy is actually brewing? I took out my mobile phone to contact the tank and asked about the surrounding situation. After I found that everything was normal, and the phone line was normal, I felt a little relieved. Her movements were not concealed at all. And although Morpheus did not look back, he could hear her clearly. Therefore, the young man opposite was not playing any conspiracy. He was serious about what he said. Chapter 470 The Big Liar Faces a Choice. Morpheus couldn't figure out where this young man named David got the confidence to say this. Who is the other party? After staring for a long time, Morpheus once again asked the classic question.
Who are you? David Glamorgan.
David introduced himself once again, and raised his hand to let Morpheus swallow back the question he was about to blurt out.
King of the Winter Kingdom. Incarnation of Brynja. The Holy Light Lord. Founder of the Justice Avengers of the Multiverse.
After pausing for a few seconds, David added,
There are other scattered titles that I won't mention.
What kind of mess do Morpheus and Trinity look like? I can understand every word this person says, but why is it so difficult to understand when they are put together? Could it be that the other party was speaking some kind of encrypted language? Soon, he realized that he had thought too much, and David's subsequent explanation made him understand that the previous introductions were really literal, and there was no encrypted information.
I come from another world.
David looked at Morpheus, who looked like a magician in the original plot, and was stunned by his own deception. He felt particularly interesting.
After learning about the situation in this world, prepare to save the human beings in this world who are enslaved by machines. Another world? Yes. Have you heard of the parallel universe theory?
The theory of parallel universe is not a rare thing. Basically, as long as it is not a world with an ancient background, it does not require too much effort to explain. Most of the time, the other party will understand it just by saying, parallel universe.
I live in another universe on a planet called Brynja.
Morpheus suddenly felt a headache. Why is this a parallel universe and alien? Moreover, if he was not mistaken, the place where they were talking was the virtual world created by the Machine Empire.
Sorry to interrupt. How did you get into the Matrix? For me, it is not that difficult to invade the virtual world created by the Machine Empire. Brynja has more advanced technical knowledge.
In addition, there are also the special talents of the Cybertronians. But David was not ready to say this yet.
So, you invaded here from the real world? And you made the Machine Empire unable to detect your existence? You erased all traces of yourself?
Morpheus's reaction was always very fast. He immediately thought of the key.
His body is in the real world. Yes.
David looked at Morpheus.
You want to have a face-to-face conversation with me? Until then, I have a few more questions. Please. Why save humanity? Because I'm one of the founders of the Justice Avengers. What's the meaning?
I just heard this title. It sounds like some kind of organization.
This is an organization composed of superheroes living in multiple worlds.
David thought that the background of the Matrix world is modern Earth society, which undoubtedly provided him with convenience.
I don't need to know what a superhero is. Did you explain it? To be honest, what you said is really unbelievable.
David spread his hands, and Morpheus, a great master, almost doubted his life after what he said. This trip was not in vain.
And you never explained how to defeat the Machine Empire. Oh, you want to ask about this?
David suddenly realized.
The reason why I never mentioned this is very simple. For me, destroying the Machine Empire is a very simple matter. No matter from any level.
Although Morpheus was wearing sunglasses, he could not block David's sight. His pupils shrank sharply, and he was frightened by David's words.
You are not the only one who came to this world.
He suspected that David had brought a large army. And if that was the case, he must hurry back to Zion to tell the others the news. If armies from other worlds and other planets really come to Earth, it will not necessarily be a good thing for Zion and the countless humans imprisoned in the Matrix. When Morpheus begins to worry about the future of Earth, David sees through his worries.
Are you worried that I'm actually here to take over the Earth?
Morpheus said nothing, obviously acquiescing to this guess.
In a way, it's not wrong to say that.
David originally wanted to explain a few words, but he soon realized that he wanted the world's resources and the world's population. In a way, he is indeed here to take over the Earth, so he admitted it straightforwardly.
However, being ruled by my Winter Kingdom is better than being trapped in the virtual world like a crop by the Machine Empire? Don't you think so? I don't know.
Morpheus looked at David in front of him, as if he wanted to deduce more information through the changes in David's expression.
Because I have never seen what the Winter Kingdom looks like. This is simple. I can take you to see it.
Morpheus was stunned. He had indeed thought about this possibility, but he didn't expect David to say it so easily.
Any question?
Morpheus looked around.
I mean, if the Machine Empire is defeated by you, Then how will you arrange these humans in the Matrix world? I will continue to maintain the existence of the Matrix world and give everyone the opportunity to choose.
According to David's plan, he will allow humans in this world to freely choose to continue living in the virtual world or go to live in the real world. This decision is not permanent. That is, people who originally decided to continue living in the virtual world can change their minds and return to reality at any time. Similarly, people who choose the real world can return to the virtual world if they regret it. It's just that David will not let new people continue to be added to the virtual world. So under normal circumstances, there will be fewer and fewer humans in the virtual world. After briefly introducing his plan, David also emphasized, because humans who have escaped from the virtual world are too weak and need a period of recovery. And Winter City needs to constantly receive new residents, make various preparations. So humans in the virtual world must be liberated in batches. And it is impossible to release everyone at once. Morpheus listened to David's arrangement and found that the other party was very thoughtful. At least so far. He didn't see anything missing. Everyone has the right to choose. The batch liberation also takes into account the actual situation. It is unrealistic to release all human beings at one time. Not to mention the lack of care. The real world does not have that much material to feed so many people. Then the only question is why Winter City, or Winter Kingdom, is willing to save humans in another world and another planet.
Any country that wants to develop rapidly cannot do without a sufficient population. As a king, I certainly hope that the more people under my governance, the better.
This reason is impeccable, and anyone with a little knowledge of history can understand it. But doesn't His Majesty the King want to bring the people on Earth back to Winter City to be slaves?
Slavery is not practiced in Winterfell.
At this point, Morpheus found that most of his questions had been answered clearly, although many of the answers still sounded incredible. As for the remaining questions, there was only one that he cared about more.
Why me?
With Morpheus's intelligence and reaction speed, he has already figured out a lot of things in the few questions just now. For example, David has the ability to instantly destroy the machine empire, and can easily take over the life and death power of the entire Matrix, and all humans trapped in the virtual world. He wanted to accept these humans, and there was no need to ask people like Morpheus for their opinions. David found Trinity, and told himself so much. Of course, he was not asking for his opinion. The other party was obviously here to recruit him. If what David said before was not half false or exaggerated, Morpheus could even guess what David wanted him to do, to serve as the representative of the Winter Kingdom in this world, to be responsible for awakening humans in the Matrix in batches, and to help these people recover. Things like physical health and adaptation to the real world will be taken care of before being sent to Winter City in batches. So the question is, why yourself?
I believe you sincerely want to save humanity.
To put it bluntly, I believe that the other party's character is trustworthy, that he can see clearly what is right and wrong, and that he has full execution ability. As long as it is proved that Winter City can guarantee the normal life of human beings, there is no need to worry about Morpheus's work efficiency, and the population can be relocated as soon as possible. Get things on track. At this point, the matter can be considered to have come to an end. In other words, the second round of conversations should be conducted in the real world, not in the Matrix. Trinity picked up the phone receiver and tested it to make sure that the retreat line was still safe. She nodded to Morpheus, who looked back at her. Only then did Morpheus put down his last trace of caution, and stood up and walked to the table. When the phone rang and his hand touched the receiver, he suddenly turned back and asked David,
"Who is the traitor?"
Since David can easily enter the Matrix world and erase traces of his existence at will, he can naturally view all records in the Matrix. He will definitely know who the traitor is.
Sev!
Morpheus nodded, and finally said to David,
"See you in the real world."
Then he picked up the receiver and disappeared. There was no agreed time or place to meet with David. If David was really as good as he said, he would naturally be able to find his ship easily. After Morpheus left, Trinity was next, and both returned to the Nebuchadnezzar smoothly. Just when Morpheus was thinking about how to take down the traitor Cypher and how to tell the crew about it, the tank suddenly warned loudly,
"Something is approaching us, and it is very fast. It has arrived."
Boom boom.
Morpheus, open the door.
Chapter 471, Cleaning Out the Traitors. Tank, Doze, Morpheus and Trinity were startled by this sudden change. Tank, who was staring at the surveillance camera, hadn't figured out what was approaching him and the others. The other party had already reached his head and was still there. Knocked hard twice. This strange situation caused several people to fall into a daze. But Morphus was the first to come to his senses.
David? It's me!
Just when Morphus was about to tell David how to get in, he suddenly saw a golden light door flash above his head. And then a figure jumped down from the light door and stood firmly in front of him. After seeing the person clearly, it turned out to be David, who had just left. Morphus couldn't help but took half a step back, looked at David up and down, and found that the other party was wearing the same casual clothes as in the Matrix world. He did not ignore the warning from the tank just now. So how did the other party approach his ship at an alarming speed? Some kind of solo aircraft? Park outside? Also, what technology did he use when he came in just now? Space teleportation? Of course, there is another possibility. That is, he has not returned to the real world and is still in the Matrix. Which is why such outrageous things happen, no matter what was going on. Morphus raised his hand to stop Doze first. The sturdy operator raised a heavy-looking weapon and was aiming at David. If the situation went wrong, he would immediately fire. After seeing Morphus's gesture, Doze relaxed a little, but did not put down his weapon. Because the way this man named David appeared was so weird. And he didn't know this guy at all.
I knew you had a way to find me. But I didn't expect you to come so fast.
Morphus was curious. How did David do it?
If it takes a long time to even travel this small distance, where will the capital come from to come here and save the world? That makes sense.
Morphus nodded. It was normal for David to have such strength. It would be strange if he didn't. As for the method that finally appeared, it should be some kind of space technology.
This is Tank. And this is Doze.
Morphus directly introduced his crew to David.
There are a few others who I will introduce to you later. Do you want to take you to visit my ship? No. I already scanned it just now.
David scanned the Nebuchadnezzar when he saw it. Overall, the technical content of this ship was not high, even without detailed drawings. Just relying on its appearance and various states during flight, Winter the City can easily restore it. The versions produced by Winter City will all be better than the current one, because of the human condition in the real world. These ships are basically made up of various old parts, and the quality is really not that good. Morphus noticed the disgust on David's face and couldn't say anything about it. This is the current situation of mankind, and there is nothing to defend. If it weren't for this, if David, an alien from another universe, wanted to recruit him to save humans on Earth, Morphus would not pay attention at all, and would even try to figure out the alien's true intentions and choose to fight against him. Now, he wants to lead the way for the alien bosses, just so that humans can have a real tomorrow.
Have the traitors been cleared? You came too fast.
Morphus had just woken up and didn't say a word when David arrived. He had no time to deal with the traitor issue. Moreover, his original plan was to find a way to test and confirm whether what David said was true or false.
Understood.
David knew that Morphus wanted to test Seve, so he raised his hand to indicate that you can do whatever you want next. I'm just watching the fun. Morphus nodded and asked Trinity to call everyone on the ship for a meeting. And then, he personally explained the current situation to Tank and Doze. He used the most concise language to let the two operators understand what was going on. As for David's specific identity, he did not introduce it, and would elaborate on it after dealing with the traitor. Although Tank and Doze had many questions, after learning that there were traitors in the team, they knew that now was not the time to ask these questions, and said that they would fully cooperate with Morphus and eliminate the traitors first before talking about anything else. Soon, the traitor Seve, the white-haired girl Suichi, Mouse and others entered the bridge one after another. When these people saw a stranger in the bridge, they were all surprised.
A new person is here?
This idea was suppressed in an instant. Every time you want to accept new people, it is a team action. It is not only necessary to carry out various tasks in the Matrix world, but also to carry out various cooperation in the real world. What's more, the newly liberated people were so weak that they could hardly even open their eyes, let alone stand. The young man in front of him looks very healthy, especially with his thick black hair. He definitely cannot be a newcomer who has just come out of the Matrix world. After a brief observation from the side, everyone noticed that David had no gag on his body, so they guessed that David was from Zion.
What happened?
Seeing that everyone on the ship had come to the bridge, and there were still people suspected to be sent by Zion, Seve had an ominous premonition in his heart. Morphus glanced at Seve and did not reveal his true intentions early. He glanced at all the crew members with a serious expression.
We are facing a huge crisis.
David stood aside, quietly watching Morphus's performance. It must be admitted that Morphus has a huge reputation on this ship. and no one on the crew will question Morphos's judgment and decision. When Morphos announced that Seve was the traitor, almost everyone's first reaction was not to question, but to prepare to subdue the traitor. After Seve found out that he had been exposed, he did not want to get through with sophistry. Instead, he immediately wanted to use force to seize the initiative, such as taking hostages. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong person. After casually picking up a screwdriver, he pounced straight at David. Perhaps in Seve's eyes, David would suddenly appear on this ship specifically to remind Morphos. So this young man is likely to be an important figure in Zion. As long as he could hold this young man hostage, he would have a chance to escape. Dreams are beautiful. Reality is skinny. Although these hackers are all peerless masters in the Matrix world, they have all kinds of fighting techniques at their fingertips, and they can do whatever they want. But in the real world, they are at best relatively strong ordinary people. He can't fly over walls, or jump dozens of meters away with a single jump. Even the various fighting techniques that have been instilled in his mind are difficult to display in reality. And David is a supernatural being who can jump hundreds of meters away in the real world. He can easily subdue these people with just a flick of his finger. But David chose a simpler and cruder way. Take out a gun. With the black gun pointed at his head, Sever calmed down instantly, froze in place, raised his hands obediently, and threw away the screwdriver in his hand.
I can't explain. I am not interested.
Boom! The power of the Holy Light Hunter was too great. So when the watermelon exploded, David used the Holy Light energy to wrap it up to prevent the dirty things from spilling everywhere. At the same time, it is also to avoid damaging this ship, which already has many problems. Putting the Holy Light Hunter away, David nodded to the startled Morphos.
You're welcome.
Morphos had an expression of,
I'm not ready to say thank you.
It was very simple to ask the crew to dispose of the body first. They could just throw it directly into the sewer from the lower hatch. The sewers of this world are full of robots discarding them. Corpse. There. This is the final destination of most Matrix humans. After doing these things, Morphos thought for a while, and then told the crew about David's situation in detail. Although everyone firmly followed Morphos, everyone looked in disbelief when they heard these outrageous words. Morphos also did not say how David would prove the authenticity of these things. That is what David will do next.
Before going back, pick up someone first.
Who?
Neo.
Morphos' eyelids twitched. If David hadn't shown too many irrational abilities before, according to past habits, he would have doubted that everything David did was actually for Neo, the savior of. Just as he was about to ask, David gave an answer that made Morphos feel unbelievable.
I know you want to find Neo and think he will be the savior of mankind.
David was fiddling with some parts on the ship and said something that no one could understand.
This is just a scam by the Machine Empire. Not to mention this, the savior has been transferred to me a long time ago. Transfer? What do you mean? That's right. The Neo in the Matrix world now is actually the person I sent here.
After David glanced at the main food of the people on the ship, a pile of nutritious paste, his face was full of disgust.
So we have to pick him up first and then go to Winter City together.
The next thing to do is clear. Contact Neo and free him from the Matrix world. As for the long physical recovery period, at the same time that Neo's body disconnected from the Matrix and truly woke up, the holy light that David had poured into him began to take effect. In just a moment, his body returned to its healthiest state. Except that the hair on his body has not grown back. His current state is no different from that in Winter City. However, it didn't stop David from taking a few photos. Constantine looked at David speechlessly. He knew that the multifunctional tool in Winter City did not have such an obvious flash when shooting. David obviously did this on purpose.
How does it feel, John? Not very good.
He reached out and touched his head. The unprecedented touch made him feel strange.
It seems that I have to practice seriously at home for a while. Don't worry. You will recover when you return to Winter City.
Referring to Clint's situation. David can be sure of this.
Of course. If you want to shave your head again, I will not object.
Chapter 472 Your Majesty. Please come this way. After parking the Nebuchadnezzar in a secluded corner, David prepared to take everyone on board to Winter City. John Constantine looked at the group of people around him and complained in a low voice to David beside him.
This seems to be different from the original plan?
The previously planned plan was for John Constantine to join Morphos' team as Neo, win Morphos' trust, and then introduce David to Morphos. Among them, John Constantine needs to win Trinity's trust as soon as possible. David is still very confident about this. with Schweikong's image and a heart that is even more granular than his own. It is not difficult to win over Trinity. What's more, in the prophet's prophecy, or in the Savior's script this time, Trinity is destined to fall in love with Neo. Trinity knew about it herself, so she was sure to give it away for free. David was full of confidence in this plan. But because he and Morpheus met in advance, the whole plan went in another direction. Now Morpheus, Trinity, and the other crew members were all staring at David. They didn't pay much attention to Neo, whom Morpheus was originally most concerned about, especially after knowing that this Neo was transferred. The two sides are destined to be different people, so there is no need to care too much. When we are sure that we are comrades in the future, it will not be too late to deepen our friendship.
Are you all ready?
David looked at the people carrying the bags. This time everyone would go to Winter City, and no one would be guarding the Nebuchadnezzar. Seeing Morpheus looking at everyone and nodding to himself, David closed his eyes and felt it, and then opened a golden portal. Different from the normal teleportation in this plane, this kind of cross-world teleportation gate cannot stand here and see the situation on the other side. What everyone sees is a golden halo, wrapping the night sky that seems to be dotted with countless stars.
Go through this portal, and you will reach Winter City.
Standing next to the portal, David made a gesture of invitation to everyone. Constantine was the first to walk in, followed by Morpheus, Suviki, Tank and others. After the last Trinity also walked into the portal, David stepped into it. When David's figure also disappeared into the portal, the entire portal shrank and disappeared in an instant. Crossing the portal is a matter of seconds for everyone. Just by taking a few steps forward, the surrounding scenery changes. Morpheus, Trinity and others looked at the surrounding environment in surprise. This is the senior suite of the Winter Hotel, which is David's current residence. What really attracted Morpheus was not these beautiful furnishings, but the fruits and pastries placed on the table, as well as the scenery outside the window, especially the beautiful blue sky.
Is this the real sky?
Trinity walked to the window blankly and stared at the unremarkable sky.
The real sky indeed.
David looked at Mouse, who was playing with fruit cakes next to him, and signaled that he was welcome.
Oh, this is so delicious. Is this a strawberry?
Morpheus's face turned darker, thinking that he had made a huge mistake by bringing everyone with him. Fortunately, the performance of the others was passable, and as the captain, he was not so embarrassed that he had no face to see others.
Is this Winter City?
Morpheus also walked to the window and carefully looked at the environment outside. The first thing you see is the huge white building not far ahead.
Yes, this is Winter City, and there is Winter Castle, but it has not been completed yet. So I live here temporarily.
David briefly introduced where they are now.
This is the Winter Hotel Deluxe room. This city of yours looks like.
Morpheus didn't pay much attention to things like Winter Castle and Winter Hotel. He focused on the appearance of Winter City, which was full of the atmosphere of ancient civilization.
The style is very special. Do you think Winter City looks older?
In fact, with Cybertronians as a labor force, David can build Winter City into a city full of high-rise buildings, steel and concrete, and even more sci-fi at any time. But he has never done that, preferring the way he is now.
It's just personal preference.
Morpheus didn't know what to say. Anyway, according to the plan, David had agreed with him. He could freely visit anywhere in Winter City.
Before taking you on a tour, you must first learn the language of Winter City.
David asked Eva to prepare several sets of learning devices through the communication device. After several updates, the current language learning device in Winter City has undergone several small improvements, and recently underwent a major upgrade. The new learning device looks like a big sunglasses. After putting it on, the learning mode can be started at any time, and can be interrupted at any time. The speed of knowledge transmission is much faster than that of the old version. The upload of Brunnian can be completed in as little as 1 hour. However, for safety reasons, it is best to use this new one when a holy light priest is watching over you. Learning equipment. With David here, there is no need to call the holy light priest over. After Eva came in with several learning devices, she greeted everyone with a smile. If nothing unexpected happened, she would also be responsible for showing these people around. Of course, Morpheus and others would not have any objections. They put on the learning device and started studying. Instead of everyone studying together, they were divided into two groups. Trinity, Tank, and those looked at Morpheus in the learning state, and felt that their current appearance was very similar to the state of plugging in the plug and learning knowledge from the computer. But there is no interface on Winter City's sunglasses, So how is the data transmitted into the brain? Trinity didn't think about it. She came to Winter City. The two parties had begun preliminary cooperation. If you have any questions, just ask David directly.
It's just wireless transmission technology.
These sunglasses are not a technological product. They are more about magic. But when it came to this point, David turned his head and looked at Trinity's neck.
Speaking of this matter, if you need it, there are enough means here in Winter City to help you remove the body interface.
Trinity was stunned for a moment, then unconsciously reached out and touched the interface on her neck. After waking up from the Matrix world, she knew that this thing would be with her for life. She never thought that there would be a chance to remove it. This is not the only interface on their body. There are many all over the body, although they were given free accessibility in the Matrix world. But it also creates a lot of trouble in daily life. And it doesn't look good.
Wouldn't it affect your plans? No.
David knew what the other party was asking.
Don't worry about being unable to connect to the Matrix after removing the interface. Winter City has more advanced technology.
Whether it is Cybertron or the Macross world, mutants have relevant technologies in their hands. Not to mention there is magic here in Winter City.
Ahem. Do you mind? Mind!
As soon as he returned to Winter City and made sure that his body had returned to its original state and that all the spiritual food and the storage items were still there, Constantine immediately took out one and then realized that he was at David's residence. Sure enough, it was another merciless reply. Constantine, who had to lower his head under the eaves, had no choice but to put the cigarette he was holding back into the cigarette case.
If there is nothing else, I will leave first, etc.
David reached out and patted Constantine's shoulder, replenishing the consumed holy light in his body back to a full state. He even went a step further and used powerful holy light to condense a line of light on the back of Constantine's hand. Stigmata.
Alright. What's the use? When you use the stigmata to mobilize the holy light to cast holy light spells, it will be easier than usual.
It is unrealistic to expect Constantine to practice day after day, year after year, and polish his own holy light and skills like the priests in the Cathedral of the Holy Light and the paladins in the Knights of Winter. Anyway, he just wanted an extra set of trump cards. So David simply added a trick for him, using the holy light with the stigmata. He could more easily cast various holy light spells that Constantine knew. This kind of spell casting is like playing a game. Just find the corresponding skill icon and click it with the mouse. The disadvantage is that the power and consumption are basically fixed, and there is no way to micromanage it. Constantine didn't take this shortcoming seriously at all. Although David didn't explain it, he could tell that it was only like this when using holy light spells with the help of the stigmata. If he really learned some kind of holy light spell without the help of when using stigmata, it is the same as other holy light users. Before he really learns it, this thing will definitely be a big killer for him. He can more easily destroy the demons from H.L.
Thanks!
Constantine smiled and thanked him, and left happily. He likes an employer like David very much. He is generous, and will not cheat anyone. He will make it clear in advance, no matter what the risks are. The checkout afterwards will be smooth, and there will even be extra surprises. Of course, this also meant that he was increasingly reluctant to leave Winter City. But why did he leave here? Standing at the door of the Winter Hotel, Constantine lit his cigarette coolly, and took a long puff of it happily. Mysterious power. Super physical fitness. Immortality. These legendary things are now placed in front of him. What kind of fool would be able to ignore so many benefits and turn around and leave? Looking back at the Winter Hotel, he could conclude that Morphos's crew would definitely be captured by David. Even if Morphos was unwilling to lead the way for Winter City, others would also know about Winter City, would happily take Morphos's place. Like Trinity? Few? Constantine, who exhaled a large cloud of smoke, thought seriously for 2 seconds. Maybe we can try to develop it. Just think of it as contributing to the stable development of Winter City. Chapter 473 David's Fishing Routine. Time passed slowly, and David became obsessed with fishing when he had nothing to do recently. Let the Cybertron Technology Center build an automated yacht. And when there is nothing to do, just sit on the yacht and fish. Either go to the upper reaches of the Koldong River, or go to the lower reaches of the Koldong River. But today I chose a special direction, and drove all the way south to the Taishui River. Then I found a pleasant place to anchor and park the boat. I flicked the fishhook and sat on the deck at the front of the yacht, basking in the sun and enjoying this extremely leisurely time.
Why do you suddenly like fishing? It's a great activity to pass the time.
Find a place to cast your fishing rod and sit there all day long. Time passed by in a blink of an eye. While sitting there waiting for the fish to bite, it doesn't stop him from thinking about various things in his head. It is an activity that is very suitable for him. Whoosh! Another fishing rod was thrown out, and David looked to the side curiously, wondering who was willing to fish with him. After fishing together a few times, no one wanted to fish with him anymore. Even if he was on the same boat, David would always be at the bow of the boat, while the others ran to the stern to swing their rods. I took a boat out several times, but every time I came back empty-handed, which added a lot of jokes to the senior people in Winter City. Taking a drink from Sophia's hand, David looked at the calm fishing rod and felt no emotion in his heart. If nothing unexpected happened, the fishing rod would remain calm. But he didn't care whether there was any harvest or not. What a pleasant day it was to blow the river breeze and look at the grasslands, forests, and blue sky and white clouds. Sophia also feels the same way. Winter City is developing steadily, and Winter's army is killing in the south, cleaning up the remnants of the Holy Kingdom of Gunter. Snowfield Castle and Tylan Port are also gradually expanding, and even Iron Tree Castle has put renovation projects on the schedule. According to the plan, Iron Tree Fort will gradually move residents to various towns on the northern plains starting from tomorrow's spring, and then demolish all the buildings in the original Iron Tree Fort and build a new Iron Tree Fort. Currently, Snowfield Castle, Port Tylan and Winter City are all building new houses in an effort to prepare for the influx of large numbers of people. Because of sufficient experience, many supporting facilities have been planned. Some residential areas have not really been built yet. They are just on drawings. And a series of surrounding fresh food and daily necessity shops, restaurants, pubs and other shops have already been booked. David paid special attention to this situation and found that those who reserved shop spaces in advance were people from other worlds, especially modern ones. They were more adaptable to the current development model of Winter City than the locals of Brenia. Of course, most are not all, and Brenians are not all fools. Especially those experienced businessmen have long seen business opportunities, and some businessmen are preparing to join forces to make a big move. David soon knew what the so-called big news was: a chain mall similar to the one on Earth. A large comprehensive mall was opened in Winter City, Snowfield Castle, Tylan Port, and Iron Tree Castle, where you can buy everything you want, purchase goods. David was looking forward to this and wanted to see what he could come up with. As for whether these businessmen will completely monopolize sales channels, David doesn't care about this at all. In a dictatorship with extraordinary power, the only person who can achieve a monopoly is His Majesty the King. Wow! The fishing rod was raised high, and a fresh fish was caught from the river. Squirtle, holding the fishing rod in his hand, happily put the first harvest of the day into the bucket next to him, and happily prepared to start the second shot. David suddenly felt so amazing. Why was Squirtle immune to his own aura? Does Squirtle have any special abilities? I wonder if I can get it myself.
Oh! It's so amazing! Is this the first time?
Sophia looked at Squirtle in surprise. Although the fish was not big, only weighing more than a kilogram, this was the first time that someone could catch something next to David.
Squirrel!
Squirtle held his head high and felt proud. After looking pretty for a while, he sat back down and continued to wait for the next prey to take the bait. Sophia withdrew her gaze and continued to chat casually with David. Basically, I said whatever I thought of. The first sentence said that Gwen and Laura went to the Yanila continent to play, and the next sentence changed to Alice being trained at the Winter Army camp. At the same time, Clint was also training together. The extra sister Gretel then mentioned Elsa and Anna. The two sisters loved to go to Winter Academy, and were very curious about the knowledge taught in the school.
By the way, there's also Tony. It said that he built an entire production line in Westeros. What production line? It seems to be an abridged version of the Bayfone series of armors. It seems that he is not just unifying the continent of Westeros.
Then we talked about Steve and Gianna. Speaking of these two, it's because Steve and Gianna worked together to finally solve the problem of using Kama Taja's circle teleportation spell in the non-Marvel universe. Although it requires special spellcasting props to assist, the learning threshold for this teleportation spell is very low, and any spellcaster with some ability can learn it. According to this trend, as long as Winter City cultivates a group of qualified spellcasters, it will become more convenient no matter where you go in the future. Thinking of this, David suddenly had a strange feeling. If a mage was placed in some specific locations, wouldn't this be the teleportation point in the game? Because he was dazed, he couldn't answer Sophia's question immediately. He was gently pushed by the yellow-haired girl.
What are you thinking about? What did you just ask me? I said, is there any interesting world you can take me to? I've been fishing every day recently, but I just can't think of where to go.
He hoped that he could free his mind and see if he could have a flash of inspiration. Just like he thought of the Matrix world. A world with suitable coordinates and where massive resources could be obtained. As a result, after much deliberation, I couldn't think of any more similar worlds. Either there were no corresponding coordinates, or the situation in the world was not as good as I expected.
Forget it. It's good to stay in Winter City.
Sophia continued to chat with David all over the place. From time to time, she praised Squirtle for being able to catch things, and occasionally complained about David, who could only pose here. The young girl's energy was beyond imagination. As long as David sat here, Sophia chatted with him for as long as she did. She didn't show any sign of fatigue, and she even became more energetic as she chatted. The content of the chat was also varied. David originally wanted to read the reports after returning to Winter City, but after spending a day with Sophia, he found that he didn't need to read any of the reports. He had already heard them all from Sophia.
It saves trouble.
In this way, when David was bored, he would go fishing in a boat. The people traveling with him were not fixed. Sometimes it was Sophia. Sometimes it was Belfast. Sometimes it was Helen or Gwen. As for the fishing partners, it's even less certain. Except for Jonah, who no longer goes fishing with David. Clint, Steve, Bruce, and even Tony have all come. However, the latter few said they were here to fish. And it was more like they wanted to find a suitable opportunity to talk to David alone. It was also during this seemingly peaceful time that a group of Cybertronians, led by Optimus Prime, went to the world of the Matrix. Speaking of which, when Morpheus, Trinity and others discovered that there was a group of robots in Winter City, they were almost scared to death. Even if Eva explains that these are Cybertronians, silicon-based intelligent life forms that look like robots. These people cannot let down their guard immediately. It wasn't until I lived in Winter City for a week and saw more and more scenes of people and machines coexisting peacefully that I finally accepted it a little bit. At the same time, Morpheus also understood why David looked down on the Machine Empire. Not only does Winter City itself have a powerful military force, Morpheus and others have visited the Winter Military Camp and seen the power of the Blizzard-powered armor, as well as the extraordinary combat power of the Paladins of the Winter Knights. Also because of the existence of the Cybertronians, Winter City is a real dimensionality reduction blow to the Machine Empire. The Cybertronians defeated the Machine Empire. David did not hide his follow-up plan. He planned to let Little Brain take over as the mastermind of the Machine Empire and be responsible for daily supervision and maintenance of the operation of the Matrix world. At the same time, after the Cybertronians led by Optimus Prime went to the Matrix world, the first thing they had to do was to establish a camp. In addition to giving the Cybertronians a place to rest and stay, they also established medical and recovery areas for humans, coupled with a living area of some humans. This will be the place where the liberated Matrix humans first live, after their bodies are almost fully recovered. This group of people will be sent to Winter City, and then the next group of people will be liberated. After the camp reaches a certain scale, Optimus Prime and the others have a more important task, repairing the Earth's environment. The Earth in the Matrix world is blocked from the sunlight by thick clouds created by humans. The original intention is to target machines. The result is of course useless, but it directly destroys most of the Earth's ecological environment. Therefore, if you want to restore the environment of that world, you must first resolve those thick clouds. This kind of thing is very difficult for the people on Earth in that world, including the Machine Empire. But for a civilization with interstellar colonization, it is not difficult. The Kryptonians have the technology to change the planet's environment. These technologies have become Winter City's technology as General Zod and Clark joined Winter City. After acquiring these technologies, the Cybertron Technology Center digested and absorbed them and stored them. When these technologies are needed, they can provide detailed plans and manufacture the required equipment in a very short period of time. After all the plans were finalized, Morpheus and others only lived in Winter City for half a month. This time was enough for him to see the future of mankind. Chapter 474 Group Outing. The battle in Winter City to attack the Machine Empire was very boring. In Tiapi's words, it was Biubiubu all the way. When Biu was gone, the battle was over. The squid of the Machine Empire cannot break through the energy shield of the Cybertronians, but it is extremely fragile and cannot even withstand a shot. Under the leadership of Super Optimus Prime, the Cybertronian warriors destroyed everything and reached the core area of the Machine Empire in less than a day. Next, the little brain takes over the work of the main brain, which is a little more troublesome. It's not that the system is difficult to crack. The real problem is to safely hand over the entire Matrix world and the countless humans imprisoned in the nutrition cabin without affecting the normal operation of the Matrix world. After completing these things, Morpheus' team also received a task to explain the situation in Winter City to the humans in Zion.
What should I say? Persuade them to move to Winterfell? No, you don't need to do any persuasion. You just need to tell them that Winter City exists, and that Winter City welcomes anyone to settle here.
David's words would echo in Morpheus' ears from time to time. From the king's words, Morpheus could tell that David didn't care about the humans in Zion, and even looked down upon them. Morpheus, who has learned all the plans of the Machine Empire, understands why. Except for some survivors, who were born directly in the real world, the rest of the human beings in Zion are all unstable elements. If you are restless in the virtual world, you cannot be said to be an honest person in the real world. To put it nicely, it means not fearing power and having the courage to resist. If it sounds ugly, it's called Tutai or Gangjing. Regardless of whether it makes sense or not, it's all mixed up. Morpheus knew that there was no unity within Zion and all kinds of conflicts and struggles. If all the people in Zion were dragged to Winter City, these people might not cause anything. But David did not completely block the Zion people's hope of pursuing a better life. So David asked him to tell him that Winter City welcomes people to join, rather than directly inviting people. The two are completely different situations. After completing the communication work, Morpheus' team can choose to build a Liberator camp with Optimus Prime, come to Winter City to make arrangements and receive people from the Matrix world, or stay in Zion, cut off all contact with Winter City. They are free to come and go, and the choice is theirs. When Morpheus heard these choices, he almost did not hesitate and immediately decided to join the Liberator camp and work hard to save all mankind. This is what David hopes most. In addition to being responsible for entertaining the newly liberated humans, Morpheus can also maintain a decent relationship with Zion. Although David is not afraid of the humans in Zion, it would be best if there was no conflict. After all, David is wearing the savior character this time, and it is Optimus Prime who is in charge of the Liberator camp.
After you return to Zion and complete the summons, don't stay directly at the Liberator camp, but go back to Winter City. Oh, these interfaces on you and your companions need to be upgraded.
While Morpheus and the others were staying in Winter City, the Cybertron Technology Research Center and the Winter Alchemy Workshop conducted a detailed analysis of these technologies and quickly came up with a new connection system. There is no need to insert a plug into the human body. Just lie down or wear specific equipment, allowing them to freely enter and exit the Matrix world.
I see.
Morpheus set off with his men, while David took a large group of people on a large yacht and sailed upstream of the Winter River. This time we will not stop after driving for a while, but will sail all the way north until we can no longer move forward. We will stop and camp for a few days before returning by boat. A simple camping activity, but many people want to participate. Not only Elsa and Anna came, but Kara was also dragged here by Laura. Steve brought Carter. Clint brought his wife and children, and Natasha also called her family. Mark only realized the seriousness of the problem after he got on the boat and officially set off.
Can I go back first? How? I always feel like I'm a little out of place.
Mark thought about his chances of success in inviting Storm to be his female companion.
You should have said age, low in advance. Think too much. Not all of them are couples here. I know. After all, you and a bunch. Clint and Natasha with their respective families. Steve and Peggy.
Finally, he pointed to himself.
Me. If you think so, you have company.
David pointed to Squirtle lying on a chair not far away and basking in the sun.
Baking in the sun over there.
After making a few jokes, Mark said a few serious things. During this period, he took a rough tour of the northern plains and determined which places had better plants not to be destroyed, as long as these plains and forests were listed as protected areas and not developed. The natural environment of the northern plains would be able to reach a relatively high level, state of balance, even if many high-rise buildings are built in the future. When viewed from the air, one will not only see patches of modern buildings, but not much greenery. Various buildings and green plants complement each other, and Winter City will become a very beautiful and huge urban agglomeration.
Have the specific plans and drawings been handed over to Weatherby? It has been given to him, and Edwin is also leaving a copy. In addition, Eva has a backup copy, and I also have a backup copy in my hand. Well, that's fine.
Immediately, David and Mark talked about the situation in the Matrix world. As a well-known science fiction series, David does not need to give Mark the worldview of the Matrix. He knows very well what is going on there. The natural environment of the Earth, which has been shrouded in thick clouds all year round, has collapsed. Even if the clouds are eliminated, without the use of some mysterious power, I don't know how long it will take for the natural environment of that world to recover.
Are you going to let me go? I hope you can send a student or something. But so far you haven't taught any students. Have you? I've already started teaching. The profession of shaman not only depends on talent, but also on personality and other factors. It's hard to find suitable students.
The most critical point is that the humans, high elves, dark elves, and Cybertronians in Winter City are not very suitable to become shamans. Mark currently only sees some talents in some orcs, Tauren, and other races. The most embarrassing thing is that because shamans are extremely rare in Winter City, there are only Mark and Steve. There are no opportunities for shamans to shine in the several battles in Winter City. As a result, most people want to become paladins. Many Tauren and even centaurs who travel to Winter City from the south want to try to become a paladin. In addition, with the rampage of the Tyrant Knights in the south, the profession of hunter has also become popular.
Shaman? What's that? Forget it. I'll go over and see for myself when the time comes.
Mark just finished speaking when he saw Steve chatting with Peggy Carter not far away.
Or let Steve go. He is also a shaman. Steve is helping me build the Resurrection Stone. When he finishes his work here, I will ask him to replace you. That's how it should be arranged.
It wasn't David's sudden whim, but Optimus Prime and Steve, two people with extremely charismatic personalities, went to sit there, which would make it easier for him to feel at ease. After chatting for a while, Mark was going to chat with other people. This time when he went out to play, David called out a lot of people, many of whom had just joined Winter City, and Mark didn't even acknowledge them. As soon as he walked away, David saw several newcomers.
This is Alexei Shostakov, Melina Voskov, and Yelena Belova. They are all my family.
These people are the Black Widow Natasha's, although the father, mother, and sister are all pretending to be temporary identities. Due to special circumstances, they have developed a true family relationship. The family is reunited after David provides Natasha with information about the Red House. After Natasha persuaded them several times, these few people also moved to Winter City not long ago, and the family was truly reunited in another world. Although it feels weird to describe it, it is what it is. When these people came over, David received the report and did not see it in person. As more and more worlds are connected to these people, more and more people will come to Winter City. David cannot meet everyone. Therefore, this is the first time several people have met. Alexei, codenamed Red Guard, is now an overly plump, rough man. Even the super soldier serum cannot stop him from gaining weight. Mousie's diet is really terrible. In comparison, Melina, codenamed Iron Lady, takes better care of herself. Also, Yelena, who looks a bit silly, is the elite spy who should inherit the title of Black Widow. Now she can't inherit the title of her sister. Please think of a new title. Several people greeted and thanked David one after another, and then left. It was obvious that they came specifically to greet the owner, David. David estimated that Clint would also come with his wife and children after a while. He didn't plan to hide away from people, nor did he stay in a special place waiting for everyone to say hello one by one. He came out to have fun, so naturally he could do whatever he wanted. The boat is so big, everyone will gather together at the latest meal time, so you can definitely see it. After walking for a while towards the bow of the ship, I saw Elsa alone by the side of the ship, staring at the sparkling water in a daze.
Not comfortable.
David's sudden appearance startled Elsa, who was in a daze. She relaxed after seeing it was David.
I'm just not used to being with a group of people.
Years of habits are not easy to change. Elsa is used to being alone and is not very adaptable to lively environments. Moreover, after seeing this huge and sturdy yacht, she thought of her parents who died in a shipwreck.
It would be great if they were traveling on such a sturdy ship. Speaking of this matter,
an idea flashed in David's mind, and he thought of a way.
It's not that it can't be changed.
Chapter 475, Replacing the Fake with the Real. Elsa was born in the kingdom of Arendelle on the continent of Unila. Strictly speaking, she is not that Elsa. So David doesn't know whether his idea can succeed. If possible, can the fake become real? Elsa didn't know what was going on in David's head, but she was surprised when she heard David say there was a way. When she was about to ask, she found that the other person's eyes were staring at her unblinkingly. It was the first time that a young man stared at her at such a close distance. This made Elsa feel very embarrassed. Her heart became extremely strong and her beating speed was also accelerating. A wave of heat rushed directly to the top of my head, and I felt that my cheeks were already burning. Where had I heard of this feeling? Oh, yes. Anna always says similar weird things. Isn't it? Thinking of this, Elsa felt very embarrassed. But looking at the handsome face in front of her, and thinking that the other person had saved her, what should she do now? Should I close my eyes? While thinking this, his eyes were already closed. When David saw Elsa's reaction, he was stunned for half a second before he decisively stepped forward and stamped her. Boom! Elsa, who was too nervous, felt the touch on her lips. The magic power she had controlled so well suddenly lost control. The hand holding the railing directly erupted with strong cold air and exploded into a ball of ice. The burst of magic woke Elsa up. She looked at her hand that was frozen on the railing by the ice flowers, with a look of confusion on her face. If she hadn't been unable to pull her hand back, she might have turned around and ran away. Don't be nervous. Relax. David stretched out his hand and released a ball of sacred fire, slowly melting the ice. When the ice melted, the sacred fire dispersed, and his big hand with residual warmth covered Elsa's hand. Feeling the warmth coming from her hand, Elsa's heart, which had just been frightened by the loss of control of her magic power, calmed down again. She suddenly realized that as long as she stayed with David, she didn't have to worry about her magic power going out of control, or that she would hurt other people. The only thing that made her a little confused was that there seemed to be more women around David. This was completely different from the male protagonists in the stories Anna often talked about. Anna, who was being complained about in her heart by her sister, hid in a corner and poked out half of her face to look at her sister not far away. She originally thought she would become her brother-in-law, but later found out that he was a bit too carefree and seemed not a suitable candidate. Now he is with her sister, the Winter King, having a secret tryst. It seems Elsa still likes David in her heart. What should I do? Should I advise Elsa to take the initiative to fight for it? Or should I get out as soon as possible? Anna, who knew her sister's character, began to hesitate whether to support or oppose, considering that Elsa rarely interacts with people. She has almost no friends, and has not established a close relationship with anyone. Apart from herself, David and Laura are relatively close. Of these, David was the only male of the right age. At first Anna supported Elsa and David being together, until she came to Winter City and learned about the interpersonal relationships around David. Later, Elsa and Laura would go out on adventures from time to time. At that time, she also thought that maybe her sister would meet an outstanding man outside. After going out for a walk, he came back and ran towards Winter City. And now he was bumped into by her again. It's true. Elsa likes David and doesn't like anyone else. Oh haha. Looking back in surprise, he found that Laura was looking at Elsa and David just like him. Is this the second time? When he peeked at Elsa and David, he was caught by Laura. But aren't you David's girlfriend? Why do you look so excited when you see David dating another girl? When he was about to ask, he saw Laura walking out directly to say hello to David and Elsa. Also because of Laura's action, Anna thought that she could no longer hide herself, as the two people had already seen her. In fact, David had already discovered that Anna was hiding aside. After he confirmed that Elsa had a crush on him, he was in no rush to do anything immediately. He's not a human countdown machine. He only knows those things. As for the previous sealing behavior, Elsa's posture of closing her eyes and raising her head, he would be mentally retarded if he did nothing. Once the seals were sealed, it was considered mutual confirmation of each other's intentions. Then we were not in a hurry, and we had already decided in our hearts that after returning from this trip, would it be feasible to give the idea a try? If successful, in addition to making up for some of Elsa and Anna's regrets, it will also be helpful to the growth of himself and Winter City. However, he was not going to tell Elsa about it before actually implementing it, lest her mind would be filled with it, and she would not have a good time out this time. We chatted about Elsa's recent experience, and asked her what she usually does in Winter City. By the way, David learned about Anna's daily life and many situations in Winter College. Winter College, the school he ordered to build, has accumulated students for several academic years after several years. Counting the time, the first batch of graduates are about to leave the campus, and various departments in Winter City will welcome a new batch of new troops. This is a good thing. With the addition of this new group of people, all aspects of Winter City will become more vibrant. Young people may not be mature enough in doing things, but they are not lacking in motivation, which will indirectly stimulate the current employees. Batch officials. In the next few years, Winter Academy will continue to train batches of graduates, and young talents will continue to emerge, ensuring that in the future there will be no need to worry about the lack of officials who can understand the development concept of Winter City. The next step is to look at their individual performance, promote the outstanding ones, and eliminate the ones who were originally dawdling. Continuous blood exchange ensures that the basic functions of each department can be effectively performed and will not fall into a rigid state of dawdling. Although these ideas are idealistic, they are certainly better than doing nothing. If new problems arise in the future, let's continue to find ways to solve them. Ignoring Anna, who was peeping secretly, and Laura, who appeared later, David and Elsa chatted for a long time until Laura came out and called him to eat. As the king of Winter City, the owner of this yacht, and the initiator of this trip, he must appear in front of everyone during dinner time. Laura, Gwen and others spread out on the ship to look for David, just to ensure that David would show up on time. Although you can use the communication device to call people directly, this time you are out to play, so you can just relax when you are wandering around looking for people. No. Laura saw some fun by the way, watching Elsa and Anna talking in low voices in front as they walked forward. Laura and David nudged David with their elbows after falling a distance behind.
I knew it. Humph. It turns out that young girls are more likable.
Looking back on those days, when I first met David, she was not very young. She had just graduated from college. In the blink of an eye, a few years passed quickly, and she was now an old woman in her 30s. Although under the multiple protections of golden apples, holy light, strengthening potions, etc., Laura's appearance has hardly changed from when David first met her, and even became more beautiful in all aspects after being strengthened. But aside from these actual circumstances, Laura felt that there was nothing wrong with her complaints.
Thinking too much has nothing to do with whether you are young or not.
David waved his hands, as if you had wronged me.
The main thing is to look at the face and figure. Huh. Your face has become much thicker than before. People are always growing, including their face.
Now that we are an old married couple, bickering at any time and place has become a daily routine. After starting from this, we will also mix in a few serious words. There was no need to hide the plan with Elsa that she couldn't tell with Laura. When David expressed his thoughts, Laura was stunned for a moment and complained.
In this case, this little girl will not be able to escape from your clutches.
Then he realized what it would mean to Winter City if it succeeded.
There are many replicas on Yanila Road. Right. Yes. All turned into genuine products? That's not necessarily the case. Just get some blood, hair and other samples. I remember. Don't worry. Just collect slowly.
If David guessed correctly, the Sakan people should have a large number of samples in their hands. After a brief explanation, David put the matter aside and enjoyed the outing with the friends he had gathered. It wasn't until after playing for a few days that I had enough fun that I returned to Winter City. She was originally thinking about telling Elsa about her thoughts and plans, but not long after Kara left, she ran back and reported a very important piece of information to David.
Message from the outpost? Yes.
In addition to basking in the sun and working part-time as a city security manager in Winter City, Kara's most important task is to be responsible for the connection between Winter City and the lunar outpost. It's not that there is no way to use communication facilities on both sides, but Kara can fly to the lunar outpost in person to make sure that there are no problems with the Sakans, who were cast by David's light. After returning from this trip, Kara immediately went to the outpost for inspection. As a result, not long after arriving at the outpost, while checking everyone's light casting status, the outpost suddenly received a message from the Sakan Empire. After reading the content of the message and learning what the message meant from the staff at the outpost, Kara immediately flew back to Winter City and ran to report to David.
The Sarkan Empire's irregular patrol fleet will conduct patrols and inspections on all planets under its rule, requiring all planets, especially the outposts of combat planets, to be prepared for inspection.
Patrol fleet. Since it is a fleet, it is definitely not as simple as 3 or 5 staff members. Judging from this posture, they will find out where there is a problem and solve the problem immediately.
When will you arrive in Brinia? I don't know because I don't know the specific route of the patrol fleet.
Chapter 476 suddenly turned into stars. According to the information obtained from Kara's inquiry, in order to ensure that there will be no problems on the planet it occupies, the Sakan Empire In addition to regular inspections, will also temporarily dispatch fleets from time to conduct patrols and inspections of its own territory. The focus is on those living planets that have established outposts and have not yet been completely occupied. This choice was made ostensibly to avoid situations on the living planets being conquered below, and the people below would not be able to report, warn, call for help, etc. if they responded improperly. The purpose was to avoid the behavior of covering up the situation, but refusing to report it. As a result, the successfully born star spirit knocked on the door and found out that something was wrong. However, it is essentially a measure to prevent the successful birth of Protoss. So generally speaking, the outpost is still operating stably, and the patrol fleet comes to take a look, go through the motions, and then go to the next planet. Even in order to avoid some bad situations, the staff at the outpost will be notified in advance before the patrol fleet sets off and before arriving at a certain planet to prepare them for inspection. Basically, as long as the Protoss shows no signs of counterattack. Even if the patrol fleet sees that the staff at the outpost are not doing something well, they will choose to ignore it. Detecting this kind of nonsense is meaningless to the patrol fleet. It will not add any credit to them. Instead, it will cause all kinds of minor troubles, such as having the patrol fleet stationed on the spot and temporarily replacing the outpost to continue the planet's mission. Strategy. This kind of thing is not a good thing for the members of the patrol fleet. No one wants to stay on a remote planet for so long. They just want to return to their hometown as soon as possible and enjoy a comfortable and happy life. In short, the patrol fleet just wants to take a look around and then go home happily. The problem is that the Protoss in Brainium has been born and successfully killed the Sarkans stationed here. Although there are still a few remnants on the Yanila continent, they will die in Laura's hands before long. The Sarkans in the lunar outpost have all been forged by David's light and have become his servants.
What should I do?
Kara looked at David. She rushed over immediately after learning the news. She was also thinking about a response plan on the way.
Can the Sarkan people at the outpost be fooled?
Judging from the descriptions of the Sarkans, the patrol fleet seems to be easy to fool. Maybe they came to take a look and found that the outpost was operating normally, and the artificial Protoss project was still running. Maybe they felt that there was nothing unusual here in Brainium, and then directly leave.
You can try, but you can't pin your hopes on it.
What if the patrol fleet has some means to discover that all the Sakans at the outpost have been brainwashed? When the time comes, the fleet will fire directly at Brainium to burn the glass. Even with the energy shield, it will not be able to withstand the prolonged bombardment of the fleet. After all, the Sarkans are a high-level civilized country that can really kill the Protoss if they realize that Brainium has awakened. David can't guess what kind of weapons they can come up with, but he was certain that he could threaten Brainium. Therefore, preparations must be made in advance to deal with the possible outbreak of war.
Oh, I've only been relaxed for a few days.
I thought that the Brainium continent was full of rookies, and since the crisis on the Yanila continent was eliminated in advance, I had enough time to grow slowly. Wait until they unify the eastern part of Brainium continent, then move westward to destroy the Eternal Night Empire, and then slowly absorb the power of Yanila continent. During this period, an interstellar port was built to allow Winter City's troops to enter space and prepare for the subsequent interstellar war. Unexpectedly, I was just enjoying this relaxing life step by step, when the Sakan Empire suddenly sent some kind of patrol fleet over there. This kind of behavior is the most annoying when playing farming games by yourself. Alas. Seeing David sighing, Kara immediately said,
Don't worry too much. There is still time. There will always be a way.
No.
Actually, I'm not too worried.
Although the patrol fleet sent by the Sakan Empire caught David off guard, causing his originally stable development plan to become slightly chaotic. But it wasn't too much for him to handle. There was nothing he could do. He had too many tricks up his sleeve. In just a short time, he had already come up with several solutions. For example, contact the Sovereigns, get some ultra-long-distance remote control technology, and then create a group of puppet soldiers and remote-controlled fighter planes to pose as space pirates and cause some trouble for the patrol fleet. Alternatively, you can recruit the top combat force in Winter City, the Justice Avengers, to implement decapitation tactics and leave the patrol fleet in a leaderless state. You can also buy more time. It is not impossible to directly destroy the patrol fleet, but that would easily attract the main fleet of the Sakan Empire. So the plans David currently has in mind are all based on interference. I thought of a plan to completely eliminate it, but it was not easy to implement. Destroying the entire fleet in an instant, without giving the Sakan Empire's patrol fleet any time to react. It would be difficult for the Sakan Empire to determine what exactly happened. If you are lucky, a long time may pass. The Empire didn't even realize that the patrol fleet had been wiped out.
If possible, I recommend choosing the last option.
After a brief chat with Kara, David gathered some of the most important think tanks in Winter City, including Tony Stark, Bruce Wayne, Steve Rogers, Floyd, and others. There were more people present. Basically, all the important people in Winter City who didn't have work at hand were present. And Megatron was also present in the form of a holographic image. After knowing the specific situation and David expressing several of his ideas, Bruce felt that the last plan was the best. The entire fleet suddenly lost contact. It took a long time for the Sarkin Empire to realize that something was wrong and then send people to investigate. And it was difficult to target Brainiac. If we can start in an area far away from Brainiac, the probability of finding Brainiac is infinitely close to zero.
Are there any suitable weapons?
David thought about it, and originally thought that Winter City lacked similar weapons and equipment. But after careful consideration, he found that although Winter City currently does not have it, it can indeed obtain similar weapons and equipment or technology.
Dimension Devourer.
Without too much explanation, the name already explains the general principle of this weapon.
It may take some time to completely devour the entire fleet.
Bruce thought carefully and first needed to determine how large the patrol fleet sent by the Sakan Empire was.
You can set up an ambush in advance and cut off communications.
Whether it was possible to cut off the communication signal of the Sarkin fleet, he didn't need to study it himself. He could know the answer just by looking at Tony Stark next to him.
It takes some time, but it's not difficult. Where is the patrol fleet sailing route?
Steve looked at everyone. If the location of the patrol fleet cannot be found, it will be difficult to ambush in advance. If the fleet gets too close to Brainiac, the probability of being discovered will also be corresponding. Increase.
Leave this job to the Decepticons.
Megatron took the initiative to take over the investigation work. He was going to hand over this important task to the Decepticons' Chief Staff Officer and Intelligence Officer Soundwave. He believed that Soundwave would definitely be able to figure out the enemy's location.
However, the Cybertron Technology Research Center needs to provide full support during this period. No problem. If necessary, any resources in Winter City can be mobilized to ensure the smooth development of intelligence work. The Decepticons will never let their leader down.
Megatron issued the military order with great momentum, patting his chest and promising that the location and course of the patrol fleet would be made clear in the shortest possible time. In fact, even Megatron wants to take over the ambush mission. And he has a very good reason. Only the Decepticons in Winter City have relevant experience in this kind of space combat. And the others have never even been to space. Several times, let alone fighting in the universe.
I will ask Luca later if LAI has detailed technical information on the Dimension Devourer.
David tapped his fingers on the table in front of him.
If LAI doesn't have it, then the intelligence department needs to take action.
Natasha, who had been silent all this time, nodded. It seemed that she had to take action in person again, and she did not trust others to hand over such an important task. The family finally reunited in Winter City and settled down. She didn't want to be ruined by some Sarkin people. At this point in the discussion, the issue of the Sarkin Empire's patrol fleet has come to an end for the time being. After completing the division of labor, they will have to control the details themselves. For example, after Bruce leaves the conference room, he needs to inject strengthening medicine. He wants his body and brain to return to their peak, and carefully sort out all combat evolutions and progress to ensure that everything is within control. While Tony was studying the Sakan signal shielding device, he also wanted to upgrade his own equipment and think about the next generation of weapons and equipment in Winter City. Zod is looking forward to a real war, regardless of whether he wants to build a new Krypton in the future. He urgently needs to accumulate more merits. There is also James Norrington, who has never made any noise. He is hesitating whether to speak up and give up his position as the Commander-in-Chief of the Winter Kingdom's Navy. According to David's previous plan, the space fleet was under his jurisdiction, but he had no experience in space combat. It would be fine if he had time to learn slowly. Seeing the enemy coming to his doorstep, could he really command space operations? Without trying, he concluded that he definitely couldn't do this job. At least not now. But before James Norrington could speak, David stretched out his hand to stop him.
I know what you want to say.
David began to think about the method he had thought of before, and whether he could make some adjustments.
If my idea is successful, it may allow you to quickly become a qualified space fleet commander.
Chapter 477 Resurrection Stone Tablet. David had this confidence not because he remembered that James Norrington was an excellent space fleet commander in some other parallel universe, but once he is sure that his idea is feasible. He can first delineate a specific target world, then find the corresponding coordinate token, and take James Norrington through it. Whether James Norrington can become an indigenous character in the current world is not the most important thing. The important thing is that after completing the positioning and traveling, as long as David does not open the transmission channel to Winter City, the two worlds will not be connected and time will not be synchronized. In other words, as long as James Norrington studies hard, he has plenty of time to improve his professional knowledge. The only thing that pained David was that he had to wait in that world for quite a long time. Considering this situation, he had to find a world that was interesting enough. Of course, if you are very unlucky and cannot find a suitable world or corresponding coordinate token, there is still a guaranteed way to send James Norrington to the immigration ship to receive the most rigorous space battle command training. In this case, it's hard to say how much time to give Norrington. How much time he can learn depends entirely on Norrington's talent. At the end of the meeting, when most people left to deal with the tasks they had received, David talked about his ideas with James Norrington. James Norrington immediately said,
I am willing to go to the immigration ship group to receive relevant training immediately.
According to him, while His Majesty the King is looking for a suitable world, he can receive some training first. In this way, even if David cannot find a suitable world for a while, it will not delay him from receiving teaching.
That's fine. You go back and make some preparations first, and I'll notify Luca to arrange relevant things for you.
In this regard, we can only rely on the relationship between Luca and LAI. As for which world to send to for further study, David really felt a little headache. There were many worlds with space war backgrounds, but when it came to the world of large-scale space fleet wars, he really couldn't think of a suitable target in a short time. What comes to mind lacks positioning. Well, David touched his chin and remembered that Edkin was the captain of a spaceship in another world and had received very complete relevant training.
Very good. If it doesn't work out, there's someone who can help.
With confidence, the patrol fleet of the Sakan Empire basically does not need to worry too much. While everyone is making various preparations, David also wants to test the previous idea to see if it works. Walking out of the conference room of the Winter Hotel, David knew Elsa's whereabouts through Eva. So he went there in person and told his thoughts to the sisters Elsa and Anna.
Are you telling the truth?
After listening to David's description, the two sisters were all stunned. They suspected that David was joking, although he had known for a long time that David was not an ordinary person. He had a very powerful power, and he was like a god in Winter City. But it was unbelievable to have the two sisters go back to their childhood and make up for their past regrets.
To be precise, I will send you to another world similar to Arendelle, so that you can reunite with your parents. Can you try to change some things, such as not letting your parents go to sea on that ship?
After careful explanation, the two sisters finally understood the situation. After realizing that it was Arendelle in another world, the sisters did not show the same surprise and joy as before. Instead, they fell into a dilemma, not knowing whether to go or not. In the end, it was Elsa who made the decision first. There were so many things she wanted to change, because she didn't know how to control the magic in her body when she was a child. She had almost no childhood, and she had very little time with her parents and Anna. She very much hoped to live a completely different life.
I'm going!
Seeing that her sister wants to go, Anna also chooses to follow. The two sisters go back to their childhood together. They will reunite with their parents again, and they must change the fact that their parents were shipwrecked.
Do you need to make any preparations?
Both sisters have storage tools in Winter City. After listening to David's description, they know that after going to another world to restart their lives, they will get this tool back at a certain time. Although David was unable to join the sisters at the first opportunity, they could do a lot as long as they were well prepared. Not to mention, Elsa has now learned how to properly control her powers. This alone can have a huge impact. 3 days later, Elsa and Anna, who were well prepared, came to David. The two sisters looked generous and sacrificed, and they saw Sophia next to them smiling, which was very interesting. Gwen, Helen, and Laura all came to watch the fun. If nothing else, Elsa should be the new sister, especially after David helped Elsa find her parents, gave her a completely different happy childhood, and made up for her regrets. It is even more impossible for this little sister to escape the devil's claws. The only unpleasant thing is that this time a few people set out and had to wait a day to see the results.
It's only 1 day. Soon.
Indeed. Very quickly. The girls watched David disappear with Elsa and Anna. And then, they went about their own business. By the time they came to their senses, these people had already returned. Elsa and David became visibly closer. And Elsa's parents also followed their daughters to visit Winter City. King Aner admired Winter City very much. But he always looked unhappy when facing David. It was obvious that even without seeing it with his own eyes, King Aner saw through David's small-scale characteristics at a glance. And was very unhappy that his little cabbage had taken a liking to such a guy. David didn't care at all. Putting himself in his shoes, if he had a baby daughter, worked hard to raise her, but fell in love with a granular body, he would definitely be more excited than King Aner and Gwen's father, Director Stacy. Therefore, he does not expect to establish a perfect father-in-law relationship. It is enough for everyone to maintain a superficial courtesy. The most important thing about this time travel is that it verified that David's idea was feasible. Next, collect as many useful coordinate tokens as possible. There are more data samples at the outpost, which have been brought back to Winter City by Kara. If necessary, Winter City can also establish a genetic laboratory, and then use technological means to create a race like the Sakans. However, with the completion of various preparations in the Matrix world, Winter City will usher in a massive population. He does not need to use this method to forcibly increase population resources, but it can be used as a means of war when necessary. Although David has always emphasized that Winter City does not distinguish between races, everyone is a citizen of Winter City. But deep down in his heart, he still has some inclination. He prefers that the main race in Winter City is humans. Just when the first batch of liberated humans from the Matrix world came to Winter Castle, the new Winter Castle finally completed the basic decoration work. Some rooms have been decorated, and David can already live in it. And he will also live in it in the future. You can now work in Winterkeep. In addition, another more important facility has finally been completed. David stood in front of a huge stone monument, looking at the densely packed spells, runes and magic circles on it, carefully observing every detail in front of him. After he had seen every detail, he turned to look at Steve next to him. Has it been tested? Tested. Steve didn't say too much in detail, because the scene when testing this resurrection stone was so weird that he felt speechless every time he thought about it. Fortunately, David did not continue to ask questions. Steve took the opportunity to introduce to David how to use this resurrection stone. It's not difficult. As long as you reach out and touch the stone tablet and let the stone leave a mark in your body, you will have the ability to resurrect after death. Although the stone tablet has been built, in order to truly maximize its effect, you still need to inject enough holy light into it. Although Steve's holy light is powerful enough, it can only ensure the normal startup and operation of the resurrection stone. If you want to leave a mark on a large number of people and ensure that so many people can be resurrected by the stone if something goes wrong anywhere, you need energy is not something he can supply. Only David can do this job in Brunia. So after the resurrection stone is built, David needs to personally consecrate it. That's right. David was about to take action when he thought of a question. If you die in another world, can you be resurrected? It can also be resurrected. The special circumstances of Winter City make the effective range of the resurrection stone steel so large that it almost ignores space. So body and equipment at death? The corpse looks like it turned into light spots and floated away. But it was actually summoned back. As for the equipment, Steve really hadn't considered this question. Is this important? In his opinion, the greatest value of the resurrection stone is that it makes the soldiers of Winter City fearless of death and can unleash more terrifying combat power on the battlefield. After death, the soldiers will return to the resurrection stone in the military camp and be reborn. Even if the equipment is lost on the battlefield, it does not matter. The war is won. The comrades will clean up the battlefield and get their equipment back. If you lose, you will just lose a set of mass-produced equipment. In fact, when David asked this question, he was not thinking of ordinary soldiers at all, but people like Steve, Bruce, Aiden, Fording, and Laura. But it's not a problem. If you don't want your good things to be taken away by others, just work hard to become stronger so as not to be killed. By the way, adding some marks and signals to various equipment will make it easier to find the opponent when seeking revenge. Thinking of this, he no longer cared about such a flaw. He strode to the bottom of the huge resurrection stone, raised his hand, and released an extremely powerful holy light. The dazzling light pillar directly enveloped the entire stone monument. Chapter 478 Starship Captain. The light was bright, but not dazzling. Everyone around stood there, and looked up at the huge golden light pillar that slowly dissipated. After all the holy light disappeared, there were many golden lights on the originally plain stone tablet. Those were runes and magic circles engraved on the stone tablet. After David poured a large amount of holy light into it, the magic effect on the resurrection stone was activated to the maximum extent. So this phenomenon occurred.
This holy light is more powerful than I previously expected.
As Steve, who built the resurrection stone by himself, no one knows the condition of this stone better than him. The current situation not only means that the resurrection stone can issue unlimited resurrection marks, ensuring that those who are marked can be resurrected anywhere if they die in battle. At the same time, it also means that the holy light in the resurrection stone will almost never be exhausted, because the holy light is so huge that it will have a certain self-recovery ability. It can be understood that the surrounding energy will be attracted and transformed by the huge holy light inside. In other words, after David only needs to infuse so much holy light at once, he does not need to specifically charge the resurrection stone in the future. In addition, such a huge amount of holy light and resurrection spells also make the resurrection stone itself an extremely powerful enchanting prop. No, it is not an exaggeration to say that such a powerful resurrection item is a divine weapon. This artifact can be directly operated when necessary to release a resurrection spell that covers the entire Winter City. The effect is equivalent to the resurrection spell that David released in King Tiran. In a sense, as long as the resurrection stone stands here, even if someone attacks Winter City while David is not at home, it will not cause irreparable damage. As for destroying the resurrection stone? Don't be ridiculous. After instilling such terrifying holy light, the resurrection stone has fundamentally changed. In addition, the holy light itself has extremely powerful defensive power. It is more difficult to destroy the resurrection stone than to directly raze the entire Winter City to the ground.
How do you feel?
When the holy light completely subsided, Steve walked to David. He had just released so much holy light. I wonder what David's condition is now.
It's okay. I can hold on.
David felt that the holy light had indeed consumed a lot, but it had not really drained all the power from his body. There was even a lot of energy left. So naturally he didn't feel any discomfort.
How terrible.
Thanks for the compliment. David calmly accepted Steve's praise. And at this time, there were countless people standing around who looked at him with various eyes such as shock, admiration, and admiration. For example, Liatron, the Holy Light Archbishop, was the most mediocre of all the people present. In the eyes of this Archbishop, it is not surprising that the great David Glamorgan has done so many amazing things in the Holy Light. In her eyes, David is a veritable Lord of the Holy Light. The description of the incarnation of the Holy Light is no longer mentioned. If David himself had not strongly objected, a tower would have been erected in the Holy Light Cathedral in Winter City. Statue of David. Others such as Elsa, Kara, Clarice, R.C., and Wanda all looked at His Majesty not far away with eyes full of various emotions. Even Laura, Gwen and others who were closest to David could not help but sigh at this time. This guy is getting more and more outrageous. I wonder what it will be like in a few years. Is it true that if you just find a place to put water, a magical fruit tree that can bloom holy flowers and bear holy fruits will grow there? Smell it, and you will be energetic. And eat it, and you will live longer? Or even more outrageous, eating one will increase your lifespan by 1,000 years? Laura even suspected that her holy light kept getting stronger even though she didn't practice it seriously. Was it because of David? Maybe ask Gwen? Or ask Sophia. Has she learned the holy light accidentally? Looking up for Sophia, I found that Sophia had already ran to David. Under the guidance of David and Steve, she reached out and touched the resurrection stone for a while. Most of the onlookers present had the opportunity to touch the resurrection stone up close. Marks were left on their bodies, and the resurrection stone also recorded these people. In the future, if these people die in an accident, they will all be resurrected next to the resurrection stone, although they will not bring back all their equipment when they are resurrected. Steve has considered the impact. When everyone is resurrected, were basic clothing and clothing. After those who came to witness the completion of the resurrection stone completed their registration, the next step was all the members of the Winter Knights who stayed in Winter City. Then, there are the ordinary soldiers of the Winter Legion. New recruits currently do not have this treatment. Only after they complete all training and officially become soldiers of Winter City can they enjoy the resurrection benefits of the Resurrection Stone. Many high-level officials in Winter City will also take time to come to the Resurrection Stone to register. Basically, After these people complete the registration, only a few troops fighting outside will be left. Ordinary people in Winter City, unless they are particularly important or have made outstanding contributions to Winter City, will not enjoy this benefit. There are also Cybertronians. Their situation is quite special. In fact, after Optimus Prime, Ratchet, and Megatron successively mastered the Holy Light, the Cybertronians no longer have to worry about death. They have solved the problem of stable energy. There is a problem of obtaining it. And the special nature of the Holy Light and the Cybertronians' core fire means they don't have to worry about dying on the battlefield. Pull the body back and rekindle the fire. You don't have to wait for 18 years. There is another Cybertronian hero on the spot, thinking that his soldiers were all terrifying beings who could be resurrected and had no fear of death. David couldn't think of anything the Sarkans could do to win.
The advantage is mine!
David, whose self-confidence exploded, stood on one of the higher open-air balconies of the newly completed Winter Castle, looked at the prosperous Winter City, and began to expect that something was wrong with the Sarkan Empire in the Winter Kingdom. Under the indiscriminate bombardment of the Winter Empire's endless fleet, it turned into the dust of history. But before that, he had to solve the problem of the fleet commander. At this time, Elias, the etiquette officer, walked to the open-air balcony. In this balcony, which was arranged like a small garden, there was a long table with various drinks, fruits, and drinks on it. It was obviously prepared for the people who were about to arrive.
Mr. Etkin Daldies has arrived.
David turned around and looked at Etkin again. The two of them had not met since the last time I recruited the Bard. However, David has been paying attention to the situation of Etkin and his team. Basically, Etkin will return to Winter City every once in a while to spend a few days resting with his daughter, and then start the next adventure. He doesn't always bring back valuable items, and he and his teammates don't always get what they need from the mission rewards. Instead, some things that cannot be reduced from a large amount of guilt in Winter City officials are sold to the private sector in exchange for some basic living supplies. In general, Etkin's adventure team is on the right track, although it will take quite a while. These people seem to be relatively satisfied with the current situation. Winter City does not squeeze or exploit them. There are too many magical and useful things here in Winter City, which are very attractive to them. According to the information collected by the Intelligence Department, Etkin and his partners expressed directly or implicitly during the break that they were willing to continue living in Winter City even if the culprits were cleared. If possible, it would be a good choice to settle here. Anyway, it would not prevent them from returning to Farron for adventure. And just talking about the comfort of life, Winter City is much better here. Etkin has never expressed his thoughts in this regard on any occasion. But as he sees his daughter getting more and more accustomed to and liking life in Winter City, he cannot ignore his daughter's thoughts and leave firmly even if he doesn't. Winter City is the only home and an important stronghold that cannot be abandoned.
It seems that you have slowly adapted to the rhythm of life in Winter City. I am very happy to see this.
After greeting Etkin, David signaled to the other person to feel free and poured himself a glass of whiskey. With David's current physical condition, ordinary wine would not affect him at all. It was just flavored water. He would pour himself a glass of whiskey, simply because he thought it would be more appropriate to have a glass of whiskey rather than a glass of juice when talking about things like this.
Winter City is a very beautiful city. Life here is very comfortable. No one will find it difficult to adapt.
Etkin was not polite. He poured himself a glass of whiskey and took a sip.
This wine is really good.
Good.
After a brief exchange of greetings, it was time to get down to business. David briefly talked about the affairs of the Sarkan Empire, and Etkin immediately understood that His Majesty the King had a task for him to do.
What do you want me to do?
Etkin often adventures in Farron, although he returns to Winter City to rest from time to time.
He does not understand many things. So David roughly described how he could use someone to locate his coordinates and travel to other worlds. As the team leader and think tank, Etkin's IQ and reaction were much higher than ordinary people, and he immediately understood what David meant.
Are you going to let me go to other universes? What use will this have to Winter City in resisting invasion? I need to train several excellent space battleship commanders, and the world I chose can train such commanders.
Etkin understood. He had a parallel universe identity and was a space battleship commander. So David found him. I understand. But after understanding the specific situation, he raised a question that is easily ignored.
If I mean what if, after I replace the other me, without my talent in command, I would not be able to become what should I do with the battleship commander you need? So, you and I are not the only ones going there this time.
Chapter 479 For My Daughter's Freedom. In addition to Edkin, there is also James Norrington. The original plan was like this. But when he was about to set off, David discovered that Tony Stark, Bruce Wayne, Sheldon Cooper, Howard Wolowitz, Leonard Hofstadter, Rajesh Kusapali all came. David looked at the expectant faces of this group of people and once again confirmed their thoughts.
You all want to go to Starfleet Academy? That's right.
Because they were going to the Star Trek world. David, Edkin, and James deliberately rewatched the film before departure. It was during this revisiting of the search for details that David discovered a situation in the timeline that he could exploit. The plot at the beginning of the film is about the father of the protagonist, James Kirk. George Kirk. James Kirk was just born at this time. In other words, if he is lucky, David can even land directly at the moment when Edkin is reincarnated as a human being. Even if he was unlucky and landed at the official start stage of the plot. James Kirk not only did not enter Starfleet at this time, he had not even entered Fleet Academy. In other words, as long as nothing goes wrong, David and the others can land in that world before Edkin enters the Fleet Academy to study Starship Command, and join the Fleet Academy with Edkin as the protagonist to learn various knowledge about Starship Command. After realizing this, the number of people who wanted to go together suddenly increased. Especially Leonard and Sheldon. They were very excited when they had the real opportunity to study at the Fleet Academy. However, considering that these people either had character problems or lacked adequate means of self-protection, David still persuaded them. The reason is easy to find. After David and Edkin return, Winter City will have established a stable connection with that world. If they are really interested, they can go there at that time. At that time, they could return to Winter City at any time without worrying about being in danger. Several people thought the same thing. When David and the others went there, the time on both sides was not synchronized. Even if David stayed there for several years, only one day had passed here in Winter City. It's just one day. Of course they can afford to wait. The four people announced their withdrawal, and would wait until next time. The remaining Tony and Bruce would not give up so easily. David was even more curious as to what on earth were these two going to do.
You two shouldn't be that interested in Starship Command. Right. Indeed not. I am interested in various space technologies in that world. And Bruce's goal is more direct, red matter.
Tony briefly explained his goal.
Actually, I am also quite curious about that thing.
Red matter is a very special substance. It only takes a tiny drop to create a black hole that can swallow up an entire planet.
If red matter can be obtained, then even if the technical information of the Dimension Devourer cannot be obtained from LAI, or I apologize for not being able to do so in a short period of time, I suddenly realized that when it comes to an emergency, it only takes one day. Create the Dimension Devourer.
Bruce suddenly realized that time was no longer a problem for Winter City. David could take Tony or himself to other worlds to build this killer weapon, and then come back after the construction was completed. The whole process only takes one day for Winter City. Even if David is willing, he can build dozens of Dimension Devourers in one breath. Even the main fleet of the Sakan Empire will be difficult to truly threaten Winter City. However, the Dimension Devourer is a little troublesome to use. Compared with red matter, it is more convenient. David or Clarice can open a portal in the center of the enemy fleet, throw the red matter through, close the door, and then wait until enough watch the enemy fleet being swallowed by the black hole from a safe distance.
In this case, you two are not going to join the Fleet Academy? No, I still have to join.
Bruce said that not only would he join the Fleet Academy, but he would even try to board the Enterprise so that he could easily find Nino and seize the red matter from him. After all, the universe is so big that it's difficult to find a specific target if you don't follow the plot.
If that's the case, I'm afraid you two are not suitable for each other now.
Although Tony has eaten golden apples and used strengthening potions, his appearance has always remained that of a middle-aged man. One is to avoid attracting special attention in the Marvel Universe, and the other is that he is used to this mature look. Bruce looks even older, with white temples and a face full of vicissitudes of life. He is afraid that others will not know that he is an old bat. Even after using strengthening potions, his physical fitness has not only returned to its peak, but has even further crossed the threshold. He has not turned back into a young man in his 20s, which is directly related to his personal mentality and thoughts. Originally this was not a problem, and everyone was used to the way they were now. But if you want to go to the Star Trek world, joining Fleet Academy is not appropriate. They don't accept such old students.
I have already thought of such a small thing.
Tony took out a bottle of potion and after drinking it, he could adjust his appearance at will, making himself look like he was in his 20s.
I also prepared a bottle for James. You need to become younger too. Right.
James Norrington wanted to say that he was not old at all. But considering that he had to go back to school, it seemed better to be younger. The last thing he blurted out was,
"Thank you. You're welcome."
He raised his head and drank the potion. The effect began to take effect immediately after swallowing. Tony transformed directly from a middle-aged man back to a young man in his 20s. Even the iconic beard on his face was gone. Then James and Bruce also drank the potion one after another. Edkin was extremely envious of this scene. But he doesn't need to use this potion at all. After arriving in another universe, he will be reborn. But he will just have to grow up again from his childhood. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that this work was very troublesome.
It would be great if I could speed up time or let my consciousness sleep until the beginning of the plot. In that case, wouldn't it mean that your soul has taken another person's body?
David looked at Edkin. He didn't think this was a good idea. What if he suffered from schizophrenia?
Then it's better as it is now.
Edkin thought that this was indeed the case. So he no longer considered anything like sleep.
Let's go!
After the appearance of several people returned to their youthful state, Bruce and Tony checked whether their equipment was there again. And David asked Tony, Bruce and James to put their hands on him. He stretched out his hand to hold Edkin's shoulder, and then activated his ability to travel through time. Positioning device, Edkin Davies. Target, Star Trek. As soon as you close your eyes and open them, you enter another world. David looked at the people around him. Tony Stark, Bruce Wayne, and James Norrington were all beside him. Without Ed King, if nothing unexpected happens, he has become James Kirk. He raised his hand to activate the multifunction tools communication device, and soon contacted Edkin.
You are finally here.
A holographic image of a younger Edkin appeared in the eyes of several people. While saying hello, he complained about how painful this long period of growing up and waiting was. David didn't speak, and listened quietly to Edkin's complaints. He felt that he was ready before speaking.
You should thank me for letting you experience another kind of childhood. It wasn't such a happy childhood.
His father died gloriously when he was born. His childhood life could not be said to be very happy. But there was no danger or crisis in his life. Generally speaking, it was okay.
You haven't joined the Fleet Academy yet, have you? No. But soon.
As Edkin told him, David discovered that because James Kirk was the reincarnation of Edkin, his thoughts were much more mature than those of a pure brat. So he attracted the attention of Captain Christopher Pike early on. The captain was very optimistic about Kirk's talent and always wanted to arrange for him to attend the Fleet Academy. It was just that Edkin found various reasons to prevaricate it. The reason was naturally to wait for the arrival of David and the others. If David didn't come again, Edkin would have no good reason to use. Fortunately, David and the others finally arrived despite repeated calls. And Edkin also breathed a sigh of relief.
How do you join Fleet Academy? I've already taken care of this little thing.
After Tony came to this world, he immediately took out a lot of tools and got busy. Edkin complained to David. In the time it took to introduce the situation, he had successfully invaded. He accessed various databases in this world and created a legal identity for himself and others. Likewise, he also obtained admission to the Fleet Academy for himself and others.
See you at the Academy.
After hearing that Tony had settled all their identities and enrollment matters, Edkin was not ready to waste any more time. Although there is no pressure to live in this world, you can do whatever you want. Once you become a member of the Starfleet, or even become the captain of the Starfleet, you will be able to stand out. But he has not forgotten his true identity. Nor has he forgotten that as long as this mission is successful, David will be exempted from all his personal culpability. Although it will not absolve his partners of their culpability, it will save a lot of money that needs to be repaid. With the amount, partners can also recover freedom faster. More importantly, after he is exonerated, his daughter Kira will also gain true freedom, and will no longer be subject to various surveillance in Winter City. Although her daughter lives freely in Winter City, Kira cannot leave Winter City due to her own reasons. For example, if Kira wants to return to Farron, the Winter City officials will not agree. Therefore, for the true freedom of his daughter, he must complete this mission. Chapter 480 Fleet Academy. Life in the college was peaceful and fulfilling. And 3 years passed unknowingly. In 3 years, James Kirk, Edkin's reincarnation, has become one of the best students in the Fleet Academy. With his performance, he is almost locked in the position of a captain. The only suspense is how long it will take to become a captain. Not if. Tony Stark and Bruce Wayne are also influential figures in Fleet Academy. Both of them have shown amazing talents. In addition, the former is a well-known party animal, troublemaker, and sharp tongue in the Academy, which makes him both popular and annoying in the Academy. The Academy has a huge headache with this guy. Fired directly? I am reluctant to give up such a genius. And at the same time, there has been no discussion and conclusion on how to arrange this person's position in the future. In comparison, Bruce is much more low-key. And at most, he is rated as a playboy. Under the cover of these influential figures, James Norrington and David are much more low-key. But that's what they think. James Norrington was able to become a Commodore of the Royal Navy at a young age. There is no doubt about his talent. After studying all kinds of common sense in Winter City, he also previewed a lot of knowledge in advance. After he came to the Fleet Academy, I didn't feel any discomfort and got into the mood quickly. Compared to James Kirk, he often has a lot of imagination and comes up with all kinds of strange tactics and operations. James Norrington is more like an orthodox commander. In addition to textbook command operations, he also has flexibility. Therefore, James Norrington's evaluation by the instructors is even higher than Kirk's. As for David, his performance in most subjects was quite satisfactory. And the reason why he was famous was much simpler than the others, because of his appearance. David was awarded the title of the #1 school boy in the history of Fleet Academy. He didn't need to study hard or show any talent at all to become a well-known presence in the Academy. There are so many male and female students who want to meet him by chance every day that they can't count them. What makes everyone feel pity is that David has always kept a clean mind and has never heard of any Shalbichi actually succeeding. Even if some information comes out occasionally, it will soon be proven to be just bragging. Gale, who really had a better relationship with David, did not develop into a romantic relationship, and seemed to be just a simple friend. The board students even started to place bets on who would be the first person to win the #1 honor in the history of Fleet Academy. It is said that the number of people betting is very high, and even some instructors have joined in the gambling. And the accumulated amount has reached an astonishing figure. I'm here to learn something, not to make money. David looked at Tony in front of him and was speechless for this guy. If others don't know, can David know that Tony Stark was responsible for that bet? I'm doing it so that everyone can have a better life in the Academy. Tony took a sip of beer and passed some of the pot to Bruce next to him. And Bruce is also involved. Bruce was quite speechless, even though he had behaved similarly to Tony when he was a playboy and a prodigal son. But that was to hide Batman's identity, a disguise he deliberately created. And Tony Stark is not pretending. His character is just so unreliable. Gale, if you succeed in capturing David one day, tell me in advance so that I can make some arrangements. Gale has emerald green skin like a watermelon rind and fine, curly red hair. At first glance, he seems to be of the same race as Shrek or Gamora. Tony had never thought that David would be interested in this person. However, after careful observation, he found that Gale's facial features were not bad, and his figure was even top-notch. Although his skin color was a little different from that of people on Earth, it was not a big problem. Maybe David just wanted to eat watermelon? As time passed, Tony discovered that it was not what he thought at all. David and this alien girl named Gale were really just friends. After asking in private, he understood why David and Gale became friends. I just collected some hair samples. Sample? Tony was stunned for 2 seconds and then reacted. So that's it. But knowing the truth, no one could stop him from making fun of David with Gale. Gale didn't mind anyway. Maybe this green girl also wanted to be the #1 person in the Fleet Academy. On the contrary, Gale's roommate and best friend, the earthly version of Gamora, really has no interest in David. Her boyfriend is Spock, the Academy instructor. Although he was sitting at the same table with everyone at this time, he never looked at David once. What she cares about is the next assignment. According to normal circumstances, after completing courses at the Fleet Academy and completing various assessments, students will get the opportunity to board a starship. However, which starship to board depends on how the instructors allocate them. Do you have a starship you want to go to? Of course. Everyone responded positively to the new topic raised by the Earthling version of Gamora. That is, Nyota Uhura. Tony Stark directly expressed his hope to board the Enterprise. Same as above. Except for Gale, who said it didn't matter which starship he went to. The rest of them all wanted to go to the Enterprise. Uhura felt a headache after hearing this. She didn't expect that all these classmates would want to go to the Enterprise. In this case, The competition she would face would be too fierce. And she doubted that it would be difficult for her to get the position she wanted. Especially David. This guy's talent in language is just like cheating. There is no language that he can't learn. He originally thought that his talent in language is extremely powerful, and becoming the communications officer on the Enterprise does not count. Difficult matter. Now, she wasn't sure of that either. Even if David is excluded, he still faces fierce competition from Bruce Wayne. Although this guy is not as outrageous as David, he is still a language genius. And his performance in other subjects is even better than David. In such a comparison, I, who is outstanding only in terms of language, were immediately shown to be extremely mediocre.
It would be quite interesting if everyone could board the Enterprise.
Gale didn't know that Uhura was having a headache now, but seriously considered that if everyone could get their wish, should he also find a way to go to the Enterprise?
It's not that simple. There will be conflicts on the job. Won't?
David directly denied Uhura's judgment. In fact, he, Tony and Bruce had secretly discussed it, and would use means to arrange everyone aboard the Enterprise. The purpose was of course to get the hand of the villain Nino. Red Matter in it. Get together so they can adjust their action plans anytime and anywhere.
Your goal is to become the communications officer of the Enterprise. Right. Yes. I'm not interested in that position.
David pointed at Tony.
His target is the science officer, and Bruce's target is the navigator or weapons officer. Then which position do you want? Me?
David spread his hands.
As long as you can board the starship. It doesn't matter which position you are in. In fact, you can just let me work as a helper.
His purpose is to be involved in the plot, and he doesn't care about anything else. After all, he wasn't planning to stay in this world any longer, let alone being a starship captain here, including Edkin, who is currently incarnated as Kirk. Although he studied Captain Command, he has no obsession with becoming a starship captain. However, he also knew in his heart that after learning how to command a starship, he would most likely become the captain of the Winter Kingdom Space Fleet after returning to Winter City. After looking at David, when Uhura and Gale walked away, they deliberately left Leonard McCoy, a friend they met when they entered the academy, nicknamed Bones.
I calculated the time, and it's not far away from the time to rescue Vulcan.
David nodded. He had been counting the time and knew that the plot was about to begin. At the same time, he also knew that this was not what Edkin really wanted to say, so he waited quietly for the next step.
In that operation, several starships were ambushed and destroyed, and countless people died, including our friends and classmates who we have been with for 3 years.
Edkin looked at a few people.
Are we just going to watch them die?
During this rescue operation, except for the Enterprise, several other starships were destroyed, which also meant that this group of trainees who followed the fleet to rescue were almost wiped out. Edkin was a righteous man. Otherwise, he would not have become a Harper. Although some changes happened later, he really couldn't do it to watch so many familiar people die, according to his understanding of the people in front of him. Neither Tony nor Bruce were cold-blooded and ruthless people, and they could not watch thousands of innocent lives disappear in front of them.
Don't worry. With David here, even if you really die, you can come back to life.
Tony didn't worry about this issue too much, even if those classmates were really killed by Nino. After everyone's goals were completed, David would casually with the Great Resurrection spell. Everyone can come back to life. The only question is, can the Enterprise carry so many people? As for the consequences of such a shocking thing, he couldn't control it. Anyway, after getting the things, they will leave this world. Edkin looked at David. He knew that David was very powerful and had heard many related rumors, but he had never seen it with his own eyes, so he did not think about it.
Is this what you originally planned? No.
David waved his hand.
Actually, I am considering adding a layer of holy shield to each starship when the fleet sets off.
In this way, even if these starships plunge into an ambush circle, they can withstand the attack from the opposite side. As long as these starships are not killed instantly, they will no longer be threatened. David and the others will completely eliminate Nino and his men.